Chu Yuan traversed into a fantastical realm, becoming one of the elders of the Tianyun Sect, bound to the Invincible Master System. By accepting disciples, he could acquire enhancements derived from their innate talents. Moreover, anything bestowed upon his apprentices would yield a return of a higher grade. Thus, Chu Yuan commenced his quest to recruit disciples, meticulously selecting those with exceptional gifts. In the ancestral grounds of the Tianyun Sect, within a cave, a strikingly handsome young man clad in golden-purple robes, his hair as white as snow, suddenly found himself frozen in astonishment. His starry eyes brimmed with shock and epiphany. So it is, he mused. After 50 years in this world, I have only just awakened the wisdom of my past life. Today, I have come to know myself. Filled with profound emotion, Chu Yuan reflected upon his origins as a denizen of Blue Star, fortuitously transported to this realm. His reincarnation had lain dormant until this moment, when he finally grasped his true self. Perhaps due to some cosmic connection, he bore the name Chu Yuan in both lives. The past need not be revisited. In this life, he resided in a world where martial prowess was overwhelmingly prominent. Here, the formidable could soar through the skies, command the seas, and shatter the earth with ease. Some could even pluck stars from the heavens, achieve immortality, and gaze down upon the ever-changing world. Conversely, the weak often found their lives as fragile as grass, scarcely guaranteed to see another day. With a stroke of misfortune, they could be swept away by the aftermath of a powerful clash. In this world, strength was not an innate gift, but rather a product of diligent cultivation. At the very least, this was true for the majority. Chu Yuan's lineage was respectable. Both his parents were elders of the Tianyun Sect, firmly rooted within its esteemed hierarchy. He commenced his cultivation at a tender age, displaying commendable talent rather than being a mere wastrel. The realms of cultivation were stratified from the body refinement stage to the nirvana stage, with each major realm further divided into 4 phases: early, middle, late, and completion. Beyond these cultivation levels, there existed another critical hierarchy: Ant, junior friend, fellow Taoist, and senior, representing a synthesis of strength and lineage. Why, one might ask, was the martial prowess of this world deemed excessive? Simply put, consider the body refinement stage, the foundational realm of cultivation. In its early phase, one could achieve a physical strength surpassing 10,000 pounds. In the middle phase, 30,000 pounds. In the late phase, 60,000 pounds. And upon completion, 90,000 pounds. A perfected body refinement cultivator, endowed with such might, transcended humanity. To call them superhuman would not be an exaggeration. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the subsequent realms, practitioners could condense their true essence, sprout wings, soar through the skies, and even kill from a distance. The pool origin stage transformed their essence into a reservoir of power, while the profound elixir stage granted the ability to shatter mountains and rivers. The 5-organ stage unveiled hidden realms within the body, and so forth, each level more terrifying than the last. Chu Yuan began his cultivation at 6, breaking through to the early pool origin stage by 13, and reaching the mid-stage by 24. Within the Tianyun Sect, he was recognized as an extraordinary talent. However, as one ventured deeper into cultivation, the challenges intensified, demanding ever more time. At 40, he successfully ascended to the profound elixir stage, while his peers still struggled within the earlier realms. His future appeared radiant. Yet, life seldom unfolds smoothly. Barely a month into his role as an elder, he received devastating news. His parents had perished, slain by a member of a more powerful sect, while striving to secure a precious herb for him. Grief-stricken, he beheld his parents' lifeless forms, his hair turning white overnight. Consumed by vengeance, he sought retribution, though his strength was insufficient, compelling him to cultivate fervently. Each elder within the sect bore specific duties. Aware of his need for extensive training, the sect's higher-ups appointed him to oversee the ancestral grounds, where the remains of past leaders were interred, including his own parents. The sect did not neglect to avenge his parents, but the Tianyun Sect was simply outmatched. Even with the full might of the sect, it would be futile. If he desired revenge, he could only rely on himself, needing the power to overwhelm that sect. Perhaps due to the weight of his hatred, despite his fervent training, his progress was slow, and he nearly fell into madness numerous times. After a decade, he had only reached the mid-stage of the profound elixir. This time, he truly teetered on the brink of destruction, and it was in this dire situation that he awakened the wisdom of his past life. In this life, I bear such a profound blood feud. The merging of memories from both lives skewed his consciousness towards the past, rendering this new existence a fleeting spectacle. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuan recognized that although he had recovered from his brush with madness and sustained no serious injuries, his cultivation had suffered greatly as a result. The prospect of breaking through to the late stage of the profound elixir seemed distant, particularly given the toll of his reckless training. To avenge his parents, he needed to reach at least the 5-organ stage. Others will not remain stagnant. Even if I achieve the 5-organ stage, they may grow stronger. Will I have any chance for revenge? Though his consciousness leaned towards his previous life, he felt deeply for all that transpired in this one. His parents were undeniably his own, and without them, he would not exist in this world. Thus, even with the awakening of his past wisdom, he remained resolute in seeking vengeance. This was his singular, unequivocal goal. How can I swiftly enhance my strength? As despair loomed, an ethereal voice resonated within the depths of his mind. Ding! Detecting the awakening of the host's past wisdom. The Invincible Master System is binding to the host. Binding successful. Not only did he hear the notification, but a dark prompt panel also materialized before him. Chu Yuan trembled with excitement. Is this a system? As a traveler, he was well aware of such phenomena, yet he had never anticipated possessing one himself. Of course, given my extraordinary circumstances, it is only fitting to have a golden finger. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. No longer troubled by how to rapidly enhance his strength, he now had a system to resolve this dilemma. Yet, what precisely was the purpose of the Invincible Master System? System, please introduce yourself. The immediate priority was to comprehend the system's functions. Ding. Esteemed host, this system is known as the Invincible Master System, primarily designed to assist the host in accepting disciples. 2 significant benefits arise from accepting disciples. First, the host synchronously gains the cultivation talent of the disciple. Second, anything the host bestows upon the disciple will yield a return of 1 major level higher. The host currently has 1 disciple slot, and with each breakthrough to a major realm, an additional disciple slot will be unlocked. Oh, so that's how it is. The simplicity of the system's explanation allowed Chu Yuan to grasp its essence instantly. Ding. As a token of our first meeting, this system has prepared a novice gift package for the esteemed host. Would you like to open it now? Open it, open it. Chu Yuan urged eagerly. Ding. The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 years of cultivation. Note. This reflects the outcome of cultivating for 100 years based on the host's current state. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. 100 years. He had only cultivated for 44 years thus far. What realm would a century of cultivation allow him to attain? He could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 2. Soaring to the pinnacle of the sect system, may I directly utilize this century of cultivation? Chu Yuan inquired within his heart. Ding. Of course, master. With but a mere thought, you can receive the enlightenment of a century's worth of cultivation, entirely devoid of any adverse effects. The ethereal voice of the system assured him. How splendid. A smile graced Chu Yuan's face, and in the next moment, he felt his consciousness connect with something profound, the reward of a century of cultivation. At once, he concentrated his thoughts. Activate a century of cultivation. In an instant, a colossal and supremely pure force of cultivation materialized within his dantian, seamlessly merging with his own cultivation without the need for refinement. In that fleeting moment, his cultivation aura and realm surged rapidly. Late stage of the Xiandan realm, perfected Xiandan realm. At that very moment, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was stirred into a tempest by his aura, creating a terrifying storm within the cave. He radiated golden light, with streams of cultivation energy swirling around him, seated like a deity. The walls of the cave resonated with reviving patterns, emanating a warm yellow glow. As the defensive array activated to contain the aura he exuded. Without such formations, the entire cave would have surely collapsed. Yet, his ascension in cultivation did not cease there. After a brief pause at the perfected Xiandan realm, he shattered the constraints of his major realm, opening the heart divine cavity and stepping into the 5 organs realm. In the 5 organs realm, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are sequentially opened. The heart divine cavity heralds entry into the early stage of the 5 organs realm, followed by the liver divine cavity for the mid-stage, and the spleen divine cavity for the late stage. The final opening of the lung and kidney divine cavities must occur simultaneously to achieve the perfected state of the 5 organs realm. Should one open the lung divine cavity without the kidney, the former will remain dormant. The intricacies are exceedingly complex. Yet, with each divine cavity opened, it is akin to creating an additional dantian space within the body. However, while the dantian is termed as such, the 5 divine cavities are referred to as the cave heavens. Within the 5 organs cave heaven, one can not only store cultivation, but also harbor immense spiritual power, intricately linked to the subsequent major realm. At this moment, under the enlightenment of a century's cultivation, Chu Yuan successfully opened 3 divine cavities, reaching the late stage of the 5 organs realm. A century of cultivation leading to the late stage of the five organs realm is quite reasonable. Despite having previously cultivated for 44 years to attain the mid-stage of the Xiandan realm, the realm beyond the five organs is an entirely new domain. It is no exaggeration to assert that the difficulty in advancing from the early to mid-stage of the five organs realm far surpasses that of breaking through from the body refinement realm to the condensed essence realm, with the required time expanding exponentially. The disparities between the minor stages within the five organs realm rival, if not exceed, those between the major realms. Chu Yuan estimated that his transition from the mid-stage of the Xiandan realm to the perfected stage likely took little more than 20 years of cultivation. The remainder shall be devoted to surging into the five organs realm. In the latter stages of the five organs realm, the sensation is overwhelmingly potent. Feeling the terrifying power within himself, Chu Yuan experienced an almost omnipotent sense of capability. Yet, this was merely an illusion, a deceptive perception following his surge in strength. He swiftly recalibrated his mindset and regained his composure. To be frank, the latter stages of the five organs realm are indeed formidable. Even within the Heavenly Essence Sect, one would be considered a peak powerhouse. It is noteworthy that the sect leader of the Heavenly Essence Sect possesses only the cultivation of the early stages of the five organs realm. However, some retired elders undoubtedly possess mid to late stage five organs realm cultivation. These individuals represent the true foundation and guardians of the sect. The exact number of such formidable beings remains unknown to him, as it is classified information. Although Chu Yuan is one of the elders of the Heavenly Essence Sect, he is merely part of the higher echelon and not a core member, thus lacking insight into the entire depth of the sect's resources. In the Heavenly Essence Sect, one can attain the status of elder at the Xiandan realm, and there are dozens of such existences. However, the number of individuals at the five organs realm certainly does not exceed 10. Zhao Wuzhu, the deputy sect leader of the Qingmu sect, possessed early stage five organs realm cultivation a decade ago. Although 10 years have passed, it is unlikely he has broken through to the late stages of the five organs realm. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, I could easily avenge my parents. Both the Heavenly Essence Sect and the Qingmu Sect are among the 7 major sects of the Great Martial Dynasty. However, the Qingmu Sect ranks second, while the Heavenly Essence Sect stands at 5th, indicating a significant disparity in strength. The sect leader of the Qingmu Sect is at the mid-stage of the five organs realm. Additionally, its foundational strength surpasses that of the Heavenly Essence Sect. For example, among the 2 deputy sect leaders of the Heavenly Essence Sect, only one is at the early stage of the five organs realm, while the other remains at the perfected Xiandan realm. In contrast, both deputy sect leaders of the Qingmu Sect have long attained the early stages of the five organs realm. 10 years ago, one of the deputy sect leaders, Zhao Wuzhu, ruthlessly took the lives of Chu Yuan's parents, making him an avowed enemy. The Heavenly Essence Sect sought retribution, but the matter was left unresolved due to their inferior strength. Furthermore, since the Qingmu Sect's actions were not an assassination but rather occurred during a mutual treasure contest, it did not lend itself to moral or strength-based reproach. Nevertheless, for Chu Yuan, the vengeance for his parents' deaths will never wane. His parents fell victim to their lack of skill. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, others merely viewed it as a spectacle, deeming it normal. Yet, as a son, he is resolute in his quest for retribution. At that moment, Chu Yuan sensed the emergence of 2 new connections within his consciousness, namely the attribute panel and storage space. With a mere thought, he activated the attribute panel. Master, Chu Yuan, age, 50, talent, above average, both innate attributes and comprehension. Potential, soul palace realm aptitude, cultivation, late stage of the five organs realm. Technique, red gold profound origin technique, earth grade. Middle tier, minor accomplishment. Martial skills, scarlet serpent sword technique, earth grade, lower tier, minor accomplishment. Flying dragon technique, earth grade, lower tier. Minor accomplishment. Disciple, 02. Though he has reached the age of 50, he appears akin to a youth in his 20s. For the practice of cultivation can extend one's lifespan significantly. In the realm of profound elixirs, one can live beyond 300 years, while those in the five organs realm typically begin with a lifespan of at least 400 years. Thus, he remains undeniably youthful. Talent signifies the speed of cultivation, while potential indicates the heights one may ultimately attain. Once potential is exhausted, transcending to a higher realm becomes as challenging as scaling the heavens, unless one encounters extraordinary fortuity to compensate for the deficiency in potential. This elucidates why many venerable figures within the Heavenly Essence Sect have lived for 3 to 4 centuries, yet remain stagnated in the profound elixir and five organs realms, unable to advance further. In this world, martial techniques and skills are categorized from low to high as follows. yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and king. Each level is further subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme tiers, establishing a correlation with cultivation realms. Generally, yellow grade is suitable for the body refinement and essence condensation realms, while profound grade suits the pool essence and profound elixir realms. Earth grade is applicable to the 5 organs and soul palace realms. Of course, if one possesses commendable talent and the opportunity to acquire higher grade techniques, they may cultivate advanced techniques even at lower realms. Such individuals are often deemed geniuses, exhibiting combat prowess significantly superior to their peers within the same realm. For instance, Chu Yuan commenced his training in the Earth grade middle tier technique, the red gold profound origin technique, while still in the pool essence realm. It is noteworthy that this level of technique is one of the sect's esteemed foundational arts, of which there are but a few. His cultivation was made possible due to his solid foundation and commendable talent. However, it must be stated that even if offered to others, those lacking sufficient talent might not achieve successful cultivation. The system indicates his talent is merely above average, yet within the great martial dynasty, such talent, while not exceedingly rare, is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Even before taking on disciples, he has broken through a significant boundary, allowing him to accept another disciple, which is indeed favorable. He is now able to directly accept 2 disciples. Chapter 3. The Eye of True Sight. Upon closing the attribute panel, he turned his attention to this storage space. To his astonishment, he discovered that this storage space was infinitely vast, and time within it was frozen. He could also delineate various regions at will. How remarkable! If this were in his past life, as a middleman in the fruit and fresh produce trade, he would undoubtedly amass great wealth. However, that would be rather lacking in ambition. He could collect anything, even living beings, which surpassed the capabilities of storage rings and bags. Storage bags and rings could not accommodate living entities. Chu Yuan cast his storage ring directly into the system's storage space and began to ponder seriously. He currently faces 2 possible paths. The first is to avenge his parents before taking on disciples, while the second is to gather disciples and cultivate them first, then seek vengeance for his parents. Without much deliberation, he chose the latter. The reasoning was straightforward. Although he was confident in his ability to single-handedly defeat Zhao Wuzhu, the deputy leader of the Qingmu sect, this victory would only be a solitary one. The Qingmu sect is far more powerful than the Tianyun Sect, and there could very well be formidable masters at the peak of the 5 organs realm lurking within. Should he encounter such a master, his fate would be grim. Moreover, to kill Zhao Wuzhu, it would likely require an assault on the Qingmu sect itself. His venture now would be akin to courting death. Unless he could achieve invincibility within the 5 organs realm, a feat he clearly could not accomplish with his current strength. Having endured for a decade, a little more time would not matter. With the system at his side, he could significantly enhance his power in a short time, ensuring success. Having made up his mind, Chu Yuan concealed his aura and rose to his feet. Since he intended to take on disciples, it was imperative to leave this place. The stone door of the cave opened wide, and Chu Yuan stepped outside. The cave was located on the cliff of the back mountain. He walked through the air, his crystalline white hair billowing in the wind, his dark robe shimmering with a purple sheen. With each step, he traversed great distances, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling around him. "Young Chu, it has been a long time." A hoarse voice rang out as an elderly man, clad in gray, with wrinkled skin and a diminutive stature, flew before Chu Yuan. One hand clutched a large chicken leg, grease smeared across his mouth, utterly lacking in decorum. "Old Xiao." Chu Yuan greeted with a slight bow. Xiao Qingfeng, one of the esteemed elders of the Tianyun Sect and a mid-level master of the 5 organs realm, had been a close friend of his grandfather. Indeed, Xiao Qingfeng was still alive, though his grandfather had long since passed. Xiao Qingfeng had watched him grow up, and after his parents' demise, he had been most concerned that Chu Yuan would not survive, more so than anyone else. During Chu Yuan's time in seclusion, Xiao Qingfeng had often kept vigil nearby, occasionally knocking on the door to check on him. "After 10 years, you finally have the desire to leave your cave," Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he trembled, the chicken leg slipping from his grasp, oblivious to his surroundings. "Why you Xiao Qingfeng stuttered. "Old Xiao, are you referring to my cultivation?" Chu Yuan chuckled. Xiao Qingfeng immediately nodded. "What realm are you at now? You seem even stronger than me. I cannot see through you at all, but that shouldn't be possible. How old are you? I distinctly remember delivering cultivation resources to you last year when you were still in the mid-stage of the profound pill realm." Fortune smiled upon me. I had a sudden epiphany and broke through consecutively. Chu Yuan fabricated a reason. "An epiphany, is that true?" Xiao Qingfeng asked, astonished. "Otherwise, how could I have advanced so rapidly? And what realm are you at now?" "The late stage of the 5 organs realm. Such matters of cultivation are difficult to conceal. and thus he had no intention of hiding it. Even with a mental preparation, Xiao Qingfeng was still profoundly shocked. He inhaled deeply and remarked, "It appears you have indeed attained enlightenment. The legendary moment of sudden understanding, which is said to be elusive and fortuitous, has unexpectedly graced you, young man. I must admit, your luck is truly remarkable. Even I, an old man, find myself envious. You have surpassed me directly." Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Qingfeng, and he anxiously fixed his gaze on Chu Yuan. "You Haven T emerged from seclusion with the intent of seeking vengeance against Zhao Wuzhu of the Qingmu sect, have you? That would be unwise. Although you have reached the late stage of the five organs realm, you are still not sufficiently prepared." "I am not so foolish," Chu Yuan replied. "Is that so?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired with skepticism. "Indeed, it could not be more true. I have come out with the intention of taking on 2 disciples. Has our Tianyun Sect recently had any exceptionally talented individuals who have not been taken under someone else's wing?" After 10 years of seclusion, he had lost touch with everything concerning the Tianyun Sect. In contrast, Xiao Qingfeng was more informed, which is why he posed the question. "Taking on disciples?" Xiao Qingfeng frowned. "What has prompted this sudden inclination?" "On a whim. Just tell me if there are any unclaimed prodigies," Chu Yuan responded with a gentle smile. "To be honest, there are none," Xiao Qingfeng replied, casting him a peculiar glance before shifting the topic. "However, as luck would have it, today is indeed the day for our sect to recruit disciples. You might want to have a look. Perhaps there is a talent that meets your desires. Although, the likelihood may be slim. The Tianyun Sect recruits disciples every 3 years, and is one of the 7 major sects of the Great Martial Dynasty. It naturally attracts a multitude of applicants. While there are some with outstanding talents, those who could truly be called geniuses are quite rare." Xiao Qingfeng believed that Chu Yuan's definition of genius at the very least matched his own caliber. A level of talent that might be encountered only once in several decades. "Oh, today is the recruitment day? How fortuitous," Chu Yuan remarked with some surprise, appreciating his good fortune. As for whether there would be any geniuses, he would find out soon enough. Although the system did not mandate that he must take on geniuses, having disciples with exceptional cultivation talent would undoubtedly enhance his own abilities. Thus, he would naturally prefer to accept talented individuals rather than those lacking potential. Ding. To assist the master in identifying talents, the system has activated the Eye of True Sight. Upon activation, the master may observe the basic attributes of others. A system prompt appeared. Chu Yuan immediately decided to test it on Xiao Qingfeng. Name, Xiao Qingfeng. Age, 397 years. Talent, average. Both comprehension and foundation are average. Potential, late stage of the 5 organs realm. Cultivation, mid stage of the 5 organs realm. Fate, quite ordinary, very useful. He mused. Closing the Eye of True Sight, Chu Yuan declared, "I shall go and take a look now." With that, he stepped into the air and departed. At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng noticed that the chicken leg was missing. He glanced below and spotted it on the ground. He flew down to retrieve it, wiped it on his clothing, and continued to gnaw on it, calling out toward the direction in which Chu Yuan had left. "Hey, wait for me." Chapter 4. Dual Supreme Talents. Supreme Bone. Outside the towering gates of the Tianyun Sect, a bustling crowd had gathered in the square, teeming with people. The recruitment criteria of the Tianyun Sect stipulate that candidates must be under the age of 16, possessing both commendable talent and cultivation. However, those who have not undergone training yet exhibit exceptional potential are also welcomed. Furthermore, individuals exceeding the age of 16, yet demonstrating remarkable talent and skill, may also be accepted on an exceptional basis. In essence, while the primary focus is on minors, nearly anyone of merit is likely to be considered. Upon acceptance, the first few years serve as a test of character. Any who fail to meet standards may find themselves expelled from the sect. At this moment, the crowd consists of both young and old, many accompanied by family members, most adorned in luxurious attire, indicative of substantial wealth. In one corner, 2 figures stand out, a tall adult and a small child, who are shunned by those around them, their ragged appearance evoking disdain. Some even scowl and berate them, expressing their irritation at the presence of what they deem beggars amidst the recruitment festivities. If it weren't for the sacred grounds of the Tianyun Sect, they would have long been cast away. Those with sense should leave quickly. In the face of the crowd's scorn, the boy, approximately 13 and dressed in tattered clothes, remains silent, merely pursing his lips and bowing his head as he tightly cradles the 5-year-old girl in his arms. The little girl gazes wide-eyed, devoid of fear. "Brother, if we join the sect, will we truly have enough to eat and never go hungry again?" She whispers, as if she has posed this question several times before. "Yes. Indeed," the boy affirms with a nod. "But what if they do not accept us?" The girl inquires, her voice tinged with concern. "They will accept us. We are worthy," the boy assures her, glancing at the shimmering bone protruding from the girl's back, concealed from the sight of others. Several high-ranking members of the Tianyun Sect have arrived, including one of the deputy sect leaders, Yang Daozhen, who is in the early stages of the Five Organs realm. Clad in a simple green robe, he appears to be a kind-hearted elder, surrounded by a dozen other elders. 6 of them personally descend to serve as evaluators, while numerous disciples maintain order. Let us begin, Yang Daozhen declares, prompting the crowd to form 6 lines, each to be assessed by one of the elders in turn. I wonder if any promising talents will emerge this year, remarks an elder beside Yang Daozhen. Ha ha, are you eager to recruit disciples? Another elder responds. Indeed. But I fear there may be none worthy of my attention, Yang Daozhen replies. Surely there will be a few exceptional candidates, he adds, surveying the crowd, noting several young ones who have achieved the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Alas, none can compare to him. Yang Daozhen sighs. The elders fall silent. Well aware of whom Yang Daozhen refers to, 13 years old with foundational mastery, 24 with pool mastery, and 40 with profound elixirs. He is the most outstanding individual the Tianyun Sect has seen in decades. Indeed, those few who have reached full physical cultivation are already 13 or 14 years old, and they cannot hope to rival him. One elder reflects. I wonder how he is faring now. He has been in seclusion for 10 years without a single appearance. While diligent cultivation is commendable, such prolonged isolation raises fears of him falling into obsession. Just as Chu Yuan steps out of the sect's gates, he overhears discussions about him. Indeed, as the saying goes, when Cao Cao arrives, Cao Cao is already present. Could it be that there exists a magnetic aura, drawing forth memories of an individual as they draw near? Ahem. Chu Yuan lightly cleared his throat. The sound, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated perfectly in their ears. Who coughed behind them? Instantly, they turned around, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of a strikingly handsome young man with flowing white hair. Chu Yuan. He has emerged from seclusion. Yang Daozhen sprang to his feet. Chu, you have returned from seclusion? Wait, it is evident that he has discerned something amiss with Chu Yuan's cultivation level. The other elders shared the same sentiment. It was unfathomable. An intangible pressure loomed, overwhelming them. He was stronger. How could this be? They were all taken aback. Most of the elders present were in the late stages of the profound pill realm. How could Chu Yuan possibly surpass them? Most absurdly, Yang Daozhen felt that Chu Yuan was even stronger than he. Chu Yuan chuckled softly. Someone will explain it to you shortly. I'll first see if there are any promising talents here. With that, he turned his gaze toward the crowd. He observed that most were looking at him, primarily because he was simply captivating. His flowing white hair, handsome visage, and the fact that even the vice master of the Tianyun Sect stood to greet him. Rarely could one resist such curiosity. Who is he? Many could not help but inquire. If I am not mistaken, he should be Elder Chu Yuan from the Tianyun Sect. 10 years ago, there was much talk of how he turned white-haired overnight after his parents perished. Those in the know provided answers. Certain cultivation families are always well-informed, and besides, this was hardly a secret. Ah, how enlightening. Many suddenly understood. Poor Elder Chu's disciples silently lamented. To turn white-haired overnight. What torment that must have been. Inferior. Inferior. Below average. How is it that the majority possess such meager talent? Not even a handful of those of average ability. While observing, Chu Yuan silently critiqued. Yet, it made sense. Those of average ability would be akin to old Shao. Such individuals were indeed scarce. He felt a tinge of frustration. Was there truly no one with even slightly superior aptitude? At the very least, someone of above-average talent, akin to himself. Those below that threshold inspired no desire for him to take them as disciples. The reasoning was simple. The disparity between average and above-average talent was immense. The cultivation speed of 2 with average talent would not even match that of 1 with above-average talent. Taking on 2 of average ability would provide no significant benefit. However, 2 with above-average talent could potentially double the cultivation speed. Better to remain selective than to compromise. He must remain steadfast in his standards. If he could not find suitable candidates here, he would seek elsewhere. He was determined not to be disheartened. At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng arrived to elucidate the matter of Chu Yuan's cultivation level to Yang Daozhen and the others. Enlightenment, so it was enlightenment. They marveled. Late stage of the 5 organs realm. Unbelievable. Yang Daozhen was astounded. No wonder he felt such formidable pressure. Ha ha. This is truly a blessing for our Tianyun Sect. From this moment forth, Chu Yuan shall be the treasure of my heavenly essence sect, and I shall spare no effort to protect his continued growth. At present, the sect leader is in seclusion, striving to break through to a higher realm, leaving most matters of the sect in his hands. He yearns to expend all his strength to ensure Chu Yuan's smooth development. However, when he heard that Chu Yuan intended to take on disciples, he was momentarily taken aback. It is no wonder he wishes to seek out promising talents. Yet, what could have prompted this sudden desire to accept disciples? Is the arduous path of cultivation becoming too burdensome, leading him to seek some respite? At this very moment, Chu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. He had not held out much hope initially. But what did he behold? A possessor of the dual pupils, a bearer of the supreme bone, and it appeared they were siblings. Good heavens! To encounter a pair of dual supremes in such a place? Could it be that the system has finally awakened? Chapter 5. Will you, esteemed ones, kneel before my tutelage? Name, Zhang Yi. Age, 13. Talent, unparalleled in this era. Both comprehension and innate talent are of the highest caliber, naturally possessing dual pupils. Potential, celestial talent, exceedingly strong fate. Ultimate achievements may be influenced. Cultivation, late stage of body refinement, originally at late stage of chi condensation, suffered a devastating blow 2.5 years ago, losing all cultivation, and has since recovered to late stage of body refinement. Fate, destined by heaven and earth. A wielder of great fortune, name, Jiang Yao. Age, 5. Talent, shocking the ages. Both comprehension and innate talent are of the highest caliber, naturally possessing supreme bone. Potential, celestial talent, exceedingly strong fate. Ultimate achievements may be influenced. Cultivation, none. Fate, destined by heaven and earth. A wielder of great fortune. These two attribute panels left Chu Yuan utterly astounded. One with dual pupils, the other with supreme bone. Two individuals blessed with the potential for ascension were fortuitously encountered by him. Wait a moment, dual pupils, supreme bone. Might the dual pupils one eventually excavate the supreme bone? Chu Yuan gazed curiously at the larger and smaller figures before him, both appearing ragged and beggar-like. Yet the elder protected the younger with utmost care. For now, it seemed unlikely that any excavation of the supreme bone would occur. However, why had these two born with supremacy fallen into such circumstances? Logically, those destined by heaven should not have humble origins. Perhaps they once hailed from a prestigious background. But a calamity 2.5 years ago had led to their current plight, Chu Yuan mused. He noted the hint regarding Jiang Yi's cultivation. 2.5 years ago, he was at the late stage of chi condensation, only to suffer a grievous injury and lose all his cultivation. 2.5 years ago, he was merely a little over 10 years old, yet already possessed the cultivation of the late stage of chi condensation. How terrifying! How astonishing! What defines a genius? This is the true embodiment of genius. No, it must be termed a peerless prodigy, the genuine pride of heaven. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Chu Yuan's heart raced with excitement. If he were to take these two natural supremes as his disciples, their extraordinary talents would amplify his own. How unfathomably powerful would he become? It is simply beyond imagination. Chu, my dear child, have you found the suitable candidates? At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng approached him, noticing his unwavering gaze fixed upon a particular direction, and promptly inquired. Simultaneously, the deputy sect master and others followed his line of sight. There stood two young beggars. Although they had not yet reached the soul palace realm, had not opened their soul palace, nor manifested what is known as divine consciousness, they possessed formidable vitality and mental acuity, allowing them to sense many things around them. One was in the late stage of the body refining realm, while the other had no cultivation at all. The younger one was inconsequential, but the older appeared to be around 13 years of age, yet only at the late stage of the body refining realm, which was rather unimpressive. In response to Xiao Qingfeng's question, Chu Yuan nodded slightly. He then stepped forward, gracefully soaring towards the two. Zhang Yi had long sensed someone observing him. It was the white-haired youth whom others described as unfortunate. Beneath his seemingly ordinary gaze flickered a glimmer of brilliance. The first marvel of his dual pupils was the ability to render his eyes indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. Furthermore, his dual pupils possessed the unique capability to ascertain the age and cultivation level of others. Unless one's cultivation was extraordinarily high, evasion from such scrutiny was impossible. To his astonishment, he discerned that the individual was already in the late stage of the body refining realm at the age of 50. Such a person existed within the Tianyun Sect? After a thorough examination, Zhang Yi was quite surprised. Though still a child, he had some understanding of the formidable figures in the great martial dynasty's various sections. Typically, those in the late stage of the body refining realm were 300 to 400 years old, making this 50-year-old remarkably youthful. Of course, he was merely slightly surprised. Had he pursued his training normally, he believed he would surpass this individual by the age of 50. Wait, why was that person continuously observing them? Could it be that he had discovered something? Had he noticed his dual pupils, or his sister's supreme bone? No, that was impossible. Without the manifestation of divine consciousness, one could not detect the dual pupils or the supreme bone. Suddenly, the other party was flying towards them. At that moment, Jiang Yi felt a surge of anxiety as he protectively shielded Jiang Yao. They had been fleeing for 2.5 years. And upon discovering that the Tianyun Sect was recruiting disciples, he had been seized by a sudden impulse to participate. However, he had not anticipated being targeted immediately upon arrival. In his mind, he had planned to join the Tianyun Sect first and bide his time to cultivate before making any further plans. Nevertheless, this individual did not seem to harbor any ill intentions, and Jiang Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan had already reached them, his demeanor warm, like a gentle spring breeze. "Children, are you siblings?" he inquired. "Indeed, esteemed elder, we are siblings," Jiang Yi replied with respectful confidence. At this moment, nearly all eyes were focused on them, puzzled as to why Chu Yuan would take an interest in two young beggars. Surely, he did not intend to accept them as disciples. If it were any other elder, it might be acceptable, but for him to take on disciples, heavens! "I certainly would not approve," one youth muttered among the crowd, aware of the deep-seated enmity between Chu Yuan and the deputy sect master of the Qingmu sect. Becoming a disciple of such a person, he feared, would lead to dire consequences at the hands of the Qingmu sect's disciples. Fortunately, he was not seeking out any of my kin. Many adults silently rejoiced, similarly wishing that their own descendants would not fall under Chu Yuan's tutelage. "Have you come here to join the Tianyun sect?" Chu Yuan inquired with a smile. Yes. My brother said that once we join the sect, we can eat our fill and no longer go hungry," the little girl eagerly responded, her small hand patting her flat belly. Upon hearing this, many onlookers secretly scoffed, thinking it absurd that they were motivated merely by the desire for food. "Indeed, esteemed elder," although it was the younger sister who answered, Jiang Yi affirmed as well. "Excellent. I am Chu Yuan, one of the elders of the Tianyun sect. I have recently emerged from seclusion and, on a whim, wish to take on 2 disciples. Fortuitously, I find a connection with both of you. Would you be willing to join my tutelage?" Chu Yuan spoke gently, maintaining a facade of calm, though a hint of anxiety lingered within. What if these 2 little ones refused him? Would he resort to coercion? Forcing them to become his disciples could backfire, especially since they were children of great fortune. Hence, he would not resort to force unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, the prospect of taking on disciples was realized, and many felt a sense of smug satisfaction. While they did not appear particularly remarkable, having 2 disciples might improve his disposition, noted Xiao Qingfeng. Yang Daozhen nodded in agreement. Taking in disciples? Jiang Yi pondered. He had entertained a similar thought earlier, but could not fathom why Chu Yuan would choose them. Surely he could not have discovered their dual pupils and supreme bones. Wait, Chu Yuan mentioned acting on a whim, and he had brought his sister along on a similar whim. Could this be fate? As this realization dawned upon him, it suddenly seemed plausible. Moreover, a 50-year-old at the late stage of the 5 organs realm was among the strongest in the Tianyun sect. Having such a mentor to navigate the initial challenges could indeed be advantageous. With this in mind, Jiang Yi took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Esteemed elder, I am willing. I am willing too." Upon hearing her brother's affirmation, Jiang Yao quickly added. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yuan could hardly contain his joy, nearly bursting into laughter. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise in exuberance. "It is done. I have succeeded." Chapter 6. Guardian of the Bloodblade Sect. All of Chu Yuan's worries dissipated in that moment. These 2 innate supremes had consented to be his disciples. However, he quickly reminded himself not to celebrate too openly, as it might invite trouble. "Follow me. Once we enter the sect, we will proceed with the formalities of apprenticeship," Chu Yuan instructed, gently raising his hand. A soft golden aura emanated from beneath their feet, lifting them like a resplendent cloud. Just as they ascended about 10 feet, a chilling voice interrupted. "Wait." A figure clad in black surged from the distance, moving with astonishing speed, and in an instant, stood hovering outside the square. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man radiated a terrifying aura of cultivation, with a dark crimson blade floating ominously behind him. He had actually tracked them down to this place. Upon seeing this figure, Jiang Yi's pupils constricted sharply, a tumult of anger, hatred, and murderous intent swirling within him. Jiang Yao wore an expression of curiosity, seemingly unaware of the situation. It turned out to be a member of the Bloodknife sect, whose cultivation level matched my own. Both at the early stage of the 5 organs realm, he must be one of the protectors of the Bloodknife sect. After surveying the individual, Yang Daozhen spoke up. At his words, the elders present could not help but narrow their gazes. The Bloodknife sect was a formidable force, even stronger than the Heavenly Essence sect, comparable to the Qingmu sect. However, the territory of the Bloodknife sect did not lie within the Great Martial Dynasty. To the south of the Great Martial Dynasty, there existed a peculiar region, a borderland shared by the Great Martial Dynasty and 2 other kingdoms, known as the Desolate Ridge, which fell within a lawless zone. The Bloodknife sect was a powerful faction in the Desolate Ridge. Among those present, some recognized the identity of the cloaked figure, their astonishment palpable. A few even retreated in fear, for the Blood Knife sect is notoriously ruthless. They had no desire to suffer an undeserved calamity. Truly, the bearers of great fortune often encounter unforeseen twists of fate. Chu Yuan mused silently. He noticed Jiang Yi's expression. It was apparent that this individual had come for Jiang Yi and his companions. What business do you have, esteemed friend from the Blood Knife sect? Yang Daojian stepped forward. As one of the vice leaders of the Heavenly Essence sect, he would not cower before his opponent. Moreover, this was the territory of the Heavenly Essence sect, not that of the Blood Knife sect. There are grievances between us and the Blood Knife sect, and I must take them away. The protector of the Blood Knife sect pointed at Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao. He had been pursuing these two for quite some time. They had evaded him until today, when he unexpectedly encountered them. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. These two young beggars had grievances with the Blood Knife sect, and it was significant enough to warrant the protector's personal visit. Initially, when the cloaked figure called for a pause, they had assumed it was directed at Chu Yuan. Yang Daojian and the others exchanged glances. The two disciples that Chu Yuan intended to accept had such a connection to the Blood Knife sect? They have already joined our Heavenly Essence sect. How can you simply take them away? Xiao Qingfeng spoke coldly. While the Blood Knife sect was indeed slightly stronger than the Heavenly Essence sect, that did not imply that the latter feared the former, especially given the distance between them. Could the Blood Knife sect launch a full-scale assault? Even if they dared to invade, they would suffer irreparable losses in the process of attempting to consume the Heavenly Essence sect. Since these two had already been taken in by Chu Yuan, it was inconceivable that the Blood Knife sect could easily claim them. They have not formally become disciples. So how can you consider them members of the Heavenly Essence sect? The protector of the Blood Knife sect sneered. I shall take them now. If you do not wish to face the wrath of the Blood Knife sect, you would do well to remain still. With that, he extended his hand, and crimson true essence coalesced into a massive hand, reaching out towards the Jiang siblings. However, behind the Jiang siblings, a golden hand surged forth with greater speed, instantly obliterating the crimson hand and, without losing momentum, lunging towards the protector of the Blood Knife sect, exuding an overwhelming aura that left the onlookers breathless. What? The protector of the Blood Knife sect's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated anyone would intervene, let alone with such formidable strength. It is him. The two remnants of the Jiang family had just taken their vows. Yet, despite his youthful appearance, his strength was astonishing. Previously, from a distance, the protector of the Bloodblade sect could not discern the opponent's level of cultivation, assuming it to be merely at the early stage of the Five Organs realm, or perhaps even lower. To his utter astonishment, the opponent proved to be far stronger. It was the late stage of the Five Organs realm, and remarkably, he was infinitely close to achieving its perfection. Cursed be it. The protector of the Bloodblade sect hurriedly grasped his crimson blade, wielding it without hesitation to strike. The Blood Moon Slash. In an instant, a blood-red arc, dozens of feet long, surged forth, cleaving through the heavens towards the golden hand. However, the golden hand merely opened its fingers and effortlessly caught the crimson arc, crushing it with a single squeeze. The protector, wishing to unleash a second strike, found himself unable to react in time. In a desperate attempt to evade, he could only brace himself, positioning the blood-red blade defensively before him. Boom! The golden hand swatted him away like a mere fly, sending him hurtling to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater that billowed with dust. My disciples are not yours to take at will. At this moment, a detached voice resonated. Chu Yuan was seething with fury, incensed that anyone would dare to abduct his precious students. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. Regardless of the Bloodblade sect, he would not relent. Whoosh! His figure vanished from sight in an instant. At that moment, the surroundings fell silent. The onlookers, composed of various factions and disciples from numerous sects, stood in stunned disbelief. Chu Yuan was astonishingly powerful. Only the deputy sect leader and several elders had been aware of his might, while the others remained oblivious. But now, having witnessed his formidable prowess in subduing the protector of the Bloodblade sect with a single move, they were left in awe. What sheer strength! The most astonishing aspect was that Chu Yuan was merely 50 years of age. The Bloodblade sect's protector was no ordinary adversary, yet he had been vanquished so effortlessly. Clearly, he was not merely at the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm, but at the very least, in its late stage. Terrifying, it was utterly terrifying. Many from various factions marveled at this revelation. Some hailed from minor sects, while others were from diverse families. Yet they all shared one commonality. None could rival the might of the Tianyun Sect. Otherwise, why would they send their successors to cultivate there? The late stage of the Five Organs realm ranked among the elite in the great martial dynasty. Indeed, this would make him famous. However, One wondered whether the deputy sect leader of the Qingmu sect would remain composed, just as they were lost in admiration. A series of resounding crashes echoed from the depths of the crater, followed by Chu Yuan soaring into view, one hand grasping the Bloodblade sect's protector, who was now devoid of life and shattered beyond recognition. It was evident that Chu Yuan had slain him. This scene sent shivers down their spines. Was he not concerned about the Bloodblade sect seeking revenge? Someone trembled to inquire. Even the high-ranking officials of the Tianyun sect wore solemn expressions. However, they would not place blame on Chu Yuan. Boom. With a fierce exertion, Chu Yuan obliterated the Bloodblade sect's protector, reducing him to a mist of crimson, ensuring his demise was absolute. Immediately after, he approached the Jiang siblings and gently said, "Let us proceed." This time, instead of flying, he walked step by step into the sect. Jiang Yi gazed at the silhouette, a flicker of gratitude shimmering in his eyes, and then, cradling Jiang Yao, hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 7. Synchronizing Cultivation Talent. The gift of a celestial king. The death of the Blood Knife sect's protector had escalated matters significantly. Yang Daozhen turned towards Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng nodded, stating, "Indeed, this is rather serious. We must consult those old-timers to devise a strategy. Should the Blood Knife sect retaliate, we ought to be prepared in advance." With that, he soared into the sect. Yang Daozhen glanced back, only to see at least half of the people had already departed with their juniors. Clearly, upon realizing that Tianyun Sect had offended the Blood Knife Sect, many were struck with fear. They worried about potential reprisals from the Blood Knife Sect and the repercussions their juniors might face within Tianyun Sect. Yang Daozhen was not taken aback by this. It was merely human nature. However, he noted to the elders beside him, "Record the names of those who have left. Their descendants shall never be accepted in the future." Upon entering the sect, they were greeted by towering peaks that reached the clouds. Each peak was adorned with intricately carved pavilions, alongside splendid palaces and grand entrances to magnificent caverns. Mist spiraled upwards, with ethereal beasts occasionally soaring through the air. While the peaks were lush with spiritual flora, some mountains featured waterfalls cascading from their heights, resembling exquisite landscapes captured in paintings. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled in awe at the breathtaking scenery. Chu Yuan gently lifted both of them with his true essence and flew deeper into the realm. The expanse of Tianyun Sect extended over 100 miles. Walking would take an eternity. Soon, they landed on a peak known as Daoyuan Peak. Every elder of Tianyun Sect was bestowed a peak, and this was his own. However, he had been cultivating in the ancestral lands at the back, overseeing that area. Hence he had not retreated here for seclusion until now, bringing both disciples along. The peak was not particularly vast, with only a few pavilions at its summit. "This Daoyuan Peak is my place of teaching within Tianyun Sect. You shall reside here from now on." Chu Yuan spoke slowly after they landed. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao surveyed their surroundings. "Wow, brother, I see so many delicious fruits," Jiang Yao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as they were drawn to the spiritual fruits in the distance. "Dozens of varieties. If you wish to eat them, we shall pick some later." "Take as many as you desire," Chu Yuan replied kindly. "These spiritual fruits are not of great significance. They merely serve to slightly cleanse the marrow. Now, let us proceed with the initiation. There are no complicated rituals here. Simply bow 3 times, and from this moment forth, you shall be my disciples," Chu Yuan continued, his anticipation evident. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi knelt down. Since witnessing Chu Yuan slay the protector of the Blood Knife Sect, he had developed a sense of trust in him. "Yao Yao, kneel with me." Reluctantly, Jiang Yao diverted her gaze from the spiritual fruits, mimicking Jiang Yi's actions as she knelt. "Master, I humbly bow 3 times before you," Jiang Yi proclaimed, suddenly knocking his forehead thrice against the ground. "Master, I humbly bow 3 times before you," Jiang Yao's childlike voice echoed, and she similarly knocked her forehead 3 times. Afterward, she touched her forehead, tears welling in her eyes, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts." Chu Yuan was amused by the scene, and with a flicker of his true essence, he lifted both of them. Beep. "Congratulations, Master, on accepting 2 exceptionally gifted disciples. Their cultivation talents are now being synchronized. Synchronization successful. Note, even if the disciples fall or are expelled, the synchronized cultivation talents will not vanish. As this is your first time accepting disciples, a special initial gift package has been granted. It has been opened. Congratulations, Master, you have received 1 year of cultivation enlightenment, for personal use only. Unlocking disciple return. All items granted to disciples will return to you at a higher level. Additionally, there is no limit to the number of disciples you can teach daily. Items obtained through disciple return will not trigger a second return upon further teaching. Preventing exploitation. A series of system notifications appeared, and upon seeing the successful synchronization of cultivation talents, Chu Yuan was filled with elation. However, The initial gift package yielded only a year of cultivation enlightenment, which felt rather meager. Nevertheless, any gift was better than none. He would not curse the system for its paltry rewards, for that would be sheer folly. The prospect of disciple return also brought a smile to his lips. This was indeed a valuable boon. With a thought, he checked his attribute panel. Master, Chu Yuan, age, 50, talent, unparalleled in this era. Shining through the ages, cultivation talent synchronized, though the supreme bone and heavy eyes have not been replicated. However, the talent enhancements from the supreme bone and heavy eyes have been accounted for and synchronized. At this moment, the Master's comprehension and roots are of celestial quality. Potential, the foundation of a celestial king. Cultivation, late stage of the 5 organs realm. Cultivation technique, crimson gold profound origin technique, earth rank. Mid-tier, minor success. Martial arts, crimson snake sword technique, earth rank, low tier, minor success. Flying dragon technique, earth rank, low tier, minor success. Disciples, 22 viewable, how marvelous. His talents were indeed unparalleled, thoroughly syncing with the dual supremacy. 1 talent could forge the extraordinary, 2 talents. Oh, Chu Yuan could hardly contain his joy. His potential had reached the foundation of a celestial king, and what a formidable beginning it was. Such a qualitative transformation. It felt as if an ant had ascended to the heavens. The future was resplendent. Even if his disciples fell or were expelled, their cultivation talents would remain intact. However, as one favored by fortune, it was unlikely for these 2 disciples to meet an untimely end. Furthermore, he would not easily expel them unless they betrayed him. In such a case, it would not merely be expulsion but a thorough cleansing, and even then, the cultivation talents would persist. Regardless, it would have no bearing on him. What a delight! The more he contemplated, the more he reveled in his fortune. Master, may I go pick some fruit now? Jiang Yao looked at Chu Yuan with eager anticipation, her innocent voice pulling him back from his reverie. With a light chuckle, Chu Yuan waved his hand, summoning dozens of fruits from afar, which he piled before Jiang Yao. Here, I have gathered these for you. Yay, thank you, master, Jiang Yao exclaimed gratefully, promptly seizing the spiritual fruit and taking a bite. Wow, it's so sweet. Transforming into a little gourmand, she devoured the fruits with delight. Ding. The master grants disciple Jiang Yao 49 first-tier superior spiritual fruits, receiving in return 49 second-tier superior spiritual fruits. They have been stored in the spatial storage. Chu Yuan glanced at the system's storage space, indeed confirming the addition of 49 spiritual fruits. Not only had their tier increased by 1, but the types of fruits remained unchanged. Jiang Yao, since you both have become my disciples, it is only fitting that I present you with a welcome gift. It is time to acquire some useful returns for myself. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, how does the master know our names? Chapter 8. The concept of disciple returns. Jiang Yi pondered carefully. It seemed they had never mentioned their names throughout their interactions. How then? Did the master come to know them? At that moment, he perceived his master as shrouded in mystery, and a sense of caution crept in. Could it be that the master had already investigated them and was keeping a close watch? Otherwise, how could he know their names? Are you curious as to how I know your names? Chu Yuan discerned his confusion. Jiang Yi nodded solemnly. It was the protector from the Bloodblade sect who informed me, Chu Yuan casually remarked, omitting the fact that it was the system that had revealed this information. Oh, I see. Jiang Yi realized suddenly, recalling the time when the master had slain the protector from the Bloodblade sect, during which he had extracted certain information. He had overthought the situation. How foolish it was to doubt his master who had helped him eliminate the protector. Chu Yuan sensed Jiang Yi's thoughts, but paid them no mind. Now that you have reached the latter stage of body refinement, you should possess your own cultivation methods. However, I will not withhold what is rightfully yours. He produced 3 manuals: Crimson Gold Profound Technique, Crimson Serpent Sword Art, and Flying Dragon Technique. These techniques were typically reserved for elders and above. Ordinary disciples were not qualified to practice them. However, as a direct disciple of an elder, an exception could be made, provided one had the capability to cultivate them. Many direct disciples, despite obtaining these techniques, failed to succeed due to innate limitations. Yet for Jiang Yi, such limitations did not exist. Only the level of the techniques posed a challenge. With unparalleled talent, his cultivation potential was no jest. Thank you, master. Jiang Yi gratefully accepted the manuals. In the next moment, ding, the master grants disciple Jiang Yi a middle-tier earth-level technique, Crimson Gold Profound Technique, a lower-tier earth-level martial art, Crimson Serpent Sword Art, and Flying Dragon Technique. They have been stored in the spatial storage. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Yuan's spirits soared with delight. Indeed, it had returned to him, and in such an impressive manner. The earth grade had ascended to a significant tier, the heavenly grade. Not to mention the mid-tier heavenly grade. Even the inferior heavenly grade was a rarity within the entire Great Martial Dynasty. The strongest in the Tianyun Sect possessed only the mid-tier Earth grade, while the Qingmu Sect could only boast the superior Earth grade. It was said that the imperial family of the Great Martial Dynasty alone held the ultimate Earth grade techniques. Yet, the heavenly grade had never been encountered, existing solely within the realm of legend. However, now, Chu Yuan possessed a mid-tier heavenly grade technique and 2 inferior heavenly grade martial arts. Furthermore, should he desire additional heavenly grade techniques in the future, it would not be arduous. He merely needed to bestow a few upon his disciples and await their return. How delightful! The concept of returning through discipleship was truly remarkable, he mused. This ability ensured that he would never lack for cultivation resources. Should he find himself short of techniques, he could simply grant them to his disciples, receiving even stronger ones in return. The same applied to elixirs and spirit stones. Moreover, he could even sell the items obtained through returns, using the proceeds to purchase higher-tier items, then bestow those upon his disciples to reap further returns. In other words, while he could not create a nesting doll effect within the system, he could certainly do so in reality. For instance, selling the heavenly grade techniques acquired through returns or engaging in barter to exchange for other heavenly grade techniques, and then granting them to his disciples, would yield returns surpassing the heavenly grade, reaching the royal grade. The mere thought of it brought him immense satisfaction. Spirit stones were essential for cultivation. Thus, Chu Yuan continued with his operations. Ding. The master has granted disciple Jiang 10,000 inferior spirit stones and a standard storage ring. Return yields 10,000 inferior spirit crystals and a premium storage ring. The 10,000 inferior spirit stones were contained within Chu Yuan's original storage ring, which was also returned. Spirit crystals? Chu Yuan inhaled deeply. This return was astonishingly powerful. Spirit stones are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and ultimate grades, with an exchange ratio of 1 to 100. Generally, inferior spirit stones are suitable for the body refinement and origin condensation realms, while middle-grade spirit stones are used in the pool origin and mysterious pill realms. Superior spirit stones pertain to the 5 organs and soul palace realms, and ultimate spirit stones are for the law form and nirvana realms. Spirit crystals, on the other hand, are utilized in the subsequent king and venerable realms. The inferior spirit stones, used in the body refinement and origin condensation realms, astonishingly returned as spirit crystals meant for the king realm. This was utterly outrageous. The disparity between realms was excessively vast. The techniques and martial arts, transitioning from earth grade to heavenly grade, correspond to only a couple of significant realms. Moreover, just earlier, having gifted Jiang Yao a first-tier superior spirit fruit, he received a second-tier superior spirit fruit in return. The first tier, whether spirit fruit, treasure herb, or elixir, corresponds to the body refinement realm, while the second tier aligns with the origin condensation realm. Thus, it appears that this return mechanism operates on a conceptual level. A significant tier refers to a higher level of a particular item. For example, when spirit stones transcend a major tier, they become spirit crystals. The cultivation method transcends a significant level, representing a leap across a tier. Similarly, elixirs, precious medicines, and spiritual fruits also signify a crossing of ranks. Each tier is further divided into 4 sublevels: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. This is intriguing. Hence, bestowing spiritual stones yields the greatest returns. A piece of inferior spiritual crystal is worth nearly 100 million inferior spiritual stones. This remarkable return on a major level is truly extraordinary. Conceptually, it elevates one to an entirely new stratum, disregarding all else. For instance, a first-tier spiritual fruit can generally be sold for several inferior spiritual stones, while a second-tier spiritual fruit fetches merely dozens to hundreds of inferior spiritual stones. The disparity in value is not as exaggerated. In the future, one will truly lack for cultivation resources. This heralds a boundless future. If one desires talent, it is present. If one seeks resources, they can be acquired. Splendid. Here, take this sword. Without regard for Jiang Yi's needs, Chu Yuan tossed the sword to him. Ding! The master bestows upon disciple Jiang Yi a 4th-tier exceptional sword, returning a 5th-tier exceptional sword. The 4th tier corresponds to the Xindan realm, while the 5th tier pertains to the 5 organs realm. Master, I have no use for this, Jiang Yi remarked, holding the sword, as his current cultivation level rendered him incapable of wielding its power. Nevertheless, it would undoubtedly prove useful in due course, and even if its might could not be harnessed, it could serve as an ordinary sword. At the very least sharper and more resilient than a typical blade. He already possessed a superior one, which he had given away, so he naturally would not reclaim it. Very well, thank you, master. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, feeling grateful for his master's generosity in presenting such splendid gifts. Jiang Yao. Chu Yuan called to the small figure engrossed in devouring fruit. Master. Jiang Yao raised her little head, her mouth full of pulp, speaking incoherently. These are for you. He produced another storage ring containing 10,000 inferior spiritual stones. This storage ring was, of course, from the guardian of the Bloodblade sect, who would kill without claiming the spoils. The assorted items within had been dealt with, leaving it clean and filled solely with spiritual stones. Thank you, Master. Jiang Yao joyfully accepted. Chu Yuan received the return from the same. He glanced at Jiang Yi, noting that Jiang Yao was still young, and he would impart cultivation methods to her when she began her training. You both stay here and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Feel free to choose any of the houses, except for the one in the center. I have already sent word. Someone will soon bring you clean clothes and spiritual rice and meat. With that, he rose to utilize the year's worth of cultivation insights. Noticing his master's intent to leave, Jiang Yi inquired, Master, will you not ask about my and Sister Yao's backgrounds, as well as our grievances with the Bloodblade sect? If you wish to speak, I am more than willing to listen, Chu Yuan replied, looking at him. Jiang Yi nodded, then I shall speak. Chapter 9. The Zhang family of the Wild Ridge within a grand hall of the sect, Shao Qingfeng sat, continually sending messages through a communication jade tablet. The deputy sect master, Yang Daozhen, entered. What brings you here? Shao Qingfeng inquired. Yang Daozhen found a seat, responding. The matter of recruiting disciples can be handled by those elders. In these times, the sovereign is in seclusion, contemplating strategies, while I find myself in a more favorable position amidst nature. Indeed. Shao Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Soon, powerful figures rushed in with great urgency. Xiao Laogui. What momentous event has transpired to summon us so hastily? An elderly voice resonated. Indeed, I was napping in my coffin when so rudely disturbed. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Wow. Wang Laogui, are you intent on provoking a fight? Hearing this, Shao Qingfeng's displeasure was palpable as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forth for a confrontation. However, he was restrained by Yang Daozhen. Xiao Laozu, temper yourself. He turned to the 9 present, clasping his hands in salute. Greetings, esteemed elders. The cultivation levels of these individuals range from the mid to late stages of the 5 organs realm, representing a significant foundation of the Tianyun Sect. The gathered elders nodded in acknowledgement, expressing their satisfaction with Yang Daozhen, the deputy sect leader. Speak, what matter necessitated the summoning of us old fellows? An emaciated elder took the central seat, commanding respect. No one dared to oppose him. He was Li Huerong, at the late stage of the 5 organs realm, distinguished both in strength and experience. Chu Yuan has emerged from seclusion, Shao Qingfeng announced. That lad has exited his retreat? What transpired? Has he succumbed to madness? Or is it something else? An elder furrowed his brow. Not at all. He is quite well. Not only has he not gone mad, but his cultivation has also advanced. Shao Qingfeng continued. Oh, an advancement. He must be at the mid or late stages of the Xiandan realm, then. Yet, how does this relate to our summons? They were aware that many among them were in a state of semi-slumber, recuperating. Without significant matters at hand, there would be no reason to call upon them. Chu Yuan's breakthrough was commendable, yet not enough to warrant such urgency. The relationship is profound, Shao Qingfeng smiled. He has attained enlightenment. What? Enlightenment? The esteemed elders were taken aback. Such a legendary state was foreign to them. Li Huerong speculated. Could it be that after his enlightenment, his cultivation has surged, reaching the pinnacle of the Xiandan realm, or even the early stages of the 5 organs realm? The others inhaled sharply. If that were the case, Chu Yuan's future would be limitless, especially given his youth. Perhaps, one day, the Tianyun Sect could produce a cultivator at the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm. They all turned their gazes toward Shao Qingfeng, eager for the answer. Indeed, his cultivation has significantly advanced. However, it is not the pinnacle of the Xiandan realm, nor the early stages of the 5 organs realm. Rather, he has reached the late stages of the 5 organs realm. In an instant, all the esteemed elders stood in unison. One elder, filled with indignation, exclaimed, the late stages of the 5 organs realm. How can this be possible? He is merely 50 years old. Such rapid advancement through enlightenment is inconceivable. Xiao Laogui, you cannot be jesting with us. The late stages of the 5 organs realm were occupied by only 2 individuals present. In the entirety of the Tianyun Sect, only 3 had reached such a level. One of them was already half buried in the earth. Unless the sect faced a life-and-death crisis, he would never emerge. For once he did, it would likely lead to his demise. The others, despite exhausting their lifetimes of effort, could scarcely hope to attain such heights. However, at this moment, Shao Qingfeng informed them that Chu Yuan, at the age of 50, had reached the late stage of the five organs realm. How could they possibly believe it? Such enlightenment surely wasn't so exaggerated. I have no leisure to amuse you, Deputy Sect Master. Have I lied? Xiao Qingfeng spread his hands and glanced at Yang Daozhen. Yang Daozhen hastily responded, Esteemed elders, it is indeed as Elder Xiao has stated. He sighed inwardly. Although they were meant to discuss the Blood Knife Sect issue, Elder Xiao had not broached the subject first. Instead, he repeatedly emphasized Chu Yuan. It was evident that Elder Xiao intended for them to first acknowledge Chu Yuan's extraordinary potential before addressing the Blood Knife Sect, knowing full well that, regardless of the outcome, they would undoubtedly choose to protect Chu Yuan. After all, such a prodigious talent must not fall prey to the Blood Knife Sect. Indeed, they could even exhaust the full resources of their sect to cultivate him. This aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. A collective gasp escaped the numerous elders, filled with astonishment. Given their understanding of Yang Daozhen, he would not speak falsely, especially not in collusion with Xiao Qingfeng regarding such matters. This meant it was indeed true. A 50-year-old at the late stage of the five organs realm, Chu Yuan. How enlightening. Li Huirong also marveled, now convinced, exclaiming that the student had surpassed the master. That the waves of the Yangtze River drive the waves ahead. Their sect, Tianyun Sect, was on the verge of rising. As he spoke, he turned to Xiao Qingfeng. So, you summoned us because you seek our support to assist him in his cultivation with the full strength of our sect? Agreed. I am in favor. I concur. So do I. The elders present nodded in agreement, recognizing that with rigorous cultivation, such a talent would undoubtedly reach completion in the five organs realm. And even the legendary Soul Palace realm was not beyond reach, especially considering his youth, which symbolized hope. Indeed, I seek your support. Your agreement is most welcome. Xiao Qingfeng shifted his tone. However, my purpose in gathering you is not solely this matter. There is another issue. Do not keep us in suspense. Speak plainly. Li Huirong waved his hand. Very well, Xiao Qingfeng continued. Upon emerging from seclusion, Chu Yuan expressed his desire to take on 2 disciples. The smiles on the faces of the elders quickly faded, replaced by solemnity. Foolishness. To offend the Blood Knife Sect for the sake of 2 disciples. One elder lamented, feeling it was not worth the risk. To antagonize such a formidable force over 2 newly accepted disciples, and even to have caused a death, regardless of the perspective. It seemed decidedly unwise. The situation had already unfolded. The guardian of the Blood Knife Sect was dead. Xiao Qingfeng stated, given the Blood Knife Sect's disposition, they will undoubtedly seek retribution, and may even force us to surrender Chu Yuan. Therefore, esteemed colleagues, what do you propose we do? Dao Yuan Peak. Jiang Yi recounted the past. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao hailed from the Jiang family, one of the clans in the desolate mountain range. The Jiang family, while slightly weaker than the Tianyun Sect, was not significantly so. They had an ancestor residing at the mid-stage of the five organs realm. Within the context of the clans in the desolate mountain range, the Jiang family occupied a rather lowly position and had always maintained a low profile. Upon Jiang Yi's birth, he revealed an astonishing talent for cultivation, leaving the higher-ups of the Jiang family in awe. The upper echelons of the Jiang family were acutely aware that should word leak out, tranquility would elude them. After all, in the desolate expanse of the Wild Ridge, no one wished to witness the rise of a prodigy who had broken through to the condensation realm at the tender age of 8. Such a phenomenon posed a significant threat to other factions within the Wild Ridge. Consequently, the Jiang family had long chosen to conceal him, even from some of their own direct descendants, who remained oblivious to his extraordinary talents. However, on his 10th birthday, the leader of the Bloodblade sect, unexpectedly, led an assault on the Jiang family. It was then that he realized the sect leader had somehow learned of his gifts, and sought to annihilate the Jiang family in order to abduct him. In the ensuing chaos, with blood flowing like rivers, he fled for his life with his 2.5-year-old sister. Shielded by the valor of various clan members, though he suffered severe injuries along the way, losing all his cultivation, just when he felt death was imminent. An elder from the Jiang family, who had been lost to the outside world for years, emerged and guided their escape. After fleeing the Wild Ridge, that powerful figure ultimately perished. Together with his sister, he journeyed across the great martial dynasty, miraculously evading wave after wave of pursuit from the Bloodblade sect. From the south to the north, it took them 2.5 years to arrive at the Tianyun Sect. Having not encountered any Bloodblade sect pursuers for 6 months, he believed they had given up, and in a moment of whimsy and sheer exhaustion, he resolved to join the Tianyun Sect. For the past 2.5 years, they had lived on the edge of survival, often going without a full meal. Little did they anticipate that the sect's enforcers would track them down to this very place. Fortunately, they had you, Master. At this point, Jiang Yi was filled with gratitude. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have surrendered them by now. As you are my disciples, I shall certainly ensure your safety. Not only against the Bloodblade sect, but even against more formidable forces. I will not hand you over, Chu Yuan stated earnestly, speaking from the depths of his heart. He could not bear to part with these precious gems. Jiang Yi felt warmth in his heart, sensing the familiar presence of a father figure in his master. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao continued to munch on fruit, being still quite young and lacking understanding of many matters, only aware that in these years of wandering with her brother, she often went to bed hungry. Chapter 10. Breaking through to the Soul Palace realm. Terrifyingly strong talent master, having slain the enforcer of the Bloodblade sect. It won't be long before others come looking for us, Jiang Yi remarked. Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Do not worry, even if the heavens should fall, I will bear the burden. Be particularly cautious of the leader of the Bloodblade sect. There is something amiss about him, and he is quite powerful, Jiang Yi warned. Oh, what seems amiss? Just how powerful is he? Chu Yuan inquired with curiosity. His cultivation is merely at the late stage of the five organs realm. Yet it seems he wields soul attacks. Moreover, the martial skills he employs do not appear to be of the earth grade, Jiang Yi explained. With his unique dual pupils, he could perceive things that eluded many others, and the events of that day were still vividly etched in his memory. It was precisely through methods akin to soul attacks that the leader subdued many of the Jiang family's formidable members, employing powerful martial techniques that rendered the Jiang family utterly defenseless, leading to their swift annihilation. Under normal circumstances, even if the Jiang family were inferior to the Bloodblade sect, they would at least have been able to withstand for a time. In the latter stages of the five organs realm, the possibility of soul attacks arises, which is indeed peculiar. Typically, only those who have refined their primordial spirit within the Soul Palace realm possess the means for such attacks. While others might express skepticism, Jiang Yi, with his unique double pupils, makes such a claim that compels belief. Very well, I shall remain vigilant. Chu Yuan nodded, and then soared towards the central pavilion. The peculiar behavior of the Blood Knife sect's leader has instilled in him a sense of urgency. He must elevate his strength swiftly. Upon entering the pavilion, he sat cross-legged, calming his mind and spirit. With a thought, he activated the year's worth of cultivation bestowed upon him. Boom! The familiar scene unfolded once more. As a tremendous surge of cultivation energy manifested within his dantian, merging seamlessly with his own, causing his cultivation aura to soar dramatically. The divine lung opened. The divine kidney opened. All five organs have been awakened, achieving perfection in the five organs realm. He faintly perceived a closed door at the center of his brow. This is the Soul Palace. Remarkably, he still had approximately 60% of the year's cultivation energy remaining. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan charged towards the Soul Palace realm. Within his dantian, the profound elixir spun vigorously, unleashing a formidable power. Within the domain of the five organs, a vast amount of essence surged forth, colliding with the entrance of the Soul Palace. Boom! After 9 resounding strikes, the door of the Soul Palace swung open, flooding with countless essence and cultivation energy, creating ripples of power. Subsequently, a unique force began to resonate within the depths of the Soul Palace, gradually revealing a hazy figure. It sat cross-legged within the depths, radiating an enigmatic power. Though somewhat indistinct, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Yuan. This is my primordial spirit. In that moment, Chu Yuan realized that all his thoughts and consciousness emanated from this primordial spirit, which governed his body. The surrounding nebulous energy was indeed the power of the primordial spirit. At this juncture, he had firmly entered the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. His cultivation surged dramatically. The leap from the late five organs realm to the early Soul Palace realm was far greater than that from the mid-profound elixir realm to the late five organs realm. Yet, this significant advancement was achieved solely through a year's worth of cultivation imparted upon him. Chu Yuan felt a profound sense of awe. This is the terrifying aspect of exceptional talent. The century of cultivation previously bestowed was less impactful than this single year. Alas, how unfortunate it is. Had that century of cultivation been conferred upon him now, he could have potentially ascended to the venerable realm. Enumerating the realms: body refinement, essence condensation, pooling essence, profound elixir. Five organs: Soul Palace, Dharma aspect, Nirvana, Monarch, Venerable. Unparalleled in this era, resounding through the ages, these two talents are no jest. 1 year of cultivation truly equates to what others achieve in many years. For the vast majority of cultivators, advancement becomes increasingly arduous over time. However, for those with extraordinary gifts, such distinctions may be negligible. Chu Yuan regained his composure. Now, with his cultivation in the Soul Palace realm, he is poised to look down upon the entire great martial dynasty. He possesses the capability to exact revenge on the Qingmu sect, effortlessly penetrating its defenses. Under normal circumstances, the Blood Knife sect poses little threat. However, the sect's leader, possessing the ability for soul attacks, could fall into one of several categories. Firstly, they may have cultivated a certain secret technique, temporarily harnessing a fragment of their primordial spirit's power. Although the soul palace remains unopened, their primordial spirit still exists. Secondly, they might be possessed by a powerful entity or harbor the remnants of such a being's soul, whether through possession or residual soul fragments. Both scenarios indicate that their soul cultivation surpasses the realm of the soul palace, as only those above this threshold can separate their primordial spirit from their body. Thirdly, the leader may be a reincarnated powerful being, knowledgeable and capable of accessing their primordial spirit as strength ahead of time. Among these three possibilities, the first is manageable, but the second and third present considerable challenges. Nevertheless, given that the opponent's cultivation is only in the late stage of the five organs realm, this is indeed a favorable development. After all, should the situation escalate beyond control, retreat remains an option. Next, Chu Yuan tested his spiritual awareness. A mysterious force radiated from him, engulfing the surroundings. Instantly, it felt as though he possessed additional pairs of eyes. Or perhaps his vision transformed into that of a 360-degree camera, free from any obstructions. He could even discern scenes within the caves. With a diameter of approximately 100 miles, his awareness was sufficient to encompass the entire sect. This was merely a recent breakthrough. As his cultivation strengthened, the range of his spiritual awareness would inevitably expand. He observed a female disciple arriving at Dao Yuan Peak, delivering clothing and spiritual rice to Jiang Yi and his companions. Jiang Yi, unabashed, requested that she assist in bathing Jiang Yao, to which the disciple readily consented, leading Jiang Yao into the room. What transpired thereafter was best left unobserved. Shifting his focus, Chu Yuan turned to a grand hall within the sect. At that moment, Yang Daozhen and the others had reached a consensus. They resolved to dedicate the full strength of the sect to nurture their talents. As for the Blood Knife sect, being distant and likely to send only half their forces, seeking assistance from the Tianyun Sect would suffice to withstand any threat posed by them. Li Huirong gestured grandly, stating, the Tianyun Sect, one of the 7 major sects of the Great Martial Dynasty, ranks third, following the Qingmu Sect. The Qiyang and Tianyun sects have long been strategic partners. When the Qiyang Sect faced a crisis previously, the Tianyun Sect came to their aid, leaving the Qiyang Sect indebted to us. Moreover, the individuals from the Qiyang Sect are known for their adherence to promises. Thus, requesting their assistance should pose no issue. I concur, Xiao Qingfeng remarked. Chu Yuan, at merely 50, has already reached the late stage of the five organs realm. If we allocate abundant resources to him, within a century, he will undoubtedly achieve the perfected realm of the five organs. At that point, he would still have 200 to 300 years of lifespan remaining, making the attainment of the Soul Palace realm not an impossibility. Should he reach that level, our Tianyun Sect would emerge as the foremost sect in the Great Martial Dynasty. Chapter 11. The pressure of spiritual awareness. Astonishment. Chu Yuan considered himself fortunate to have been born into a relatively normal sect. Recalling the tales from his previous life, where protagonists faced relentless and mindless targeting within their sects, he felt a sense of relief. While there were indeed schemes and rivalries within the sect, the broader direction and common interests kept the members relatively unified. Clearly, the decision to cultivate Chu Yuan rather than abandon him was the right course of action. To relinquish such an individual not only means the loss of a prodigious talent, but also risks alienating the hearts of many. If one can abandon him today, tomorrow they may forsake others, which is detrimental to unity. Nurturing talent carries its own risks, yet these are manageable. Where's that young lad? One of the esteemed elders inquired. Surely we must meet him and convey our thoughts directly. He has just returned with his disciples and is likely preoccupied with them. Yang Daozhen replied. I shall send him a message to summon him. Xiao Qingfeng produced a communication jade tablet. No need for that. I am listening, came an unexpected voice, resonating in the ears of all present. Telepathic communication. The crowd gasped, glancing around in bewilderment. Who is speaking? Xiao Qingfeng and Yang Daozhen trembled, recognizing the voice of Chu Yuan. Chu lad, since you are here, why do you not make your presence known? Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed, hands on hips. Chu lad, Chu Yuan. The many esteemed elders began to comprehend, scanning their surroundings, yet failing to locate him. Such a clever boy, managing to elude even my senses. This concealment technique is quite formidable, Li Huirong remarked in admiration. I am still at Dao Yuan Peak, Chu Yuan's voice echoed. The assembly was taken aback. Nonsense. Dao Yuan Peak is several dozen miles away. Do you think you can project your voice here? That is impossible, Xiao Qingfeng retorted, glaring. Others nodded in agreement, convinced that Chu Yuan was jesting. While they could utilize their cultivation to communicate over short distances, they believed it could not exceed 10 miles. Anything beyond that would require telepathic communication. Truly, old Xiao, you've discerned this as well. Chu Yuan's light laughter rang out. Xiao Qingfeng's expression darkened. Do not jest. I know you are here. Step forth. He could not believe that Chu Yuan had mastered telepathic communication so soon after breaking through to the Five Organs realm. Perhaps a century later, he might achieve the Soul Palace realm. I truly am using telepathic communication, Chu Yuan replied with a hint of mischief in his tone. Do you think I will believe that? Xiao Qingfeng challenged. I believe you will, Chu Yuan replied playfully. I believe, wait, what? Before Xiao Qingfeng could finish, a terrifying wave of mental pressure enveloped the entire hall. This pressure was more fearsome than that of mere cultivation. It directly assailed the spirit. In that moment, those present felt exceedingly diminutive, as if an ancient mountain were poised to crash down upon them, rendering them powerless over their fates. Within the range of this mental influence, one could unleash mental pressure, a capacity inherent to the Soul Palace realm. The Soul Palace realm imposes a dimensional disparity upon those of lesser stages. Under such mental pressure, even those in the Five Organs realm find it difficult to resist, often becoming mere prey. Even those capable of withstanding the mental pressure would see their own strength significantly suppressed, rendering them ineffective. In that instant, the gathered individuals acutely felt this reality. 2 seconds passed before Chu Yuan withdrew the mental pressure, yet it felt as though an eternity had elapsed for them. As the oppressive force dissipated, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if reborn. Each face was etched with astonishment and disbelief, struggling to regain their composure. I believe, I truly believe. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly let out a peculiar cry, snapping everyone back to reality. The mere pressure radiating from him filled us with a sense of despair. This truly is the Soul Palace realm. Li Huirong trembled as he stood, not out of fear, but from sheer exhilaration and excitement. The others shared in this fervor, each one brimming with enthusiasm. Good gracious. We had speculated that Chu Yuan would reach the Soul Palace realm in the future, yet here he is, having achieved it now. But how could this possibly be? Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? At this moment, they were all in disbelief. Such an occurrence was simply too astonishing. Yet, the pressure they had just felt was undeniably real. A perfected Five Organs realm could never exude such might. It could only belong to the Soul Palace realm, without a doubt. Are you not in the late stage of the Five Organs realm? How could you suddenly transform into the Soul Palace realm? Xiao Qingfeng could not help but inquire. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed, Chu Yuan replied. Forget it, Xiao Qingfeng sighed. Then his spirits lifted. However, your breakthrough to the Soul Palace realm is indeed a good thing. We need not fear the Blood Knife sect any longer. Indeed, you no longer require assistance from the Tianyun Sect, Chu Yuan stated. If my estimations are correct, the strongest combatant of the Tianyun Sect is merely at the perfected Five Organs realm. Such a level of power, I could easily dispatch with a single hand. The others nodded in agreement. With the Soul Palace realm now within their ranks, why would they seek aid from the Tianyun Sect? What stature did that sect possess? They had previously claimed to exhaust all resources to cultivate him, but it now seemed unnecessary, Yang Daojin remarked. Indeed, we still need it. How could we not? Chu Yuan interjected. The Soul Palace realm is not invincible. I can still grow stronger. However, the resources of the sect may no longer hold much significance for you. Xiao Qingfeng responded. That is a concern you need not bear. I have my own plans. While they may not benefit me, if granted to my disciples and then returned, that would be more than sufficient. Very well, then you may draw upon all that the sect has to offer, as long as it does not lead to its collapse. Li Huirong remarked. No problem, Chu Yuan affirmed. I shall take my leave for now. You may continue your discussions. In the grand hall, the group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Let us disperse, return, and cultivate diligently. The sect cannot rely solely on one individual. Li Huirong waved his hand. Chu Yuan retracted his consciousness and retrieved a martial technique and 2 skills that he had acquired upon his return, examining them closely. Quite intriguing, he mused. The techniques obtained were remarkably akin to the originals, or rather, an upgraded version, derived from the simpler forms. No wonder they bore the same name. I could rename them, but I am too lazy to do so. I shall practice them. My talents. Let me see your limits. In theory, the heavenly stage is most suited for those in the Dharma aspect realm. However, he did not abide by convention. Moments later, this intellect, could it truly be mine? He gasped, astonished by its brilliance. Having read through the technique only once, he had comprehended nearly everything. For words flashed in his mind, terrifyingly impressive. Chapter 12, Jiang Yi. The master is not so simple. Memories within his mind reminded him that although he had previously grasped the techniques of the earth-level middle grade, such mastery required persistent effort over time. It was not an instantaneous achievement. After years of cultivation, he had only managed to reach a minor success with the earth-level middle grade Qi Jin Xinyuan Gong. However, now, as he laid eyes upon the Qijin Xinyuan Gong that had already attained the celestial level middle grade, he found that he comprehended it almost entirely after a single reading. It could be said that with sufficient practice, he could swiftly achieve minor or even major success in a short span. Laughing heartily, he could not contain his joy and promptly began his cultivation. As it was a high-level technique, after circulating it for a complete cycle, the quality of the true essence within his body elevated to a new tier. He became immersed in his training, unable to extricate himself. Outside, Jiang Yi had completed his morning rituals and donned a fresh set of clothing. Although merely 13 years of age, the youthful exuberance had faded from his handsome face, replaced by an air of maturity and composure, his physique resembling that of a 15 or 16-year-old. Not long after, a female disciple emerged, guiding Jiang Yao, who appeared clean and radiant in a miniature version of the Tianyun Sect attire, her face still bearing a hint of baby fat, no longer resembling the filthy little beggar she once was. "Thank you, senior sister," Jiang Yi expressed, bowing in gratitude. "Junior brother, you are too polite. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," she replied. "Safe travels, senior sister." After watching her depart, Jiang Yi affectionately tousled Jiang Yao's hair. "Sister, I shall prepare roasted meat for you." "Yay!" Jiang Yao exclaimed, jumping with delight. Although she had just indulged in numerous spirit fruits and was not particularly hungry, the mere thought of meat made her mouth water. The female disciple had delivered a bounty of spirit meat and spirit rice, sufficient for several months, preserved by special means to prevent spoilage. Jiang Yi stored the excess in his storage ring before lighting a fire atop the mountain to commence the barbecue. "Wow, it smells so good." Soon, an aromatic fragrance wafted through the air, causing Jiang Yao to involuntarily drool. "Brother, should we call Master?" she inquired. "With Master's cultivation level. He has long since ceased eating. Let us enjoy our meal." "Who says I have ceased eating?" Chu Yuan's voice resonated, and in the next moment, he materialized before them. "Master?" Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Roast more. It has been ages since I last had a meal," Chu Yuan chuckled. "Of course," Jiang Yi replied with a smile. In high spirits, Chu Yuan had just completed several cycles of cultivation, leading him to a breakthrough. He had never advanced through a technique so swiftly. To put it into perspective, the challenge of cultivating a celestial level middle grade technique for him was akin to a practitioner of the Soul Palace realm attempting to master a yellow level middle grade technique. Exceedingly simple. This was all thanks to his two disciples. As he pondered this, he noticed Jiang Yi grilling meat, and the delightful aroma reminded him that he had not eaten in over a decade. Suddenly, a surge of appetite arose within him, and he thought that a simple meal would not take much time. It would be a perfect opportunity to strengthen his bond with his two disciples. "Master, may I sit beside you?" Jiang Yao asked, her large eyes sparkling with innocence, utterly adorable. Though she had only recently come to know her master, she found him to be remarkably warm and approachable, instilling no sense of fear within her. Naturally, this was quite acceptable. With a gentle smile, Chu Yuan reassured her. Giggling, Jiang Yao happily settled beside Chu Yuan. Observing the porcelain doll-like Jiang Yao, Chu Yuan felt his heart melting. He reached out to touzle her little head, and Jiang Yao relished the affectionate gesture, much like a contented kitten. "By the way, the cultivation technique I previously bestowed upon you has been elevated to a more advanced version, which you may peruse at your leisure. You may choose whichever version you wish to cultivate." Chu Yuan presented the mid-tier heavenly grade Qijin Xinyuan Gong, having memorized it entirely, rendering the physical manuscript unnecessary. It also served to bolster his image before his disciple. Jiang Yi, freeing one hand to examine the text, was struck with astonishment. Upon glancing at the other hand, he nearly dropped the skewer of roasted meat. A mid-tier heavenly grade technique. This was indeed a refinement of the previous lower-tier technique he had received, now elevated by a whole rank. Wait a moment. His master claimed this was his own derivation? Could his master truly elevate a mid-tier earth grade technique to a mid-tier heavenly grade? This seemed utterly ludicrous. After all, his master was only at the late stage of the five organs realm. Yet, upon inadvertently using his heavy pupil to assess his master's cultivation, Jiang Yi discovered that Chu Yuan was no longer at the late stage of the five organs realm, but had ascended to the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. How could this be? In such a brief span, his master had achieved consecutive breakthroughs? Or was this truly his master's authentic level of cultivation, previously concealed? However, if that were the case, how could one ascertain that this was indeed his master's true strength now? Especially given that this mid-tier heavenly grade technique did indeed derive from the same source as the lower-tier one, merely a progression of it. If his master truly had deduced it, then he could not possibly be as simple as being at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Jiang Yi's mind, leaving him profoundly astonished. His master seemed to have taken on an air of mystique. Taking a deep breath, he expressed his gratitude, suppressing his astonishment. No matter, it was a good thing for his master to be strong. He tucked the manuscript away and devoted himself to roasting the meat. Master, may I touch your hair? Jiang Yao inquired, gazing at the crystalline white locks. Unable to resist the urge, this question caused Jiang Yi's heart to skip a beat. Wasn't he this a tad disrespectful towards their master, dear sister? Surely, he wouldn't be displeased. Jiang Yi attempted to explain that his sister was still young and naive. But he observed as Chu Yuan effortlessly lifted Jiang Yao onto his shoulder, where she gleefully played with a few strands of his hair. He swallowed his words. It seemed that his master was genuinely amiable. A knowing smile crept upon his face, and he felt as if time had regressed to his childhood, when his father would carry both him and his sister on his shoulders to watch the sunset. Father, he lowered his head, continuing to roast the meat, his fists clenching slightly. Outside the Tianyun Sect, the recruitment of disciples had concluded. This year, the number of new disciples was more than half compared to previous years. Those who had brought their children were gradually departing. The news that transpired here quickly spread. At the residence of Zhao Wuzhu, the vice sect master of the Tianyun Sect, a loud crash echoed as something shattered. How could that brat possibly have broken through to the late stage of the Five Organs realm? It's impossible. All of it is a lie. Investigate this matter thoroughly. In the Blood Knife Sect, a report was made to the sect master. The life lamp of the Ninth Guardian has extinguished. The life lamp, crafted from a special material and ignited with essence blood, signifies death when it goes out. Every elder of the Blood Knife Sect lights their life lamp, kept within the sect. Is he dead? Could it be that he found those too? Chapter 13. The perfection of the Soul Palace realm. Seizing the body, night fell, with the cold wind cutting like a knife. The sky was pitch black, devoid of stars. At the edge of a precipice in the Tianyun Sect, a middle-aged man with a shadowy visage stood against the wind, his eyes flickering with an eerie green light. He infused his power into a black diamond-shaped stone, and in the next moment, the stone radiated a white light, projecting an image. The scene displayed the events that had transpired earlier at the Tianyun Sect. A silver-haired youth slaying the guardian of the Blood Knife Sect, captured by a recording stone. As he observed the unfolding scene, the middle-aged man's gaze grew increasingly sinister. Gritting his teeth, he growled in a low, seething voice, "Damn it. He truly has broken through to the late stage of the Five Organs realm. How is this possible? A 50-year-old at the late stage of the Five Organs realm. He must be ascending to the heavens." At that moment, Zhao Wuzhu felt a wave of fear wash over him. A 50-year-old at the late stage of the Five Organs realm, with the potential to reach the Soul Palace realm, was indeed terrifying. Yet, in the next instant, a smirk of relief and mockery crossed his face. Had he not offended the Blood Knife Sect, I would surely be restless. However, he was foolish enough to slay a guardian of the Blood Knife Sect, a sect known for its relentless vendetta. They would undoubtedly retaliate. If he could be killed, that would be the best outcome. Nonetheless, the Blood Knife Sect was ultimately not a local power and could not mobilize all its strength. When the time comes, if necessary, assistance could easily be provided to the Blood Knife Sect. Zhao Wuzhu calculated in his mind, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Chu Yuan, oh Chu Yuan. 10 years ago, I killed your parents. 10 years later, I shall send you to reunite with them. The other high-ranking members of the Tianyun Sect also learned of this news. They resolved that they could not allow him to continue growing. But there was no need for them to take the lead. They would leave it to the Blood Knife Sect and handle the aftermath themselves. After a discussion, the senior members of the Tianyun Sect finalized their plan with Zhao Wuzhu. Meanwhile, the other 5 sects among the 7 major sects also received the news, astonished by Chu Yuan's cultivation. Frankly speaking, many of these sects did not wish for Chu Yuan to grow unimpeded, yet they would refrain from intervening, at least for now. Is Tianyun Sect foolish? How could they expose such a genius at this time? The members of the Qiyang sect expressed their helplessness, unable to comprehend the situation. With such a prodigy, they should have quietly nurtured him into an invincible powerhouse. It is worth mentioning that the Qiyang sect and the Tianyun sect could be considered brother sects. However, the emergence of such a genius from the Tianyun sect left them feeling quite unsettled. As one of the 7 major sects of the great martial dynasty, the Tianyun sect could not escape the scrutiny of the imperial court. Upon the arrival of this news, it stirred considerable unrest within the royal circles. A figure of 50 years, at the pinnacle of the Five Organs realm, had not graced the world for over 5 centuries. The Tianyun sect was indeed fortunate. How should we confront him? Let us observe first, to see if he can navigate the impending crisis. Should he succeed, we might invest resources in him. Shall we not eliminate him? Such a prodigy is best left unprovoked. Should we attempt to slay him and fail, it could lead to catastrophic repercussions. The dynasty has endured for a millennium, not merely through acts of slaughter. Deep within the Blood Knife sect lies a vast blood pool, its crimson liquid resembling a lake, a testament to the countless lives extinguished to amass such a reservoir. A dense, nauseating stench of blood wafts from the pool. This blood is no ordinary substance. It is imbued with the essence of cultivators and mystical beasts. Above the blood pool, a man with a bare upper body sits cross-legged, clad in black trousers. His red hair cascading down, muscles accentuated, and his skin adorned with crimson markings that extend to his face, lending an otherworldly allure to his chiseled features. 9 blood-red halos manifest behind him, interlocked in a mesmerizing display. These halos absorb the vital energy from the blood pool below, continuously integrating it into the man's being. At that moment, a figure darted from outside to the blood pool, discreetly awaiting without uttering a word. After the passage of an hour, the enigmatic man trembled, and the 9 blood halos converged into a vortex. The energy from the blood pool transformed into a massive blood column, consumed by the vortex, causing the blood within the pool to diminish steadily. The swirling blood above grew larger, and the endless crimson light fused into the man's body. In an instant, a terrifying aura radiated outward, causing the recently arrived figure to recoil in astonishment. Moments later, the last vestiges of blood light merged into the man's being, and the blood vortex dimmed. The once vibrant liquid turned dark and lifeless, cascading into the hollow blood pool like a celestial river in descent. The man rose, his cultivation aura now more formidable than before. He had reached the consummation of the 5 organs realm, thoroughly exhausting the potential of this body. Had he not been left with no choice, he would never have settled for such a wretched vessel. That dual-eyed physique he must possess. The enigmatic man reflected inwardly. Once a perfected cultivator of the soul palace realm, he had lost his corporeal form in battle, his primordial spirit narrowly escaping. By a twist of fate, he encountered the master of the Blood Knife sect and seized his body. It was not his desire to usurp. His primordial spirit had reached its limits, and failure to seize a new vessel would lead to its annihilation. Once separated from the body, the spirit became like a rootless reed, devoid of essence, unable to exist independently for an extended period. At the very least, the Soul Palace realm was beyond its capabilities. At that time, among his potential targets, the leader of the Bloodblade sect stood out the most. Thus, he could only seize control of the latter's body. The original cultivation level of the host was at the mid-stage of the 5 organs realm, but within a mere 3 years, he elevated it to the pinnacle of the same realm through secret techniques, exhausting the corporeal potential. 2.5 years ago, his spiritual sense detected that the Jiang family possessed a rare individual with dual pupils. Although the Jiang family had formations in place, they were utterly incapable of resisting his probing. During that period, dissatisfied with his current vessel, he sought a more suitable body, extensively investigating the various powers in the Wilderness Ridge. With his skills, none of those forces could detect his presence. While surveying the Jiang family, he glimpsed a child's eyes, those dual pupils. The child was training in the Jiang family's cultivation chamber, unmasking the unique trait, which allowed him to discover it. His knowledge of dual pupils stemmed from a serendipitous encounter with a fragmented ancient text that detailed their significance. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Dual pupils. The ancient text proclaimed that those endowed with such a talent were undoubtedly born to be divine and destined for extraordinary achievements. How could he not be moved? He immediately led the Bloodblade sect members to assault the Jiang family, confident of success. Yet, unforeseen circumstances arose when an unexpected guest appeared. A cultivator who had inexplicably fallen from the Soul Palace realm to the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm. Thus, the child managed to escape. Furthermore, the child had taken with him a little girl who possessed a luminous bone within her. His spiritual sense had detected it, although he was unaware of its nature. Regardless, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. He originally planned to seize the boy's body and then claim the girl's bone for his own. However, those two vanished for a full 2.5 years. He dispatched members of the Bloodblade sect to search, and even personally sought them out. Yet each time he got close to a lead, it would inevitably fall through at a critical moment, filling him with frustration. Those 2 children, seemingly as weak as ants, always managed to elude their pursuit. Nonetheless, he never lost hope, and today he finally received promising news. His cultivation had also improved, granting him greater assurance in capturing them. As for why the Bloodblade sect members did not question him and continued to obey his commands, the reason was simple. All the high-ranking members of the Bloodblade sect had become his puppets, enslaved to his will. The only 2 elders at the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm had been bled dry to assist in his ascension. Now, although he remained at the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm, he possessed the means to contend with those in the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. He was brimming with confidence. "Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough." A figure approached, bowing respectfully. Though enslaved, their fundamental thoughts remained intact, with loyalty reigning supreme. "What news have you gathered? Is the information confirmed?" The leader of the Bloodblade sect inquired. Chapter 14. The pillaging of the sect's treasury, it is confirmed. The ninth protector has indeed located those two children. However, they have already been taken as disciples by an elder of the Tianyun Sect. When the ninth protector demanded their surrender, not only did they refuse, but they also killed him. Now, aside from the master of the Bloodblade Sect, there are no longer any practitioners at the late stage of the Five Organs realm or the perfect stage. They have all been sacrificed to the blood pool to aid in his ascension. Only two remain at the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm. The two deputy masters of the Bloodblade Sect, who were originally at the early stage but have been forcibly elevated to mid-stage through secret methods that drained their potential. As for the original mid-stage practitioners of the Five Organs realm, their fate is not difficult to surmise. The 9 guardians, previously at the early stage, have remained unchanged. Except for the recently deceased 9 guardians. The report comes from one of the deputy masters of the Bloodblade Sect. Although the 9 guardians are merely at the early stage of the Five Organs realm, they should not have been easily slain by an elder of the Tianyun Sect. The sect master of the Tianyun Sect possesses similar cultivation. The master of the Bloodblade Sect inquired, what is particularly special about that elder? Indeed, he is exceptional. According to investigations, the individual is named Chu Yuan, born in the Tianyun Sect. His parents were elders of the sect, but were slain by the deputy sect master of the Qingmu Sect a decade ago, causing Chu Yuan to turn gray overnight. Though at that time, he was only at the early stage of the profound pill realm. Yet, after 10 years, his cultivation has astonishingly reached the late stage of the Five Organs realm. It is precisely for this reason that he effortlessly dispatched the 9 guardians. 10 years. To ascend from the early stage of the profound pill realm to the late stage of the Five Organs realm. The master of the Bloodblade Sect narrowed his eyes. How old is he? 50. 50, at the late stage of the Five Organs realm. The master's expression darkened. Could it be that he, too, has undergone a soul possession? Achieving such a breakthrough in 10 years is not something an ordinary individual could accomplish. Even if he were to possess someone at the early stage of the profound pill realm, he could not guarantee a breakthrough to the late stage of the Five Organs realm within that time frame, unless the original host possessed considerable talent. Why would he take on disciples? Could it be that he has discovered the dual pupils? A sense of foreboding washed over the master of the Bloodblade Sect. He felt that the other party might also be a soul possessor. Otherwise, how could he achieve such rapid progress? And why would he take those 2 children as disciples? It is highly probable that he is a soul with a divine consciousness beyond the realm of the Soul Palace, who has recognized the dual pupils and that special bone. If that is the case, it would be troublesome, as he would be facing a formidable opponent. Of course, it is also possible that the other party experienced a fortuitous encounter, allowing for such swift advancement and good fortune in acquiring disciples. If it is the latter, it may be somewhat easier to contend with. If it is the former, the other party may also be eyeing the dual pupils, preparing for a possession. No, there can be no further delay. I must go to the Tianyun Sect immediately. The dual pupils, and that special bone. No matter what, I cannot afford to relinquish them. He grasped the shoulder of the deputy master and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing. The other deputy master and the guardians of the Bloodblade Sect, who were searching outside, received the news and hastily made their way to the Tianyun Sect. Some noticed the master of the Bloodblade Sect leaving, and they were all struck with astonishment. That is the master of the Bloodblade Sect. How has he become so powerful? It is terrifying. He has reached such a realm. It seems the rumors are true. He must be going to avenge the 9 guardians. Many have turned their attention to the Bloodblade Sect, yet few harbor any thoughts about it. They perceive the sect as being populated by numerous ancient beings, unaware that those individuals have long since perished. Presently, the strongest within the Bloodblade Sect is merely at the Xindan realm. It is not only the onlookers who are oblivious. Even the mid-level members of the sect remain ignorant of the absence of formidable guardians at their gates. At Tianyun Sect, on Daoyuan Peak, the following morning dawned. With a refreshing stretch, Chu Yuan felt invigorated. After a night of diligent cultivation, he had achieved a minor accomplishment in the mid-tier heavenly grade red-gold Xian Yuan technique, greatly enhancing the quality of his true essence and augmenting his combat prowess. In terms of cultivation strength, he was now capable of contending with those in the mid-stage Soul Palace realm who practiced mid-tier earth-grade techniques. Martial skills were even more straightforward. The Qi Lian sword technique and the soaring dragon movement technique, both of the low-tier heavenly grade, had been grasped after a single review. Pondering these techniques, Chu Yuan departed from Daoyuan Peak. As they had agreed the previous day, he could freely access any resources from the sect that he desired. So he certainly would not be hesitant. Upon leaving Daoyuan Peak, he observed many figures materializing before him. Were they lying in wait for him? Among them were Deputy Sect Master Yang Daozhen, Shao Qingfeng, Li Huerong, and others, a gathering of over 10 high-ranking members of the sect. What brings you here? Chu Yuan inquired. his expression peculiar. Hey, we simply wanted to see the Soul Palace realm with our own eyes, Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. We didn't want to disturb you. So we waited nearby for your emergence. Yesterday, Li Huirong had suggested they return to their own practices, but they all wished to see Chu Yuan once more. Hence their current plan. Now I understand why each of you is scrutinizing me with such intensity, Chu Yuan thought. He immediately released the aura characteristic of the Soul Palace realm. Then do observe closely. His impression of these sect members was quite favorable. Since they wished to witness his strength, he had no qualms about indulging their curiosity. Wow, is this the Soul Palace realm? Such a terrifying aura. It surpasses yesterday's mental pressure by leaps and bounds. And this is without it being directed at us. If it were, we would likely be on our knees. The disparity was far greater than that between the Xindan realm and the Five Organs realm. A group of elders, seemingly inexperienced, marveled in astonishment. Incredible. I suspect this lad has been possessed. Xiao Qingfeng jested. If I had been possessed, your remark would seal your fate. Chu Yuan replied with a smile. I know. Xiao Qingfeng waved dismissively. I was merely joking. I understand you are still yourself. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare jest like that. Chu Yuan retracted his aura. Having seen enough, I shall take my leave now. Where are you off to? Xiao Qingfeng inquired. To stretch my limbs. Perhaps to empty the sect's treasure vault or deplete the alchemy pavilion, he responded. The crowd was left in bewilderment. Inside the Tianyun Sect's treasure vault, a plethora of treasures lay before him, with spirit stones piled high. Chu Yuan did not linger but, with a mere gesture, gathered everything into his storage space. As the crowd followed closely behind, they found themselves momentarily frozen in place, utterly astonished. Could it be true? The vault had been completely emptied? They had thought it was merely a jest. Chapter 15. Undercurrents. Xiao Qingfeng's lips twitched, and his eyelids flickered uncontrollably. This treasure trove represented years of accumulation by the Tianyun Sect, akin to the treasury of a dynasty, essential for the sect's operation. If it were truly gone, the situation would be dire. Chu, should we leave some behind? Xiao Qingfeng asked, a bitter smile etched on his face. If everything was taken, the sect would be doomed. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that while Chu Yuan could take other items, many of them would be of no use to him. Some second and third tier items could offer him no assistance whatsoever. Could it be that this boy intended to abscond with the funds? They felt a wave of shame. If that were the case, they seemed powerless to stop him. Rest assured, I am merely borrowing these items. I shall return them tomorrow, Chu Yuan declared with a smile. His gaze then swept over the group. You all must possess numerous treasures as well. Hand them over, and I will return them to you just the same tomorrow. Is this for real? Ultimately, their storage rings found their way into Chu Yuan's possession. They were filled with resignation, as they had no recourse but to trust him. In truth, if Chu Yuan were to unleash his fury, the entire sect would be unable to contain him. Their only option was to place their faith in him, even though they remained in the dark about his intentions. Soon after, Chu Yuan made his way to the alchemy pavilion, gathering all the medicinal pills and precious herbs before visiting the weapon refining pavilion and the scripture repository, collecting weapons, materials, and martial arts techniques. That will be all. No need to see me off. He waved at them, swiftly entering Daoyuan Peak. The onlookers were genuinely concerned that at any moment, Chu Yuan would abscond with his two disciples. Surely, it cannot come to that. Chu is not that kind of person. The Tianyun Sect is, after all, his home. Who would raid their own house? Xiao Qingfeng asserted earnestly. Yang Daozhen nodded in agreement. I concur, and given his current strength, he has no reason to deceive us. At Daoyuan Peak, when Chu Yuan returned, Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao had just risen. Wow, I haven't slept so soundly in ages. Jiang Yao stretched her little arms, appearing quite revitalized. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, Jiang Yi brought Jiang Yao over to pay their respects. Master. Chu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yi discreetly observed his master's expression. Having pondered a question the previous night, he wondered if his master, being at the Soul Palace realm, had discovered his heterochromia and his sister's unique bone structure. The thought made him somewhat anxious. After all, he had only known his master for a day, and he could not fully trust him. Unaware of Jiang Yi's thoughts, Chu Yuan tossed 2 storage rings to him. Here you go. These rings had vast spaces, acquired from the last time he had gifted them to the siblings, now filled with the treasures he had just gathered. The master bestowed upon his disciple, Jiang Yi, 500 exquisite spirit stones, a top-tier 5th-grade sword, 20 bottles of mid-grade 3rd-tier solidifying elixirs, a mid-grade earth-level cultivation technique, and returned 500 premium spirit crystals along with a superior 6th-grade sword. In an instant, the system emitted a series of notification sounds, and the subtitles before him transformed rapidly, listing every treasure within the storage ring. Subsequently, a significant amount was returned to the system's storage space, all accomplished with remarkable speed, The efficiency of the system was indeed commendable. Upon reviewing the items, Zhang Yi was left utterly befuddled. Master, have you emptied the sect of its treasures? The myriad of dazzling treasures overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to comprehend the sheer volume. Master, he exclaimed, please, take a look and see if there is anything you require. Feel free to take as much as you need. However, the master did not simply offer everything to Zhang Yi. This is quite the bug I've encountered. Nevertheless, the system generously retained the rewards without retracting them. The freedom to choose? Although not everything was granted to him, the master's generosity was undeniable. He selected several alchemical pills for cultivation. Is this all? Chu Yuan displayed a look of dissatisfaction, as if silently questioning Zhang Yi's ambition. Zhang Yi scratched his head, steeling himself to select numerous additional items, which finally pleased Chu Yuan enough to reclaim the remainder. Focus on your cultivation. Do not let your talents go to waste, Chu Yuan remarked. Casting a meaningful glance at him, Zhang Yi shuddered. He felt as though the master's gaze pierced through him entirely, leaving no secrets hidden, not even the existence of his dual pupils. At that moment, he found his breath quickening, observing Zhang Yi's tense demeanor. Chu Yuan surmised his thoughts and assumed he coveted his dual pupils. He approached and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder, stating, though the dual pupils are remarkable, I do not need them. If I truly wished to act against you, I could do so at any moment, and you would possess no means to resist, would you? Zhang Yi's pupils widened in shock. Indeed, the master was aware of his dual pupils. Strive to show me whether your dual pupils are truly deserving of their reputation. After ruffling Zhang Yi's hair, Chu Yuan vanished into the loft. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, his emotions gradually settling. He realized that if the master intended to harm him, he would never have been granted the opportunity to act. In truth, it was he who had remained vigilant. With a sigh, he reassured himself, Master, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. In that moment, his trust in Chu Yuan deepened, igniting a fervor within him. 2.5 years prior, he had lost all his cultivation, and it had taken him considerable time to reach the late stage of body refinement. A slow progress attributed to his need to protect Jiang Yao from pursuers, leaving him with little energy for cultivation. Additionally, the lack of cultivation resources hindered his advancement. Now, however, he lacked nothing and no longer needed to live in constant fear of pursuit. It was the perfect time to elevate his cultivation. He understood well that in this world, strength and cultivation were of paramount importance. He gently patted Jiang Yao's head and said, Brother will go prepare some food for you. After you're well fed, we shall resume your cultivation. Meanwhile, within the loft, all was well. Chu Yuan gazed upon the rewards, a smile of newfound wealth illuminating his face. A magnificent sword materialized in his grasp, a 6th-tier premium weapon, ideally suited for practitioners of the Soul Palace realm. With this sword, his combat prowess surged significantly. Beyond this exquisite blade, the most invaluable treasures were the spirit crystals and the celestial tier martial techniques. This time, several martial arts had ascended to the celestial tier. However, he had no intention of training in them just yet. One must not be overly ambitious. He decided to perfect his current techniques before pursuing more. The proficiency levels of martial arts are classified into beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. He was still far from achieving the latter. As for the spirit crystals, he discovered that although they contained an exceedingly pure and terrifying energy, his current cultivation level rendered him incapable of refining them. He could only manage to refine top-grade spirit stones for his training. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. He could refine them in the future. His wealth was exceedingly impressive. Even the treasury of the great martial dynasty could not compare to his riches. Henceforth, he would devote himself to diligent training. Half a day later, he achieved minor success in the Qi Lian sword technique. After another half day, he attained minor success in the flying dragon technique. As night descended upon the world, the exterior of the Tianyun Sect appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents swirled. Numerous powerful figures from various factions within the great martial dynasty concealed themselves nearby, all awaiting the unfolding drama. They had received word that members of the Bloodblade sect were en route to the Tianyun Sect. However, traversing from the Wild Ridge to the northern part of the great martial dynasty would require considerable time. The Tianyun Sect lay 1,000 miles away, within a mountain cave. The leader of the Bloodblade sect, accompanied by his deputy, entered to find 9 individuals already waiting. 8 protectors and another deputy quickly bowed in greeting. Master. The leader of the Bloodblade sect nodded, settling onto the ground. The journey from the Wild Ridge had drained much of his energy. He needed to recuperate and regain his full strength before confronting the Tianyun Sect to ensure absolute success. As midnight approached, with the moon shining faintly amidst sparse stars, the members of the Bloodblade sect began their operation. In the darkness, only ordinary beings were constrained. but anyone who had reached the condensing origin realm or above could see clearly in the night. For the powerful, day and night bore no distinction. There are indeed many insects. With a sweep of his consciousness, the leader of the Bloodblade sect let out a cold snort. Those lurking in the shadows had been detected, yet he regarded them with disdain, considering them no more significant than mere insects. The members of the Bloodblade sect made no effort to conceal their movements as they strode boldly towards the entrance of the Tianyun Sect. The sect was enveloped in a formation, making stealth impossible. A forceful assault was the only option. However, such an attack would inevitably alert the enemy, rendering the difference between a stealthy approach and a brazen one negligible. As they drew closer to the Tianyun Sect, his consciousness extended towards it. For the sect's formation was a fifth-tier array that offered no resistance to his mental probing. However, the Tianyun Sect was vast, and his consciousness could not envelop it entirely. Limited to a radius of about 100 miles. After seizing a physical body, he was ultimately constrained by its limitations. Look, those are the Bloodblade sect members. They have arrived. In the shadows, individuals had already discerned the presence of the Bloodblade sect, prompting gasps of astonishment. Upon closer inspection, brows furrowed at the sight. There were far too few of them. Yet, with the sect leader of Bloodblade present, it was likely to be a stable situation. Reports indicated that the sect leader had attained the pinnacle of the five organs realm. How had he accomplished such a feat? Each individual seemed to surpass the last in their extraordinary capabilities. Many looked on with envy. Ordinarily, the Bloodblade sect and the Qingmu sect were of equal standing. Yet the leader of Qingmu had only reached the mid-stage of the five organs realm. The disparity in cultivation was indeed staggering. Numerous factions remained concealed, while the Bloodblade sect approached the gates of the Tianyun sect. An elder guarding the entrance noticed their approach and promptly relayed the message to the higher echelons of the sect. The Bloodblade sect has arrived? Deputy sect leader Yang Daojin received the message. In the past, he might have panicked, but now he remained remarkably composed. He was about to send a message for Shao Qingfeng to inform Chu Yuan when a resounding voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, echoing for hundreds of miles. Reaching every corner of the Tianyun sect, it was none other than the voice of the Bloodblade sect leader. Having just scanned the Tianyun sect with his divine sense, he had located the two children, relieved that they had not been possessed. Simultaneously, he took note of a cultivator at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. Indeed, an early-stage Soul Palace cultivator. When his divine sense detected the presence of the other, that individual sensed him as well. Although aware of the opponent's early-stage cultivation, the leader of the Bloodblade sect found himself somewhat at ease. It was not a possession, it was a genuine early-stage Soul Palace practitioner. One who had cultivated to this level on their own. He could discern at a glance whether possession had occurred. This was entirely different from the reported late stage of the five organs realm. The truth was evident. This individual had been concealing their cultivation. They were undoubtedly a prodigy, likely having hidden their strength for some time. The claims of achieving late-stage five organs realm from the Xiandan realm in just a decade were surely false. Their cultivation had likely been advancing at an astonishing pace. The Tianyun sect itself harbored a hidden dragon. At that moment, rather than fear, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Compared to the prospect of being possessed by an ancient entity, he preferred the presence of a natural genius. For possession by an ancient being signified numerous uncertainties. However, a genius was a different matter. Their greatest advantage was merely enhanced combat prowess. Yet, how formidable could the legacy of the Tianyun sect cultivate? At best, it might rival the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm, and perhaps even fall short of that. If this person truly unleashed their full combat potential, they could easily be subdued. Perhaps this individual was the ideal target for possession, a 50-year-old early-stage Soul Palace cultivator, remarkable in both talent and cultivation. To possess this person would allow him to transplant the dual pupils and bones of the two children. Initially, he had intended to possess the children, but their cultivation was too lacking. Returning to the Soul Palace realm would require time, and others might not afford him that grace. However, possessing an individual of the Soul Palace realm was a different story. One would directly inherit their cultivation. At this moment, the presence of numerous forces was met with astonishment, their voices echoing for miles. What kind of secret technique is this? The leader of the Blood Knife sect is truly terrifying. Within the Tianyun sect, everyone was stirred. Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. This voice was all too familiar to him. It belonged to his enemy, the one who had annihilated his Zhang family. In that instant, a murderous intent surfaced in his gaze, his fists clenched tightly. He pushed open the door and beheld, under the moonlight, a figure standing in the void, hands clasped behind their back. Master, Zhang Yi exclaimed, the Blood Knife sect has come to kill. Stay here, I will confront him. Chu Yuan replied, vanishing in an instant. He had sensed the probing of the opponent's divine consciousness moments earlier. Indeed, As Jiangyi had said, there was something amiss. This was no ordinary 5 organs realm. However, gauging the strength of that divine consciousness, Chu Yuan estimated that even if he could not win, he could certainly escape. The issue seemed manageable. If the opponent were truly formidable, he would not have detected their divine consciousness at all. Thus, at best, the opponent's primordial spirit was likely only at the Soul Palace realm. He was fully capable of engaging in battle. A distance of several dozen miles was trivial for him. Now at the Soul Palace realm, and in just a few steps, he arrived outside the Tianyun Sect. Is that Elder Chu? Many elders and disciples guarding the main gate turned their attention toward the figure with white hair. Those hidden from various forces also focused their gazes upon Chu Yuan. However, the distance was too great for them to discern the specifics of Chu Yuan's cultivation aura. The leader of the Blood Knife Sect and Chu Yuan scrutinized one another. So, you are the one who killed my Blood Knife Sect's ninth guardian? I offer you a choice. Hand over those 2 children to me, and I shall let bygones be bygones, departing without further conflict. Although he desired to possess Chu Yuan's body, the Soul Palace realm posed risks. If he could directly take the 2 children without engaging in battle, it would also be acceptable. He could then find a distant place to lie low and undergo possession. You, a body snatcher, care about the life or death of some trifling guardian. Chu Yuan scoffed. If you wish to target my disciples, let us see if you possess the capability. Chapter 17. Astonishment. Great battle. Chu Yuan's voice was not loud, yet those of profound cultivation, even without divine consciousness, possessed extraordinary hearing, and many were immediately struck with horror upon hearing his words. What? Body snatching? He claims the leader of the Blood Knife Sect is a body snatcher. Body snatching can only be accomplished by those of the Soul Palace realm, can it not? Why do I feel he is speaking the truth? After all, the leader of the Blood Knife Sect was only at the mid-stage of the 5 organs realm 3 years ago, and now, he has reached perfection. Body snatching. This is truly terrifying. Those who had been concealed hurriedly distanced themselves, feeling unsafe at such proximity. Wait, how does Chu Yuan know the opponent is a body snatcher? They were filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Tianyun Sect were equally astonished upon hearing this revelation. A body snatcher must have been above the Soul Palace realm in life. He is likely not easy to deal with, Xiao Qingfeng remarked gravely. Worrying is futile. Let us see how Chu Yuan responds, Yang Daozhen sighed. Their figures also arrived outside the Tianyun Sect. The master of the Blood Knife Sect narrowed his gaze, astonished that Chu Yuan had unveiled his identity so readily. However, he was unfazed. Aside from Chu Yuan, the others present were mere insects, their knowledge of his identity inconsequential. It seemed you would not surrender those 2 children to me. With that thought, the master of the Blood Knife Sect's aura intensified, gradually surpassing the realm of the 5 organs. You are being excessively verbose. Chu Yuan interrupted, raising his hand to unleash a golden giant palm. In the darkness, it shone resplendently, akin to a great sun. The youth displayed decisiveness. The Blood Knife Sect master conjured a blood cauldron with a flicker of crimson light, performing hand seals to summon it. The cauldron swelled to the size of a small mountain. When the golden palm struck the cauldron, a resounding crash echoed. And for a brief moment, the 2 forces were locked in a stalemate before the palm propelled the cauldron backward. The Blood Knife Sect master nimbly evaded, recalling the cauldron, while the giant palm smashed into a distant peak, creating a series of thunderous booms as it pierced through 9 massive mountains before dissipating. Without a glance back, the Blood Knife Sect master transformed into a streak of blood light, rushing towards Chu Yuan with blinding speed. The distance of several miles vanished in an instant. The 4-legged, square blood cauldron shrank to the size of a fist, transforming into a streak of crimson light that circled around to attack Chu Yuan from behind. Simultaneously, the master wielded a heavy hammer, which instantly manifested a shadow the size of a house, crashing down upon Chu Yuan. Sensing the might of these 2 assaults, Chu Yuan mused that the old monster had indeed seized another's body. This power rivaled that of the early Soul Palace realm. He executed the flying dragon technique, deftly dodging the 2 attacks. As they missed, Chu Yuan closed in on the Blood Knife Sect master, who, with formidable perception, had anticipated his arrival and used a blood escape to evade. At that moment, the 8 guardians of the Blood Knife Sect and 2 deputy sect masters surged toward Chu Yuan, joining their leader in a concerted assault. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Chu Yuan, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the 8 guardians and 2 deputy sect masters spewed blood, crashing to the ground like lifeless dogs, leaving behind deep craters, utterly motionless. The Blood Knife Sect master raised a blood-red protective shield, sliding backward several steps before dispersing the shockwave. Knowing that I have entered the Soul Palace realm, you still dare to challenge me? Your strength must be greater. Why not reveal your true prowess? Chu Yuan's voice boomed like thunder, his figure enveloped in golden light, his eyes shining fiercely like a deity. Humph. The Blood Knife Sect Master scoffed, charging forward. This. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. A Soul Palace Realm Master. Chu Yuan is actually in the Soul Palace Realm. How can this be? What Chu Yuan? That is Elder Chu, Ancestor Chu. So that's it. No wonder Elder Chu could discern that the opponent was a body snatcher. It turns out Elder Chu is indeed a formidable being of the Soul Palace Realm. The early and mid stages of the Five Organs realm are utterly insignificant before the might of the Soul Palace. At this very moment, countless individuals were utterly astonished. Chu Yuan of the Tianyun Sect had ascended to the Soul Palace realm, despite having been reported merely as a late-stage Five Organs realm cultivator just yesterday. This news must be false. A Soul Palace cultivator at 50 years of age. What an overwhelmingly terrifying existence. Such a being transcends their wildest imaginations. In the great martial dynasty, a Soul Palace cultivator is akin to a deity. Swiftly, report to the ancestors. The spies of the great martial dynasty conveyed the information in a state of panic. It is over. It is truly over. Zhao Wuju's eyes were vacant, and the other members of the Qingmu sect were rendered speechless. A Soul Palace cultivator. This was the kind of entity they had offended. Yet, they could not fathom how Chu Yuan had achieved such a breakthrough to the Soul Palace realm. Nor when it had occurred. Why had he not sought revenge upon their Qingmu sect? A Soul Palace cultivator would never dare to act so recklessly. No. We still have a chance. The individual who had usurped the position of the Bloodblade sect's leader was no ordinary foe. If Chu Yuan were to perish at his hands, then all hope would be restored. Zhao Wuju gazed intently at the battlefield, as though he had clutched a lifeline. Discovering a glimmer of hope. He must die? He absolutely must perish. He was on the verge of madness. Quickly retreat. The battle is far too horrifying. Do not get caught in the crossfire, or there will be no place left for burial. Members of other factions hastily withdrew. A Soul Palace cultivator. Elder Chu is actually a Soul Palace cultivator. Most of the disciples and elders from the Tianyun Sect were also left dumbfounded, soon erupting into endless cheers. Master, go for it. Jiang Yi employed his heavy eye technique, traversing a great distance to observe the clash. Brother, who would be so reckless as to stay awake at this hour? You startled me. Jiang Yao emerged, her eyes still heavy with sleep, rubbing them as she walked. It is our enemy, the one who has rendered us homeless and often left us hungry. Now, Master is battling him to avenge us. Jiang Yi had previously refrained from discussing their enmity, but now it was time for his sister to be informed. Despicable. Does that not make him a villain? Master, give it your all and defeat him. She had heard her brother and Master speak of the Jiang family massacre, yet she had not comprehended the full extent of it. However, upon realizing that this man was responsible for their hunger and homelessness, she understood. Regrettably, she could see nothing from such a distance. Boom, boom, boom. In the span of a mere moment, Chu Yuan and the leader of the Bloodblade sect had clashed hundreds of times, their figures akin to two shooting stars, colliding with long trails of light. Thus far, Chu Yuan held a slight advantage. After all, he was merely a cultivator from a small region, lacking in substantial depth. His techniques and martial skills were far too weak. The leader of the Bloodblade sect bellowed. Chapter 18. Surrender your body to me. Even if your techniques and martial skills have reached perfection, they remain but of the earth grade. Allow me to demonstrate what advanced techniques and martial skills truly are. The leader of the Bloodblade sect retreated, a smug expression upon his face. With a wave of his right hand, the two silent deputy leaders and 8 guardians soared into the air, transforming into blood mist that surged towards him, which he absorbed into his body. Boom. As blood-red flames ignited upon his body, his cultivation aura firmly reached the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. Cracks resembling a spider's web began to surface on his flesh, a testament to the immense strain he was placing on his physical form as he channeled more of his spiritual power. This corporeal vessel, after all, was merely perfected at the Five Organs realm. Exerting additional force would only burden his body further. Yet, he could not relinquish his physical form immediately, for without it, his spirit would weaken moment by moment, unless he executed a soul transfer instantaneously. However, without first severely wounding or restraining Chu Yuan, the likelihood of a successful transfer was slim. Although he once achieved perfection in the Soul Palace realm, his spirit had been injured, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Moreover, the act of seizing another's body was inherently fraught with difficulty. This corporeal form still had some residual strength. The distinction between possessing a body and lacking one was monumental, as many techniques necessitated a physical vessel to be executed. Blood Cloud Technique. The leader of the Blood Knife sect uttered sharply, powerful crimson patterns manifesting around him, as a cauldron and hammer floated on either side. In that moment, His aura surpassed that of Chu Yuan by a third. The blood cauldron expanded and soared into the sky, descending upon Chu Yuan with the intent to suppress him. While simultaneously, the sect leader wielded his heavy hammer, engaging in close combat with Chu Yuan. His techniques belonged to the low tier of the heavenly rank and were nearly perfected. However, they remained incomplete. With Chu Yuan's keen perception, he could discern the sect leader's martial arts and techniques were of the low-tier heavenly rank, explaining the disdain for the earth rank. Indeed, the disparity between the heavenly and earth ranks was akin to that between heaven and earth. Chu Yuan had refrained from utilizing any heavenly rank techniques previously, concealing his true prowess. The returned 6th-tier superior sword materialized in his grasp. This time, Chu Yuan executed the heavenly rank body technique, soaring like a dragon, evading the sect leader's assault, and unleashed the heavenly rank red serpent sword art from behind the blood knife sect leader, the colossal vermilion golden sword shadow, illuminating the heavens and earth. This is bad. I had underestimated him. The blood knife sect leader's countenance shifted dramatically as he swiftly dove into the blood cauldron, activating its defenses akin to a golden bell. The massive sword shadow crashed against the blood cauldron, holding firm for but a moment before the cauldron was sent flying. And the sect leader spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes filled with terror. A 6th-tier superior treasure. Mid-tier heavenly rank techniques. Low-tier heavenly rank sword art and body technique. How is this possible? How could someone from such a small place possess such treasures and legacies? This shouldn't be. Though his blood cauldron and hammer were also 6th-tier superior, his techniques fell short. This revelation was unacceptable. Could it be that this individual was also an outsider? Upon this realization, a tremor coursed through him. Yet there was no time for further contemplation as Chu Yuan charged at him once more. 9 beams of sword light, akin to flying swords, surged towards him. He defended while evading, as Chu Yuan pressed him further away. Although Tianyun Sect had protective formations, their tier was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of a Soul Palace realm expert. He's coming. Run quickly. In the distance, those who had been covertly observing the battle were struck with terror as the conflict shifted towards their direction. They could no longer afford to remain hidden, and one by one, they desperately fled further away. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Yuan unleashed a ferocious barrage, forcing the leader of the Bloodblade sect to retreat step by step. Damned! How could a practitioner at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm prove to be so formidable? The leader's expression darkened. The battle had escalated beyond what a practitioner at the early stage should be capable of. Chu Yuan's might had already reached the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm, compelling him to elevate his own power to that level, which, without a doubt, hastened the deterioration of his physical form. I underestimated you. He fixed his gaze on Chu Yuan, realizing that the latter was not merely a mid-stage practitioner. He was perilously close to the late stage of the Soul Palace realm, and his combat experience was extraordinarily rich, leaving no openings to exploit. In truth, it was not merely Chu Yuan's experience that set him apart, but rather his astonishing innate talent for battle. Though he had not engaged in many fights prior, he had synchronously inherited not only the cultivation talents of his 2 disciples, but also their combat prowess. This enabled him to navigate the battlefield with remarkable ease, unleashing the full extent of his learned abilities with unparalleled might. With a resounding clang, Chu Yuan executed the Scarlet Serpent Sword technique, manifesting waves of crimson golden sword light. Akin to a multitude of swords converging as one, he summoned his treasured sword, infusing it with all his cultivation, locking onto the leader of the Bloodblade sect. He left no avenue for escape. In the next moment, a torrential onslaught of attacks descended upon him. Cursed be this fate. The leader of the Bloodblade sect sensed an overwhelming threat. The opponent's sword technique was already formidable. Coupled with his cultivation and skills, this was an exceedingly troublesome adversary. While he relied on his inherent cultivation, Chu Yuan's power was a fleeting burst. If this continued, he would undoubtedly face defeat. He was left with 2 choices, either to flee or to fight with all his might. However, his evasion techniques were too swift. It seemed unlikely he could escape. If he could not evade in a short span of time, his physical form would inevitably collapse. Although it appeared he had 2 options, in reality, he was left with only one. How infuriating that such a powerful practitioner of the Soul Palace realm could exist in this place. It was utterly unreasonable. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts surged through his mind, and he ultimately made a resolute decision. So be it. Life and death are determined by fate. I shall confront him with all I have. Boom. Once more, an even greater surge of power erupted from his being. The cracks on his body resembled an intricate spider's web, as if he would shatter at any moment. 5 breaths. I have but 5 breaths to severely injure him. Then seize his body. A blood cauldron, akin to a small mountain, rose to shield against the onslaught of countless sword lights. The leader of the Bloodblade sect, Wielding a dark, heavy hammer, and with the blood cauldron atop his head, surged forward against the barrage of sword lights, charging towards Chu Yuan. Clang! The treasured sword struck the blood cauldron, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, the leader of the Bloodblade sect closed the distance to Chu Yuan. Sweeping his hammer horizontally, Chu Yuan deftly evaded with his movement technique, calling back his sword to strike against the heavy hammer. Both combatants staggered back, with Chu Yuan retreating slightly further. Let us see how long you can endure. Chu Yuan's keen perception detected the leader's impending crisis in no more than a moment. His physical form would undoubtedly collapse. As the master of the Blood Knife sect intensified his assault, even Chu Yuan managed to withstand the onslaught, provoking sheer frustration and resentment in his opponent. Ultimately, the physical form could no longer endure the strain, collapsing into a swirling haze of crimson mist. From within this sanguine fog, a grayish-white figure surged forth, emanating a formidable pressure of spiritual consciousness aimed at ensnaring Chu Yuan. Yet, with a tremor of his own spiritual essence, Chu Yuan evaded the impending confinement. Submit your body to me. At this moment, the figure resembling a middle-aged man, once grayish, now appeared stained with blood-red hues, moving with astonishing speed. Chu Yuan remained vigilant, unleashing the power of his spiritual essence to create layers of defense around himself, while simultaneously channeling this essence into his sword, launching a series of strikes. Though conventional attacks could inflict damage upon the spiritual form, the harm was minimal. However, when enhanced with spiritual essence, akin to an enchantment, the damage escalated significantly. Boom, boom, boom. The adversary wielded a heavy hammer and a blood cauldron, shattering Chu Yuan's relentless onslaughts. Evidently, unshackled from the limitations of a physical body, the foe exhibited even greater strength, albeit at a substantial cost. Chu Yuan retreated strategically, denying his opponent the chance to close in. In this moment, he summoned all his abilities and powers, aware of his fragile foundation. Yet, even with his full might unleashed, the opponent bore down upon him with overwhelming force and astonishing speed. At this juncture, the adversary had ascended to the late stages of the Soul Palace realm. Though not at its pinnacle, the threat was immense. Conversely, Chu Yuan remained merely at the early stages of the Soul Palace realm, having practiced his techniques for a limited duration, thus unable to transcend significantly in combat prowess. In the blink of an eye, their battle had escalated to the horizon, rendering even those formidable beings of the Five Organs realm unable to discern the unfolding clash. Chu Yuan recognized that if this continued, he would inevitably be drawn into close quarters, where allowing the foe to invade his soul palace would spell disaster. Consequently, he resolved to exert every ounce of his strength. He ignited his cultivation power and spiritual essence, accepting that he would require a period of recuperation post-battle. His combat capability surged to new heights, plunging him into a near trance-like state, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his sword. The once nascent Scarlet Serpent sword technique evolved rapidly, a torrent of insights flooding his mind. Before long, the sword technique astonishingly reached a remarkable level of mastery. The heavenly tier, associated with the Dharma aspect and Nirvana realms, was now being wielded by one at the Soul Palace realm with great success. The power unleashed was beyond imagination. Each strike wielded by Chu Yuan multiplied in might, transforming the tide of battle as he pressed forward against his opponent. The blood cauldron and heavy hammer were repeatedly sent flying by his sword light, and the adversary's spiritual essence began to wane, akin to a rootless weed, with a painfully slow recovery rate. At this moment, fear flickered in the opponent's eyes. This is impossible. How could you possibly cultivate a heavenly tier martial technique to such a level? This revelation was utterly beyond his expectations. Chu Yuan remained silent, relentlessly attacking. This was his moment of dominance, and he would not grant his adversary a moment's respite. The battlefield is ever-changing, and the villain perishes from excessive words. Boom, boom, boom. After yet another fierce clash, the adversary visibly weakened, their primordial spirit sustaining some injuries, their aura plummeting to the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. At this juncture, they were no match for Chu Yuan. Fellow Taoist, I concede. Let us cease hostilities. Continuing this battle will be detrimental to us both. Why not reconcile and erase our grievances? Regret flooded through him. Had he known, he would not have provoked this opponent. At this moment, surely you jest? Chu Yuan scoffed. Reconcile? I would rather dissect your primordial spirit. Very well, then let us perish together. The opponent, knowing Chu Yuan would not relent, ignited their primordial spirit. Yet, in a flash, they fled into the distance, calling for mutual destruction, only to turn and escape. Chu Yuan snorted coldly, launching a barrage of attacks to seal off their escape route. Not long after, Chu Yuan severed the adversary's primordial spirit with a single strike. reducing them to countless fragments of shattered souls. With a wave of his hand, he collected these remnants into the storage space of his system, where they remained frozen, devoid of any risk of unforeseen events. He also retrieved the blood cauldron, the heavy hammer, and a storage ring. The battle had finally concluded, and Chu Yuan promptly ceased burning his cultivation and primordial spirit, leaving him exceedingly weakened, with barely 20% of his strength remaining. This confrontation had been perilous. Lacking overwhelming power had ignited a fervent desire within him to grow stronger. After consuming several 6th-tier healing pills he had acquired, Chu Yuan stabilized his condition. At the very least, it would take him 1 or 2 months to fully recover. He soared back, and at that moment, the world lay shrouded in silence. The major factions trembling in fear. He had triumphed. Chu Yuan had won. The one who had usurped was annihilated by him. Although distant, they could vaguely see the remnants of the adversary being shattered by Chu Yuan, utterly erased. Such a battle transcended the realm of mortals. Each strike was potent enough to obliterate them effortlessly. It was over. Zhao Wuzhu felt as if his heart had turned to ash, and in the next instant, he turned to flee. However, a figure appeared before him with even greater speed. It was Chu Yuan. Zhao Wuzhu's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to utter a word, only to find a colossal hand reaching for him. He tried to escape, but discovered he was ensnared, his speed akin to that of a snail. Ultimately, he was grasped by the hand, reduced to mere ash. Zhao Wuzhu was dead. The vengeance for his parents was finally avenged. Chu Yuan's gaze shifted to the other members of the Qingmu sect present, 7 in total, all at the 5 organs realm. Senior, they cried out in fright, eager to defend themselves, yet Chu Yuan's massive hand mercilessly reached for them once more. Let us fight, they shouted, hastily summoning their treasures and martial techniques to resist Chu Yuan's assault. Yet, it proved futile. Even with only 20% of his power remaining, he could still crush them. The disparity in realms as vast as the heavens and the earth, just as the mighty rivers, even when reduced to a mere 20% of their flow, can effortlessly obliterate small ditches. So too did Chu Yuan return to the Tianyun Sect after vanquishing his foes. The members of other factions hastily retreated, fearful of incurring disaster, having witnessed firsthand the terror of a Soul Palace realm master. Are you all right, young Master Chu? Xiao Qingfeng and the others inquired with concern. They wished to offer their assistance, yet felt their own inadequacies would only hinder him. I am fine. Return to your duties, Chu Yuan replied. Soon, he made his way back to Daoyuan Peak. Master, are you unscathed? Jiang Yi asked, his voice laced with anxiety. The battle had raged far from him, and despite possessing the heavy eyes, he could not discern the specifics of the encounter. I am unharmed. He is dead, Chu Yuan stated matter-of-factly. Excellent. Jiang Yi exclaimed with renewed vigor, immediately kneeling in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for avenging your disciple. The blood feud has finally been repaid. This kindness shall be etched in my memory for eternity. Sister, express your gratitude to Master, he urged. Oh, Jiang Yao mimicked his actions. Chu Yuan lifted them up gently. Enough, go and rest now. Chapter 20, Blood Shadow Palace. Only fit for servants of the Soul Palace realm. How could a former Soul Palace realm cultivator be so impoverished? Within the loft, Chu Yuan examined the storage ring of the fallen adversary, discovering it devoid of any valuable items. Not a single 6th-tier elixir was present, nor any martial techniques, though an abundance of spirit stones lay within. It appeared that the individual had exhausted all resources post-reincarnation. The most significant gains from this encounter were, in fact, the blood cauldron and the heavy hammer, both of superb 6th-tier quality. Additionally, he found a diamond-shaped token, crafted from a unique crimson material. One side inscribed with Blood Shadow Palace and the other bearing the name of the servant, Lin Huayuan. The usurper was named Lin Huayuan and hailed from a faction known as the Blood Shadow Palace, serving as a steward therein. Chu Yuan speculated that if this were true, it would be quite alarming. After all, a Soul Palace realm master could only occupy the role of a steward. This indicated the formidable nature of the Blood Shadow Palace, as stewards generally held a position slightly above the mid-tier within various factions. However, there was little cause for concern, according to Jiang Yi. This individual had likely usurped his body 2.5 years prior. Most likely, he was a distant outsider who, for reasons unknown, had arrived in this locale. Choosing to usurp the leader of the Bloodblade sect suggested a desperate situation. Perhaps he was even being pursued by enemies. The Blood Shadow Palace would likely not pursue him with haste. Now that the great vengeance had been fulfilled, Chu Yuan could turn his focus to diligently enhancing his strength. After all, this was a world where power reigned supreme. Nothing held as much significance as strength. With sufficient might, even the most formidable adversaries would pose no threat. Chu Yuan inspected the other storage rings, some belonging to the Bloodblade sect, others to those from the Qingmu sect. None contained particularly remarkable items. So he collected them all, intending to later gift them to his disciples as a means of triggering their repayment. As for the potential eradication of the Qingmu sect, Chu Yuan chose to defer that decision for now, prioritizing his recovery first. After consuming numerous elixirs, he commenced his cultivation. The corporeal injuries are relatively easy to mend. However, this time the burning of his primordial spirit has also inflicted damage upon it. Fortunately, he preserved the remnants of that individual's soul, which, after refinement, can be utilized to restore his primordial essence. Throughout the night, nearly all members of the Tianyun Sect found themselves unable to sleep. Their spirits invigorated as they engaged in fervent discussions. The revelation that their sect possessed a Soul Palace realm powerhouse was nothing short of exhilarating. Even the upper echelons of the Tianyun Sect could not maintain their composure. They had finally witnessed the terrifying prowess of the Soul Palace realm. It is no exaggeration to assert that 10 perfected 5 organs realm practitioners could not hope to defeat a Soul Palace realm early-stage expert. As it stands, the Tianyun Sect does not even have a single perfected 5 organs realm practitioner. The foremost sect of the Great Wu dynasty, the Tianyun Sect has undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of sects within the Great Wu dynasty. Members of various factions, including the once preeminent Guyu sect, retreated in fear while whispering among themselves. The most formidable elder of the Guyu sect is merely at the perfected 5 organs realm. The Qingmu sect is finished. They cast scornful glances towards the direction of the Qingmu sect. Soon enough, news reached the Qingmu sect, leaving its members utterly dumbfounded. Their esteemed elder collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant, exclaiming that it was all over, completely over. In the imperial palace of the Great Wu dynasty, tremors of shock reverberated. The following day, Chu Yuan summoned Deputy Sect Master Yang Daozhen, returning the treasures that had been requisitioned earlier, along with an abundance of additional offerings. Yang Daozhen trembled with excitement. Within just a day, the sect's resources had multiplied several-fold. They were now prosperous. Jiang Yi rose early to commence his training. Although the primary culprit was dead, the Bloodblade sect still existed, providing him with an opportunity for personal vengeance. Furthermore, he recognized the paramount importance of strength and yearned to grow rapidly. He immediately retrieved the celestial grade techniques for comprehension, determined to cultivate the most powerful. Additionally, he began training Jiang Yao, initially expecting her to find it tedious. To his surprise, the little girl became increasingly enthusiastic about her practice, which astonished him greatly. They now lacked for nothing. Food and cultivation resources were abundant. The only deficiency was the absence of a master's guidance, as his mentor had completely entered seclusion. The remnants of the soul proved to be quite useful. Chu Yuan refined the remnants, which, despite their severe injuries, had not yet revived. He obliterated their consciousness, transforming them into the purest form of primordial energy for absorption, allowing his primordial essence to recover rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. From misfortune came fortune. Chu Yuan had fully restored his strength and, moreover, his cultivation had surged significantly. It would not be long before he could break through to the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. Notably, after refining all the remnants, his primordial energy shattered its constraints, advancing to the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm, and was nearing the pinnacle of that stage. If he were to engage in combat now, he would not need to expend his cultivation or primordial power to annihilate his opponent, and he could do so in a short span of time. Chu Yuan descended from the loft, observing Jiang Yao immersed in her training, her cultivation having already reached the early stage of body refinement. This elicited a moment of surprise from him. This month, he immersed himself in seclusion, turning a deaf ear to the outside world, unaware that Jiang Yao had already made significant strides in her cultivation. It seems I, as her master, have somewhat neglected my duties. He shook his head and smiled, realizing it was high time to guide his disciples. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Jiang Yi was the first to notice. Chu Yuan swiftly appeared before him, patting his shoulder with a sense of pride. Well done, you have achieved perfection in the body refinement stage. And you are on the brink of breaking through to the condensation realm. It's all thanks to the abundant resources provided by my master, Jiang Yi chuckled. Previously, when he had fled with Jiang Yao, they had been constantly on the run, devoid of resources and unable to focus on their cultivation, resulting in slow progress. However, now that they lacked for nothing, his cultivation advanced naturally at a rapid pace. Had he not altered his cultivation method, he would have long since broken through to the condensation realm. Nonetheless, practicing the heavenly tier technique would lay a solid foundation for him, making future cultivation significantly easier and more beneficial. Master, look at me, Jiang Yao exclaimed, raising a stone almost her size, proudly revealing her 2 little tiger teeth. Impressive. Chu Yuan generously praised her. Hee, Jiang Yao laughed joyfully. Come here, and I shall impart to you the essentials of cultivation. 2 days later, a figure appeared outside Daoyuan Peak. It was Xiao Qingfeng. At that moment, Chu Yuan and the others were enjoying roasted meat. Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. It seems I have arrived at the perfect time. Come, sit with us, Chu Yuan beckoned. As Xiao Qingfeng approached, his gaze fell upon Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, astonished. Oh, how have these two children improved so swiftly? In just these 2 days, Jiang Yi had already broken through to the early stages of the condensation realm, while Jiang Yao was nearing the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. Xiao Qingfeng distinctly recalled that a month prior, one was in the late body refinement stage, and the other had yet to begin cultivating. Could it be that he had misremembered? Xiao Qingfeng pondered existentially. You did not misremember, Chu Yuan replied. Disciple. This esteemed individual is one of the elders of Tianyun Sect. Greetings, elder. Jiang Yi rose and clasped his hands in respect. Jiang Yao mirrored his actions, following her brother's lead. Xiao Qingfeng was taken aback. You mean to say they have made such progress in just a month? It seems that like master, like disciple. If the master is extraordinary, it is only reasonable for the disciples to be exceptional as well. He suspected that these two children must possess some unique qualities, especially since they were chosen as disciples by Chu Yuan, coupled with the fact that the soul palace that sought to possess was also interested in these two. Yet, he could not discern what made them special. Call me Xiao Qingfeng. You may refer to me as Grandpa Xiao, he said with a hearty laugh. In the Tianyun Sect, if you encounter any issues, invoking the name of Grandpa Xiao will undoubtedly be beneficial. Chu Yuan chuckled. Mentioning my name would be even more advantageous. Xiao Qingfeng's lips twitched, caught between amusement and exasperation. You truly give me no face at all. Chu Yuan tossed him a roasted leg of lamb that Jiang Yi had prepared, saying, Is this enough to give you face? Hee, delicious. Xiao Qingfeng accepted it and took a bite, smiling in satisfaction. What brings you here? Chu Yuan inquired. Can I not seek you out when there's nothing going on? Xiao Qingfeng inquired. It all depends on my mood. If I'm feeling irritable, I might just cast you aside. Must you be so ruthless? After all, I watched you grow up, he lamented, before swiftly changing the subject. However, there are indeed some matters I need to discuss with you. You have been in seclusion this month, and quite a few events have transpired outside. Oh, do elaborate, Chu Yuan replied, intrigued. First and foremost, regarding the Qingmu sect. Upon learning of your soul palace realm and your slaying of 9 individuals, including Zhao Wuzhu, they were utterly terrified, fearing your wrath might lead to their annihilation. The higher-ups fled overnight with the sect's resources. In the blink of an eye, the Qingmu sect has become a mere shell of its former self. Yet, there are many assets they could not carry away. The other factions dared not claim them, so the deputy sect leader sent people to take over. Now, the Qingmu sect is effectively under our domain, Xiao Qingfeng continued. They truly acted with cruelty, even dismantling their protective formations to take with them. Among the 7 major sects of the Great Wu dynasty, only 6 remain. Moreover, the remaining 5 sects have acknowledged our Tianyun sect as the foremost sect, each offering numerous treasures as gifts. Those treasures are currently displayed in the sect's main hall. You may choose to retrieve them yourself or have someone bring them to you. Regardless, the sect has unanimously decided that all those items belong to you, and we shall not take a single piece. They certainly fled swiftly, Chu Yuan remarked, taken aback by the Qingmu sect's sudden disbandment. However, considering the circumstances, offending a soul palace realm cultivator left them with no safe haven in the Great Wu dynasty. They best pray they do not cross paths with me, he added. Aside from this matter, is there anything else? Indeed, there is, Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. The royal family of the Great Wu has also sent numerous treasures and mentioned that when you have the time, you should inform them. Their ancestor wishes to visit personally to discuss certain matters. Oh, Chu Yuan sipped from his teacup. Master Xiao, what is the cultivation level of this royal ancestor? Any information? Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. I only know he is of the Soul Palace realm. He was at that level a century ago. As for his current rank, that remains unknown. However, it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Chu Yuan nodded thoughtfully and then asked, did they specify what matters they wish to discuss? Xiao Qingfeng shook his head in response. Very well, when the opportunity arises, I shall meet with them, Chu Yuan concluded. After all, you have become quite renowned in the Great Wu dynasty. Even outside its borders, your reputation has grown considerably. Master Xiao, do we have any news from the Bloodblade sect in the Wilderness Ridge? Jiang Yi inquired. We are certainly keeping an eye on the Bloodblade sect. Xiao Qingfeng replied. It is said that upon receiving the news, they, like the Qingmu sect, have fled. Now, the Bloodblade sect is but a hollow remnant of its former self. Thus far, the various factions in the Wilderness Ridge are restless. Though no one has yet claimed the Bloodblade sect's territory, they fled? No matter. In due time, I shall root them out one by one and eradicate them completely. Furthermore, given your current cultivation level, your status as an elder no longer befits you. With your temperament, You have no interest in becoming the sect leader. Thus, the senior officials of the sect unanimously decided to appoint you as the esteemed ancestor of the sect. Even the Supreme Elder would bow in your presence," remarked Xiao Qingfeng with a smile. "Very well," Chu Yuan replied with a slight nod, deeming it merely an honorary title and unnecessary to decline. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yuan and Xiao Qingfeng arrived at the grand hall of the sect. He would not be modest in taking the treasures, for what he bestowed upon his disciples could always be returned. The higher-ups of the sect were more than willing, considering that what Chu Yuan had previously provided them was already quite ample. "Come here, both of you." Upon returning to Daoyuan Peak, Chu Yuan summoned Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao. "I intend to enter seclusion for a while longer, and these items are for you." With that, he handed over the resources he had just acquired, along with the spoils from vanquished foes. Several storage rings brimmed with treasures. Ding! The system's notification of wealth returned resonated, and Chu Yuan experienced another surge of affluence. Upon inspecting the contents, Jiang Yi was immediately astounded, for it seemed as if Master had bestowed upon them everything he had obtained. Jiang Yao glanced through as well, though she was unaware of the true value of the items. Master Jiang Yi began to express his gratitude, but was interrupted by Chu Yuan. "As your master, it is only right that I provide for my disciples. Henceforth, there is no need for such formalities of thanks." Hearing this, even the resolute Jiang Yi felt his eyes moisten. Their master had been exceedingly benevolent to them. "I shall devote myself to my training and live up to Master's expectations," Jiang Yi declared resolutely. "Indeed, let us not disappoint Master," Jiang Yao echoed with a grin. Chu Yuan chuckled softly and swiftly retreated into the loft. Although the esteemed ancestor of the great martial dynasty had mentioned a matter to discuss, he had no time to spare. He must continue his cultivation. What could be more paramount than that? Especially now that he lacked for nothing, having even acquired plenty of medicinal elixirs through his disciples. Days later, within a secluded cave, a resounding boom echoed as the cave's entrance swung open, revealing a vigorous figure emerging, an upright middle-aged man clad in flowing azure robes. It was none other than Wang Mu, the sect master of Tianyun Sect. "I have finally broken through to the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm. The sect's strength has ascended once more. I must share this news with them and bring them joy." He promptly sent a message to the higher-ups of the sect, requesting a gathering in the Grand Hall. Upon his arrival at the Grand Hall, he noticed an elder accompanied by several attendants, presenting an array of storage rings. "Ah, Sect Master, you have emerged from seclusion. We pay our respects." Wang Mu nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, "What is this?" "Oh, Sect Master, are you referring to these storage rings? These contain spirit stones and are part of the assets derived from the sale of Qingmu's sect," the elder replied. "The Vice Sect Master and the Supreme Elder directed that all proceeds be sent here." "Wait, did you just say sale of whose assets? Have I misheard?" Chapter 22. A breakthrough in cultivation, mastery of techniques, and martial arts. "Repeat what you just said," Wang Mu commanded, this time listening intently. Although the elder was perplexed, he nonetheless reiterated the previous statement. At this moment, the sect leader was rendered even more bewildered. He had not misheard. It was not a mere figment of his imagination. They were indeed discussing the sale of the assets of the Qingmu sect. However, the question remained, how could their Tianyun sect possess the audacity to sell the assets of the Qingmu sect? The Qingmu sect was still ranked above them. Selling the assets of the Qingmu sect, wasn't that a bit of a reversal of fortunes? Just then, a flurry of figures arrived, led by the vice sect leader Yang Daozhen along with several esteemed elders. They appeared remarkably buoyant, as if rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. "Ha ha ha, sect leader. You have finally emerged from seclusion." Yang Daozhen laughed heartily. "Oh, you've reached the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm. Congratulations." Xiao Qingfeng added his well wishes. Others also took note and offered their congratulations. However, Wang Mu was too preoccupied to revel in their accolades and hastily inquired, "What on earth is going on?" He gestured toward the storage rings that had been delivered, addressing the senior members of the sect. Laughter erupted among those present. The elder soon comprehended the situation. No wonder the sect leader appeared so dazed. It turned out he was oblivious to the significant events that had transpired during his seclusion. It was understandable, given that his place of retreat was located at the farthest end of the sect with excellent soundproofing, and since no one had informed him, it was only natural he remained uninformed. As he observed the mirth of the crowd, Wang Mu felt increasingly bewildered. "Allow me to explain," Xiao Qingfeng said, stroking his beard and beginning his account. Moments later, Wang Mu stood frozen in place, his eyes wide as saucers. During this period, he had missed so many monumental happenings. The Tianyun sect had unexpectedly gained an ancestor of the Soul Palace realm. Moreover, it was the remarkably youthful Chu Yuan, only 50 years of age. Shock, disbelief, and astonishment coursed through him. Were it not for the uniformity of the crowd's accounts, He might have thought they were jesting. Perhaps I should abdicate and let him take my place? Wang Mu finally remarked. He had no desire to remain sect leader. After all, what prestige did a sect leader possess compared to an ancestor? Xiao Qingfeng replied, very well, then I shall continue in my role as sect leader. Wang Mu sighed. Yet a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. After the initial shock, he felt a surge of exhilaration and joy. He could hardly believe that merely by entering seclusion, the sect had ascended to the pinnacle. It was nothing short of a dream. Indeed, a profound happiness. A month later, at Daoyuan Peak, within the loft where Chu Yuan resided, there was a resounding boom. His cultivation aura shattered the limits, and he seamlessly advanced to the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. Prior to this, even when he had reached the early stage of the Soul Palace realm, his foundation had already been extraordinarily solid. Following the battle 2 months prior, he had made further progress, and after a month of seclusion, he finally broke through. Although the quality of the true essence within his body had not changed significantly, its quantity had multiplied several times over. Generally speaking, within the same realm. While the qualitative changes of small stages were minimal, the quantitative changes were exceedingly apparent. At the moment of his breakthrough, his divine consciousness also expanded, preemptively advancing to the later stage of the Soul Palace realm, placing his divine cultivation ahead of his physical cultivation by a small margin. Most importantly, the martial art has reached its pinnacle. A mid-level Soul Palace technique has been cultivated to perfection by an individual at this stage. How astonishing is that? It is all thanks to the extraordinary talents of his 2 disciples. Truth be told, without the enhancement of their gifts, it would have been uncertain whether he could ever attain mastery in this martial art within his lifetime. After all, his original potential was merely that of the Soul Palace realm, and it could take him centuries to reach such a level. With his mid-level Soul Palace cultivation and the perfected technique, in terms of both quality and quantity of cultivation, he is not inferior to the typical late-stage practitioners of the Soul Palace realm, if not superior. As the martial art reached completion, his cultivation speed accelerated further. In less than half a month, he also mastered the low-level sky stage movement technique, Flying Dragon, to perfection. Master, Chu Yuan, age, 50, talent, unparalleled in the contemporary era. Resounding through the ages, enhanced by 2 disciples. Potential, the foundation of an immortal king. Cultivation, mid-level Soul Palace, technique, red gold profound Yuan art, sky stage. Perfected. Martial skills, Crimson Snake sword technique, low-level sky stage, perfected. Flying Dragon, low-level sky stage. Perfected. Disciples, 23, viewable, senior disciple, Jiang Yi, age, 13, talent, unrivaled in the contemporary era, innate dual pupils. Potential, immortal caliber, cultivation, mid-level condensation realm, technique, red gold profound Yuan art, sky stage. Not yet initiated. Martial skills, Crimson Snake sword technique, low-level sky stage, not yet initiated. Flying Dragon, low-level sky stage, not yet initiated. Fortune, blessed by heaven and earth. A person of great destiny, junior disciple, Jiang Yao, age, 5, talent, resounding through the ages, innate supreme bone. Potential, immortal caliber, cultivation, mid-level body refinement realm, technique, red gold profound Yuan art, sky stage. Not yet initiated. Martial skills, Crimson Snake sword technique, low-level sky stage, not yet initiated. Flying Dragon, low-level sky stage, not yet initiated. Fortune, blessed by heaven and earth. A person of great destiny. There is nothing more to say about Chu Yuan himself. His senior disciple has also made remarkable progress. After a month apart, he has achieved mid-level condensation realm. This is quite normal, as Jiang Yi is essentially restoring his cultivation, having previously reached the late stage of the condensation realm. Now, he is merely retracing his steps, supplemented by abundant cultivation resources, making his progress commendable. It is entirely reasonable that both his techniques and martial skills remain uninitiated, given his current low level of cultivation. What surprised Chu Yuan was that little Jiang Yao had actually broken through to the mid-level body refinement realm. Goodness! After just 2 months of training, she reached such a level. Is this the true worth of possessing the innate supreme bone? At this rate, she might break through to the condensation realm by the age of 6. Jiang Yi never progressed this swiftly, with such great fortune. The occurrence of breakthroughs in cultivation is indeed unpredictable. Sometimes, achieving a major breakthrough in just a month is not a rare phenomenon. Reflecting on this, Chu Yuan felt a twinge of envy. Although he possesses the talents of his disciples, he lacks their extraordinary fortune. If he were to enjoy the blessings of their destinies, it would feel as though he could navigate the world with impunity. In this moment, devoid of fortune's favor, he dared not act recklessly. The dual pupils and the supreme bone, though they shared a harmonious bond presently, raised concerns within Chu Yuan's mind about the potential future where He might betray his own sister. He pondered, hoping fate would not play such a cruel jest. As a mentor, he must remain vigilant, for he did not wish to witness his two disciples become adversaries. Having depleted his supply of 6th grade elixirs and premium spirit stones, it was time to venture forth. The 6th grade elixirs he had acquired were exhausted, and he found himself bereft of premium spirit stones. His cultivation now hinged upon these two vital resources. Lower grade elixirs held no value for him, and while upper grade spirit stones were beneficial, they did not yield the best results. Although he possessed spiritual crystals, their high grade rendered them currently unrefinable. Thus, he resolved to procure some 6th grade elixirs and premium spirit stones. Alternatively, he could also seek 5th grade elixirs to return to his disciples. The availability of cultivation resources was of paramount importance. The distinction between having resources and lacking them was stark. Ample resources could significantly shorten the time required for cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, resources were the foremost priority, denoted as the material aspect of the 4 essential elements: wealth, partners, laws, and land. Unfortunately, the sect lacked sufficient premium spirit stones, and 5th grade elixirs were scarce. It seemed a visit to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was in order. Conveniently, it was located in the imperial city, providing an opportunity to also inquire about matters concerning the royal ancestors. Accompanied by his 2 disciples proved to be a source of unease. Although no malicious individuals dared to threaten them within the sect, the risk remained that a powerful foe might approach Tianyun Sect during his absence. While the likelihood was slim, it was not entirely unfathomable, especially given that both disciples were favored by fortune and prone to attracting trouble. Anything could transpire. Yet, would bringing them along also invite unforeseen events? He dismissed the thought, recognizing it as a source of unnecessary stress. He decided to bring them along, if need be. He could store them in the system's storage space, which could accommodate living beings and where time stood still. Upon learning of the impending journey, the 2 disciples brightened with excitement. After spending 2 months at Daoyuan Peak, they felt somewhat stifled. Let us go indulge in delicious food. Charge. With Chu Yuan infusing the treasured sword with his cultivation, it swelled to a size many times larger. He led the 2 onto the flying sword, preparing for takeoff. Just as they were about to ascend, Jiang Yao, with a sweet voice, raised her tiny fist and shouted. Chu Yuan chuckled softly and took flight on the sword, fulfilling a long-held dream from his previous life in this one. Chapter 23. A snap to slay the 5th grade Jiao Dragon. The journey from Tianyun Sect to the Great Wu Imperial City spanned 50,000 miles, passing through a place known as Eagle-S Grief Cliff. However, at this very moment, a terrifying battle was erupting at Eagle-S Grief Cliff, pitting a group of women against a Jiao Dragon. Clad in matching emerald robes and wielding long swords, the women faced a Jiao Dragon stretching 1,000 feet in length. Its body adorned with jet-black scales. Its 4 claws were as sharp as blades, and the single horn atop its head shimmered with a chilling light, while its pale yellow vertical pupils exuded an aura of intimidation. Numerous attacks struck the Jiao Dragon, producing mere sparks in response. The foremost woman, the strongest among them, took on the primary responsibility of restraining the dragon, while the others provided support. With each clash, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, causing the peaks standing in the water around Eagle Cry Cliff to tremble, unleashing tumultuous waves. The trees atop these mountains were reduced to powder by the residual force. The ferocious flood dragon, outnumbered yet relentless, forced numerous women into retreat. Damn it, this creature has actually advanced to the 5th tier. This time, we have miscalculated. Lin Shuiyan's expression darkened. As the leader of the Tianyun Sect, she had learned mere days ago that an elder of her sect, accompanied by disciples, was devoured by a flood dragon while journeying through this area. At the last moment, that elder managed to send word back, claiming to have encountered a fully realized 4th-tier flood dragon, equivalent to a human in the perfected essence gathering stage. Upon receiving the news, she brought along 7 elders in the essence gathering stage to personally hunt down the flood dragon. However, after 2 days of searching, they discovered that the dragon was not the 4th-tier creature as reported, but rather an early-stage 5th-tier beast, comparable to a human cultivator in the early phase of the vitality stage. Yet, such demonic beasts inherently possess a formidable physique, often surpassing human practitioners in strength. From the outset of the battle, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Even with her at the forefront, the 7 elders sustained significant injuries, and she herself was struggling to defend. She sent a message to the sect for assistance, but reinforcements would not arrive in time. As time passed, their situation grew increasingly dire. I will hold it off. You must leave, Lin Shuiyan commanded. Sect Master, we cannot abandon you. The 7 elders protested, shaking their heads. This is an order. You cannot aid me further. If this continues, we will all perish here. You must flee. I will find an opportunity to retreat later. Very well. Take care, Sect Master. Upon seeing the seven depart, fury ignited in the dragon's eyes, its rage intensifying as if its prey had slipped away. Although a fifth-tier demonic beast could not speak, it would have surely unleashed a torrent of curses. Enraged, it directed its wrath at Chu Yuan, battering her relentlessly. This wretched flood dragon is far too powerful, its combat prowess rivaling that of a mid-stage vitality realm cultivator. If this continues, I will undoubtedly perish. She fought desperately while retreating, but escape was impossible, as the dragon held her tightly, leaving no avenue for flight. She could only strive to buy time, uncertain if help from the sect would arrive. Boom! With a powerful sweep of its tail, the dragon sent her flying, crashing through a mountain before coming to a halt. Just then, she noticed a flying sword approaching from behind, bearing 3 figures, 1 adult and 2 children. This is bad. If they reach here, they will be in grave danger. Fellow cultivators behind me, there is a 5th-tier flood dragon ahead. Retreat swiftly and distance yourselves from this place. She could only offer a warning. No sooner had she finished speaking than a dragon claw appeared before her, lunging for her, forcing her to evade and rejoin the battle with the dragon. Wow, Master. Is that a dragon? On the flying sword, Jiang Yao's wide eyes fixated on the distant flood dragon. Jiang Yi also watched the fierce struggle, silently acknowledging its formidable strength. It is a dragon, albeit merely a flood dragon, not a true dragon, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. He had long been aware of the battle unfolding nearby, his consciousness fixating on the serpentine dragon. As for the woman, her attire suggested she belonged to the Tianyun Sect. This was indeed a necessary route. Such a skirmish was hardly worth a detour. Oh, he almost forgot about the little gourmand by his side. The meat of the serpentine dragon should be far more delectable than that of other beasts. Chu Yuan mused, after all. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow are delicacies of the immortals. The serpentine dragon, being a dragon, certainly held promise. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuan resolved to slay the creature. Just then, it seemed the dragon had sensed their presence, abandoning Chu Yuan and soaring towards them, apparently intent on devouring them to replenish its energy before continuing its battle with Chu Yuan. Flee, fellow cultivators. Chu Yuan urgently exclaimed, attempting to intervene. Yet it was already too late. It's over. She sighed inwardly. It was indeed finished. Jiang Yi had witnessed the dragoness fate. Targeting those who were weaker would only invite disaster upon itself. It had met its match. The dragon was far too audacious. How terrifying. Jiang Yao, feeling a surge of fear as the dragon's head loomed larger, hid behind Chu Yuan, clutching his robe with one small hand and peeking out timidly. Chu Yuan's expression turned icy. Wretched beast, you have frightened my disciple. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a beam of sword light from his fingertip. The serpentine dragon initially regarded it with disdain, but as the light drew near, its countenance changed dramatically. It attempted to flee, but it was too late. The sword light pierced through its skull, shattering its spirit along with it, the vertical pupils instantly losing their luster as the dragon's body fell helplessly. However, it did not descend far, for Chu Yuan controlled it with his true essence, drawing it back. All right, do not fear. It is dead now, Chu Yuan comforted, gently ruffling Jiang Yao's hair. Jiang Yao boldly stepped forward, examining the lifeless serpentine dragon. Chu Yuan noted that the little girl was frightened by ferocity, yet unafraid of lifeless things. This was quite commendable. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chu Yuan stood in stunned silence. She had initially believed the trio to be doomed, but was astonished to see them effortlessly slay the serpentine dragon with a single, nonchalant strike. What formidable strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? At the very least, one must be at the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm. At that moment, her shock was profound. Wait, white hair, that face. Wasn't this Chu Yuan, the revered ancestor of the Tianyun Sect? She had not scrutinized him earlier, but now that she recognized him, she was utterly astounded. To think she had encountered the legendary ancestor of the Soul Palace realm here. No wonder he could so effortlessly slay the dragon. Reflecting on her earlier belief that they would perish only brought a bitter smile to her lips. Young, handsome, and powerful, truly admirable. She felt compelled to express her gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Had it not been for his decisive action against the dragon, her survival would have been uncertain. She certainly did not believe she could endure until her sect's reinforcements arrived. The meat of the serpentine dragon is exquisite, likely far more aromatic than the roasted meats you have previously tasted. Would you care to indulge? Really? Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, a glistening droplet of saliva escaping her lips as she thought, Master, I wish to eat. Then let your brother do the roasting, Jiang Yi chuckled, patting his chest. Leave it to me. Chapter 24. Merely more handsome, the essence of true energy coalesced into a long sword, effortlessly slicing through the scales of the dragon, severing a chunk of meat weighing around 100 pounds. Ling Xuyan, who had just approached, sighed softly, while they struggled to breach the protective scales. He cut through them as if slicing tofu. This, indeed, is the disparity. Disciple of the Tianyun Sect, Ling Xuyan, pays her respects to Senior Chu. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. Ling Xuyan adjusted her attire and respectfully bowed with cupped hands. Despite Chu Yuan's youth, in the realm of cultivation, the worthy are the true masters. The title of senior is defined not by age, but by strength. Chu Yuan assessed her. Her features were exquisite, her complexion fair and beautiful. Undeniably a striking beauty. Upon hearing her name, he recognized her identity as the leader of the Tianyun Sect, which ranked fourth among the 7 sects. Presently, it still held that same position. The rankings were as follows. First, Tianyun Sect. Second, Guyu Sect. Third, Chiang Sect. And fourth, Tianyun Sect. Composed entirely of women. This made them quite unique among the 7 sects. Ling Xuyan herself possessed considerable talent, having broken through to the 5th organ's realm at just over 100 years old, making her more than a century younger than other sect leaders. Thus, she appeared remarkably youthful. It was merely a trifling matter. There is no need for such formality. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. To you, it may have been a trivial act. But to me, it is a life-saving grace, she replied earnestly. As she spoke, she scrutinized the 2 children present. A gasp escaped her lips. Weren't they supposed to be one untrained and the other in the late stage of body refinement? How did one reach the mid-stage of body refinement and the other the mid-stage of energy condensation? It had only been a month. Moreover, one was 5 years old and the other 13. Truly astonishing. She was once again left in disbelief, her mouth agape, wide enough to hold an egg. No wonder these children were coveted in the Soul Palace realm. Jiang Yi glanced at her before shifting his gaze away. Jiang Yao had been fixated on the chunk of dragon meat, nearly drooling. Recovering her composure, Ling Xuyan remembered something and asked, Senior Chu, might you have other uses for the dragon's demon core and dragon tendons? Do you desire them? Chu Yuan regarded her with indifference. Ling Xuyan hastily replied, if you have no need for them, I would be willing to purchase them from you. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuan realized that he had no particular use for them. What is the value of the demon core and dragon tendons? The demon core is worth around 100,000 superior spirit stones, while the dragon tendons are approximately 50,000 superior spirit stones, Ling Xuyan explained. To be candid, I intend to refine a Fulong pill and require a demon core from a dragon. The dragon tendons would be used to craft a set of garments. If you are willing to part with them, I would offer 180,000 superior spirit stones for the purchase. Chu Yuan recognized the Fulong pill as one that could elevate both the physical body and cultivation of the 5th organ's realm. One such pill could be sold for nearly 200,000 superior spirit stones. It is worth noting that the usual pills for the 5th organ's realm could generally be purchased for tens or hundreds of superior spirit stones per bottle. However, the finest among the 5th grade would demand thousands or even tens of thousands per bottle. However, the price of a single Fulong pill exceeds 200,000, which illustrates the extraordinary nature of this elixir, capable of facilitating a swifter breakthrough to the next minor realm for those in the 5 organ stage. Yet, this medicinal pill holds no value for him. Very well, all I require is premium spirit stones. 18,000 superior spirit stones equate to 1,800 premium spirit stones. This is feasible, yet I currently lack such a quantity of premium spirit stones, which places Ling Xuyan in a somewhat awkward position. No matter, simply have someone deliver them to Tianyun Sect. He extracted the demon pill and dragon tendons. Noting that 4th-tier demon beasts would condense demon pills, akin to how humans in the Xiandan realm refine their elixirs. The demon pill, roughly the size of a fist and black in hue, harbors terrifying energy. If detonated, it could effortlessly obliterate a colossal mountain. Take it. Chu Yuan pushed the items forward, unperturbed by the possibility of deceit. Should such treachery arise, he would personally journey to Tianyun Sect to reclaim his due, with interest. Ling Xuyan, astonished, did not expect Chu Yuan to place such trust in her. She had initially anticipated needing to exchange for the premium spirit stones before making a purchase. Then I extend my gratitude, Senior. Rest assured, I will personally deliver the spirit stones to Tianyun Sect, she vowed, thumping her chest, which produced a resonant sound. Suddenly aware, her face flushed crimson, and upon glancing upward again, she noticed the flying sword had already distanced itself from her. Was she devoid of any charm? Ling Xuyan pondered her worth, recalling that in the past, people would avert their gaze in satisfaction whenever she passed by. A wave of defeat washed over her. Perhaps it is futile to dwell on such matters. Someone like Senior Chu is destined to transcend the confines of this minor De Wu dynasty. He and I inhabit entirely different worlds. It is futile to fret over it. Yet, one wonders what type of companion Senior Chu would seek if he were to look for a partner. Not long after, the elders of Tianyun Sect inquired about her situation. Upon learning that she had been rescued by Chu Yuan, they were met with astonishment and envy. The flying sword was shrouded in true essence, shielding it from the wind. While Jiang Yi kindled a charcoal fire and began to roast meat, they proceeded at a leisurely pace towards the great Wu imperial city. The meat is ready. It can be eaten now. Hurry, let me have a taste. Be careful, it's hot. Jiang Yi carefully sliced a piece, skewering it and offering it to Jiang Yao. Observing this, Chu Yuan also cut a piece to sample, and the flavor was exquisite, full of texture. Only in such a world could one savor such delectable meat. Each morsel contained vast energy and essence. Consuming while refining is beneficial for your cultivation. However, it holds no advantages for him, unless he were to roast the 6th-tier dragon meat stored within his spatial ring. As for the origin of the 6th-tier dragon meat, the explanation is simple. It was returned when he previously gifted a piece to Jiang Yi. Such flesh can also trigger a return. However, he refrained from presenting it for Jiang Yi to roast. If he were to continuously provide items to his disciple, only to retrieve something of a higher tier in return, it would inevitably raise suspicions over time. It is best to keep the existence of the system as concealed as possible. Even a disciple must remain oblivious. As they continued their journey, they encountered no unforeseen events and arrived smoothly at the Grand Wu Imperial City. This magnificent fortress sprawled across the land like a colossal beast, exuding a sense of splendor and prosperity. At its heart lay the Wu Imperial Palace, occupying a vast expanse of land. Surrounding it was the outer city, a labyrinth of countless streets that, when viewed from above, appeared densely packed. Cultivators frequently soared through the skies, accompanied by various exotic beasts as mounts. Currently, Chu Yuan's spiritual awareness had expanded to nearly 300 miles in diameter. However, enveloping the entire imperial city was beyond his capabilities. Jiang Yao perched on Chu Yuan's shoulder, while Jiang Yi walked alongside them, as the trio entered the bustling city. The throngs of people and the incessant flow of carriages created an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Despite his head of white hair, few paid heed to him. For many with similar features roamed these streets, and the number of caretakers was even greater. His handsome visage was simply a minor distinction. Chapter 25, Foundation Building? ISNT, that's something exclusive to cultivation? Master, may I have that? Jiang Yao pointed towards a distant candied hawthorn, recalling a delightful occasion when her brother had bought her some. Chu Yuan turned to look, a smile breaking across his face. Candied hawthorn truly was a marvelous treat, ubiquitous in its presence. After nodding in agreement, Jiang Yi dashed off to procure 3 skewers. Without a care for his lofty demeanor, Chu Yuan indulged in the candied hawthorn like an ordinary person, and to his surprise, it was quite delectable. The streets buzzed with vendors calling out their wares, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled liveliness. After some time of exploration, they acquired numerous items. Jiang Yao held a candied hawthorn in one hand and a colorful pinwheel in the other. Her hair was styled into 2 buns secured with vibrant ribbons, and she donned a colorful outfit. Her delicate features were exquisitely sculpted, her long eyelashes framing eyes that twinkled like crescent moons, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Seeing his sister so joyful, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile. Their years had been fraught with hardship, and only now did they begin to experience happiness. He glanced at his master, gratitude filling his gaze. Had it not been for Chu Yuan, they would still be leading a life of turmoil. Once Jiang Yao had satisfied her curiosity, Chu Yuan guided them towards the location of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Though the streets outside offered a variety of goods, their quality was generally inferior. To acquire superior items, one had to visit the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The Wanbao Chamber was not a local entity, but rather an external force, with the Wu Imperial City serving merely as one of its branches. A popular saying circulated among the populace: better to offend the royal family than to provoke the merchant guild, referring specifically to the Wanbao Chamber. Even the royal family of the Wu dynasty had to regard the chamber with respect. Various factions within the Wu dynasty would dutifully pay a portion of their taxes to the royal household, yet the Wanbao Chamber was exempt from such obligations. Instead, the dynasty often sent offerings to curry favor with the chamber. It was precisely because of the Wanbao Chamber's immense power that they possessed treasures unavailable elsewhere. Oh, what an adorable little sister. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, and a girl of about 15 or 16 dashed in front of Jiang Yao, dressed in a pink dress. She exuded a whimsical charm, her eyes sparkling with delight as if she had stumbled upon something she cherished. Wow, what a handsome uncle. The young maiden approached from the side, her expression transforming to one of surprise upon catching sight of Chu Yuan. After glancing at Jiang Yi, her gaze returned to both Chu Yuan and Jiang Yao. Jiang Yi, feeling slightly vexed, thought to himself, "Isn't it so? I am quite handsome as well. Why is no one praising me? Excuse me, sir, is this young lady your daughter?" The girl inquired with curiosity. "Young lady, you are being quite presumptuous," remarked a youth clad in splendid attire, rushing over to grasp the maiden by the arm. With a countenance of sincere apology, he continued, "I apologize if my sister has offended you, esteemed elder." Chu Yuan scrutinized the pair with a light chuckle. No harm done. Since his arrival in the city, he had activated his true vision. Having recently ascended to the Soul Palace realm, he had unlocked an additional slot for accepting disciples, eager to find a suitable candidate. However, thus far, none had captured his interest. Most were rather unremarkable. Even within the imperial city of the great martial dynasty, this held true. The young man and woman before him exhibited mediocre talent, yet their cultivation had reached the late stages of the condensation realm, implying they hailed from a distinguished background. Such prowess at their age indicated they must have access to substantial resources. However, their shallow cultivation and feeble spiritual strength prevented them from perceiving Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao's capabilities, let alone recognizing Chu Yuan's true strength. "I am not the Master's daughter. I am the Master's disciple," Jiang Yao corrected earnestly, tilting her head. "Ah, I see," the girl responded. "Given your direction, are you headed to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce?" Jiang Yao nodded. "Indeed. How wonderful. We are also bound for the Wanbao Chamber. Let us go together." The maiden exclaimed joyfully. "That must be approved by the master. It is only right," Jiang Yao replied, playfully blowing on a small windmill. The girl cast a hopeful glance at Chu Yuan, who nodded in agreement. He sensed no malice from them and was quite amenable to their company. It would be delightful to hear if there were any interesting tales about the imperial city. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The girl giggled at Chu Yuan's acquiescence. The youth appeared somewhat resigned but breathed a sigh of relief. This elder seemed amiable. Though he pondered over the nature of his cultivation, was it at the Pool Yuan realm or perhaps the mysterious Pill realm? Yet, such matters seemed trivial. "You two are locals, I presume?" Chu Yuan inquired. "Indeed, esteemed elder. I am Zhang Tao, and this is my younger sister, Zhang Yun," the youth responded promptly. "Have there been any intriguing events in the imperial city recently?" "Oh, indeed." The maiden, Zhang Yun, raised her hand enthusiastically. "There have been many amusing occurrences. For instance, the identity of the courtesan from the 100 Flowers Pavilion has been revealed to be a man, an exceedingly unattractive one at that. His disguise was so remarkable that many powerful individuals failed to uncover the truth. It was only when a certain young master of the Li family insisted on spending the night with him that the reality came to light. Rumor has it that this young master has been ill ever since, utterly despondent. Moreover, just 2 months ago, didn't the Tianyun Sect have a formidable figure emerge from the Soul Palace realm?" As she spoke, admiration gleamed in Zhang Yun's eyes. Many talented youths from the imperial city had flocked to the Tianyun Sect, eager to seek refuge under its esteemed banner. The elder of the Tianyun Sect was indeed formidable. Having attained the Soul Palace realm at the age of 50, one could scarcely fathom the terrifying heights he might reach in the future. Zhang Tao also expressed his awe. To his surprise, Chu Yuan found himself unexpectedly at the center of the unfolding drama. Jiang Yao was about to remark that what they were discussing pertained to their master. But a finger swiftly pressed against her lips, a silent reminder that their master preferred to remain unspoken of. Jiang Yi chuckled quietly, choosing not to interject. "Have you heard of the Foundation Establishment Elixir?" Zhang Yun's curiosity seemed to have been ignited, transforming her into a lively conversationalist. "The Foundation Establishment Elixir? What is that?" Chu Yuan was taken aback. "Foundation Establishment? Doesn't that belong to the realm of cultivation? Logically, this world should be fantastical. Where does this elixir come from?" "It appears the elder is still unaware of the news," Zhang Tao interjected. "We only recently learned about the Foundation Establishment Elixir as well. It is said to be an item exclusive to the outside world. When consumed by those in the body refinement realm or the Qi condensation realm, it can strengthen one's foundation and rapidly enhance their cultivation. Such a thing would typically not appear in our realm. However, I have heard that this time, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has brought some to auction, although it is only beneficial for those in the body refinement and Qi condensation realms. The news has spread like wildfire. Numerous influential figures are preparing to purchase it for their descendants. Some speculate that the Foundation Establishment Elixir will fetch an astronomical price. To be candid, our family's elder will also participate in this auction, but the prospects seem bleak." Zhang Tao's eyes reflected both fervor and resignation, akin to a love unfulfilled. Chapter 26. Is it you, the Flame Emperor Xiaoyan? The notion that the elixir could bolster the foundation of those in the body refinement and Qi condensation realms was enticing to Chu Yuan. Although he could not utilize it himself, he considered bidding on it for his 2 disciples, potentially reaping even greater rewards through their use. The Foundation Establishment Elixir is a coveted prize for the free-spirited king. It would be quite challenging for others to contend with him, Zhang Yun lamented. Her own hopes of acquiring the elixir dashed. The free-spirited king? Chu Yuan inquired, puzzled. He had not previously heard of him, though the title suggested a connection to royalty. The free-spirited king is an exceptionally powerful prince, Zhang Tao explained, somewhat surprised that the elder was unfamiliar with such a prominent figure. He is a formidable warrior in the late stage of the Five Organs realm and has recently become a father. The young prince was extraordinary. He began cultivating at 6, reached the Qi condensation realm at 9, and by 13, was already in the late stage of Qi condensation. However, since then, his progress has stagnated, and he has regressed to the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. It has been 3 years since, and he has fallen from genius to a mere wastrel. Thus, the free-spirited king is undoubtedly intent on acquiring the Foundation Establishment Elixir, as he is nearly driven to madness in his quest to restore his son's cultivation. A genius turned into a wastrel. Chu Yuan's interest was piqued. This sounded eerily familiar. Doesn't he, the free-spirited prince, have a fiancée? He curiously asked. Oh, elder, you are quite well informed. Zhang Yun wore a look of astonishment. It seemed that the senior was unaware of the illustrious Prince Xiaoyao. Yet he was aware that the prince had an unwed fiancée. I merely guessed, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. If that is the case, you truly possess remarkable insight. Zhang Yun remarked. The fiancée of His Highness, the prince, is indeed intriguing. She is the daughter of the patriarch of a family in the imperial city. Yet she has entered into the service of a prominent sect outside. It is not a sect of our great Wu dynasty. It is said that, in comparison to such a sect, our great Wu dynasty is as insignificant as ants. The prince and that young lady have been betrothed since childhood. But do you know what happened? Just a few days ago, that young lady returned and formally withdrew from the engagement with Prince Xiaoyao. To think that the esteemed prince would be rejected, this is nothing short of a colossal disgrace for the Xiaoyao manor. I heard that the prince nearly fainted from rage. Furthermore, the prince had made a 3-year pact, vowing to visit her sect after 3 years to redeem his honor. The prince is furious. Even if he were not reduced to a mere shell of his former self, it would be impossible for him to triumph over that young lady. A thunderous revelation echoed in Chu Yuan's ears. A genius turned into a waste, and now compounded with a broken engagement. Was this not the archetype of a protagonist who returned as a discarded pawn? How extraordinary was his fortune! Upon entering the city, he chanced upon 2 individuals and heard such news. Could it be that his own luck was indeed favorable? Or was it the influence of the illustrious brother Tongzi? Nevertheless, none of that mattered. What was crucial was that if that prince truly embodied the protagonist archetype, he must, by all means, take him under his wing. Senior, we have arrived at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Tao announced. They had happened upon each other near the chamber, which explained how they immediately recognized that Chu Yuan and his companions were headed there. With their arrival, they would first procure what they needed before seeking out the prince. He wondered if the prince had an elder spirit accompanying him, for if that were the case, accepting him as a disciple could prove to be somewhat troublesome. When will the foundational spirit liquid be auctioned? He inquired, considering it might serve as a suitable gift for their initial meeting. As luck would have it, it is today, and judging by the time, it should commence in about half an hour. My sister and I had originally intended to witness the excitement of this auction, Zhang Tao replied. That is indeed quite fortuitous. Chu Yuan nodded, genuinely suspecting his good fortune. I shall first acquire a few items. The 2 of you, I bid farewell. Thank you for sharing this news. Senior, you are too kind. Should you require assistance in your purchases, I may be able to help. As a relative of mine holds a position within the chamber, allowing for many items to be acquired at a discount, Zhang Tao offered warmly. I appreciate your generosity, but there is no need, Chu Yuan declined. The prospect of discounts held little significance for him. With the return from accepting disciples, he had no concerns regarding finances. Very well, Zhang Tao conceded. Farewell, little sister. Zhang Yun felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she understood that after being politely declined twice, it would be impolite to linger further. Farewell, sister, Jiang Yao waved. Together, they stepped into the precincts of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Magnificent pavilions stand tall, and the vast treasure guild occupies an extensive area where most locations require a financial verification for entry. The auction hall is over there. Let us proceed. Zhang Tao clasped his hands in greeting. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. At that moment, a figure soared from one of the pavilions, a woman clad in a split crimson qipao. Her long, fair legs glistening like jade. With a graceful physique and a delicate oval face adorned with flawless features, her lustrous black hair shone brilliantly. As she elegantly folded her hand fan, her bare feet floated above the ground, and her bright eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. President. It is the president of the vast treasure guild. Is she looking for someone? Who could it be? Among the throngs of passers-by, many paused in astonishment. some even gasping in surprise. Zhang Yun gazed at the president with the adoration reserved for an idol, for she was indeed the leader of the vast treasure guild. A figure whose status could make even the emperor of the great martial dynasty wary of her countenance. What woman would not aspire to be such a remarkable figure? After surveying the vicinity, the president's gaze suddenly fixed upon a particular spot. Zhang Tao and the others turned to look. Was that not the esteemed predecessors they had just seen? Who was that person? Someone mused quietly. At that moment, the president gracefully descended, her enchanting visage adorned with a hint of a smile. Mei Fenghua, greetings to the esteemed ancestor Chu of the Tianyun Sect. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? The ancestor of the Tianyun Sect? He is the formidable soul realm expert of the Tianyun Sect. The onlookers were as if they had encountered a ghost, unable to believe they were witnessing the renowned ancestor Chu, whose fame had soared over the past 2 months. The most astonished were Zhang Tao and Zhang Yun, who exchanged incredulous glances. Zhang Yun had approached due to the charming little girl, only to discover she was indeed a soul realm expert. This was utterly surreal. Moreover, such a powerful individual exhibited no airs, prompting them to think not of it. Had they known she was a soul realm expert, they might not have dared to approach at all. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Expert. This position is mine to claim. Earlier, Zhang Tao, unaware of the identity of the carefree king, had presumed her to be from a remote locale with limited experience. However, it became evident that he had misjudged. She was not from a trivial place, and the Tianyun Sect was certainly not insignificant. Moreover, she was not lacking in experience. Rather, it was the carefree king who might not be worthy of her attention. Chu Yuan scrutinized the president, Mei Fenghua. She appeared anything but lacking in grace. As for her cultivation, it was undoubtedly at the perfected stage of the 5 organs realm. Even if his spiritual perception was mistaken, the true vision would never err. What astonished Chu Yuan was her age. She was merely 80 years old. Yet, upon witnessing her talent, it seemed entirely reasonable. An exceptional innate talent. She was the 3rd individual he had encountered with such high potential, aside from his 2 disciples. Even his own previous talent paled in comparison, for he had merely been of mid-tier quality. However, the past was the past. The present was a different matter entirely. His talent is truly astonishing. With such remarkable abilities, Mei Fenghua's position as the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce suggests a formidable background and ample cultivation resources. It is quite normal for someone of her age, 80, to achieve such mastery. This is the allure of the fantastical realm. In my previous life, 80 would have been considered elderly. Yet, Mei Fenghua resembles a woman in her late 20s. Chu Yuan reflected on this. Indeed, this is one of the blessings of cultivation, or perhaps the retribution of the present life. However, he was curious about how Mei Fenghua, with her level of cultivation, had sensed his arrival. She possessed no extraordinary talents. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is equipped with a 6th-tier formation, one function of which is to detect arrivals, alerting them immediately upon the presence of anyone at the Soul Palace level. Furthermore, having viewed the recorded combat scenes via the memory stone, she was able to recognize him. It seemed she noticed the confusion in Chu Yuan's expression. The fact that she referred to him as a fellow practitioner rather than a senior indicated her confidence in her own standing. I understand now, Chu Yuan acknowledged. Since you have arrived, it seems you must have business to attend to. Allow me to attend to you. She covered her face with a light laugh. Then I shall trouble you. Chu Yuan did not decline. He sought to exchange for premium spirit stones, and as the president, she would facilitate this process. Please follow me, she instructed. Chu Yuan nodded to Zhang Tao and the others, noticing their respectful demeanor. He chuckled softly, realizing the disparity often creates an unintentional distance. Following Mei Fenghua, he entered a luxurious pavilion. Your 2 disciples are quite remarkable, Mei Fenghua remarked, assessing Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, recognizing their cultivation level. She praised them, although her lack of surprise indicated that, while such talent might be rare in this locale, it was more commonplace elsewhere. I need to procure some 5th-tier medicinal pills for cultivation, of the highest quality, and then exchange for premium spirit stones, Chu Yuan stated. He then inquired, are there any 6th-tier medicinal pills available for cultivation? Both the finest 5th-tier medicinal pills and premium spirit stones are readily available. However, 6th-tier pills for cultivation are not. As you are aware, before you, only the ancestors of the great martial dynasty reached the Soul Palace level, and that ancient figure rarely purchased pills, preferring to refine them himself, leaving no market for such items. Chu Yuan nodded, acknowledging the logic. Very well, then I shall take the 2 aforementioned items. How many varieties of 5th-tier cultivation pills do you possess? There are 11 varieties, she replied. The proficiency of the alchemist here is indeed impressive. Please provide 10 bottles of each, and convert the rest into premium spirit stones. Thank you. Chu Yuan handed over 3 storage rings. filled with items he had accumulated during his teaching period. Besides purchasing the pills, he estimated he could also exchange for 3,000 premium spirit stones. Mei Fenghua inspected the rings, calculated briefly, and then stated, "Understood." Chu Yuan nodded appreciatively. "That will be much obliged. 3,000 premium spirit stones will suffice for the auxiliary pills." Mei Fenghua summoned a servant, handing over the items and instructing them to proceed with the arrangements. "I intend to participate in your auction. I shall return to collect my items once it concludes." "Certainly. Since you wish to attend the auction, please proceed. There happens to be one remaining private box. This is a token. Take it with you to gain direct access to the box." Mei Fenghua handed over a golden token. "Thank you very much," Chu Yuan replied courteously. "You are quite the straightforward person." Mei Fenghua smiled brightly. After departing, Chu Yuan quickly arrived outside the auction venue. A woman approached to verify credentials, and Chu Yuan presented the token. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment, and she quickly bowed, realizing he was a distinguished guest. "Please, follow me." Under her guidance, they traversed the VIP passage and soon arrived at a private box. Although referred to as a box, it was exceedingly spacious and lavishly adorned. From its vantage point, one could overlook the entire auction house. The auction venue bore resemblance to the Roman Colosseum, with an auction stage at its center. Surrounded by tiered seating that ascended in levels, the closer one sat to the stage, the more prestigious the position. The only exception was the private boxes. Situated at the very top, these boxes were reserved for those of status, wealth, and influence. All 10 boxes held equal prestige. The boxes offered a view of everything outside. Yet those outside could not see within. As the lights of the 10 boxes illuminated, whispers filled the air. So many prominent figures had gathered this time. Indeed, especially with the Foundation establishment elixir up for bid, many aspire to acquire it for their descendants. Absolutely. Do not underestimate the Foundation establishment elixir. It is said that its use not only facilitates rapid breakthroughs in one's current realm, but also enhances potential, enabling ascension to the Soul Palace realm with considerable likelihood. Such discussions reached Chu Yuan's ears, indicating that the elixir was even more sought after than he had anticipated. To his surprise, familiar faces emerged. Yang Daojin and Xiao Qingfeng from Tianyun Sect were present as well. Were they also here for the Foundation establishment elixir? Additionally, he noticed figures of other formidable sections. Chu Yuan scanned the other 9 boxes with his consciousness. Intriguingly, a mysterious individual in the early stages of the Soul Palace realm was concealed within. Could this be an ancestor of the Great Wu dynasty, or someone else entirely? He stroked his chin, intrigued. This auction promised to be quite engaging. With his perception, the other party remained unaware of his probing. However, he sensed their consciousness was directed toward him. He shielded himself and his 2 disciples from detection. Meanwhile, within another box, a cloaked elder squinted his eyes. Fixated on the box, he could not penetrate. In a raspy voice, he murmured, "Is that the old ghost of the Great Wu or a member of Tianyun Sect?" Nonetheless, the concealment techniques employed here are impressive. I am certain someone is present. But who? I cannot discern. Regardless, this Foundation establishment elixir shall be mine. Chapter 28. Show some respect. Bid like crazy. How did you all arrive here? Chu Yuan communicated through his consciousness to Xiao Qingfeng and the others. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's voice, their faces lit up with joy as they scanned the surroundings, yet they could not discern his figure. "I am in the private room. I have sent someone to fetch you," he conveyed. Xiao Qingfeng and his companions turned their gaze towards the upper box, their eyes reflecting a dawning realization. In the past, had they attended, they would have had the opportunity to occupy this box. However, this time, due to the presence of numerous distinguished guests, they were simply unqualified to sit there. "Could you assist me in receiving a few individuals?" The ever-attentive maid promptly inquired. "Certainly. Whom shall I fetch?" "Those few," he replied. "Please wait a moment." Moments later, Xiao Qingfeng, Yang Daojin, and 3 other elders at the mid-stage of the 5 organs realm entered the private room. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, they immediately bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Ancestor? The maid's heart stirred with tumultuous waves upon realizing that these individuals hailed from the Tianyun Sect, and that this man was indeed the formidable soul realm expert under 50 years of age. To possess the president's token for entry indicated an extraordinary identity. Yet she had never anticipated it to be so remarkable. Stealing glances at Chu Yuan, she marveled at his striking handsomeness. "Please, take a seat," Chu Yuan said with a smile. "What brings you here?" Hee. Xiao Qingfeng settled down, picking up a spiritual fruit to nibble on. "More than 20 days ago, news spread from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce regarding an auction for foundational spiritual liquid. At that time, you were still in seclusion, and we thought to come and bid first. If we could secure it, we intended to gift it to these 2 children. However, just now we heard someone mention your arrival at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, And to our surprise, it turned out to be true. I see, Chu Yuan replied. Since I am here, I shall bid for it myself. This foundational spiritual liquid is something I equally intend to acquire. He truly did not believe there was anyone here who could rival his wealth. It was apparent that the individuals from the Tianyun Sect were still recovering from their previous injuries sustained in battle. Restoring one's cultivation and primordial spirit was no simple task. I hope they do not provoke me. Otherwise, humph. In another box, a cloaked elder had been observing the scene. Upon witnessing the Tianyun Sect members enter through the back door, he immediately deduced their identities. Thank you for your patience. I am Chioya, the auctioneer for this event. I hereby announce that the auction is now officially underway. In this auction, we will present a total of 10 treasures, and as you all know, the highlight of the event is the foundational spiritual liquid. A beautiful woman in a red dress appeared at the center of the auction stage. As her words echoed, the audience erupted in excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. The foundational spiritual liquid is indeed worthy of being the main event. I wonder what the grand finale will be this time. Truly something to anticipate. Indeed, while we may not have the means to bid, we still wish to witness it. The grand finale would be the last item, while the penultimate item would come before it. Following this, the auction commenced. The first item up for bid is a mid-grade 5th-tier weapon, the Green Serpent Sword. The starting price is 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. I bid 35,000, 40,000, 60,000. The bidding grew intense. The 5th-tier weapons corresponded to the 5 Organs realm, which was nearly the pinnacle of the Great Martial Dynasty. 5th-tier weapons were not easy to forge, and many in the 5 Organs realm lacked suitable arms. Do you require this item? Chu Yuan inquired. If they require it, Chu Yuan would not mind making a bid. Lacking spirit stones, he still possesses spirit crystals and could effortlessly acquire everything if needed. If not, so be it. Elder, I am indeed in need of a suitable sword. Yang Daojin said somewhat sheepishly. In that case, let us proceed with the bidding. Ultimately, the Azure Serpent Sword was secured for the price of 140,000 superior spirit stones. Thank you, Elder. Yang Daojin expressed his profound gratitude. The auction items would be delivered after the conclusion of the event. The subsequent items for auction also garnered intense competition. Some were suitable for those in the 5th Vitality realm, while others catered to the mysterious Pill realm. However, Chu Yuan refrained from further bidding, as no one required those items. As time passed, the auction approached its climax, and the excitement among the crowd grew palpable. The next item was the piece de resistance of the day, the Foundation Establishment Elixir. Its benefits need not be elaborated upon. Most present were likely drawn to it for this very purpose. In a nutshell, consuming the Foundation Establishment Elixir would significantly enhance the probability of breaking through to the Soul Palace realm by at least 50%. There was only one vial available, with a starting bid of 100,000 superior spirit stones, and each subsequent bid could not be less than 10,000. This pricing was already indicative of a 5th-tier premium treasure at auction. Generally speaking, many items of this tier ultimately transact for several 100,000 superior spirit stones, while 6th-tier items fetch prices in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Naturally, the value can vary drastically among items of the same tier. For instance, an ordinary 5th-tier pill might only cost a few dozen superior spirit stones, whereas a common 5th-tier weapon would command prices exceeding several thousand superior spirit stones. This Foundation Establishment Elixir was likely to fetch a price akin to that of 6th-tier treasures, 110,000, 120,000. Bids were swiftly being placed. Ha ha ha, this bidding is becoming tedious. Allow me to make a substantial increase. 300,000. A voice echoed from a private box, accompanied by an elderly, hearty laugh. A collective gasp reverberated through the auction hall. From 1,300,000 to 300,000. Was this even a game for mere mortals? Just as they were processing this shock, another voice rang out. 500,000. This time, it was not from the private box, but from the head of the Zhang family. Gasps of surprise followed. The Zhang family was a prestigious lineage within the royal city, connected to the imperial family, a true noble kin. The family head, a mid-stage practitioner of the 5th Vitality realm, was flanked by 2 individuals, Zhang Tao and Zhang Yun. His grandchildren, 80,000. Another voice chimed in. The Zhang family head chuckled ruefully. He realized he could not compete any longer. Others turned their gazes toward a specific box. A leap from 500,000 to 80,000. Now that was a formidable contender. 1 million. I, the carefree king, must implore everyone to show leniency. My son is in dire need of the Foundation Establishment Elixir. I humbly request your kindness, remarked the carefree king, a middle-aged man appearing somewhat haggard. In an instant, silence enveloped the hall. The carefree king, a late-stage practitioner of the 5th Vitality realm, ranked among the elite in both strength and status present here. Enough. Since the esteemed Prince of Leisure has spoken, our ancient Moon Sect shall grant you this favor and refrain from contesting. Neither shall my Radiant Sun Sect engage in competition. The representatives of both sects expressed their gratitude. Thank you, replied the Prince of Leisure. Refrain from contesting? In my humble opinion, it is merely a matter of lacking the strength to compete. Suddenly, a derisive laugh echoed through the air. Prince of Leisure, does your son require assistance while others do not? I shall bid 120,000. The expression on the prince's face darkened. The voice revealed nothing of the speaker's identity, yet he was resolute in his determination to continue bidding. 150,000, 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. The prince gritted his teeth. 300,000 high-grade spirit stones was no trifling sum, sufficient to procure earth-level techniques or to forge a legacy for a burgeoning power. 400,000. The aged voice seemed to convey an air of ease. 500,000. The prince's tone was now laced with fury. The onlookers were nearly rendered speechless. Goodness, to raise the stakes by such increments. Those are high-grade spirit stones, not low-grade ones. It felt utterly insane. Chapter 29. The Thousand Crow Taoist. It is no exaggeration to claim that such a price could procure certain sixth-tier treasures. However, it is also worthy of investment in foundation-building elixirs, given their potential to forge a soul palace realm. Of course, this is merely a matter of probability. Should the odds be more favorable, their value would be staggering. Furthermore, if such elixirs could be utilized by higher realms, their worth would skyrocket. Cultivating those in the body refinement and chi condensation realms ultimately involves too many uncertainties. If they could be administered to those in the vitality realm, it is likely that various factions would go to great lengths to acquire them. Yet, many formidable sects possess only around 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and the circulating quantity is likely even less. The Prince of Leisure had borrowed a considerable amount of spirit stones for this occasion, fully prepared. Do you possess sufficient spirit stones? Xiao Qingfeng inquired. I have enough, Chu Yuan nodded. Xiao Qingfeng acknowledged this with a slight nod, then chuckled wryly. That is good. Thankfully you are here. The spirit stones we brought are hardly enough for even a fraction of the current bidding. Indeed, I never anticipated the competition to escalate to such a terrifying level. Yang Daojian lamented. Ancestor, your spirit stones should be reserved for bidding on the foundation-building elixirs. I will personally fund the purchase of the green serpent sword. In truth, his purse was not nearly so full. He contemplated borrowing some from others later. They had indeed brought tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, but those were not his. They belonged to the sect. He felt uncomfortable using them for personal acquisitions. Should they be utilized for bidding on foundation-building elixirs, he would be more than willing. He had witnessed the talents of these two children and felt they surpassed Chu Yuan's abilities at a similar age. Should they develop fully, they would undoubtedly become formidable forces. No matter. Chu Yuan waved his hand. 5,100,000. The aged voice continued to rise. 6 million. The Prince of Leisure pressed on. 6,100,000. The aged voice countered. This time, it was merely 1,000. The Prince of Leisure's forehead throbbed with veins. Who are you? Are you intentionally opposing me? And if I am? The aged voice retorted with disdain. Such audacity. Boom. The King of Leisure released his formidable aura, asserting his presence within the auction house where physical confrontations were prohibited, yet demonstrations were permissible. He was eager to ascertain the identity of his opponent. In an instant, the robust essence of his late-stage vitality realm surged towards the private box. Overestimating oneself. An ancient voice resonated, unleashing an even more terrifying pressure that shattered the king's aura like a torrent crashing down a mountainside. The Soul Palace realm. The King of Leisure's expression shifted drastically. He had not anticipated that his adversary would belong to the Soul Palace realm. The oppressive force halted just outside the box, adhering to the auction house's regulations, which could not be flouted, even by one of the Soul Palace realm. Regardless of the knowledge that no Soul Palace realm expert was present, incurring the wrath of the 10,000 Treasures Guild would leave one with no avenues for escape, whether facing a Soul Palace realm or even a Law Manifestation realm expert. Insolent insect, the ancient voice boasted, dismissing even your royal ancestor, let alone you. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. It was unexpected that the competitor of the King of Leisure would be a formidable Soul Palace expert, and one so audacious. Even the royal ancestor was regarded with disdain. Who could it be? Could it be that individual from the Heavenly Essence sect? No, the voice was too ancient. It was said that the figure from the Heavenly Essence sect was quite youthful. 6,000,001. Chioya interjected. Even in the presence of the Soul Palace realm, she remained unflustered, a testament to the confidence of the 10,000 Treasures Guild. The King of Leisure clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, declaring, 7 million. Even if it meant liquidating all his assets and accruing debts, he was determined to acquire it. 7,000,001. 7,010,000, 7,011,000, 7,015,000. As the increments dwindled, the ancient voice scoffed, mockingly questioning whether the king of leisure had exhausted his resources. The old man declared, "I shall no longer entertain you." 7,050,000. In an instant, the king of leisure slumped helplessly to the ground. This had exceeded his preparations. Cursed be this fate. Why has it come to this? Yenner, it is my inadequacy. Once again, hope was extinguished. Was the individual from the Heavenly Essence sect unwilling to intervene? The ancient voice carried a hint of amusement. Indeed, the figure from the Heavenly Essence sect had arrived. Within the auction house, the previously still crowd began to stir. Would they witness a confrontation between two Soul Palace realm experts? Who are you, my lord? Chu Yuan inquired calmly. It matters not. I shall reveal myself. I am the Thousand Crow Taoist. The voice brimmed with arrogance. The Thousand Crow Taoist, it is he. Shockwaves rippled through the audience. Members of various factions astonished. The Thousand Crow Taoist, was he not dead? Xiao Qingfeng and others expressed their disbelief. You are aware? Chu Yuan turned to the astonished Xiao Qingfeng and the others. The Thousand Crow Taoist is an ancestor of the Great Xian dynasty, who battled the ancestor of the Great Wu dynasty a century ago, gaining the upper hand. However, at that time, the Thousand Crow Taoist had already lived for 6 centuries. Nearing his end, with little time left, Xiao Qingfeng continued. After that decade, the Great Xian dynasty indeed announced that the Thousand Crow Taoist had perished. It is astonishing to find that he is still alive. The Great Xian dynasty is indeed one of the neighbors of the Great Wu dynasty. Now it makes sense. Chu Yuan comprehended. Subsequently, he pondered for a moment before expressing with keen interest, since you desire the foundation-building elixir, you may take it. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Had the venerable ancestor of the Tianyun Sect truly conceded? Upon reflection, it was understandable. The renowned Qianyao Daoist had long since made a name for himself. Even the royal ancestors were not his match. It was only natural for the newly ascended Soul Palace elder, Chu Yuan, to harbor apprehension. Although Chu Yuan had slain individuals within the Soul Palace realm, it was said that those were merely their primordial spirits, which paled in comparison to a true Soul Palace adept. They sighed inwardly, lamenting that ultimately, it was his strength that compelled submission. Even the esteemed ancestor was not exempt from this reality. Ah, how perceptive of you. The tone was laced with disdain. Ultimately, the foundation-building elixir was acquired by the Qianyao Daoist at the price of 7 million high-grade spirit stones. Chu Yuan had relinquished his claim. The members of the Tianyun Sect were momentarily taken aback, yet after a moment's contemplation, they deemed it reasonable. The elder was newly ascended, whereas the other was an established figure. Continuing to vie for competition would surely foster enmity, which would be detrimental to the elder. Just wait, they thought. That old fellow is merely taking advantage of our elder's youth. Once our elder advances further in cultivation, what need is there to fear him? Did you think I was afraid of him? Chu Yuan observed their expressions, shaking his head with a smile. Master, you intend to intercept him without spending a single spirit stone, do you not? Before they could respond, Jiang Yi interjected. His unique eyes could no longer discern the specifics of his master's cultivation level, yet there was no doubt of his master's formidable prowess. A master capable of deducing celestial tier martial arts techniques would not fear an ancestral figure of a dynasty. Preposterous. What merit did the other possess to instill trepidation in his master? Moreover, based on his understanding of his master, he was certainly not one to cower. Thus, there could only be one truth. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qingfeng and the others turned their gaze toward Chu Yuan with astonishment. Chu Yuan, feeling gratified, patted Jiang Yi's shoulder and smiled gently. You are indeed a worthy disciple. The answer had emerged. Xiao Qingfeng and the others were taken aback, never anticipating that Chu Yuan would truly harbor such intentions. The Qianyao Daoist will likely prove to be a formidable opponent, Xiao Qingfeng cautioned. Chu Yuan set down his teacup. It matters not. He is but an insignificant insect. Chapter 30. The potential route. Chu Yuan's heart stirred. The group gaped in disbelief, exchanging glances. They had never before witnessed someone regard a Soul Palace adept as mere vermin. Just moments ago, they deemed the Qianyao Daoist arrogant. Yet now it seemed that their ancestor was the truly audacious one. Is our venerable ancestor this bold? With the foundation-building elixir finally in his grasp, coupled with the numerous resources he had previously prepared, he could swiftly elevate his cultivation even after a potential reincarnation, breaking free from his constraints. A frenzied glint flickered in the Qianyao Daoist's eyes. A century prior, he should have met his end. However, he had reaped benefits from the ancestral figure of the Great Wu dynasty, extending his lifespan and surviving to this day. The news of his previous demise had been disseminated at his behest, merely to deceive the world. Throughout this century, he had not simply lingered in existence, but had sought a suitable vessel to prepare for his soul transfer. Though lifespan has been prolonged, It has not been extended for long, and there are no further opportunities for breakthroughs. The lifespan will not continue to increase. He is unwilling to fade away like this. He yearns to live a second life. However, the issue of seizing a new body has always existed. While there are no limitations on the number of times one can seize a body, the lifespan of a cultivator's primordial spirit is essentially fixed. For instance, if a primordial spirit has a remaining lifespan of 100 years, even if it seizes a physical body that could survive for another 200 years, the primordial spirit's lifespan will not be extended and will dissipate after 100 years. Similarly, if it seizes a body with only 10 years of lifespan, then after 10 years, when the body decays, it will need to find a new target for seizing. To increase the lifespan of the primordial spirit, there are only two methods. The first is to consume longevity-enhancing treasures, but such extraordinary items are not easily obtainable. The second is to seize a new body and, within the remaining lifespan, cultivate to surpass the previous realm. However, this is undoubtedly very challenging. The seized body is ultimately not one's own, and even with the same talent, the cultivation speed will be slower than in one's original body. Therefore, to rely on seizing a body for breakthroughs to extend lifespan, one must find a body of exceedingly high talent to have any possibility of surpassing the past. At present, he is at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm, with no hope for further breakthroughs. To break free from these constraints, he must cultivate to at least the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. Even a minor advancement could add another 20 or 30 years to his lifespan. The more he breaks through, the longer he lives. Seizing a body is his only way out. A century ago, he began to scout for a target for seizing, and recently, he finally found a most satisfactory candidate. His remaining lifespan is around 100 years, and he is confident that within this time, he can surpass his current cultivation by seizing this target. Just as he was preparing to do so, when he heard the news of the Foundation establishment liquid, which thrilled him immensely. The target he intends to seize is a cultivator at the condensation realm, a child of extraordinary talent. He can fully utilize the Foundation establishment liquid. This would greatly enhance his chances of breaking free from his constraints. He exclaimed, "Heaven helps me," and thoroughly ransacked the royal treasury of the Dacian dynasty. Coupled with years of accumulation, he was determined to obtain the Foundation establishment liquid, and now, everything has come to fruition. That Chu Yuan broke through to the Soul Palace realm at the age of 50. He might possess some undisclosed secret. After the auction concludes, perhaps he can have a word with the Taoist Qianya, who had a faint smile of cold amusement at the corner of her mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is the final piece, a 5th-grade precious herb, 1 potentia grass. As the auctioneer, Chioya, finished her announcement, it immediately caused a stir, especially among those at the 5 organs realm. What? The grand prize is actually potentia grass. I must have it. Who can tell me, what is potentia grass? Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm surging, Chioya smiled and raised her hand to signal for quiet, and gradually, everyone settled down. She explained, "Surely many of you are aware that potentia grass is a precious herb that can unleash the potential of cultivators in the 5 organs realm. And it does so without causing harm or side effects. It neither undermines the foundation nor depletes potential, but rather catalyzes the latent abilities within. Some individuals, after consuming the Tianyun herb, experience a surge of potential, enabling them to transcend a minor realm. Those with higher potential may even break through 2 or 3 minor realms. Such feats are not beyond the realm of possibility. The value of this herb is undoubtedly recognized by all present. As the central figure, I trust one have not disappointed you." Her gaze swept over the enthusiastic crowd. In this moment, many among them, previously unaware, suddenly grasped the profound significance of this extraordinary item. It is no exaggeration to assert that as long as one's potential is not exhausted, consuming it will undoubtedly enhance one's cultivation. It is, without a doubt, a veritable tool for cheating in the pursuit of cultivation. It is indeed a perfect match for the central figure. Someone shouted. In comparison to the foundational elixirs that are only suitable for the younger generation, the Tianyun herb is the coveted treasure of many practitioners in the 5 organs realm. With it, one can save a considerable amount of time, and for cultivators, time is indeed life. Ha ha ha, let the auction commence. I can hardly wait. I am beyond impatient. Within the private box, Chu Yuan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the appearance of such a rare treasure as the Tianyun herb, which is invaluable and hard to find. With no side effects to unleash potential, his mind raced as he resolved, "This item shall be mine." Though he cannot utilize it at the 5th tier, he can bestow it upon his disciple to return to the 6th tier, and with his potential, it would be akin to soaring to new heights. Beside him, Xiao Qingfeng and others stared intently at the Tianyun herb, a mixture of surprise and disappointment evident in their expressions. The joy of possessing such a treasure was tempered by the sorrow of being unable to afford it. They knew all too well that the competition this time would be exceptionally fierce. Ultimately, they had learned the hard way about the constraints of their finances. On the other side, the old man in the black robe, known as Taoist Qianya, abruptly crushed his teacup. The auction had surprisingly unveiled two treasures, both of which are rare occurrences in centuries. Damn it, having nearly exhausted his resources auctioning the foundational elixir, he feared he might miss out on the Tianyun herb as well. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Let them bid. I shall see who can claim it. He too desired the Tianyun herb, for his reincarnation and recultivation would inevitably lead him through the five organs realm, making it a precious asset for time saving. Now, let the auction begin. The starting bid is 80,000 top-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be lower than 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. The voice of Chu Yuan resonated through the room. 100,000, 110,000, 120,000. This time, representatives from nearly all major factions were present, resulting in an abundance of cultivators in the five organs realm, all fervently competing in bidding. Chu Yuan, unwilling to waste time, directly declared 1 million. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the crowd. Countless individuals were left bewildered. No, how could there be such a leap in bidding again? Is there no respite for us? The atmosphere grew tense. They were truly stunned, yet they dared not voice their anger. That declaration had come from the esteemed Chu ancestor. While the Chu ancestor feared Taoist Qianya, he certainly did not fear them. Very well, let the bidding continue. What is consumed will eventually be regurgitated. The Taoist Qianya lightly tapped on the table, originally intending to seek out Chu Yuan afterward. If the Tianyun grass were to be acquired by Chu Yuan, it would indeed simplify matters. As a novice in the Soul Palace realm, possibly still nursing injuries, he would find it challenging to gather such a treasure. He held unwavering confidence in his own combat prowess. Moreover, his ability to conceal his presence was quite impressive, even evading the scrutiny of my divine sense. Indeed, I would ensure he relinquished it all in due course. In the private chamber of Chu Yuan, he cast a glance toward Taoist Qianya's compartment. This old fellow unexpectedly harbored malice against him. The sight of the ancestor bidding for the Tianyun grass surprised Xiao Qingfeng and the others, particularly since the ancestor had no personal need for it. However, considering that the ancestor had missed out on the foundation establishment elixir and subsequently turned to bid for the Tianyun grass, it seemed reasonable. While the ancestor had no use for it, he had two disciples who might benefit from it in the future. As for whether the ancestor would gift it to them, such thoughts were beyond their wildest imaginations. Even if the ancestor were to offer it, they would decline. It was far too precious. 1 million top-tier spirit stones for a single bid. The melodious voice of Chu Yuan, like silver bells, resonated through the air. Many cultivators of the five organs realm sighed in resignation, retreating from the bidding. 1 million top-tier spirit stones was a sum most of them could hardly muster. Not everyone could afford to sell their possessions like the carefree king, who had the royal family backing him. The resources of the Great Wu dynasty were limited and not particularly affluent. For many cultivators in the five organs realm, earning such a sum over a lifetime was unlikely. No one would deplete their faction's resources just to procure a single Tianyun grass for one individual. Would they truly sacrifice their livelihoods for such a purchase? Especially since they felt that if they raised the price, Ancestor Chu would undoubtedly follow suit. Hailing from the Tianyun Sect, Ancestor Chu should not possess the wealth of the carefree king. However, one must not forget that he had recently slain a Soul Palace realm cultivator who had undergone possession. And the spoils of that battle lay in Ancestor Chu's hands. Not to mention, just 2 6th-tier weapons alone were worth a fortune. What could they possibly offer in competition? Yet, some individuals remained unwilling to concede. 1,100,000, 1,300,000, 1,500,000, 1,050,000. Chu Yuan spoke calmly. The atmosphere fell silent once more, and this time, those who had previously raised their bids fell into silence again. They simply could not compete. Alas, I concede. I shall no longer contest. Many settled back into their seats. The bidding had become too fierce, indicative of a determination to win. There was no point in their struggle. The outcome was certain. They could not prevail. Why was the carefree king silent? Was he not going to participate? Many curious eyes turned toward his chamber. Logically, the carefree king's financial resources should suffice. Yet, in that moment, the carefree king shook his head in helplessness. It was not that he did not wish to contend. Rather, the Tianyun grass held no value for him anymore. His potential had long been exhausted, and consuming it would not yield further progress. Rather than squander spirit stones, he preferred to save them in hopes of discovering new opportunities for his son. He loved his son dearly. 1,050,000 top-tier spirit stones for a single bid. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? Silence reigned. 1,050,000 top-tier spirit stones for a second bid. Still, There was no response. The Taoist of the Thousand Ravens initially contemplated raising the bid, hoping to extract a significant sum from Chu Yuan. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. What if he had the opportunity to slay Chu Yuan? In that case, all of Chu Yuan's possessions would belong to him. By inflating the price, he would merely squander his own precious spirit stones. Consequently, he chose to remain silent, observing intently. 1,500,000 high-grade spirit stones, 3 times. Sold. Chu Yuan declared decisively. We extend our congratulations to the esteemed guest in box No. 1 for acquiring the potential source grass. The auction has concluded. Guests who have successfully bid, please remain in place. Someone will soon deliver your items. Payment will be exchanged simultaneously with the goods. The next auction's date is yet to be determined. Stay tuned for further announcements. Until next time. As the crowd dispersed, lively discussions ensued. Most had not participated in the bidding, yet they had gained invaluable insights. The wonders they had witnessed were sure to provide ample fodder for conversation over tea and meals, a colloquialism for boasting. Before long, Chu Yuan personally delivered the azure snake sword and the potential source grass. Esteemed Chu Yuan, I am Chu Yuan, she said, bowing respectfully. Though her presence was not strictly necessary, her desire to behold Chu Yuan's true countenance compelled her to make the journey. She was not disappointed. At first glance, he was a breathtaking sight. His crystalline white hair and strikingly handsome features evoked the saying, a gentleman on the road, as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world. Such youthful charm in a Soul Palace realm cultivator was indeed astonishing, leaving her utterly captivated. In all her life, she had never encountered anyone with half his grace. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. This is the azure snake sword and the potential source grass you have won. With a gesture, she signaled to a maid who approached, cradling a vibrant blue sword, while another maid held a white jade box. The total comes to 1,640,000 high-grade spirit stones, which translates to 16,400 top-grade spirit stones. In terms of low-grade spirit crystals, that equates to 164 pieces. I will be paying with low-grade spirit crystals. Is that acceptable? Though he could not use the spirit crystals for cultivation, they served perfectly well as currency. While low-grade spirit crystals were scarce in the Great Martial Dynasty, they were by no means priceless artifacts. Moreover, with his formidable strength here, he had little fear of anyone attempting to seize his treasures. That is perfectly fine, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Although others might not have encountered low-grade spirit crystals, her close relationship with the president had afforded her a few glimpses. As for the origin of Chu Yuan's spirit crystals, it was likely spoils from his recent conquest of a Soul Palace realm entity, presumably an outsider, making it plausible that he possessed some spirit crystals. Xiao Qingfeng and the others shared similar thoughts. With a casual wave, Chu Yuan summoned 164 fist-sized milky white crystals, although no energy leaked from them. The surrounding spiritual energy in the atmosphere instantly converged toward this spot. Given a little more time, the concentration of spiritual energy in this area could multiply several times over. Is this what spirit crystals look like? Xiao Qingfeng and his companions gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, resembling unsophisticated bumpkins. Chu Yuan laughed as she collected the low-grade spirit crystals. In an auction, one could not merely call out a price. If one bid, they were obliged to pay. Discovering later that one could not afford the item, according to the rules, could prove perilous. In the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, although there is no Soul Palace realm to maintain order, it does not mean that the Soul Palace realm can act with impunity. Several grand formations, powered by spirit crystals, are no trivial matter. Thus, even the Soul Palace realm will learn what regret means if they dare to be reckless within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Chu Yuan tossed the Qing-Shi sword to Yang Daoxuan, exclaiming his gratitude to the ancestors. Yang Daoxuan, overwhelmed with appreciation, nearly knelt down, only to be gently lifted by Chu Yuan. Upon opening the white jade box, he discovered the Tianyun grass, reminiscent of a 3-leaf clover from a past life, yet with 5 leaves. Although it measured merely the length of a palm, it contained a unique essence and abundant life energy, radiating a soft, milky glow. Chu Yuan closed the box and handed it to Jiang. Chapter 32, returning the 6th-stage Tianyun grass, breaking through to the perfect Soul Palace realm. Jiang Yi gazed at his master, who gently remarked, "This is for you. You will find it useful when you reach the 5 organs realm." "Master, this is far too precious," Jiang Yi stammered, parched with disbelief. After all, it was purchased for 150,000 top-tier spirit stones. He felt he had already received too much from his master and was reluctant to accept it, feeling unworthy. "This item is meant for you. Not merely for the sake of rewards," Chu Yuan vowed internally. He continued, "Take it, and remember what I told you. I want to see how far you can go and where your limits lie." He chuckled, adding, "Moreover, you refuse to accept my gift? Are you not inclined to honor me?" Witnessing his master's sincere and gentle smile, Jiang Yi felt deeply moved. He realized that his master was resolute in gifting it to him. Taking a deep breath, he stood and knelt before Chu Yuan, touching his forehead to the ground in respect before extending his hands to accept the box. With a determined voice, he declared, "Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you." Seeing Jiang Yi kneel, Chu Yuan found it both amusing and heartwarming. It indicated gratitude rather than ingratitude. "All right, rise," Chu Yuan gently urged. Just as Jiang Yi accepted the box, the system's notification chimed. Ding! The master grants his first disciple Jiang Yi a 5-stage Tianyun grass, which returns a 6-stage Tianyun grass. Note, the Tianyun grass is only 5-stage. Whether newly sprouted or fully matured, it remains 5-stage and cannot be cultivated or enhanced to other tiers. Only through the system's unique return pathway can one obtain the 6th stage, which is suitable for the Soul Palace realm. Upon seeing the system notification, Chu Yuan was taken aback. It turned out that there existed no 6th-stage Tianyun grass. Not a single one could be found in this world. Only through the system's divine power could it be obtained. Perhaps it was not just the Tianyun grass. Many things in this world could not break free from their inherent limitations, but the system could accomplish this. As long as he wielded it wisely, he could acquire things that others could not. This, indeed, was a distinct advantage. The exhilaration was palpable. At that moment, Yang Daojian and others were filled with envy. They genuinely admired Jiang Yi for having such a master. Why were they not so fortunate? Alas, comparisons with others can be exasperating. The destinies of individuals indeed vary greatly. Xiuya and a group of maidens were utterly astonished to bestow such a precious elixir, purchased at the cost of numerous spirit stones, upon a disciple. How fortunate they must be. Chu Yuan lifted the little glutton, Jiang Yao, who was gnawing on a spirit fruit at the table, and placed her upon his shoulder. This little girl had a penchant for food, consuming whatever she could find. After probing with his spiritual sense, Chu Yuan discovered an intriguing fact. Most of the sustenance Jiang Yao ingested was refined by the power emanating from her supreme bone, which explained why her little belly remained unscathed and her body refinement progressed rapidly. Very well, let us depart. If we linger too long, the foundation-building elixir will be gone, he declared, striding toward the door, with Xiao Qingfeng and the others in tow. Xiuya, however, was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? The foundation-building elixir can simply vanish? And since when has it become yours? Isn't that elixir the property of Taoist Qinya? Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her to widen her eyes in disbelief. Her blood felt as though it were boiling as she hurried to catch up, fearing she might miss the spectacle. Look, it's Ancestor Chu. Such grandeur. It truly invokes envy. Upon exiting the auction house, Chu Yuan and his companions walked upon the air, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Many had deliberately gathered outside to catch a glimpse of Ancestor Chu's magnificence. Chu Yuan did not see Taoist Qinya. He had sensed the departure of that presence. He made his way directly to the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Taoist Chu, here is what you requested, Mei Fenghua said, handing him a storage ring. After inspecting its contents, Chu Yuan nodded appreciatively. Thank you. As for the token I just gave you, please keep it safe. All purchases at the Wanbao Chamber will receive a 20% discount, Mei Fenghua smiled. Thus, I am truly grateful, President Mei, Chu Yuan replied graciously. You are quite modest. At such a tender age, you have already attained this level of cultivation. I dare say you shall not linger long in the great martial dynasty. If you ever consider leaving, do contemplate our Wanbao Chamber. You may serve as a guest elder at one of our larger branches. The benefits are plentiful. Achieving the Soul Palace realm at 50 years old, even with fortuitous encounters, one's innate talent must be exceedingly exceptional. She felt a twinge of inadequacy in comparison. Indeed, she couldn't hold a candle to him. Thus, she was not averse to extending her hand in alliance. Of course, if it did not come to pass, it mattered not. Individuals of his caliber were not uncommon elsewhere, though this location was rather remote. Chu Yuan nodded. I shall consider it when the time comes. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, Taoist, Mei Fenghua beamed, waving him off. Just as Chu Yuan and his party departed, Xiuya arrived. Aunt, quickly, let us go see the excitement, she exclaimed, linking her arm with Mei Fenghua's. Excitement? What excitement? Mei Fenghua inquired. Xiuya swiftly recounted the events. Without a moment's hesitation, Mei Fenghua grasped her arm and dashed out. Rather than exiting the city, they concealed themselves outside the Wanbao Chamber. Aha, this is intriguing. Does he intend to engage in some underhanded dealings? After departing from the Wanbao Merchant Association, Chu Yuan's consciousness surged forth like an overwhelming tide, pinpointing the hidden figure of Qinya Daoist, who was lurking 30 miles away. The unfortunate Qinya Daoist remained oblivious to the fact that he had been detected. Chu Yuan entrusted Jiang Yao to Jiang Yi, instructing him to watch over his sister while he ventured forth. His intention was to eliminate Qianya Daoist right there. The Wanbao Merchant Association prohibited combat, but now that Qianya Daoist had emerged, it was indeed the opportune moment to strike. In principle, combat was also forbidden in the imperial city, yet compared to him, the regulations held no weight beyond the confines of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Be cautious, master, Jiang Yi cautioned. Be careful, ancestor, echoed Xiao Qingfeng and the others. At this moment, Mei Fanghua and her companion had just arrived outside. Chu Yuan executed the perfected technique of flying dragon, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving no trace of his direction. Even Qianya Daoist was unaware, unable to detect him with his own consciousness. Indeed, Chu Yuan was intent on dispatching Qianya Daoist, but for precaution, he deemed it prudent to enhance his cultivation first. He felt remarkably secure. At that moment, his figure was concealed in a solitary, secret corner. With a thought, he retrieved a 6th-grade Tianyun grass from his storage space and consumed it in one swift motion. He had learned that its effects were immediate, requiring no time to waste. As expected, the moment the Tianyun grass entered his mouth, he had yet to savor its flavor before it dissolved and plunged into his abdomen. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar force and vigorous life energy surged through his limbs, organs, and every cell of his body. Boom. It was as if a mysterious door had been flung open, unleashing boundless potential in that instant. Chu Yuan felt a surge of primordial power within him, merging seamlessly with his cultivation, akin to a sudden enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation soared, transcending 2 minor realms from the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm to its perfection. His vital essence had amplified several-fold, and the strength of his divine spirit had significantly increased. Just as he reached the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm, the mysterious door that had been opened closed once more. The 6th-grade medicinal herb had only elevated him to the utmost limit of the Soul Palace realm. It could not unlock any further potential. Nonetheless, it was a remarkable enhancement. Chu Yuan was not one to be driven by greed. Achieving 2 minor realms had saved him considerable time in arduous cultivation. The leaves of the 6th-grade Tianyun grass had multiplied to 6, slightly larger than before. Capable of unlocking potential within the Soul Palace realm, truly miraculous. This was the essence of a genuine celestial treasure. Of course, Chu Yuan's ascension was also attributed to his own formidable potential, allowing him to reach such heights directly. For others, even breaking through a single minor realm might pose a challenge. He restrained his aura and steadied his emotions, revealing a cruel smile. The time for the hunt was at hand. After the figure of Chu Yuan vanished, the Qianya Daoist searched frantically, but found nothing. An ominous premonition enveloped him. The fact that the other party could disappear right before his eyes, eluding his search, exceeded his expectations. His 700 years of experience whispered to him that something was amiss. Whether or not the individual was targeting him, it was time for him to depart. Otherwise, he could find himself in grave danger. Without hesitation, the Qianya Daoist swiftly fled into the distance. He dared not soar too high, choosing instead to glide close to the ground to remain inconspicuous. The people on the streets could barely discern his fleeting shadow. Did he wish to escape? Or was he destined to remain here forever? At that moment, a detached voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Countless individuals looked up, some of whom had just attended an auction and were intimately familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the venerable ancestor from Tianyun Sect, Old Chu. To whom was he speaking? Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot into the sky, a golden sword. Upon reaching the heavens, it changed direction, hurtling towards the eastern part of the city. A terrifying pressure emanated from the sword, rendering the air almost unbreathable. Damn it, it truly was coming for me. The Qianya Daoist's complexion shifted dramatically as he felt himself locked onto by that ominous energy. In desperation, he ascended into the sky, hoping to escape at a swifter pace. However, the sword's speed far surpassed his own, swiftly closing in on him. There was nowhere left to run. Why? How could it be so fast? And so powerful? This was impossible. It shouldn't be like this. In a state of panic, the Qianya Daoist realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. Chu Yuan was not the weakling he had imagined. Rather, he was astonishingly formidable, terrifyingly so. At the very least, he possessed the strength of the mid to late stages of the Soul Palace realm. Damn it, he had concealed his strength so well. No, I refuse to accept this. I have prepared for everything. I will live to see a second life. The Qianya Daoist's visage twisted with rage, since escape was futile. He would confront his fate head-on. He came to a halt, conjuring a battered shield, channeling all his energy to fortify it for defense. The shield emitted ominous black smoke, forming a ghastly visage, its mouth agape, attempting to swallow the sword whole. Yet, the sword radiated with blinding brilliance. materializing into a colossal golden sword phantom that effortlessly pierced through and obliterated the ghostly head, dispersing the black smoke. Silence ensued. As the smoke cleared, the sword had pierced through the Tianyun Daoist's skull, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to close in death. His wrinkled, aged skin contorted in sheer terror, rendering him a ghastly sight. He could scarcely fathom that Chu Yuan could possess such overwhelming strength. He was annihilated in an instant. The world fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Countless onlookers gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding in the distant sky. Just moments ago, the aura unleashed by the Tianyun Daoist was nothing short of terrifying, a sensation felt by all present. Yet, this formidable being was vanquished in an instant by a single sword strike. It is no exaggeration to say there was no chance to retaliate. The sword sliced through the air with an ominous sense of impending doom, as if it could sever the heads of foes from 1,000 miles away. At that moment, a youth clad in purple gold robes and possessing flowing white hair appeared in the heavens, as if by teleportation, striding towards the distance with each step covering a span of 10 miles, creating an illusion of space contracting. It was the revered ancestor Chu. He had slain the Tianyun Daoist. As realization dawned upon one individual, a practitioner of the five organs realm attending the auction, he stammered out the words. Immediately, a multitude of spectators snapped back to reality, their astonishment undiminished. "We were mistaken," someone exclaimed, slapping their thigh in disbelief. Inside the auction hall, when Ancestor Chu refrained from bidding against the Tianyun Daoist, many had assumed he was intimidated. How egregiously wrong they were. It was likely that even then, Ancestor Chu was devising a strategy to acquire the Foundation Establishment Elixir. He had never feared the Tianyun Daoist. Rather, he had already pronounced a death sentence upon him. Naturally, he held no interest in contesting with the deceased. That is the stark truth. Ancestor Chu had grown even stronger than he was 2 months prior. Some individuals present had previously observed him during the skirmish outside the Tianyun Sect. They had witnessed his prowess, which had not been nearly as fearsome back then. The magnitude of his advancement in such a brief span was unfathomable. Was he even human? It has only been 2 months. Someone trembled. Who claimed that Ancestor Chu's growth was confined to this period? Who asserted that the strength he displayed 2 months ago was his true capability? Or who could guarantee that what Ancestor Chu revealed now was indeed his genuine power? An elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, countless individuals gasped in astonishment. If this were indeed the case, Ancestor Chu was truly unfathomable. While they remained in shock and speculation, Chu Yuan had already approached the lifeless body. The corpse and the shattered shield remained suspended, thanks to his manipulation of the sword's power through his spiritual sense. His spiritual energy and true essence now allowed him to command the sword with ease, as long as he remained within the bounds of his spiritual perception. With a simple gesture, he collected the shattered shield and the several storage rings from the Tianyun Daoist. After meticulously ensuring nothing was amiss, he grasped the sword hilt and gave a slight tremor. With a thunderous crack, the Tianyun Daoist's corpse was instantly obliterated into countless shards of light, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng and the others finally comprehended why Chu Yuan had previously likened the Tianyun Daoist to an ant. To Chu Yuan, the Tianyun Daoist was indeed no more significant than an insect. A single sword strike. What else could it be but an ant? They could scarcely imagine anyone else. Aside from Chu Yuan, capable of such a feat, the soul-killing palace was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. The first sect of the great martial dynasty should rightly belong to the Tianyun Sect. They were flushed with excitement. This was indeed their esteemed ancestor of the Tianyun Sect, the very one they had watched grow. Yet, why did he seem increasingly incomprehensible to them? The ancestor's strength had transcended their imagination and understanding, leaving them bewildered as to how he had attained such formidable power. However, it was of little consequence. There was no need to ponder the inscrutable. What mattered was that their ancestor was powerful. Indeed, the depth of their master's prowess was unfathomable. Jiang Yi mused quietly. Realizing he had been correct in his assumptions, his master was terrifyingly strong. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Tao and Zhang Yun swallowed hard, feeling an immense relief that they had not offended this formidable figure. Otherwise, no one could have saved their lives. Upon learning of these events, the head of the Zhang family broke into a cold sweat, sensing that the elder was rather amicable, as long as one did not provoke him. Indeed, Zhang Yun remarked. Zhang Tao nodded in agreement. But, Aunt, is this really the end? Qiuya asked incredulously. Everyone has underestimated him. Even I, Mei Fenghua sighed, then muttered. It makes no sense. How could such a genius emerge in a place like this? As the Foundation Establishment Elixir remained, Chu Yuan inspected the contents of the captured storage ring. Was it possible that this old man had emptied the treasury of the Great Qian dynasty? Previously, he had spent 750,000 high-grade spirit stones on the Foundation Establishment Elixir, and now, There were numerous cultivation resources within the storage ring. These resources were sufficient for advancing from the condensing Yuan realm to the complete five organs realm, everything one could desire. Good heavens! Could this old fellow be contemplating seizing another's body? The possibility of the Foundation establishment elixir being involved was indeed chilling. The broken shield was a damaged 7th-tier weapon capable of amplifying combat strength. TSK. This old man possesses quite the treasures. The opponent's combat prowess was already nearing the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. No wonder, a century ago, he had been able to suppress the ancestors of the great martial dynasty. Yet, 100 years had passed, and it seemed he had made little progress. He deserved to be defeated. One could only imagine how regretful Taoist Qinya must have felt at the moment of his demise, lamenting his decision to provoke such a being. But alas, there was no remedy for regret. If Taoist Qinya sought to seize another's body, and I had slain him, did that not indirectly save a life? In that case, this individual was quite fortunate. As thoughts swirled within him, Chu Yuan began to make his way back, his mood exceedingly buoyant. The completion of the Soul Palace realm, in the great martial dynasty and the surrounding areas, he could now stride with confidence, possessing strength that surpassed even the might of a beefless existence. Yet, he knew he must not become overly arrogant. Should adversaries arrive from outside, victory was not guaranteed. He needed to continue advancing. His desire for progress was insatiable. Advancement and taking on disciples seemed a promising avenue. He could visit the son of the carefree king. If he turned out to be a child of fortune, it would be a tremendous gain. Ancestor, you are truly formidable. Upon approaching, Xiao Qingfeng and the others were filled with admiration. In a world where strength dictated respect, the powerful were revered. Enough, I have matters to attend to. You may return for now, Chu Yuan instructed them. By the way, do you have anything else you wish to purchase? No, nothing at all. Very well then. Senior Chu, you have truly opened my eyes. Mei Fenghua approached him. Previously, although she was aware that Chu Yuan was at the Soul Palace realm, she had assumed he had only recently entered this stage. Thus, considering her status, she felt it permissible to address him as fellow Taoist. However, after witnessing Chu Yuan effortlessly vanquish the Qinya Taoist, addressing him as such now would be quite impolite. I am flattered, Chu Yuan chuckled lightly. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Senior Chu, do attend to your affairs, and remember to consider our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Mei Fenghua remarked with a wink. Chu Yuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, with a sweep of his consciousness, he located the position of the carefree king and approached him with his two disciples. The carefree king was taken aback. What brings this esteemed figure here? Filled with curiosity, he clasped his hands and bowed. I pay my respects to Senior Chu. Despite being a regional monarch, he felt no inclination to adopt an air of superiority. Not only he, but even the emperor of the great martial dynasty and their venerable ancestor would likely not dare to act haughtily in the presence of Chu Yuan, who had just dispatched the Qinya Taoist with a single sword strike. I have heard you have a son who has fallen into despair? Chu Yuan inquired. Indeed, replied the carefree king, puzzled about Chu Yuan's intentions. Surely, he was not here to mock him, was he? May I meet him? Chu Yuan asked. The carefree king was astonished at the request, quickly followed by a surge of excitement. Does the senior have a way to heal my son? He recalled that the foundational spirit liquid was currently in Chu Yuan's possession. Let us go and see, Chu Yuan stated. Excellent, excellent. The carefree king hastily gestured. Senior, please follow me. Under the king's guidance, they made their way toward the carefree king's residence. Curiously, many observed that Chu Yuan seemed quite intrigued by the young heir. Why was that? Did he perhaps take pleasure in meeting those deemed worthless? Countless individuals were left pondering this mystery, yet none dared to follow openly. The consequences of inciting Chu Yuan's wrath were too dreadful to contemplate. This Taoist Chu grows increasingly fascinating. Eluding comprehension, Mei Fenghua chuckled. He does not fall short of the talented youth from the 10 sects. In fact, he may surpass them. Aunt, do you think there are other sects backing Senior Chu? Chioya inquired with curiosity. Who knows? However, it would be prudent not to pry too deeply. Everyone harbors secrets, and we should avoid courting disaster. Mei Fenghua replied with a knowing glance. 10 years prior, Chu Yuan's parents met a tragic end, leaving him with silver hair overnight, yet he did not seek vengeance. This indicated that, at that time, Chu Yuan lacked the capability to avenge his parents. Yet, a decade later, he effortlessly slayed the Soul Palace realm Qinya Taoist. The implications were terrifying. She could leverage the power of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to investigate, but that would surely offend Chu Yuan. It was better to maintain their budding goodwill. Even if she were to uncover Chu Yuan's secrets, they would be of no use to her. Why invite unnecessary trouble upon herself? Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of a tea house, a plainly dressed elderly man sat with a young girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old. Grand Ancestor, why does your hand tremble so? The little girl inquired with wide, innocent eyes. The elder withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon and gently remarked, "This tea is rather hot." At that moment, a voice echoed near his ear. "Once my matters are settled, we shall discuss further." Suddenly, he lost grip of the teacup, which shattered upon the ground. Chapter 35. The unfortunate encounter of the carefree king and the 10 hidden sects. "Pray, tell me about your son," remarked Chu Yuan as they traveled. "Certainly, esteemed elder." The carefree king began to recount the tale of his son in great detail, even mentioning the child's mother. 17 years prior, the solitary carefree king ventured forth on a journey, where he encountered a woman afflicted by a peculiar emotional poison. Unable to resist her plea for aid in detoxification, he succumbed to her request. In the aftermath, the woman temporarily lost her powers, bound by the ties of a day spent as husband and wife. The carefree king could not bear to abandon her, thus he brought her home. Due to his act of saving her, the woman harbored complex feelings towards him. However, she bore no hatred. Days passed in this manner, with the woman diligently training to restore her powers, albeit at a slow pace. She remained tight-lipped about her origins, and the carefree king deemed it inappropriate to press her for answers, resigning himself to the notion of their relationship being a fateful entanglement, hoping that once she regained her strength, she would depart on her own accord. Yet, fate had other plans. The woman became pregnant. Both the carefree king and the woman were momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, becoming a father in his later years. However, his initial joy swiftly morphed into despondency, as he presumed that she would terminate the pregnancy. Contrary to his expectations, she chose to keep the child, believing in the continuation of their bloodline. The carefree king vowed to her, reassuring her that he would cherish both her and their child for a lifetime. After 10 months of anticipation, their child was born, and the carefree king was overwhelmed with joy. The three of them lived together blissfully, and those moments marked the happiest days of his life. The woman seemed to have reconciled her circumstances, embracing her role as a true partner. Just when the carefree king believed this idyllic life would endure, the woman announced her departure, citing an unavoidable reason without revealing its nature. By that time, her powers had returned to the peak of the 5 organs realm, yet the carefree king remained oblivious to her true strength during her prime. When she left, he could not stop her, nor did he know her destination. In the days that followed, the carefree king was engulfed in sorrow, raising their child alone. His surname was Xiao, belonging to the royal lineage of the great martial dynasty, and their son was named Xiao Yan. At 6, Xiao Yan began his cultivation. By 9, he had reached the initial gathering stage, and by 13, he attained the late gathering stage, only to inexplicably experience a regression in his abilities. Even the royal ancestors could not ascertain the cause, plunging the carefree king into despair. He sought every possible remedy, exhausting all options, and had it not been for the resources provided by the woman before her departure, he would have surely faced ruin long ago. Yet now, he was prepared to gamble everything once more for the sake of auctioning foundational elixirs. Who could have anticipated that no photographs were taken? To me, Yenner is more precious than my own life. The sincere Prince of Leisure expressed, "If you can heal him, I would be willing to serve you, even if it means toiling like a beast." Alas, I entrusted the child to fate, and yet it has come to this. I feel deeply remorseful towards her. Chu Yuan sighed within. Good heavens! The robust and spirited Prince of Leisure, though in his middle age, has still encountered a mysterious woman. His fortune is indeed remarkable. Yet the circumstances are somewhat melodramatic. I had thought the prince was favored by destiny. However, upon a closer inspection, while his fortune is commendable, it does not elevate him to the status of a favored one, and in other aspects, he is rather average. I have heard he was jilted. What is the current standing of the woman who broke off the engagement? Chu Yuan inquired. The lady is named Lu Riyue, the daughter of the Lu clan's patriarch, a prominent family in the imperial city. Previously, the engagement was formed based on my friendship with the clan leader. To be frank, it was they who sought to elevate their status. However, after Yenner was incapacitated, Lu Riyue was instead courted by an elder from the Ice Soul Valley, who took her to cultivate there, and she has been gone for 2 years. 7 days ago, Lu Riyue returned home for a visit and came to annul the engagement, which infuriated me. The patriarch of the Lu family had implored me to seal this engagement, yet now they so easily dismiss it. Truly, those in power are merciless. Yet, there is little I can do. The Ice Soul Valley is not to be trifled with. The prince sighed as he spoke. Did any formidable allies accompany her to break the engagement? Chu Yuan asked. 7 days prior, he was in seclusion. Since they have come, they might have heard his reputation. Could they have secretly investigated him? A follower at the perfected level of the 5 organs accompanied her, the prince replied. A perfected 5 organs level can only serve as an aid. How mighty is the Ice Soul Valley? Chu Yuan questioned. I have not heard of such a power surrounding the Ice Soul Valley. It did not surprise the prince that Chu Yuan was unaware of it. He assumed Chu Yuan had been secluded in the Tianyun Sect, with little knowledge of the outside world. Even those from the Tianyun Sect are relatively uninformed about external matters. They are extraordinarily formidable. The prince stated gravely. Esteemed one, the region we inhabit is known as the land of 100 nations. The great martial dynasty is but one of these nations. Although there are disparities in strength among the 100 nations, the differences are not as vast as one might think. Above the 100 nations, there exist the 10 great sects. These 10 sects are exalted, immensely powerful, and completely surpass the 100 nations. They are referred to as the 10 sects beyond the world. To them, the sole purpose of the 100 nations seems to be to supply them with talented cultivators. It is said that even in the Soul Palace realm, one can only serve as a steward. Only those at the Dharma aspect realm can ascend to the status of elder, while a 5 organs realm cultivator is already considered a master in the 100 nations. Within the 10 sects, they hold no status whatsoever. How terrifying is that? And the Ice Soul Valley is indeed one of the 10 sects. Lu Ryue's master is a fearsome existence at the Dharma aspect realm. As he concluded, the prince felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The chasm between them is simply insurmountable. As Chu Yuan's thoughts stirred, he realized that in the realm of the 100 nations, within the 10 sects, one could only serve as a steward in the Soul Palace realm. Thus, the spirit he had previously slain, belonging to the Soul Palace, seemed to be a steward of the Blood Shadow Hall. This led him to ponder, could the Blood Shadow Hall indeed be one of the 10 sects? Have you heard of the Blood Shadow Hall? He inquired. Senior, you are aware of the Blood Shadow Hall, one of the 10 sects? King Xiaoyao replied with surprise. It appeared that the senior had some knowledge of the outside world after all. Chu Yuan silently clicked his tongue, astonished to learn that the Blood Shadow Hall was truly one of the 10 sects. Yet, why had the spirit named Lin Huayuan fallen to the level of seizing the body of the Blood Knife Sect's leader? Logically, the physical form of the Blood Knife Sect's leader was in poor condition. Furthermore, after seizing the body, why had he not returned to the Blood Shadow Hall? Had he discovered Jiang Yi's heavy pupils and Jiang Yao's supreme bone and sought to monopolize them? Such a possibility seemed likely. Therefore, it was reasonable to assume that the other party had not divulged information about Jiang Yi and the others to the Blood Shadow Hall. However, if the opponent perished and a soul lamp remained in the Blood Shadow Hall, upon its extinguishment, would the hall seek to investigate? If so, that could spell trouble. He needed to expedite his cultivation. A sense of urgency began to weigh on Chu Yuan. Senior, we have arrived. Chapter 36, Accepting Disciples, the Heavenly Fire Body. 3 years of cultivation enlightenment. Chu Yuan had previously contemplated whether those who came from the Ice Soul Valley would investigate him upon hearing his rumors. However, upon learning of the Ice Soul Valley's formidable strength, it was likely they would not regard someone like him as significant, perhaps not even considering him at all. As King Xiaoyao's voice resonated, they descended upon an imposing estate. Your Highness, the gate guards greeted respectfully. King Xiaoyao gestured, Senior, please. Once they entered, the guards at the entrance were utterly astonished. Who was that just now? To receive such reverence from the prince. A significant figure. Surely, an extraordinary person. Young, white-haired. Could it be the one rumored about? The royal mansion was situated quite far away, so they were unaware of the events that had transpired at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, but news would soon circulate. Has Lu Ryue left the Great Wu? Senior. She departed 3 days ago. Chu Yuan nodded. Senior, I shall first take you to the hall to rest, then send for Yenner. King Xiaoyao stated. Currently, Xiao Yin was only at the mid-stage of body refining and was unable to use the communication jade slip, as it required true essence to operate, which meant one had to be at the condensation realm. No need. I see he is in training. Let us go directly. Chu Yuan's consciousness had already enveloped the entire royal mansion. He discovered a young boy in a courtyard, diligently practicing martial arts. Although his cultivation was only mid-stage body refining, the martial technique he was executing was of exceptional quality, exuding a sense of returning to simplicity and an ethereal mastery. It was evident that despite his low cultivation, his comprehension was remarkably high. Confirmed. After a series of inquiries, Chu Yuan was 98% certain that the other party was indeed a child of destiny. Even if he were not, he was undoubtedly a trapped genius. Yenner, although your cultivation has regressed, you have never given up on your training, persevering day after day. King Xiaoyao sighed. The courtyard door opened. Xiao Yin heard a noise and turned to look. He saw his father, bowing respectfully as he welcomed a visitor. Then, he beheld a striking young man with white hair, accompanied by a little girl perched on his shoulder and a youth by his side, entering the room. He paused his practice and approached, first bowing to Chu Yuan. The fact that his father showed such deference indicated that this individual was indeed extraordinary and should not be offended. This was his assessment. He then bowed to the King of Freedom, who smiled and nodded, a flicker of concern evident in his gaze. "Father, who is this?" Xiaoyan inquired curiously. "Yenner. This is the esteemed ancestor Chu of the Tianyun Sect, a formidable being of the Soul Palace realm, the King of Freedom introduced." "Ancestor Chu. You are indeed the revered Ancestor Chu." Excitement flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes. He had heard tales of Ancestor Chu, of how he had lost his parents, turned white-haired overnight, and entered seclusion for 10 years, emerging as a Soul Palace master at the age of 50, evoking great admiration. "Ancestor Chu has come to assess your condition," the King of Freedom explained. "Me?" Xiaoyan chuckled ruefully. What could anyone discern? No one has been able to see anything for years. He held little hope, but knew he must maintain decorum. "I appreciate your efforts, Ancestor Chu." Nodding, Chu Yuan focused his thoughts and opened the eye of true sight. In an instant, Xiaoyan's attribute panel appeared before him. Name, Xiaoyan. Age, 16. Talent, mastery of fire. Both aptitude and roots are exceptional. Possessing the heavenly fire body. Potential, immortal quality. Cultivation, mid-stage body refinement realm. Originally late-stage Yuan condensation realm. 3 years ago, the heavenly fire body began to devour his cultivation for awakening, resulting in a continuous decline. As of now, the heavenly fire body has awakened 99%, requiring immense external force to impact the Dantian for complete awakening. Fortune, favored by heaven and earth, blessed with great fortune. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuan could barely contain his excitement. Indeed, another prodigious talent blessed with great fortune. Logically, this should belong to the archetype of a discarded betrothal. Yet there was no elderly ring bearer, only the innate constitution. However, in this vast world, the extraordinary is commonplace. Some differences are to be expected, Chu Yuan mused. "Senior, what do you think?" the King of Freedom asked cautiously, his own tension palpable. Despite being informed countless times of the futility, a flicker of hope remained. Even Xiaoyan, who typically held little hope, yearned to seize a chance, however slim it might be. Chu Yuan did not respond directly, but instead fixed his gaze on Xiaoyan and asked, "I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" "Wait. Take a disciple." The King of Freedom and Xiaoyan exchanged incredulous glances, both astonished. "Senior, you wish to accept Yenner as your disciple? Could it be?" The King of Freedom's face flushed with excitement, akin to a maiden on her wedding night. "I." Xiaoyan felt somewhat flustered. Accepting a disciple. This outcome was utterly beyond their expectations. "Indeed, joining my sect will allow you to escape your current plight," Chu Yuan proclaimed, standing with an air of otherworldly grace. "I am willing. I am willing." Xiaoyan knelt down and bowed, exclaiming, "Master, please accept your disciple's reverence." The movements were remarkably swift. As if fearing that Chu Yuan might have a change of heart, Xiaoyan was uncertain whether becoming a disciple would truly resolve his predicaments. Yet he was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly the closest he had come in 3 years. The likelihood of Ancestor Chu deceiving him seemed minimal. If he could not alleviate Xiaoyan's troubles, why would he take him on as a disciple? It was evidently improbable. The most plausible explanation was that Ancestor Chu genuinely possessed the ability to remedy his plight. Salvation was at hand. Xiaoyan's agility surprised Chu Yuan, though it was understandable. His appearance was akin to that of a drowning man who suddenly glimpses a life-saving straw, prompting a desperate grasp for it. "Well," Chu Yuan declared earnestly, "from this day forth, you shall be my 3rd disciple." "Yes, master," Xiaoyan replied. At that moment, a system notification appeared. "Ding! Congratulations, master, on acquiring yet another disciple with exceptional talent. Synchronizing the disciple's gifts now. Cultivation gift synchronization successful. Should the disciple fall or be expelled, the synchronized gifts will not vanish. Reward for accepting a disciple. 3 years of cultivation bestowed upon the master for the master's exclusive use. The return of cultivation effectiveness will apply to this disciple. 3 years. It was indeed a bestowal of 3 years of cultivation. At that instant, Chu Yuan found it difficult to maintain his composure, especially considering he had accumulated the gifts from 3 disciples. The prospect of 3 years of cultivation bestowed upon him was astonishing. Recall that during his previous bestowal, he had experienced a leap from the late stage of the 5 organs realm to the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. 3 years held significant implications. Xiaoyan had squandered 3 years, and his engagement with his fiancée had also been for 3 years. Now, by taking him on as a disciple and receiving a reward of 3 years of cultivation, it seemed he was destined to confront the past 3 years. When Chu Yuan had accepted Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, he had only received a single year of cultivation. It was somewhat unsettling to contemplate. Was it possible that the system, having granted him 100 years as a novice gift, felt it had been overly generous and thus decided to curtail future rewards? Alas, he dismissed such thoughts. The system was, after all, his benefactor. How could he harbor doubts? Furthermore, without the system, he would be nothing. Even if the system did take a slight cut, he would accept it. Now, with 3 years of cultivation bestowed upon him, he would undoubtedly ascend to a realm beyond the Dharma manifestation stage. Chu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 37. Master, terrifying indeed, good disciple, rise. Chu Yuan gestured, and a gentle breeze lifted the kneeling Xiaoyan. Allow me to introduce you. This is your senior brother, Jiang Yi, and your senior sister, Jiang Yao. They are siblings, Chu Yuan explained. It struck him as somewhat peculiar, as both Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao were younger than Xiaoyan. However, the designation of seniority among disciples was based on the order of acceptance rather than age. As he made the introductions, Chu Yuan retracted the spiritual energy he had used to conceal their cultivation levels. In an instant, their true powers were revealed, causing the king of Carefree to widen his eyes in astonishment. In the midst of the condensation realm, at the mid-stage of the body refinement realm, upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but be astonished. It was rumored that the esteemed ancestor Chu had taken on 2 disciples, one at the late stage of body refinement and the other yet to begin their cultivation. How could such a transformation occur in merely 2 months? Not to mention the astonishing rate of progress. Simply considering age and cultivation, Jiang Yi, at 13 years old, had already reached the mid-stage of the condensation realm, which was commendable. However, Jiang Yao was truly remarkable, having achieved the mid-stage of the body refinement realm at the tender age of 5, whose child begins cultivating at 5 years old and reaches such heights. What would happen as they grow older? Your senior brother had once attained the late stage of the condensation realm at the age of 10. However, an unfortunate incident led to the loss of his cultivation, and his current abilities are the result of a hard-fought recultivation. Chu Yuan mentioned this, fearing that his eldest disciple might be underestimated. Xiaoyan, a 10-year-old at the late stage of the condensation realm. Before his downfall, Xiaoyan himself had only reached the late stage of the condensation realm at 13. Of course, what captured their attention most was the fact that Jiang Yi had lost his cultivation but had managed to restore it. Does that mean Xiaoyan could do the same? I pay my respects to my senior brother, Xiaoyan said solemnly, having acknowledged this senior brother, despite the latter being younger than him. Third junior brother, Jiang Yi replied with a gentle smile. Under the gaze of Jiang Yi's unique dual pupils, he sensed the terrifying potential concealed within Xiaoyan's being. Indeed, those favored by the master were no ordinary individuals. However, he found it perplexing that the master had never met Xiaoyan yet seemed to know of his considerable talent. The master must have come for a reason. Could it be because he heard of Xiaoyan's downfall? Yet, countless individuals have fallen, yet few possess true greatness. The master did not seek out other failures, but went directly to meet Xiaoyan. The master is truly extraordinary, so enigmatic. He felt the master remained shrouded in mystery, as if enveloped in a veil of fog, impossible to see through. Second junior sister, Xiaoyan turned to Jiang Yao and bowed. Hee, little girl. I'm so happy to be a senior sister. Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully. Third junior brother, here is something for you to eat. Jiang Yao handed him a spiritual fruit. Thank you, second junior sister. Xiaoyan smiled as he accepted the fruit. Since your second junior sister has given you something, it is only right that I, as your senior brother, present you with a token of our meeting. Jiang Yi produced a storage ring and handed it to Xiaoyan. It was one of his many rings, and thanks to the master, he was quite affluent. Then I thank my senior brother, Xiaoyan expressed gratefully. Oh, since you all have given, I must contribute as well, Chu Yuan said with a smile, having intended to do so from the start. He presented 3 storage rings, saying, these are the spoils obtained from slaying that 1,000-crow Taoist, excluding the Foundation Establishment elixir. The rest is yours. Thank you, master. Xiaoyan received them with appreciation. Meanwhile, the King of Freedom stood by, utterly astonished. Although no Foundation Establishment elixir was included, the wealth of the Soul Palace realm was undoubtedly immense. Father, what is wrong? Xiaoyan asked in confusion. Yenner, do you know who the 1,000-crow Taoist is? Father, I have not heard of him. The King of Freedom took a deep breath. The 1,000-crow Taoist is the ancestor of the Dai Xin dynasty. What? Xiaoyan was taken aback. Did this mean that his master, the esteemed figure of the Soul Palace realm, had just vanquished another of the same caliber and bestowed upon him their storage ring? The treasures of a Soul Palace master. Goodness, these 3 storage rings suddenly felt exceedingly valuable. He had only just become a disciple. What merit did he possess to warrant such treatment from his master? Was his master testing him? Master, this is far too precious. Chu Yuan interrupted him, insisting that he should not hesitate. Inquire with your senior brothers. The gifts I present are not meant to be retracted. Indeed, it was true. His master was known for his generosity and kindness toward his disciples, as Jiang Yi candidly expressed. After confirming multiple times, Xiaoyan gratefully accepted the rings. Ding, naturally, Chu Yuan received his due returns. Within the storage ring of the Qinyao Daoist, there were no martial arts or techniques, but an abundance of treasures. Aside from the foundational spirit liquid, everything was given to Xiaoyan. The 7th-tier shield-breaking artifact returned as an 8th-tier one. By the way, didn't Team Master slay the Qinyao Daoist? Where did this occur? Why did I not hear any commotion? He wondered aloud. Primarily, that individual was the ancestor of the Dashuan dynasty, while he was not well versed. He at least assumed they were as powerful as their own ancestors, perhaps even a tad stronger. It seemed the carefree king understood his thoughts. A century ago, the Qinyao Daoist fought against our ancestor, and our ancestor narrowly lost. Just now, Senior Chu effortlessly dispatched the Qinyao Daoist with a single sword strike. Gasp. Xiaoyan inhaled sharply, his scalp tingling. To slay a master of the Soul Palace with one sword stroke, his master was indeed terrifying. Now that you have become my disciple, I shall assist you in overcoming your tribulations, Chu Yuan stated earnestly. He too was eager to witness how formidable the heavenly fire Dao body truly was. Is it truly possible? Xiaoyan found it hard to believe. Yet he was filled with anticipation. Simple, Chu Yuan casually uttered, delivering the most profound shock with just 2 words. Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Master, what must I do? You need not do anything. With a light chuckle, Chu Yuan reached out, drawing Xiaoyan before him, and then struck his abdomen with a palm. A powerful force surged into Xiaoyan's dantian. He followed the system's instructions meticulously. In an instant, Xiaoyan was propelled backwards 7 or 8 meters, rolling several times upon the ground. Of course, Chu Yuan moderated his strength. Otherwise, Xiaoyan would have been reduced to mere mist. Yener, Senior. The carefree king was exceedingly anxious, perplexed by Chu Yuan's actions. But at that moment, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from Xiaoyan, sweeping outward. Chu Yuan waved his hand to contain the force. Could there be some terrifying phenomenon? Chu Yuan felt a twinge of concern. If such a phenomenon did indeed arise, it might attract formidable beings they could not contend with. Let us hope that is not the case. Xiaoyan seemed to sense the transformation within his body and hastily sat up in a meditative posture. In the next moment, a crimson glow ascended from his dantian, spreading like flames throughout his body. Chapter 38. All in, skipping the Dharma realm. Instantly, Xiaoyan transformed into a figure of red, his entire skin taking on a vivid hue. Subsequently, an even more brilliant crimson light surged from his dantian, morphing into lines that danced upon his skin as if imbued with life, ultimately delineating mysterious and arcane runes and totems. Simultaneously, the surrounding red light was drawn into these symbols, which erupted in flames, engulfing him in a blaze that reduced his garments to mere ashes. Chu Yuan swiftly shielded Jiang Yao's eyes, using his cultivation to withstand the onslaught of fire. At that moment, Xiaoyan underwent a profound metamorphosis, fully transforming into a being of flames, his hair standing on end, each strand radiating fiery brilliance without being consumed. A lotus of flames manifested upon his forehead, while golden divine flames flickered in his eyes, resembling twin suns. His physique was flawless, with runes adorning every inch of his skin. Yet they did not appear grotesque or unsightly. Rather, they exuded an aesthetic beauty. This spectacle left the King of Freedom utterly astonished. Was this truly his son? Boom. Xiaoyan's aura surged incessantly. Late-stage body refinement. Complete body refinement. Early-stage Yuan condensation. Complete Yuan condensation. Upon breaking through, the runes and totems dimmed and gradually faded, as if merging into his very being, intertwining with his flesh and blood. His previously upright hair fell gracefully, cascading over his shoulders. Complete Yuan condensation. I have returned. I have truly returned. Furthermore, my cultivation has ascended to new heights. Ha ha ha. I have finally regained my strength. Roar. Immersed in the joy of his revival, Xiaoyan danced with exuberance. However, upon noticing the peculiar gazes of those around him, he suddenly became aware of his situation, hastily covering a certain area, his face flushing crimson. Oh no, oh no. What a colossal embarrassment. I can't show my face again. Ah, such a mortifying scene. Chu Yuan emerged from the house, tossing a set of clothes to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan quickly donned them, his head hanging lower, internally reveling in his triumph, yet feeling foolishly ecstatic. Ahem, congratulations. Chu Yuan coughed lightly and spoke. Yener, why are you still dawdling? Quickly express your gratitude to your master. The King of Freedom, filled with a mix of pride and exasperation, was moved to tears. His son was no longer a waste. Ah, right. Xiaoyan snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath. If I must face disgrace, so be it. Let it be the price for shedding the label of uselessness. After a moment of self-consolation, he knelt and bowed, proclaiming, Xiaoyan, I am eternally grateful to my master for this rebirth. At that moment, he felt as though he were in a dream, fearing he might awaken. Senior Chu, I cannot thank you enough. The King of Freedom also bowed deeply. Chu Yuan accepted their gratitude, releasing Jiang Yao's eyes from his grasp. Rise. Chu Yuan smiled lightly, his presence as refreshing as spring. Congratulations, third junior brother, Jiang Yi remarked, feeling a newfound pressure as his third junior brother's cultivation had now surpassed his own. Congratulations to the third junior disciple, chuckled Xiao Yin as he nodded to them. He then inquired, Master, what just transpired? Why did a single strike from you restore me? Upon hearing this, King Xiaoyao wore an expression of curiosity, eager to uncover the truth. Chu Yuan silently exhaled in relief, glad that no terrifying phenomena had manifested moments earlier. The regression in your cultivation stems from your possession of a unique constitution. 3 years ago, this special trait began to siphon off your powers and achievements in cultivation. This explains why, despite your relentless efforts, your progress has remained stagnant, Chu Yuan elaborated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Not only had the master discerned the third junior disciple's exceptional constitution, but he also possessed the knowledge to facilitate its awakening. Truly, the master remained as enigmatic and formidable as ever, thought Jiang Yi. Unique constitution, King Xiaoyao exclaimed with delight, recognizing it as the extraordinary trait documented in ancient texts. It is said that those who possess such a constitution find their cultivation as effortless as the act of eating or drinking once awakened. So that is how it is. This is splendid. Xiao Yin felt a surge of optimism. He believed that if he were to cultivate now, his speed would undoubtedly surpass that of the past. Thank you, Master. Had it not been for your assistance, I might have never awakened my constitution. Xiao Yin expressed his gratitude, astonished to learn that awakening such a trait required external force to impact the Dantian. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile, though he suspected that, without his intervention, Xiao Yin would have inevitably awakened due to various other circumstances. Such immense fortune is no trivial matter. Today is indeed a momentous occasion. Esteemed elder, you have worked diligently. Please, allow me to prepare a banquet in your honor, King Xiaoyao proposed. Recalling the little rascal perched on his shoulder, Chu Yuan smiled and nodded. Senior brother and sister, let me show you around my home, Xiao Yin said joyfully, wishing to strengthen his bonds with his peers. Very well, Jiang Yi replied, nodding in agreement. Go ahead, Chu Yuan said as he gently set Jiang Yao down. Yes, master, I will come to find you shortly, Jiang Yao obediently remarked. As the three departed, Chu Yuan and King Xiaoyao made their way to a grand hall. Esteemed elder, please wait here. I shall prepare the feast myself, King Xiaoyao insisted. He knew he must oversee the preparations personally. To the royal palace's kitchen, where the chefs shall unleash their culinary prowess. Let them create the most sumptuous banquet. Like alchemy and artifact crafting, the culinary arts hold their own significance. Unlike ordinary fare, the ingredients for cultivators consist of beastly meats and various spiritual herbs. When prepared correctly, not only do these dishes delight the senses, but they also provide various benefits upon consumption. Go ahead, Chu Yuan said, contemplating a solitary place to enhance his cultivation. This moment was indeed opportune. After King Xiaoyao departed, a slight smile curved upon Chu Yuan's lips. What follows now is the extent to which my talent and diligence can carry me. System, allocate points. 3 years of cultivation consolidation, all in. Beep, as you command. Esteemed master. Initiating cultivation consolidation, the familiar sensation returned. Boom. A breakthrough. Early stage of the law manifestation realm. In this realm, the primordial spirit undergoes further refinement, merging with the force of cultivation to form the law manifestation of the primordial spirit. Once manifested, it appears as a giant. The law manifestation realm can effectively remedy the diminutive stature of the human race. When the Dharma manifestation emerges, it obscures the heavens and eclipses the sun, akin to the presence of a divine being. Of course, the greater the Dharma manifestation that unfolds, the more it consumes the practitioner's essence. The breakthroughs are not yet complete. They are ongoing, transitioning through the mid-stage of the Dharma realm, advancing towards the late stage, and ultimately achieving the perfection of the Dharma realm. Still, there remains untapped potential, leading into the early stage of the Nirvana realm. In the Nirvana realm, each breakthrough allows for a rebirth, a metamorphosis that compensates for one's deficiencies and mends one's injuries. For instance, a cultivator who has lost an arm will find it restored after attaining the Nirvana realm and undergoing rebirth, resulting in an even more flawless physique. Even hidden injuries and internal wounds can be healed through this process. If one's body is already flawless, repeated rebirths will only enhance that perfection. Now in the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm, the culmination of his cultivation has finally concluded. 3 years of intense cultivation have allowed him to leap over the vast expanse of the Dharma realm. Chapter 39. The arduous path of cultivation. What is wrong with indulging a little? He has become immensely powerful. The former version of himself now seems as insignificant as an ant compared to his current self. Now, even if adversaries were to approach, he may not be easily overcome. A confident smile graced Chu Yuan's face. Among the 10 sects beyond the world, those in the Dharma realm serve as elders, while the most formidable beings would be those in the Nirvana realm. With a mere thought, he examined his attribute panel. Master, Chu Yuan, age, 50, talent, unparalleled in this era, resonating through the ages. Master of Fire, enhanced by 3 disciples' talents. Potential, beginning with the qualifications of an immortal king. Cultivation, mid-stage of the Nirvana realm. Technique, Crimson Golden Profound Origin Technique, Heaven Tier. Mid-grade, Great Accomplishment. Martial Arts, Crimson Serpent Sword Technique, Heaven Tier. Low-grade, Great Accomplishment. Soaring Dragon, Heaven Tier, Low-grade. Great Accomplishment. Disciples, 35, viewable. Xiaoyan's talent as the Master of Fire bestows him with an extraordinary advantage in all matters related to fire. For instance, cultivating fire attribute techniques and martial arts progresses significantly faster than those of other attributes. Presently, this unique trait has been conferred upon Chu Yuan. However, he lacks a powerful fire attribute technique. He resolves to seek one when the opportunity arises. Now, he has 3 disciples. Yet, due to his recent breakthroughs, he has gained 2 additional slots for disciples, one from the Dharma realm and another from the Nirvana realm. The prospect of accepting 2 more disciples and receiving further rewards is tantalizing. Just the thought brings him joy. However, finding disciples who resonate with him may prove challenging. Encountering 3 in this small, great martial dynasty is already a stroke of good fortune. He trusts in fate. When the time is right, he will naturally meet them. His mindset remains consistently optimistic. His spiritual awareness now extends across thousands of miles. Chu Yuan tested it, enveloping the imperial city with his consciousness, which swiftly expanded further. Every movement within tens of thousands of miles could not escape his perception. His divine consciousness is extraordinarily potent. Not only is his awareness vast, but the speed of his cognitive processing has also accelerated significantly, greatly enhancing his ability to deduce and comprehend. This will greatly aid him in cultivating techniques and martial arts, or in grasping other insights. It is the perfect moment to swiftly refine his techniques and martial arts to perfection. In truth, the current martial arts and techniques seem somewhat unworthy of him. The celestial rank is suitable for those in the Dharma realm and the Nirvana realm. However, the Nirvana realm benefits more from the superior and exquisite celestial ranks. Naturally, if there exists a royal rank that surpasses the celestial, or even higher, it would be even more splendid. Beyond the Nirvana realm lies the King realm and the Venerable realm, 2 vast domains separated by a significant chasm. The ancient texts of the Tianyun Sect merely offer nominal descriptions of these 2 realms, leaving their profound mysteries and transformations shrouded in obscurity. As for the realms beyond the Venerable, a thorough search through the ancient texts of the Tianyun Sect yields no records. Perhaps this is also true for other forces within the great martial dynasty. Indeed, human plans are often outmatched by the designs of fate. Chu Yuan contemplated the elixirs he had purchased and the exquisite spirit stones he had exchanged, originally intended for cultivation. Yet, unexpectedly, he had directly broken through to the mid-nirvana realm, rendering those elixirs, even if gifted to his disciples and returned, ineffective for him. However, the exquisite spirit stones remained useful. Yet now, he had progressed to the point where he could refine higher-grade spirit crystals. Who would still use exquisite spirit stones when one could utilize spirit crystals? Certainly not him. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. He could bestow the exquisite spirit stones upon his disciples and receive exquisite spirit crystals in return. The lower-grade spirit crystals could easily be refined. Chu Yuan tested this and found it relatively effortless. The medium-grade crystals were also manageable. To his surprise, the high-grade crystals proved challenging to refine. The energy contained within them was overwhelmingly formidable. It made sense, as high-grade spirit crystals and exquisite spirit crystals are typically utilized by those in the Venerable realm. The exchange rate between the grades of spirit crystals is 100 to 1. The disparity between lower-grade spirit crystals and exquisite spirit crystals is akin to that between lower-grade and exquisite spirit stones. 1 exquisite spirit crystal is equivalent to 1 million lower-grade spirit crystals. Hence, the notion of acquiring wealth is, in fact, quite simple. Subsequently, he could explore the possibility of purchasing powerful martial arts techniques. With this thought, he closed his eyes to cultivate his martial arts and techniques. As his realm ascended, the process became increasingly effortless, reminiscent of a top student from his previous life returning to effortlessly tackle middle school problems. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi and the others returned. "Master, catch me." Jiang Yao leapt from afar, soaring through the air. Though petite, she had reached the mid-refinement realm. her physical strength now exceeding 30,000 pounds, her body brimming with immense vitality. It is no exaggeration to say that even the young of some fierce beasts would not match her prowess. Chu Yuan caught her with both hands. "Wow, master. You seem a bit different," Jiang Yao remarked, biting her finger as she scrutinized Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan smiled, "Oh, in what way do I seem different? I can't quite articulate it, but you're definitely different." "Ah, I think I know. Your hair seems even shinier than before," Jiang Yao declared, lifting a strand of his white hair to examine it closely. Having broken through to the mid-nirvana realm, he had effectively undergone 2 minor nirvanas. His once white hair, initially a result of profound sorrow, could indeed return to black. However, he found the white hair quite appealing and had grown accustomed to it. Thus, he chose not to revert to black. Yet, after undergoing 2 transformations, his hair had indeed become more lustrous. Chu Yuan gently rubbed Jiang Yao's head and turned to Xiao Yin, saying, "Your physique, known as the heavenly fire body, will yield remarkable results when cultivating fire attribute techniques. However, at the moment, I do not possess any fire attribute methods to impart. Let us begin with something else for your training." Upon finishing his words, Chu Yuan pointed at Xiao Yin's forehead. With his current spiritual essence, the transmission of divine knowledge had become exceedingly simple. He bestowed upon Xiao Yin a mid-tier heavenly technique and 2 low-tier heavenly martial skills. Xiao Yin gazed in astonishment at the inheritance that appeared within his mind. The concept of heavenly tier had only existed in legends for him, yet now, he had obtained it. Although it was not fire attribute, it was still immensely valuable. After the transmission was complete, he grinned and said, "Thank you, master." He felt that today was his lucky day. Becoming a disciple would change his fate. "Lu Yunyu, just wait. In 3 years, I shall make you see me in a new light." Xiao Yin mused. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, seniors." Just then, the free-spirited king arrived, followed by a bevy of beautiful palace maids, each carrying a dish. Even before the dishes arrived, their enticing aroma wafted through the air. Wow! Jiang Yao's eyes widened in anticipation. A grand long table was laid out with a total of 108 dishes, each unique. Some even crafted from 5th-tier precious herbs and beast meats, igniting one's appetite. As the serving maids retreated, a new group of maidens entered, resembling celestial maidens more than mere palace maids, each one strikingly beautiful. Some played music while others danced, presenting a visual feast. Chu Yuan, however, did not utter any words of refusal. After all, training was arduous. Why not indulge a little? As long as he did not spoil the children. "Seniors, I raise a toast to you," the free-spirited king said earnestly, his gratitude towards Chu Yuan rivaling that of Xiao Yin. Chu Yuan nodded. The wine was spiritual. Yet at his level, it held little effect for him. Jiang Yi and Xiao Yin exchanged cups, while Jiang Yao focused on her meal. After dining, Chu Yuan swiftly moved to the 9th floor of a tea house. He seated himself by the window and spoke calmly. "Now, let us discuss what brings you here." In Chapter 40, Seniors, I was thoughtless in addressing you as fellow Taoists. Inside the tea house, an elderly man quickly rose, his face beaming with respect as he clasped his hands and said, "I am the humble Xiao Xuanzhong, honored to meet you, Taoist Chu." Dressed simply with a long white beard, he was the ancestral figure of the great Wu dynasty, a being at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. Yet, in the presence of Chu Yuan, he was exceedingly cautious. After all, his old rival, Taoist Qianya, had been slain in an instant by this man, who would not tread carefully. Behind him stood a little girl of 4 or 5 years, plump-cheeked and somewhat endearing, though she paled in comparison to Jiang Yao. Chu Yuan, utilizing his true vision, assessed the girl and found her talent to be mediocre. There were 2 reasons for Chu Yuan's visit. First, he harbored a slight curiosity about what this individual wished to discuss with him. Second, the royal family possessed Earth-tier perfected techniques, which he might be able to borrow for observation. To seek assistance in mastering the techniques, it would undoubtedly be most convenient to approach this esteemed ancestral figure of the royal lineage, for he possesses the authority to make decisive choices. Chu Yuan waved his hand and calmly stated, "Let us get straight to the matter." "Very well," Xiao Xuanzhong nodded earnestly and replied. "The situation is as follows. Over a century ago, I stumbled upon a cave dwelling, within which I discovered 2 perfectly preserved longevity pills. For a realm such as the Great Martial Dynasty, longevity pills are akin to legendary techniques that exist only in myth. Yet, I managed to acquire such a mythical substance. After consuming one, I extended my lifespan by 200 years. Typically, one in the early stages of the Soul Palace realm has a lifespan of around 600 years. But with the longevity pill, one can attain an impressive 800 years, comparable to those in the early stages of the Dharma aspect realm. However, each individual can only consume one, for any additional pills will not further enhance one's lifespan. Such a miraculous item only proves effective upon the first use. The other pill, of course, found its way into the possession of the Thousand-Crow Taoist, which explains why he, who should have perished a century ago, still walks among us today. When I first encountered the Thousand-Crow Taoist, we engaged in a fierce battle, and though I suffered a regrettable defeat, he possessed many treasures. Ultimately, I bartered that longevity pill with him for several valuable items. To be candid, my exploration of that cave dwelling remains superficial. The true nature of the being that left behind this cave is beyond my comprehension. I merely reached the first level of the cave and obtained the longevity pill. But upon attempting to access the second level, I was obstructed by a puppet. This puppet exhibited the strength of an individual in the early stages of the Soul Palace realm, yet it felt neither pain nor fear, its body acting as a weapon, only attacking and never defending. Over the past century, I have made numerous attempts to break through the puppet's blockade to enter the second level, all to no avail. With my age surpassing that of the Thousand Crow, I find myself with merely a few decades left to live. I had hoped to wait until a successor broke through to the Soul Palace realm so that we could join forces to explore the second level together. However, none of the younger generation have shown the ambition to achieve this breakthrough. I have never trusted that Thousand Crow fellow, and thus, I have never considered collaborating with him. I have kept the matter of the cave to myself, claiming the origin of the longevity pill to be a gift from an elder. As for finding another partner, I have found none suitable until I heard of your recent advancement to the Soul Palace realm, which prompted my desire to invite you. After all, compared to others, you are also of the great martial dynasty. We are akin to kin. Initially, I learned of your injuries and the need for recuperation, which is why I refrained from disturbing you, only sending a message instead. I intended to visit once you had the time, yet I did not anticipate, at this juncture. Xiao Xuanzhong let out a rueful smile. You, my friend, are now capable of slaying that Thousand-Crow fellow with a single sword strike. It seems you were not injured after all. With such formidable strength, should you wish to join me in exploring the cave, our chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Since you are aware of my ability to defeat the Thousand-Crow Taoist and still share such matters with me, are you not concerned that I might hoard the treasures of the cave for myself? Chu Yuan inquired with keen interest. Truthfully, he found himself intrigued by the cave. Though he remained uncertain of Xiao Xuanzhong's sincerity, he did not entirely place his trust in the other party. What if the other party perceived that a non-royal Soul Palace realm, like himself, posed a threat to the royal family's rule and devised a scheme to eliminate him? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Observing Xiao Xuanzhong's longevity, while the longevity elixir might indeed be authentic, the means of acquisition was not genuinely from a cave dwelling. However, given Chu Yuan's current strength, he was not particularly concerned about any devious plots. The fate of the Great Wu dynasty could be determined with a mere thought. I trust you, fellow cultivator, Xiao Xuanzhong stated. This was merely a formality. Their acquaintance was minimal, making genuine trust improbable. Yet, Chu Yuan represented the best option available, and with his own lifespan dwindling, he was inclined to take a gamble. The treasures within the cave can be divided 60-40. I shall take the 40. I merely wish to bolster the royal family's foundation before my demise, he continued. In truth, even without his presence as a Soul Palace realm, the royal family remained the most formidable force within the Great Wu dynasty. They possessed other means to contend with Soul Palace realms, albeit limited to the royal city. Outside its walls, they were at a loss. The ancestors of the royal family served to resolve problems that others could not address when necessary. I am willing to accompany you to acquire that cave dwelling. But the distribution of benefits must be amended, Chu Yuan stated, lightly tapping the table. Then grant me 70%, and I shall settle for 30. Xiao Xuanzhong retorted. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan shook his head. 1% for you, and 99% remains with me. Fellow cultivator, Xiao Xuanzhong began, at a loss for words. Such a demand was undeniably audacious. You mentioned that, on your own, you could not reach the second level, and you have already scavenged the treasures of the first. Thus, your role is merely to guide me to the cave. I shall handle the rest, and you need only reap the rewards. Of course, you may refuse. While I possess a modicum of interest in the cave you mentioned, it is but a fleeting interest. Should I desire treasures, I could repeatedly send my disciples to procure them. Xiao Xuanzhong hesitated. 1% was indeed far too little. Truth be told, I could directly search your soul to discern the cave's location, but out of respect for your lineage, I shall refrain from such actions. Therefore, whether to collaborate with me is a decision you must make, Chu Yuan declared, releasing a measure of pressure that enveloped Xiao Xuanzhong, imparting the gravity of his words. Boom. The pressure bore down on Xiao Xuanzhong, though it was not meant to oppress him, yet in that moment, he felt an unprecedented terror. It was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. He felt like a fragile boat adrift on an endless ocean, at risk of sinking into oblivion at any moment. The fear was overwhelming, almost unbearable. He sensed that should this pressure bear down on him, he would instantly dissolve into blood mist, his very essence extinguished. At this moment, he was utterly horrified. Why? Why was it so terrifying? No, this could not be the Soul Palace realm. It was simply impossible. This was at the very least the realm of law manifestation. Chu Yuan possessed such a terrifying cultivation level. How could this be? He was only 50 years old. Xiao Xuanzhong felt as though the foundations of his worldview, cultivated over 7 centuries, had been utterly shattered, stirring within him turbulent waves of disbelief. The oppressive force lingered for but a fleeting moment before dissipating, yet the impact it left behind echoed on, indelibly etched in his mind. After a prolonged stupor, he regained his composure, his throat parched as he spoke. Senior Chu, I previously referred to you as a fellow Taoist out of sheer ignorance. In Chapter 41, rounding up the figures equates to the royal family acquiring an invincible ally. The might displayed by Chu Yuan when he effortlessly vanquished the Qinya Taoist with a single stroke of his sword had rendered Zhao's previous address as a fellow Taoist a rather presumptuous act. Indeed, based on the mere hint of pressure exhibited moments ago, even 1,000 Qinya Taoists standing before Chu Yuan would be insufficient to withstand his prowess. This level of strength had transcended the boundaries of his comprehension. To continue calling him a fellow Taoist would be an affront. So, how shall you decide? Chu Yuan maintained his composed demeanor. His earlier words bore an undertone of veiled threat, but such nuances were trivial. This world operated on its own merciless rules, and he had shown remarkable leniency. Had it been another, they might have resorted to coercion or soul extraction. In any realm, weakness invites original sin. Senior Chu, I am willing to collaborate with you. Let the distribution be as you see fit, Xiao Xuanzhong declared, now wary of provoking this formidable figure. Should soul extraction truly occur, where would he find solace? Better to gain something than to leave empty-handed. He had contemplated that if Chu Yuan arrived and he refrained from discussing matters concerning the cave, opting instead for other topics, he could conceal the secret until his demise, allowing the royal family to inherit it. However, he was acutely aware of the royal family's limitations. He himself could not access the second tier, and for others in the royal family, the odds were even slimmer. Even if a member of the royal family were to reach the Soul Palace realm, they would need to surpass him, which seemed highly improbable. For hundreds of years, hope appeared scant, and the cave might be discovered by others at any moment. Thus, it would be wiser for him to explore it himself. Although collaborating with Chu Yuan was fraught with peril, fortune favors the bold. He rationalized that with only a few decades of life remaining, dying along the way was inconsequential. It was this very line of thought that compelled him to divulge information about the cave. Yet, to his surprise, the distribution of benefits had been so drastically minimized. However, after witnessing Chu Yuan's strength, his frustration dissipated. The survival of the royal family rested precariously on the whims of this powerful figure. The fact that the latter could grant him even a fraction felt almost like a blessing. Had Chu Yuan been merely at the mid or late stages of the Soul Palace realm, he would have felt aggrieved by such a distribution. Yet, given Chu Yuan's prowess, which surpassed the Soul Palace realm, he bore no grievances. Furthermore, with such formidable capabilities, it was entirely possible that Chu Yuan could unearth the entirety of the cave's mysteries. Very well, let us reconvene here after the incense burns down, Chu Yuan resolved, intending to provide the foundational elixir to his disciples and discern what treasures might be returned. Agreed. By the way, Senior Chu, you mentioned earlier that this was in consideration of Xiao Yan. I am curious, what is your current relationship with him? This was a point of curiosity for Xiao Xuanzhong, who, as a direct descendant of the royal family, was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's significance. Having once held high hopes for him, due to Xiao Yan's terrifying talent, which has only intensified since his youth, the likelihood of him surpassing others in the future is substantial. However, Xiao Yan eventually fell from grace, which has occupied his mind for quite some time. Over the years, the Wandering King has sought various heavenly treasures, incurring significant costs, a large portion of which has been supported by this venerable ancestor. Previously, Chu Yuan accompanied the Wandering King to the royal residence, and he had heard it was for Xiao Yan's sake. Yet, within such a short span, it has made Chu Yuan place such importance on a seemingly useless individual. Thus, he is genuinely curious. He is now the third disciple of the master. After saying this, Chu Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. Third disciple? Xiao Xuanzhong's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be that the esteemed elder Chu has cured that young man's affliction? It must be so. Otherwise, why would he take a waste as his apprentice? How wonderful. How splendid. Xiao Yan has recovered, and he is immensely pleased. Moreover, with the connection to Elder Chu, the Wandering King's estate has obtained a formidable ally. The Wandering King's estate is also tied to the royal family, as the Wandering King and the current emperor are indeed brothers. Thus, by extension, the royal family has secured this invincible backing, surpassing the Soul Palace realm in this vicinity. Who can be deemed invincible? That bitter rival has perished at the hands of Elder Chu. What a serendipitous fate. He is grateful that without this connection, he might not even have had the opportunity to negotiate the distribution of benefits with Elder Chu. It would have been a direct soul-searching service. Just the thought of it is terrifying. At the Wandering King's estate, Chu Yuan's figure appeared swiftly, moving with an astonishing speed. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Lao also shares the surname Xiao, yet he is unrelated to the royal family. He recalled Xiao Qingfeng. Bang, bang, bang. At this very moment, within a courtyard, a fierce battle erupted, with two figures engaged in a fierce exchange, creating tremendous noise and vibrations. It was none other than Xiao Yin and Jiang Yi, who, after their meal, decided to spar, resulting in a confrontation. Jiang Yao stood nearby, alternating her cheers between Go, brother, and Go, third junior. Xiao Yin employed boxing techniques, while Jiang Yi wielded his sword with precision. The Wandering King observed the match, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. This young man, Jiang Yi, is surprisingly formidable, clearly 2 minor realms below Xiao Yin, yet he seems to hold the upper hand. The sword techniques he employs are terrifyingly powerful. They feel akin to those of legendary caliber. As a direct descendant of the royal family, having cultivated the royal family's top-tier earth-level martial arts, he possesses keen insight. Jiang Yi's swordsmanship does not belong to the earth level. It is celestial. The existence of a celestial inheritance is indeed a mystery surrounding Elder Chu. The Wandering King mused silently. For Yinner to follow such a master is indeed a stroke of fortune. Bang! Just then, Jiang Yi broke through Xiao Yan's defenses, sending him staggering backward with a single strike. In truth, the duration of their engagement has been remarkably brief. Chu Yuan had merely stepped out to the tea house for a short while. Third junior, I concede. Jiang Yi stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of invincibility. To defeat Xiao Yan, who is 2 minor realms above him in such a short time, is not solely due to the high level of his martial arts technique, but also significantly attributed to his dual pupils. Although the dual pupils currently do not exhibit significant power, they enable him to effortlessly discern the techniques of others and identify their weaknesses. Although Xiao Yan has just reached the pinnacle of the essence condensation realm, his unique physique enhances his combat capabilities. Furthermore, having cultivated a profound mastery of a top-tier mystic martial art, he finds himself nearly unmatched within his realm. Regrettably, he encounters Jiang Yi, who seems to possess extraordinary advantages. I never expected my senior brother to be this formidable. As a junior, I am truly enlightened. Xiao Yan thought to himself, fully acknowledging his senior brother's strength. The fact that someone 2 minor realms below him could so swiftly defeat him was utterly terrifying. Every one of his intentions had been seen through by his senior brother, whose insight was astoundingly sharp. Because Jiang Yi could conceal his dual pupils, Xiao Yan remained unaware of their uniqueness. He merely perceived his senior brother's gaze as exceptionally impressive. Indeed, anyone favored by their master is no ordinary individual. He cast a glance at Jiang Yao, pondering that if the second senior sister were of the same age, she would likely suffer a severe defeat. They all seemed like monsters. The pressure was immense. Chapter 42. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? In a desolate land of icy cold, there existed a realm solely comprised of snow and ice. Towering mountains, seemingly sculpted from frost, loomed all around, creating an expanse of blinding white, devoid of color. Deep within numerous icebergs lay a basin encircled by mountains, adorned with palatial structures and towers intricately carved from ice crystals. The cliffs surrounding the basin housed numerous caves, resembling a crystalline kingdom within a winter wonderland. Under the faint illumination of array formations, these structures reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, appearing dreamlike and ethereal. At the center of this realm stood a vast plaza, dominated by a colossal ice sculpture towering 3 to 4 times higher than the surrounding palaces. The sculpture depicted a woman of exquisite beauty, her proportions deemed perfect, with a pair of crystalline wings extending from her back. A veil of ice crystals concealed the lower half of her face, leaving her upper visage breathtakingly enchanting. Her hands were gracefully crossed over her abdomen, and under the enchanting glow, she appeared to be an exquisite deity in slumber. This was the Ice Soul Valley. A flying vessel hovered within the valley as a strikingly beautiful young woman descended, walking through the air. Lu Yunyu gazed upon the familiar landscape. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she had finally returned. Though this was the place she had called home for over a decade, her fondness for it was lacking. In comparison to here, it felt insufferably inferior. Even the air was stifling to breathe. She could hardly fathom how she had endured such a place in the past. Fortunately, she had left that place behind. Without necessity, she vowed never to return. Time to bring good news to her master. Lu Yunyu swiftly approached the entrance of a prestigious cave dwelling, the residence of her master. Her master was an elder of the Ice Soul Valley. But not just any elder. She was the Grand Elder. Other elders were under her command, holding significant authority, and her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Dharma manifestation realm. She was Lu Yunyu's idol, and throughout her life, she aspired to emulate her master. After reporting, the entrance to the cave opened, and she entered with ease, navigating her way to a specific location where she encountered her esteemed master. The figure sat gracefully upon a crystal lotus platform, surrounded by an intense chill that enveloped their form in a misty haze, rendering them indistinct. "Master, I have returned," Lu Yunyu greeted respectfully. "The marriage proposal has been retracted?" A voice, sharp and cold, inquired. "Indeed, it has been rescinded," Lu Yunyu replied. "However, that individual is rather oblivious, foolishly intending to challenge me at Ice Soul Valley 3 years hence. Such arrogance is laughable. Not only is he incapacitated, but even were he not, he would never be my equal. His presumption is astounding." The figure let out a derisive laugh. It is all too common for insects to be unaware of their own limitations. The beings from such regions can never enter the 10 sects. They are perpetually frogs at the bottom of a well. Some are even quite conceited, yet in truth, they are merely jesters. Lu Yunyu nodded in agreement, her pride evident as she declared, 3 years from now, not only will he fail to defeat me at Ice Soul Valley, but he will likely not even know where it is located. Thus, that so-called 3-year pact is, in my view, nothing but a jest. I only consented out of pity for him. It would be best if he spent his life in the Great Wu dynasty, a worthless existence. Otherwise, the greater the awareness of disparity, the more despair it brings. At merely 15 years of age, her cultivation had already reached the pool origin realm. Her stage lay in a far broader expanse of the heavens. "By the way, Master, I have heard of an intriguing matter," Lu Yunyu recalled. "Tianyun Sect is one of the sects of the Great Wu dynasty. There is an individual who, in just 10 years, advanced from the early stage of the profound pill realm to the early stage of the soul palace realm." "What?" The figure expressed astonishment. To break through 2 major realms in 10 years is indeed exceedingly rare, even among the 10 sects. To say it is a phoenix among chickens would not be an exaggeration. "Are you certain you have not misheard? How old is that person now?" 50 years old. 50? Achieving the early stage of the profound pill realm by 40? Then making such rapid progress in the following decade? How is that possible? I am unsure of its authenticity. That is merely the rumor. I brought back only one attendant this time, so I did not investigate further. That individual must have been concealing their talents. It is impossible to achieve 2 major realm breakthroughs in just 10 years. However, to reach the Soul Palace realm at 50 in such a place is already quite remarkable. Such talent would be among the top tiers, even within the 10 sects. Is the individual male or female? Previously, Chu Yuan thought that the people from the 10 sects would not mind if he were known. In truth, he underestimated the significance of a 50-year-old at the Soul Palace realm. A male. Then that settles it. Our Ice Soul Valley only accepts female disciples. If it were a woman, perhaps we could consider it. Other sects might take it into account, but that does not concern us. Now, return to your cultivation. Strive to reach the profound pill realm swiftly, for then you will earn the qualification to learn the supreme legacies within the valley. Yes, Lu Yunyu exclaimed, exhilarated. The supreme legacies of the valley are of heavenly grade. A place shrouded in darkness. The earth lay fractured, devoid of life. The soil and rocks bore a dark hue interspersed with hints of crimson, resembling a hellish landscape. Only in certain expansive fissures that give rise to canyons, and in regions adorned with mountains, does a peculiar black-red light emanate, an extraordinary form of magma. Approaching this magma, one would find not warmth, but rather a chilling sensation that pierces the soul, an undeniably strange phenomenon. Within the black-red magma, dark smoke ascends toward the heavens, resembling pillars of shadowy light, enveloping the entire firmament in a shroud of obscurity. In this eerie land, one can find sinister caverns, palaces constructed of bones, and blood-hued pavilions. This is the territory of the Blood-Eaten Palace, one of the 10 sects of the otherworld. At this moment, a figure cloaked in black robes entered a palace fashioned from white bones, and a voice echoed forth. "Lin Juin, you have finally emerged from seclusion." "Elderinia, I have heard that my son's soul lamp has extinguished." The voice of the black-robed figure rasped. "Indeed, it was extinguished 2 months ago. Who dares to slay my son, Lin Juin? I shall ensure he pays with his life." It remains unknown who committed the act. During your period of seclusion, 3 years prior, Lin Huayuan ventured out and has not returned. No news has arrived until 2 months ago when his soul lamp was extinguished. Now that you have emerged, shall you seek vengeance for him? "Naturally, I shall," the figure declared. "Utilizing the soul's summoning secret art, I can locate the site of his soul's demise. Regardless of who it may be, they shall pay dearly." "Very well, proceed with caution." Whoever was capable of killing Lin Huayuan is certainly not a simple foe. Be wary not to be caught off guard and meet a similar fate. With a cold chuckle, Lin Juin replied, "Fear not, elder. During this period of seclusion, I have advanced to the late stage of the Dharma aspect. Who would dare to slay me if I do not emerge from nirvana? Who can possibly defeat me? Indeed, your son was merely at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm, hardly worthy of provoking the nirvana realm. Farewell." Lin Juin turned and embarked upon the path of vengeance, targeting not only the slayer of his son, but also those who had undermined his resources. This grievance must be avenged. Chapter 43. Bestowing Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid. Black Abyss Marsh. I have divided the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid into 3 portions, ensuring each of you receives a share. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chu Yuan presented the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid, portioning it into 3 equal parts. Each disciple expressed their gratitude before accepting their share. The carefree king remarked with a sense of wonder, "Who would have thought that, in the end, my son would receive a portion of the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid?" Ding. The master has bestowed a share of ordinary Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid to 3 disciples, returning a portion of Premium Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid, suitable for those in the Pool, Origin, and Mysterious Pill realms, capable of solidifying foundations and accelerating the speed of cultivation. Premium Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid. The existence of such a substance in this world indicates that it is indeed present. However, it is evident that only those from powerful factions could possess it. Compared to such formidable forces, the cultivators from these smaller regions are undeniably at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Now all 3 disciples have received their share. While other resources may not match the progeny nurtured by the great powers, the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid is indeed available. Coupled with their fortune and innate talent, any initial difficulties will not hinder their growth. "Master, how is this to be used?" Jiang Yao inquired with curiosity. "Simply drink it," came the reply. "Once you ascend to the realm of Chu Yuan, my dear disciple, I shall present to you an even more exalted foundational elixir. Strive diligently," Chu Yuan remarked with a smile, effectively preempting any surprise when he later reveals the superior foundational elixir. The foundational elixir itself is already remarkable. To think there exists an even higher tier. How exorbitantly precious it must be. The King of Leisure was astounded. Meanwhile, the trio had uncorked the vials and commenced imbibing the elixir. In an instant, a verdant luminescence enveloped them, their auras steadily growing more robust. Though their cultivation had not yet broken through, it was only a matter of time before they would ascend. "Xiaoyan, bid farewell to your father," Chu Yuan instructed. Xiaoyan nodded, understanding that it was time to accompany his master. "Father, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself." He approached the King of Leisure, preparing to bow in reverence. However, the king gently pulled him up, speaking earnestly. "Follow Senior Chu diligently in your training, and do return to visit when you can. Exercise utmost caution when engaging in battles. Your safety is paramount." Though reluctant, he recognized that his son's journey with Senior Chu was the wisest choice. The two embraced. Jiang Yi could not help but reflect on his own parents, reassuring them in spirit that he would look after his sister. Subsequently, Chu Yuan led the trio to a tea house, intending to explore a certain cave that would broaden their horizons. As 3 fortunate individuals, they might uncover treasures unseen by others, should danger arise. He could simply transport them to the system's storage space. After escorting the little girl home, Xiao Xuanzhong swiftly arrived at the location to await their arrival. "Senior Chu, you have come." Upon seeing Chu Yuan, he promptly bowed. Chu Yuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Ancestor," Xiaoyan greeted respectfully. Xiao Xuanzhong, filled with pride, patted his shoulder and exclaimed, "Child, you have done well." Suddenly, he noticed that Xiaoyan had reached the consummate stage of the Ningyuan realm. Not only had he recovered, but he had also made progress. Glancing at Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, he was equally astonished. Internally, he mused, truly, Senior Chu's ability to cultivate disciples is nothing short of extraordinary. "Very well, let us depart," Chu Yuan gestured. The mystical power of his cultivation enveloped them, and in the next instant, they soared into the sky. The sword previously used for flight was merely of the 6th tier and no longer befitting his current prowess. As Nirvana corresponds to the 8th tier, he now lacked not only formidable techniques, but also other treasures. He hoped this expedition into the cave would yield some valuable discoveries. "My 3 disciples, let your fortunes shine." The location of the cave had been previously relayed to him by Xiao Xuanzhong. It lay not within the great martial dynasty, but in a unique area within the Wild Ridge. The speed, it was astonishingly rapid, more than 100 times swifter. They had scarcely taken off when they crossed beyond the imperial city's bounds, with countless mountains and rivers rushing past beneath them, a dizzying spectacle. Even Xiao Xuanzhong, a being of the Soul Palace realm, was left in awe. What kind of power is this? The royal city is situated in the central region of the Great Wu Dynasty, approximately 70 to 80,000 miles from the desolate mountains. However, it was not long before they arrived at a vast expanse of pitch-black marshland, permeated by the foul stench of decay and rot, extending over 1,000 miles. Senior, this is what I referred to as the Black Abyss Marsh, Xiao Xuanzhong explained. Within it dwells a beast known as the ghost scale crocodile, a ferocious creature that thrives in packs, though it holds little intrinsic value. Furthermore, there are no renowned spiritual herbs growing here, which is why few venture into this place. After all, unless one is at the Soul Palace stage, cultivators at the five-organ stage who enter the Black Abyss Marsh are undoubtedly doomed. Yet, there are hardly any Soul Palace cultivators in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi nodded, recalling how he had deliberately avoided this area while fleeing with his sister. It was not an exaggeration to deem this place the most dangerous in the desolate mountains. How did you discover that cave? Chu Yuan inquired with curiosity. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but I happened to be passing through when I sensed a formidable aura emanating from afar, seemingly passing through this very location. Although that aura did not compare to your might, it was terrifying enough for me. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunged deep into the Black Abyss Marsh to hide. To be on the safe side, I burrowed downwards with great force. After delving nearly 100 miles, I encountered a massive stone and was preparing to take refuge beneath it. But guess what? To my astonishment, upon reaching out to touch what appeared to be a large rock, my hand slipped through effortlessly. It turned out to be a highly sophisticated camouflage formation. Its purpose was to isolate the marsh while allowing entry for humans. I was taken aback, yet I refrained from entering immediately and withdrew my hand. Later, I sensed that someone passing overhead had scanned my presence with their spiritual consciousness, but chose to disdainfully move on. Anxious, I evaded detection for several days before finally escaping the marsh. It was 5 years later that I returned to explore once more. This time, I resolved to enter. For precaution, I captured a 5th-tier ghost scale crocodile, intending to toss it inside to test the waters. However, it collided directly with the stone, and I realized that the formation not only isolated the marsh, but also repelled beasts. With a mindset resigned to my fate, I boldly entered, only to discover a cave within. The cave descended, and I was unaware of how many levels it contained, but on the first level, there were numerous elixir vials, most of which had turned to waste. Fortunately, I found 2 longevity pills that remained relatively intact, and the first level posed no danger. Only upon attempting to access the second level did I encounter puppets as obstacles. From the state of those wasted elixirs, I surmised that this cave had existed for at least a millennium. Chapter 44. Ghost Scale Crocodile. Entering the second level of the cave upon hearing this, Chu Yuan regarded Xiao Xuanzhong with a serious gaze. It seemed that this old fellow had not been lacking in fortune. Indeed, this could be considered Xiao Xuanzhong's serendipity. After all, in such a vast world, there are inevitably individuals who, for various reasons or mere coincidences, acquire treasures that were never meant for them. This is what one might call opportunity. The old fellow is remarkably composed. Upon discovery, he did not hastily plunge into action, but instead chose to wait 5 long years before returning to explore. As steady as a seasoned veteran, the millennia-old cave indeed piqued Chu Yuan's profound curiosity. The Black Abyss Marsh spans merely 1,000 miles, all enveloped within his spiritual perception. Delving deep into the marsh, he found no trace of any formation. However, there were indeed numerous large stones. Quite intriguing. By now, the possibility that Xiao Xuanzhong had deceived him had diminished significantly. Thus, it was highly likely that this cave truly existed, and moreover, eluded even his spiritual scrutiny. The mid-stage Nirvana realm's spiritual sense could be concealed, and his interest only grew deeper. Accompanied by 3 fortunate individuals, he felt luck would be on their side. Though he harbored such thoughts, Chu Yuan had already prepared himself to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. Lead the way, we shall descend. Very well, over there. Xiao Xuanzhong indicated a location with utmost familiarity. Chu Yuan guided his companions as they soared closer to the surface of the marsh, when suddenly, amidst the foul stench of decay, green lights began to flicker, followed by creatures emerging from the depths of the mire. They were serpentine beasts, akin to crocodiles, each spanning 100 meters, their scales exuding a ghostly blue luminescence, while bloodthirsty eyes glimmered with a greenish hue, and their claws were sharp as scythes. Their massive forms emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. Over a dozen 5th-tier ghost-scaled crocodiles. As Xiao Xuanzhong spoke, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending these ghost-scaled crocodiles crashing back into the marsh. These minor nuisances do not warrant the intervention of Senior Chu. I shall handle them myself. Jiang Yi and the others wore grave expressions. Had they ventured here alone, escape would have been utterly impossible. Even Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with contemplative light. She longed to unleash her strength upon these fearsome creatures, yet she lacked the power. In that moment, she yearned to grow stronger. Consequently, she began to sit in meditation and cultivate, as she was being effortlessly carried by her master, which did not hinder her practice. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Wait, why is second sister cultivating? Is she already diving into this at such a young age? Unwilling to be outdone, he too commenced his cultivation, with Jiang Yi following suit almost simultaneously. Observing his three disciples suddenly engrossed in their training, Chu Yuan smiled softly. Excellent. I hope my disciples grow strong swiftly. Then, I shall no longer need to toil and can leisurely find a place to relax. When they discover treasures and present them to me, I shall reward them handsomely. What a delightful thought. With the prospect of the twin pupils, Supreme Bone, and Celestial Fire Body, any of them, once developed, would become extraordinary existences. In the future, he, as their master, could entirely indulge in leisure. Chu Yuan formed a bubble of spiritual energy to encase them and swiftly plunged into the depths of the Black Abyss Marsh, crushing all the unsuspecting ghost-scaled crocodiles into mere fragments along the way. Such brutality was astonishing. Xiao Xuanzhong need not lift a finger. Senior, it is that stone. Under his guidance, they arrived beneath a colossal rock, towering 3 or 4 stories high. Yet, at the bottom of the Black Abyss Marsh, it seemed utterly insignificant, truly a drop in the ocean. Who could have imagined that a mysterious cave lay hidden here? Senior, over the past century, I have explored every inch of the depths of the Black Abyss Marsh. However, this is the only entrance to the cave. Initially, after exhausting options on the second level, he had pondered whether there might be a direct passage to it, yet he had ultimately overthought it. As Chu Yuan approached the great black stone, he seamlessly merged into it. In the next moment, the surroundings brightened, revealing that they had entered a cavern. It was not particularly spacious, standing about 10 meters high. The walls were composed of bluish rock, with numerous stone shelves on either side, displaying various vials and jars. These contained elixirs, most of which had deteriorated, some even emitting toxic fumes. I inadvertently fell victim to one of them and had to recuperate for 3 years. Xiao Xuanzhong recalled with lingering trepidation, then pointed to a specific spot. It was there that I obtained the longevity elixir. Apart from that, I left everything else behind. Chu Yuan's spiritual sense swept through the cave, confirming that all he found were useless elixirs. Yet, astonishingly, these walls were capable of blocking his spiritual perception. Chu Yuan was taken aback. This place was indeed extraordinary. Senior, 100 meters ahead, there are steps leading down to the second level, but a puppet guards the entrance. For you, that puppet would be effortlessly dealt with. Let us take a look. With Chu Yuan leading the way, the 3 disciples halted their cultivation. They had barely practiced for a few seconds before ceasing. Jiang Yao tugged at Chu Yuan's sleeve, seemingly finding reassurance in such closeness. Upon reaching the end of the cave, they indeed found steps descending. A dark puppet, 3 meters tall and impressively built, emerged before them. Its body was entirely black, seemingly crafted from a peculiar material. Its face was unremarkable, resembling that of an ordinary middle-aged man, with eyes glimmering a fierce red. Chu Yuan's spiritual sense confirmed that the entity was merely a puppet, devoid of any soul fluctuations. Their arrival startled the puppet, which extended an arm to block their path, clearly signaling them to halt. Chu Yuan waved his hand, drawing the puppet towards him with a surge of true essence, and subsequently storing it within his spatial realm for further examination at a later time. Seeing this unfold, Xiao Xuanzhong sighed inwardly. Truly, it is infuriating how one can be so easily overshadowed by another. This blasted puppet has obstructed me for over a century. It has proven to be so troublesome. I was unable to breach its blockade to access the second level. To me, the puppet was immensely powerful and terrifying. Yet now, it is as if it were an ant, captured effortlessly. With the puppet secured, Chu Yuan led the group down the steps, rounding a bend and arriving at the second level. The layout was nearly identical to the first. Ahead lay a cavern with 2 rows of stone shelves, once again filled with numerous vials and jars. Astonishingly, they contained elixirs as well. He could only wonder how many were still viable. Xiao Xuanzhong's gaze was intense. He had procured the longevity elixir from the first level, but it seemed most of the second level's contents had perished. Chu Yuan's consciousness swept across the room before he waved his hand towards one of the bottles, causing a white jade porcelain vial to soar into his grasp. Despite the apparent passage of an eternity in this place, it remained immaculate. However, the efficacy of medicinal pills diminishes over time, making it nearly impossible to preserve them perfectly. Thus, even high-grade elixirs will lose their potency over several centuries, turning into useless or even toxic substances. Is the vial containing the longevity elixir you obtained last time similar to this one? Chu Yuan inquired. Xiao Xuanzhong replied, indeed, but aren't there many such vials? Those over there appear the same as well. Chu Yuan shook his head. No, they are not the same. How so? Xiao Xuanzhong asked, bewildered. To me, they all seem identical. Your spiritual awareness is simply too weak to discern the differences, Chu Yuan stated directly. Wow, that hits hard. Xiao Xuanzhong forced a smile. While many vials may appear similar, this one is distinct due to its unique material. As is well known, medicinal pills lose their potency over time, making perfect preservation a challenge. However, certain methods can effectively prolong their efficacy. This vial is special, and the elixir within has not deteriorated significantly. Chu Yuan continued. Thus, the vial you previously obtained should be akin to this one. With that, he opened the vial, and a refreshing fragrance enveloped him. A single breath invigorated him, as if his very blood were boiling. Jiang Yi remarked, while others nodded in agreement. Xiaoyan asked, Master, what kind of elixir is this? It is an 8th grade elixir. The cleansing meridian and marrow pill. Consuming it allows those below the king realm to undergo a cleansing process, greatly benefiting their cultivation. Chu Yuan was aware of the elixir's name and effects solely because the vial contained a description, complemented by his analysis of the elixir's potency, which confirmed its effects. It seemed Xiao Xuanzhong had similarly learned about the longevity elixir in the past. One must commend the owner of such elixirs for their benevolence. How much? 8th grade. Xiao Xuanzhong stood frozen in place. Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi were equally astonished. The level of an 8th grade elixir is extraordinarily high. Even those in the Soul Palace realm only utilize 6th grade elixirs. The elixirs on the upper tier should be 7th grade, including the longevity elixir you once obtained, which is also 7th grade. This tier, however, is 8th grade, Chu Yuan elucidated. 8th grade. Such a waste. Xiao Xuanzhong trembled with frustration, lamenting the lost potential of such elixirs. If only we had these elixirs, even pigs could soar. And yet, they are all ruined. It is truly heartbreaking. 10 cleansing meridian and marrow pills is still quite commendable. Here, my disciple, take this. Chu Yuan placed the vial into Jiang Yao's hands. Beep. The system indicates, the master has granted the second disciple Jiang Yao 1 vial of 8th grade, cleansing meridian and marrow pill, returning 1 vial of 9th grade, cleansing meridian and marrow pill. As the system notification appeared, Chu Yuan remarked, hold on to this for me. System, understood, master. 1 vial was retained on the upper level, and 1 on this level. The owner of this cave dwelling is indeed intriguing. However, Chu Yuan pondered. Is the puppet guarding the entrance to the 2nd level not a bit too weak? Thus, it seems to be true. Jiang Yi remarked that the 8th tier elixir corresponds to the Nirvana realm, yet that puppet is merely in the early stages of the Soul Palace realm. Xiao Xuanzhong remained silent. It was that puppet they had previously underestimated that had obstructed him for a century. There are puppets here as well. Good heavens! How could it be so formidable? Upon reaching the end, they found stone steps descending further, but the moment Xiao Xuanzhong laid eyes on the puppet, his hair stood on end. A looming sense of death enveloped him. Under the puppet's gaze, he broke out in a cold sweat, rendered immobile. Though its appearance was not significantly different from the previous puppet, why was it so powerful? It loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Yi and the others shared his sentiments, feeling the overwhelming terror of this puppet. Despite their genius, their realms were ultimately too weak. Senior Chu, should we retreat? Xiao Xuanzhong stammered. It is merely a puppet comparable to the early stages of the Dharma aspect realm, came the calm voice of Chu Yuan. In the next moment, he extended his hand, a powerful suction force materializing in his palm, identical to the previous instance, drawing the puppet towards him effortlessly before he waved it away. It was so effortless, so nonchalant. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the sound of breathing ceased. Xiao Xuanzhong was astounded, unable to believe his eyes. Such a powerful puppet was effortlessly subdued by Senior Chu. It seemed that whether in the early stages of the Soul Palace realm or the Dharma aspect realm, there was no distinction before Senior Chu. What terrifying realm had he attained? Indeed, I had said that my master could not merely be in the Soul Palace realm. My master's true strength is remarkable. Jiang Yi, beside him, gazed with fervor. The prowess of his master was truly something to aspire to. He pursued his master as his goal. Xiao Yan was equally dumbfounded. He was acutely aware of the immense pressure the previous puppet had exerted, a sensation akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth. Yet, his master had resolved it with such ease. How terrifying! Xiao Yan exclaimed, I knew my master must be stronger. However, I did not anticipate such an extraordinary level of power. I too wish to become as formidable as my master, Jiang Yao declared, raising her small fist. The first to speak, her demeanor earnest. Chu Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. Let us see what lies below. They descended to the 3rd level. Before them lay a vast stone chamber, resembling a grand plaza, with 9 coiling dragon pillars standing tall. At the center, a broad circular platform awaited, connected by a staircase of 81 steps. The stone here bore a hint of bronze hue, markedly different from the previous 2 levels, with the sole similarity being the absence of luminous pearls or other sources of illumination, yet light gathered in every corner, rendering the space remarkably bright, likely due to the effects of a formation. Is anyone there? Xiao Xuanzhong and the others fixed their gaze upon the platform. There, a figure clad in red robes stood with its back to them. Before this figure, a colossal bronze tripod alchemical furnace towered, standing 3 zhang high. It was a lifeless skeleton. Chu Yuan's spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire plaza. No other passage led further down. It appeared this was indeed the final destination. Devoid of mechanisms or trials, guarded solely by 2 puppets, this place starkly contrasts with the legendary chambers depicted in tales. In those narratives, powerful sanctuaries are fraught with various challenges and obstacles, where one must navigate perilous trials to attain inheritance. Here, however, the simplicity is palpable. Yet, Chu Yuan remained vigilant, acutely aware that at this critical juncture, the emergence of a malevolent spirit seeking to seize control could not be dismissed. Caution is never misplaced. He positioned his companions behind him, ever ready to secure them within his storage space. With measured steps, Chu Yuan approached the high platform. His consciousness swept over the alchemical furnace, revealing a considerable amount of ash, remnants of failed concoctions that had decayed over the ages. Upon closer inspection, the skeletal remains appeared to belong to a man, likely having perished while meditating, his flesh long since eroded, leaving only desiccated bones. The tattered red robe adorning the remains remained remarkably intact, a true artifact. Upon the thumb bone of the left hand rested an exquisite storage ring. As they ascended the platform, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The skeletal remains disintegrated, scattering across the ground, while the red robe danced fervently, startling Xiao Xuanzhong and the others. What the heck? Xiao Xuanzhong exclaimed, instinctively taking a half-step back, though Chu Yuan remained unfazed. Jiang Yao, clutching the hem of Chu Yuan's garment, exhibited a flicker of fear but was more intrigued, eager to discern the unfolding event. This young girl, while seemingly timid, possessed a spirit far from feeble. Her trepidation was merely a natural response. There is no need for fear. It is merely the nature of the red robe, Chu Yuan observed. He deduced that the collapse of the skeleton was not a result of their footfalls, for they had treaded with utmost caution, producing no audible disturbance. Neither was it due to the revival of any lingering spirit. Could it be that the robe harbors a living soul? Xiao Xuanzhong inquired warily. Chu Yuan shook his head, elucidating, no, it is the unique properties of the robe itself. I have examined it, and it appears to be crafted from a highly sensitive material that reacts and alerts when nearby life forms approach. He stepped forward, retrieving the fluttering red robe and forcibly suppressing its movements, which immediately ceased. Upon thorough inspection, he confirmed the absence of any lingering souls. Infusing his cultivation into the robe, he swiftly refined it, discovering its remarkable defensive capabilities. This robe proved to be an exquisite treasure, capable of withstanding any attack from those below the Nirvana realm, and even mitigating assaults from those within it. Coupled with its automatic alert feature, it offered protection against ambushes and assassinations. After the refining process, Chu Yuan comprehended the robe's functionalities. It was undeniably an exceptional item for self-defense. Master is truly formidable, possessing knowledge of all things. Admiration shone in Xiao Yan's eyes. This is simple. I happen to possess a slightly superior piece, and I was merely verifying the nature of this one. He was boasting, for he did not yet possess such an item. However, soon he would. Turning to Jiang Yi, his voice was warm and gentle. Jiang Yi, as my foremost disciple, this red robe shall be bestowed upon you. Thank you, Master, Jiang Yi replied, gratitude evident in her tone. Jiang Yi accepted the gift, fully aware that what his master bestowed upon him was not to be refused. His heart brimmed with gratitude. The crimson robe was capable of disregarding any attacks beneath the Nirvana realm, a truly terrifying artifact. Such a precious treasure, freely given by his master, filled him with profound appreciation. Jiang Yao felt joy for her brother, while Xiao Yan's eyes glimmered with envy. Xiao Xuanzhong was astounded. Such a magnificent item was simply gifted to a disciple? How lavish! How extraordinary! He too coveted this treasure. With the crimson robe in his possession, as long as he did not provoke the 10 sects of the outside world, he could traverse the myriad kingdoms with impunity, utterly invulnerable. Senior Chu mentioned he possessed something even more formidable, underscoring the sheer opulence of it all. He firmly believed in Chu Yuan's words. There was no reason for him to deceive them. Ding! The master bestows upon the eldest disciple Jiang Yi an 8th-tier defensive robe. In return for acquiring a 9th-tier defensive robe, capable of negating any attack beneath the monarch realm, diminishing a portion of the monarch's offensive might. It was now in his possession. The boast had transformed into reality. The 9th tier corresponded to the monarch realm. It was uncertain whether the 10 sects of the outside world had any beings of such caliber, yet the likelihood seemed slim. Even if they did, surely not in abundance. This individual must have perished over a millennium ago, yet their bones remained remarkably intact. The strength of these remains indicated they were likely at the pinnacle of the nirvana realm in life. Do not be deceived by the crumbling bones. That was merely due to their disconnection. In terms of strength and hardness, even a 7th tier weapon could not compare. Nirvana realm pinnacle. No wonder there were 7th tier and 8th tier elixirs. Xiao Xuanzhong sighed, astonished that such a formidable being had once secluded themselves in the desolate mountains. Jiang Yi and the others nodded in agreement. The existence of a nirvana realm individual was indeed beyond the realm of what should be in the desolate mountains and the great martial dynasty. Far too extraordinary. This person appeared to have died while refining elixirs, Jiang Yi deduced. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, seeming to concur. As he spoke, he drew the elegant storage ring from the skeletal remains, employing his consciousness to examine its contents. Inside, he discovered a handful of exquisite spirit stones, an array of martial techniques, numerous tomes, a collection of elixir vials, and a singular, peculiar book. Upon further inspection, Chu Yuan's heart raced. Heavenly grade supreme martial techniques. Heavenly grade supreme skills. Essential for puppetry. A comprehensive compendium of formations. The foundational methods for alchemists from 1st to 8th tier. A trove of discarded elixirs. And a diary. His excitement surged upon seeing the former items, especially the heavenly grade techniques and skills, which were precisely what he needed. This individual seemed to be well versed in formations, puppetry, and alchemy, a true prodigy. The discarded elixirs, all of 8th tier, were a pity. Not a single vial remained intact. Time flowed even within the storage ring, causing elixirs to lose their potency. The space within the storage ring was not genuinely independent, but rather a compressed space. Finally, there lay the diary, large and thick. Chu Yuan's expression turned peculiar. After all, who among the serious would write a diary? He retrieved the diary, a large, pale yellow book measuring 1.5 meters in length, 75 centimeters in width, and 1 meter in thickness, materializing before him. The cover depicts a striking man with black hair clad in a red robe, positioned at a deliberate 45-degree angle, standing tall and proud, as if to showcase his entire allure. The quality of the illustration resembles that of an oil painting. Beside him, a few elegantly swirling characters read the diary of the true Lord of Mysterious Fire. Could this be a record of his daily life? Xiao Xuanzhong's expression is peculiar. Chu Yuan nods in agreement, likely so. Upon turning to the first page, the text is minuscule, densely packed with no less than 100,000 words. Chapter 47. Returning with abundant gains, his smile nearly splitting his face. Chu Yuan's consciousness swiftly scans the contents of the diary, a mere instant per page. Flipping through with a flurry. Not even Jiang Yi or Xiao Yan can keep pace with such reading speed, let alone Xiao Xuanzhong. The sheer volume of information processed each second is overwhelming, necessitating an exceptionally powerful mind. After the passage of a single incense stick, he has finished reading. In truth, the diary is only a little more than halfway complete, a testament to the potential unfulfilled by this individual. As he delves deeper into the diary, Chu Yuan gains considerable insight into this true Lord of Mysterious Fire. The man possesses a penchant for journaling, is extraordinarily gifted in his cultivation, and simultaneously researches puppetry, formations, and alchemy, achieving remarkable success in all pursuits. Remarkably, despite his multifaceted interests, his rate of cultivation advancement rivals that of those who focus solely on their training. He is indeed a prodigy. However, this individual is peculiar. He harbors no interest in women whatsoever, embodying the quintessential Sigma male. Whether he has a preference for men remains unexpressed in the diary, and it is likely that he does not. Following the death of his parents, he was ignited by a desire for vengeance. No longer pressured to cultivate, he nonetheless became increasingly dedicated to his training. Ultimately, after many years, he exacted his revenge upon his enemies. From the subsequent entries, Chu Yuan learns that he is, in fact, a member of the Invincible Sect, one of the 10 extrinsic sects. This individual rose to prominence, ultimately becoming the most formidable ancestor of the Invincible Sect. Yet, he did not cease his pursuit of progress. He departed to distant realms, only returning years later to prepare for a breakthrough into the King realm. He chose not to seclude himself within the Invincible Sect. In fact, upon his return, the members of the sect were unaware of his presence, as he opted to retreat in the Black Abyss Marsh for his seclusion. In preparation for his ascension to the King realm, he meticulously gathered the necessary resources, among which was a pivotal elixir known as the Breaking Through Pill, a quasi-ninth tier medicinal concoction. His impoverished state is attributed to the majority of his savings being expended on the materials required for crafting the Breaking Through Pill, especially the formula, for which he paid a significant price to acquire. At this juncture, his lifespan is dwindling, a final gamble for hope. Yet, it appears that he ultimately failed, meeting his demise on the spot, perhaps from sheer frustration. The longevity and marrow-cleansing pills positioned on the upper two levels were intentionally placed there by him. He envisioned that should he fail, and someone later discover this place, they might benefit from his foresight. If one could reach this level, they would be free to take whatever they desired. However, before his departure, he activated the restrictions to obliterate the cave, ensuring his eternal slumber within. These words are recorded at the end of a diary, and it is evident that in his final struggle, he lacked absolute confidence. This encapsulates the life of a perfected nirvana practitioner who has lived for over 1,000 years. Chu Yuan sighed inwardly. This individual was indeed a remarkable talent, yet ultimately failed to ascend to the realm of kings. His divided focus squandered too much time on cultivation. Otherwise, he could have undoubtedly reached that esteemed level. Chu Yuan conjectured. This diary not only chronicles the greater part of the life of the true monarch of mysterious fire, but also encompasses numerous insights on cultivation, including reflections on puppetry, formations, and alchemy. Moreover, from the content of this diary, it appears that within the 10 sects beyond the world, there are no practitioners of the kingly realm. If the Ninth Order defensive battle robe were to be produced, then neither the land of the 100 nations nor the 10 sects beyond the world could harm him. With this thought, Chu Yuan felt a sense of ease. Astonishingly, this individual hailed from one of the 10 sects beyond the world, the Burning Sky sect. Although Xiao Xuanzhong could not discern all the content clearly, he caught glimpses of it and now felt somewhat anxious. If the people from the Burning Sky sect were to discover this, would they not bring trouble upon them? Perhaps Senior Chu is not concerned, but he certainly is. Initially, it was agreed that he would take a mere 10% of the spoils, but now, he dared not claim anything, feeling it was a hot potato. Chu Yuan waved his hand, storing the alchemy furnace. He placed the diary before the skeletal remains, choosing not to take it with him. Very well, let us depart from this place. Chu Yuan led the group swiftly to the entrance of the cave. Following the instructions in the diary, he inscribed several prohibitions at specific locations, and in the next moment, the cave collapsed, fulfilling the final wish of the true monarch of mysterious fire. Upon exiting the Black Abyss Marsh, Chu Yuan turned to Xiao Xuanzhong and said, as promised, I shall grant you 10%. Here are the martial arts techniques, along with other tomes. No. Xiao Xuanzhong hurriedly waved his hands. I do not want it. Senior, I do not want it. Are you certain you do not wish to have it? There are techniques of the celestial tier, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Absolutely not. Xiao Xuanzhong asserted resolutely. Even celestial tier techniques, if tied to the Burning Sky sect, he truly dared not accept. Really, you do not wish for it? Indeed. I do not. Very well then. Chu Yuan turned to Jiang Yao and poured a pill from the previous vial. All right, master, Jiang Yao complied. And an 8th order purifying marrow pill appeared in her palm, emanating a faint azure hue and a fragrant aroma that wafted in all directions. Chu Yuan gently flicked his fingers, and the pill flew into Xiao Xuanzhong's hands. This 8th order purifying marrow pill is for you. Xiao Xuanzhong trembled as he received it with both hands. Overjoyed, thank you, senior. In truth, even if Chu Yuan had given him nothing, he would not have dared to utter a word of complaint. Yet Chu Yuan still bestowed this gift upon him. At that moment, his respect for Chu Yuan soared to unprecedented heights. This time, I owe you a favor. Since you do not wish for anything else, I grant you a promise. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties in the future, you may seek my assistance. And if I am free, I shall lend you my aid once. Chu Yuan was a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance, and this time he had gained immensely. Without Xiao Xuanzhong, he would have had no knowledge of the existence of this cave. Therefore, it was only fitting to grant Xiao Xuanzhong some benefits. After all, offering assistance once is not a significant matter. Xiao Xuanzhong. What the heck? At this moment, he was utterly stunned, nearly convinced that he had misheard. The prowess demonstrated by Senior Chu was simply unfathomable. For him, this was akin to possessing an unimaginably powerful trump card. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Xuanzhong immediately knelt down in gratitude. Enough. Rise, Chu Yuan said, waving his hand to lift him up. The remaining essence cleansing and marrow refining pills are to be divided among the 3 of you, 3 each. Understood, master. Chu Yuan turned to Xiao Xuanzhong. I shall take them back to Tianyun Sect. You may return to the imperial city alone. Is that acceptable? Certainly, senior. Safe travels. Xiao Yanzhong replied. Xiao Yan, cultivate diligently under senior's guidance. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall. With a swift motion, Chu Yuan led the 3 away. vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xiao Xuanzhong watched them depart, glancing at the essence-cleansing and marrow-refining pills in his hand, swallowing hard. However, he did not consume them immediately. Instead, he stored them away and hastened back to the imperial city. On the way, Chu Yuan handed them a finely crafted storage ring. As the eldest disciple, Jiang Yi received it. Then, a series of notification chimes echoed. Chu Yuan could hardly contain his joy. The rewards from this venture were truly remarkable. Upon returning to the sect, he would have ample opportunity to assimilate these gains and significantly enhance his strength. Peruse the items and take what you desire, he added, now that they had received their rewards. Chapter 48. King-ranked Supreme Techniques and Martial Arts. Who claims he is worthless? Wow, a heaven-ranked Supreme Technique, the Xianyang Fiery Art. A heaven-ranked Supreme Martial Art, the Fiery Meteor Step. A heaven-ranked Supreme Martial Art, the Fiery Devouring Fist. Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Master, these are fire attribute techniques and martial arts. They are perfect for my cultivation. Am I allowed to practice them? What if the Burning Heaven sect finds out? Yes. All three of you may. Even if they do find out, it won't matter. With me as your master, there is no issue, Chu Yuan assured him. It would be foolish not to cultivate when such techniques are available. Among the techniques and martial arts acquired, these three were indeed the most formidable. The others were below the heaven rank and might not necessarily belong to the Burning Heaven sect. They could have been obtained by the true monarch of mysterious fire after vanquishing foes and subsequently discarded. After the returns, he had ascended to an even higher tier. 3 heaven-ranked supreme techniques had been elevated to king-ranked supreme. However, he did not intend to pass these king-ranked techniques to them just yet, as that would be rather peculiar. In due time, he could claim that he had deduced higher levels on his own. Presenting them as deductions now would seem disingenuous. Regardless, the heaven-ranked supreme techniques were more than sufficient for their cultivation, ample indeed. Upon your return, first consume the essence-cleansing and marrow-refining pills, then adjust your cultivation techniques. Refrain from engaging in formations, alchemy, puppetry, and the like for now. Your cultivation and strength are of utmost importance, Chu Yuan advised. He did not reclaim the storage ring, but left it with Jiang Yi for them to distribute as needed. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Tianyun Sect, where the atmosphere was remarkably vibrant. Please, Elder, grant us an opportunity. My son possesses remarkable talent. Thus, I wish for him to be accepted into the Tianyun Sect. I am willing to offer tenfold the cultivation resources required for my grandson's training, solely hoping that the Tianyun Sect will take him in. My daughter, along with her own descendants, has come seeking admission into the Tianyun Sect. Notably, some of these individuals fled 2 months ago after witnessing Chu Yuan offend the Blood Knife Sect. Subsequently, when Chu Yuan revealed his prowess in the Soul Palace realm and vanquished the usurped leader of the Blood Knife Sect, they were filled with regret for not choosing the Tianyun Sect initially. Consequently, many have come seeking acceptance. Today, with the news of Chu Yuan slaying the 1,000-crow Taoist at the auction, the fervor intensified. Those nearby hurried back, even offering to part with their cultivation resources, just to gain entry into the Tianyun Sect. Their interest lies not merely in the resources of the sect, but rather in this formidable backing. In the future, should any trouble arise, they can proclaim that their kin are cultivating within the Tianyun Sect, thus affiliated with its esteemed members. Who in the Grand Martial Dynasty would dare to disregard such a connection? However, the elders guarding the mountain and the numerous disciples of the Tianyun Sect remained stern-faced and unyielding. They were acutely aware of the ulterior motives of these individuals and would not grant them an opportunity. The deputy sect master had declared that those who chose to leave would never be welcomed back. Chu Yuan arrived, accompanied by 3 disciples, traversing the air and instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chu Ancestor. Goodness, it is indeed Chu Ancestor. I am in the presence of such a powerful figure. It truly is Chu Ancestor alongside his 2 disciples. Wait, who is that other young man? Xiao Yan. That is the son of the carefree king, Xiao Yan. I have encountered him in the royal city. Was he not declared crippled? Why is he accompanying Chu Ancestor? Amidst the gasps and bewildered glances, Chu Yuan and his companions approached the entrance of the Tianyun Sect. Greetings, Ancestor. We have come to pay our respects to the venerable elders. An elder, along with many disciples, bowed in reverence. Indeed, Chu Yuan nodded slightly, then added, this one is also my disciple, named Xiao Yan. Greetings, true inheritor Xiao. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The ancestor had taken on another disciple. They envied and bowed in acknowledgement. Xiao Yan and the others returned the gesture with smiles. Yet, the crowd not far away erupted in commotion. Goodness, Chu Ancestor has taken another disciple. Xiao Yan, he has become Chu Ancestor's disciple. How is this possible? Was he not a mere waste? Unbelievable murmurs filled the air. What? He is a waste? Why say such a thing? I am merely stating the truth. In the royal city, this is common knowledge. Hush, tread carefully with your words. As some revealed Xiao Yan's identity and past, the crowd expressed their astonishment. This so-called waste has actually become a disciple of Chu ancestor. What right does he have? Envy, jealousy, and hatred consumed them. Third junior brother. They still think you are a waste, Jiang Yi remarked. Though their discussions were hushed, Xiao Yan heard every word. He rubbed his ears. The term waste had become something he had grown accustomed to hearing. However, he no longer desired to be labeled as such. After speaking, he cupped his hands towards Chu Yuan, saying, Master, I wish to prove myself, to show them that I am no longer a waste. Go ahead. Chu Yuan nodded, finding the situation to his liking. His disciples could not be the subject of ridicule. It was unacceptable for them to be branded as worthless while continuing to act as Ninja Turtles. While eliminating these individuals was unnecessary, correcting their misconceptions was indeed essential. With a sweeping glance at the crowd, Chu Yuan spoke in a calm tone. For those wishing to join the Tianyun Sect, I offer you an opportunity. If any of you can defeat Xiao Yan, you may enter the sect. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Elder Chu had slain the 1,000-crow Taoist and obtained the foundational essence. But even if this essence could restore Xiao Yan, how much could he truly recuperate in less than a day? Perhaps he would not even reach the late stage of body refinement, someone whispered. Regardless, this felt like an opportunity. It seemed that Elder Chu had shown great benevolence, and one must not let this chance slip away. Immediately, many young individuals stepped forward. From the body refinement stage to the condensation stage, all under the age of 20. The strongest among them was at the mid-condensation stage. There were none in the late or perfected stages, given their youth. Chu Yuan himself had only broken through to the early condensation stage at the age of 13. And none present could surpass his earlier achievements. The youngest in the early condensation stage was already 15. Xiao Yan stepped onto the platform, casting his gaze upon those who had gathered. There were over 100 at the condensation stage and 700 to 800 at the body refinement stage. These individuals were not from ordinary families. They were all sons and daughters of nobility, either wealthy or influential. A few hundred others hesitated, not stepping forward immediately. I do not wish to waste time. All of you may come at once, Xiao Yan proclaimed, standing with an air of confidence. After speaking, he no longer concealed his cultivation level, revealing his full prowess at the perfected condensation stage. A robust surge of true essence resonated, emanating a formidable presence. His earlier audacious remarks had led the onlookers to believe he was merely boastful, but in the next moment, they found themselves speechless. Perfected condensation stage. How could this be possible? What on earth? Wasn't he supposed to be a waste? How could a 16-year-old youth with perfected condensation stage cultivation be deemed worthless? What did that make them? Not only the younger generation was astonished, even the elders were left in a state of disbelief. Chapter 49. Xiao Yan demonstrates his might. The ancestor of Qingmu sect returns for revenge. Instantaneous victory, by heavens. Have we been deceived? A perfected condensation stage. He could not possibly be a waste. Who was it that called him a waste moments ago? No. He truly was a waste before. I would stake my life on it. Some who had previously been unaware felt as if they had been duped, while those who understood the truth felt wronged. For they had spoken the truth. Why did no one believe them? Though he was at the perfected condensation stage, he was still but one individual. Since he has invited us to attack together, let us do just that. I refuse to believe that several hundred of us cannot overcome him. A young man at the mid-condensation stage raised his arm and cried out. Indeed, 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands. Human strength has its limits. We are not separated by a vast disparity in cultivation. We can certainly fight, even if it comes down to a war of attrition. We can wear him down until his true essence is exhausted. Charge. Several practitioners at the condensation realm surged forth, leading others as they charged toward Xiao Yan. Those at the body refinement realm followed closely behind. Rather than waiting idly, Xiao Yan advanced with remarkable speed. With a resounding thud, he struck a young woman, sending her flying, utterly indifferent to the notion of cherishing the delicate. Another powerful kick sent a young man hurtling backward, colliding with a throng of people. Like a wolf among sheep, Xiao Yan's velocity, agility, strength, and technique far surpassed those around him. The outcome was already apparent. Jiang Yi chuckled softly. His third junior was no ordinary practitioner at the peak of the condensation realm. His profound cultivation was several times stronger than that of his peers at the same level. And having mastered an exceptional martial art to perfection, he was fully capable of battling those at a higher tier. Moreover, his opponents were already weak and had yet to grasp even the basics of yellow-grade martial skills. The disparity was complete and unquestionable. Within moments of engagement, more than half of his adversaries lay on the ground, unable to rise, their combat capabilities utterly extinguished. Those who had once brimmed with confidence now bore only terror and fear in their eyes, their self-assurance shattered by a single blow from Xiao Yan. How could this be? So many could not withstand this young man. He was indeed terrifying. The onlookers were equally astonished. Xiao Yan's displayed prowess was utterly fearsome, an indiscriminate slaughter beneath the pool origin realm. He was merely 16. Given time, would the Heavenly Essence Sect not produce another ancestor like Xiao? No wonder he garnered the attention of Elder Chu. This youth was simply extraordinary. The so-called genius was merely the threshold he had surpassed. As the spectators gasped in astonishment, Xiao Yan had already concluded the battle. More than 100 practitioners at the condensation realm found none who could contend with him. He dispatched 7 or 8 with a single exchange, while the hundreds at the body refinement realm were even more disorganized, with half of them turning to flee. Yet, Xiao Yan did not relent. He pursued them relentlessly, delivering severe beatings. As they ran, he soared above them. They could not escape his grasp. All eventually fell to the ground. With a long sigh of relief, Xiao Yan felt a sense of comfort. He returned to Elder Chu's side, showing no inclination to boast, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Indeed, it was just that simple. You were given a chance, yet it was of no use. All of you. Return, the elder gestured dismissively. Internally, he too was unsettled. Xiao Yan was simply too formidable. The disciples were in awe, humbled by his prowess. Though still young, his strength was tremendous, his realm elevated, and his future limitless. In contrast, those who had faced him were left in disarray, struggling for words, feeling utterly humiliated. In that moment, no one regarded Xiao Yan as a waste. Before becoming Elder Chu's disciple, he truly was ineffectual. However, he had transformed into such a powerhouse, all thanks to his association with Elder Chu. To be under the tutelage of Elder Chu was indeed a tremendous opportunity, someone exclaimed in admiration. Many individuals have come to assist their descendants in preparation for departure, having lost all dignity to linger here any longer. On this day, the Heavenly Essence Sect would not accept their juniors. They failed to grasp the singular opportunity. Master, why haven't we entered yet? Jiang Yao tugged at Chu Yuan's little finger, her curiosity evident. Chu Yuan replied, someone is bringing something. Let us wait a moment. No sooner had he spoken, than a boisterous laugh reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Ha! It appears I have arrived at just the right moment to encounter such a talent. A group emerged from the distant mountains, led by a gaunt, bald elder clad in blue, whose sunken eyes and claw-like hands struck an imposing figure. Behind him, several others, both elderly and middle-aged, men and women, stood tall and proud. Songqing Song, the patriarch of the Greenwood Sect. The others are also from the Greenwood Sect. How could they have found such a formidable presence? Exclaimed an elder from the Heavenly Essence Sect in shock. Not long ago, after their ancestor revealed his power and killed some of the Greenwood Sect's members, the rest had fled under the cover of night. Even the remaining assets of the Greenwood Sect had been sold by the Heavenly Essence Sect. Yet now, the Greenwood Sect had returned. They were here for revenge. Damn it, at such a time, the onlookers felt bitter. They sensed the overwhelming power of the leader above, certainly at the Soul Palace realm. If such a strong being were to engage in combat, they would surely suffer. When gods clash, mortals endure the consequences. Humph, you still recognize your sect master. You have truly brought us misery. Songqing Song ground his teeth. Now, our long-absent elders of the Greenwood Sect have returned. Have you ever seen the perfected Soul Palace realm? Fear it. Ha ha. From this day forth, it is the Heavenly Essence Sect that shall be extinguished. What? Perfected Soul Palace realm? No wonder the pressure is so intense. How could the Greenwood Sect possess such a being? The outsiders, along with the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Essence Sect, stood frozen in disbelief. Phew. Thankfully we did not join the Heavenly Essence Sect. If they are destroyed now, it won't concern us. The relief washed over them. A perfected Soul Palace realm. Such a terrifying existence. Even the Elder Chu would likely struggle against him. The Heavenly Essence Sect was doomed. The members of the Heavenly Essence Sect felt as if they were facing a formidable foe. The commotion alerted the higher-ups of their sect, who hastily arrived, astonished. That young man, I value talent. If you are willing to join my ranks, I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you shall perish alongside the Heavenly Essence Sect. The God Elder fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan. You must understand, not everyone has the fortune to serve a being at the perfected Soul Palace realm. This proclamation nearly elicited laughter from Xiao Yan. Old man, who are you to claim such a thing? You are even inferior to the second puppet my master has tamed. Yet you dare to bark such boasts here. Upon concluding his words, the emaciated elder did not demand an immediate response from Xiao Yan, but rather cast a cold gaze upon Chu Yuan, accusing him. Is it you who has driven my Qingmu sect to the brink of annihilation? Are you aware of the clamor you have caused? Before the retort could escape his lips, Chu Yuan swiftly grasped the air with his right hand. In the next instant, a colossal golden hand materialized around the members of the Qingmu sect, swiftly converging. With a thunderous crash, the individuals of the Qingmu sect were reduced to a crimson mist, leaving only a handful of shimmering storage rings behind. Chapter 50. Seclusion to enhance power, a wise strategy. 9 storage rings transformed into streaks of light, soaring into Chu Yuan's grasp. The overwhelming oppressive force that had loomed over the crowd dissipated entirely. Many who had previously been unable to raise their heads under the weight of the pressure now looked up, only to find that the Qingmu sect had vanished from the heavens, even the blood mist having been incinerated to nothingness. Undoubtedly, they had perished. All members of the Qingmu sect were gone, including that fully realized Soul Palace expert, reduced to mere remnants. A portion of those who had lifted their gazes bore witness to the demise of the Qingmu sect members. At this moment, their mouths agape, they stood collectively petrified, unable to articulate their astonishment. Their worldviews had been irrevocably shattered. To them, the notion of a fully realized Soul Palace expert, or even a perfected 5 organs realm, was an unattainable ideal. Yet now, a Soul Palace expert had perished, their very essence extinguished with a mere flick of a hand, as though crushing an ant. Could such feats truly be within human capabilities? The elders and disciples of the Tianyun sect were equally dumbfounded, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Moments ago, upon hearing of the fully realized Soul Palace expert, they had feared for their sect's demise. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tide had turned. A chorus of swallowed breaths echoed through the air. Ancestor. They looked up at Chu Yuan with an unprecedented fervor and admiration, akin to devoted followers gazing upon their deity. In their eyes, he bore no distinction from a god. Just 2 months prior, their ancestor had struggled to eliminate a mere Soul Palace spirit. Yet now he could effortlessly dispatch a fully realized Soul Palace expert. How could they not revere him? The once seemingly insurmountable and terrifying presence now appeared as nothing more than a fly, easily swatted away by their ancestor. In that moment, they felt an unparalleled pride in being members of the Tianyun sect. Conversely, others were engulfed in complex emotions. Just moments earlier, upon learning that it was the Qingmu sect seeking vengeance, they had felt relieved that their own kin had not joined the Tianyun sect. However, the swift turn of events left them yearning for their descendants to be part of the Tianyun sect, even if it meant becoming humble servants. Chu Yuan examined the contents of the storage rings, finding nothing of particular interest. After a brief allocation, he bestowed them upon his 3 disciples. Thank you, Master. Xiaoyan finally comprehended why his senior brother had remarked on their master's generosity. He simply distributed whatever he acquired without hesitation. For many, even one's own child would not receive such treatment. In this moment, Xiaoyan felt a surge of emotion. In the past, the only one who treated him with such kindness was his father, the carefree king, and now, he has gained the esteemed presence of this master. This master is akin to a rebirth of my parents. I shall not let them down. If anyone dares to confront my master in the future, they must first tread over my body. Xiaoyan vowed silently within his heart. The onlookers were filled with envy as they witnessed Chu Yuan casually bestowing all the spoils, including the storage ring of a person at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm, upon his 3 disciples. This was indeed the kind of master that everyone dreams of. Return to hand. Let us go. Chu Yuan beckoned to Jiang Yao as they traversed the air, entering the gate of the sect, with Jiang Yi and Xiaoyan flanking him. Chu Yuan found it hardly astonishing that the Qingmu sect had managed to recruit an individual at the consummate level of the Soul Palace realm. After all, in a world of fantasy, anything could transpire. Even the most unassuming beggar on the street could very well be a supreme powerhouse playing with the mortal realm. Without invincibility, one can never truly feel secure, Chu Yuan mused. At this moment, he felt an urge to cultivate. Upon entering the sect, streams of radiant light approached from afar, revealing the grand elders and the sect leader. They swiftly came to a halt before Chu Yuan. We pay our respects to the ancestor. They all bowed. Among them was Shao Qingfeng, who had recently returned to the sect and was sharing tales of how the ancestor had slain the 1,000 Crows master with a single sword in the imperial city. Just as the crowd was enraptured by the thrilling anecdotes, a sudden and terrifying commotion erupted. A formidable aura emanated from the Tianyun sect's mountain gate, prompting them to spring into action. However, before they could reach the gate, they encountered the ancestor. Chu Yuan acknowledged. What transpired outside just now? Sect leader Wang Mu inquired hastily. It was the remnants of the Qingmu sect, accompanied by an individual at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm seeking revenge. Chu Yuan replied nonchalantly. What? The Qingmu sect? At the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm? The crowd's hearts raced in alarm. Ancestor, where are they now? Yang Daojian took a deep breath and asked, and the others echoed his concern. They were struck down by our master with a single blow. Behold, the storage rings have been distributed among us. Jiang Yao exclaimed with a grin as she showcased the storage ring. True to her nature as someone with supreme bones, She showed no fear even in the face of carnage, feeling rather exhilarated instead. They perished. The crowd was dumbfounded. A person at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm had been slain so effortlessly? A collective gasp resonated through the air. I wondered why there was suddenly silence. It turns out they were dispatched by you. Xiao Qingfeng held unwavering faith in Chu Yuan, yet could not help but ponder. What level of strength do you possess now to eliminate someone at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm so effortlessly? Truly absurd. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Presently, aside from Chu Yuan, no one in the Tianyun Sect had attained the perfect state of the Five Organs realm. Yet, Chu Yuan could effortlessly dispatch those at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm. How could this not be considered absurd? The troubling aspect was that, merely 2 months prior, Chu Yuan had not displayed such formidable strength. Mediocre. It appears he can merely vanquish those of the Law Manifestation realm, Chu Yuan humbly remarked. The crowd gasped in disbelief. He can slay those of the Law Manifestation realm, and yet he considers it mediocre? Is that even humanly possible? Yet, if he truly possesses such power, he must be at least in the Nirvana realm or the later stages of the Law Manifestation realm. Regardless, his strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. How could the humble Tianyun Sect possibly give rise to such a golden phoenix? They were filled with a profound sense of lamentation. Allow me to introduce my third disciple, Xiao Yin, Chu Yuan proclaimed, proceeding to introduce Xiao Yin to the others. After they exchanged greetings, Chu Yuan led his 3 disciples back to Daoyuan Peak, arranging accommodations for Xiao Yin. Do remember to consume the washing sutress and bone-cleansing pill first. Chu Yuan advised before retreating to seclusion himself, as he too intended to partake in the 9-tiered, king-tier, pill. In the imperial city, upon returning, Xiao Xuanzhong made his way directly to the carefree prince's residence. Ancestor, what brings you here? The carefree prince greeted with haste. I accompanied Elder Chu on an outing. Now, Xiao Yin has gone to the Tianyun Sect with him, Xiao Xuanzhong replied while pouring himself a cup of tea. Elder Chu, do you also refer to him as such, ancestor? The carefree prince noticed an overwhelming reverence in his ancestor's gaze. Indeed, the ancestor's formidable adversary had been slain by a single sword stroke. The might of Elder Chu was beyond comprehension. Perhaps only the strongest among the 10 sects of the outer world could rival him. Truly, Xiao Yin had struck an incredible fortune this time. What? Elder Chu is that powerful? The carefree prince was astounded. He had anticipated Elder Chu's strength, but had never imagined he could contend with the most formidable of the outer world's sections. Xiao Xuanzhong nodded solemnly. This is merely the strength Elder Chu has exhibited thus far. I dare not envision what lies beyond, with Xiao Yin entering his tutelage in 3 years' time. Should he indeed venture to the Ice Soul Valley to fulfill their 3-year pact, he would have support and would not be easily bullied. He was indeed very fortunate. Elder Chu's character was also highly admirable. The carefree prince nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Yin is exceptionally fortunate. This is an 8th-tier washing sutress and bone-cleansing pill, graciously bestowed by Elder Chu. I have no use for it, so I will give it to you. In truth, he could benefit from it, potentially breaking through several minor realms and prolonging his life. However, he had no intention of using it for himself. The carefree prince was Xiao Yan's father, and it was best to offer it to him. Being part of the royal family and Xiao Yan's father, this relationship ensured the true safety of the royal lineage. 8th tier? The carefree prince was taken aback. Ancestor, this is far too precious. If you were to use it yourself. Xiao Xuanzhong waved his hand dismissively. Accept it. Remember, you are Xiao Yan's father and a direct descendant of the great Wu royal family. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Xiao Xuanzhong vanished. The carefree prince took a deep breath and grasped the vial containing the elixir. Ancestor, I will remember this favor. Chapter 51, Physical Enhancement. The arrival of a stronger presence at the Tianyun Sect. Indeed, the king-tier elixir is on an entirely different echelon from the 8th tier. The disparity is insurmountable. In the central loft of the Tianyun Sect, atop Daoyuan Peak, Chu Yuan retrieved the returned Jingxue Feisai pill. After a moment of observation, he could not help but express his admiration. Even 100 8th-tier Jingxue Feisai pills combined could not compare to a single king-tier pill. The king-tier, also known as 9th tier, stands in stark contrast to the 8th tier, with an immense disparity in potency. Furthermore, not only was the Jingxue Feisai pill returned, but the vial containing the pill had also been upgraded significantly. It was now capable of preserving the potency of king-tier and lower-grade pills for millennia without deterioration. However, this held little significance for Chu Yuan. Once he prepared himself, he swallowed a Jingxue Feisai pill whole. As the pills settled in his stomach, it began to dissolve, releasing a torrent of energy that was a harmonious blend of fierce and gentle forces, swiftly permeating his organs, limbs, and every inch of his being, ultimately reaching the very essence of his blood and flesh. A sensation of discomfort enveloped him, akin to countless ants crawling over him, causing both pain and itchiness. Yet, the moment after, the gentle power began to take effect, alleviating much of the unease. Nevertheless, the pain persisted, as expected. The process of refining one's essence could not be devoid of discomfort, yet it was entirely bearable. He thought of his 3 disciples, all children of destiny. Such a trial was surely within their capacity to endure. The 8th-tier Jingxue Feisai pill, while not as potent as his, would still pose considerable challenges to their relatively weaker cultivation levels. Just as he anticipated, not long after, the 3 disciples also consumed the Jingxue Feisai pill, each of them wincing in pain, some even crying out in agony, yet they gritted their teeth and endured, including little Jiang Yao, who was merely 5 years old. Each displayed an astonishing resilience at their core. This Jingxue Feisai pill not only cleansed the impurities within the physical body, but also fortified it both internally and externally. While enhancing their potential, it simultaneously unleashed it, allowing for rapid elevation in cultivation. Truly, an extraordinary treasure. Naturally, it also served to temper their willpower. The medicinal energy would be released at a steady pace, which they could hasten through their cultivation, thereby accelerating the refining process and unleashing greater potency. However, with the increase in energy, the associated pain would also intensify, potentially doubling. Chu Yuan unleashed his full power, utilizing all his cultivation to stimulate the medicinal energy. And in an instant, an overwhelming surge of potency erupted forth, causing his very soul to tremble with pain. Yet, rather than retreating, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, determined to forge a will more resilient than steel. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The first Jingxue Feisai pill had been completely refined. Although his realm had not broken through, his physical form had at least doubled in strength, expelling a substantial amount of impurities. Feeling the enhancement of his body, Chu Yuan was greatly satisfied. At that moment, his organs and flesh were pristine and radiant, suffused with a celestial glow, his vitality akin to that of a dragon. As Chu Yuan scanned his 3 disciples with his divine sense, he found them still engaged in the refining of their Jingxue Feisai pills. Given their cultivation levels, it would likely take them 10 days to half a month to conclude. Fortunately, the process of refining the Jingxue Feisai pill replenished their internal energy. Otherwise, Jiang Yao would likely be unable to withstand the hunger. He withdrew his consciousness and continued to consume and refine the elixir. Soon, he discerned an anomaly. The effects of the second pill appeared to be only half that of the first. The refinement proceeded at an accelerated pace, and after a day and a half, he had completed the process. He ingested another pill, but this time, the effect was merely half of its potential. And within mere hours, he had entirely refined it. This type of elixir could only cleanse the meridians and marrow to a certain extent, beyond which its efficacy waned, rendering further consumption futile. To achieve deeper cleansing, one would need to consume elixirs of a higher grade. Chu Yuan understood that his current physique and the extent of his cleansing had reached the pinnacle achievable by a royal-grade cleansing elixir. The enhancement to his cultivation equated to several months of arduous practice, nearly enabling a breakthrough to the late Nirvana realm. Once he transitioned his cultivation technique, he would directly challenge the next level. Chu Yuan began to cultivate the supreme royal-grade technique, the Xianyang fire art. With the endowment of his innate fire affinity, he found himself progressing with remarkable ease, advancing at an astonishing rate. The cultivation of techniques and martial skills is influenced by 2 factors. First, innate talent, including comprehension. The better the talent, the swifter the cultivation. Second, the realm of cultivation. The higher the realm, the faster the cultivation of techniques and martial skills. When one possesses sufficient cultivation, even with lower innate talent, they will comprehend faster than those with higher talent but lower cultivation. For instance, the elders of the Tianyun Sect, compared to Jiang Yi and the others, possess far inferior talent due to the vast disparity. However, owing to their higher cultivation, should they compete to see who can perfect a yellow-grade martial skill first, the elders would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Conversely, if the cultivation levels were the same, those with higher talent would naturally lead the way. In cases where there is a significant discrepancy in cultivation yet identical talent, the one with the higher cultivation will surely forge ahead. Even disregarding Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao's talents, when compared to Xiao Yan's, Chu Yuan would undoubtedly surpass him in mastering the Xianyang fire art. At this moment, the crimson gold nirvana force within him began to transform into red nirvana energy. And with the enhancement from the talents of the 3 disciples, he felt as though this technique posed little difficulty. His nirvana realm status and the royal grade technique merely placed him 1 level higher. Even with just Xiao Yan's talent, he could effortlessly master it, let alone with the support of the other 2 disciples. My talent is astonishingly formidable. He would surely grasp it within half a day. Not long after Chu Yuan resumed his practice, a frown creased his brow. What? Could there truly be a presence of the law manifestation realm? His senses were acutely sharp. Even without actively probing the surroundings, he could perceive any formidable entity within 1,000 miles. At that moment, he detected the aura of a being of law manifestation approaching. Such individuals were typically found only beyond the borders of the 100 nations. Could it be one of the 10 sects of the outer world? Chu Yuan extended his consciousness, keenly investigating the silhouette. Late-stage law manifestation. This is intriguing. The opponent's cultivation level could not elude Chu Yuan's perception. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what had brought the other party to this place. At that moment, the figure had already arrived near the site of Lin Huayuan's spiritual demise, hands forming a peculiar seal, seemingly in search of something. Indeed, according to the guidance of the soul summoning secret technique, this was where he had perished. Who could have been his murderer? A silhouette clad in black robes surveyed the surroundings with a penetrating gaze. This was Lin Yuan, who, after several days of searching, had finally found the location. After a brief observation, his gaze fixed upon the Tianyun Sect. If a battle had occurred here, this dilapidated sect, being so close by, must have some knowledge of the events. Perhaps he could capture a few ants and inquire. Just as he was preparing to approach the Tianyun Sect, a voice, cold and detached, echoed from behind him. Was it from the Blood Shadow Hall? Chapter 52. Crushing the Law Manifestation Realm. Late stage. Murder and arson with a golden belt. The sudden voice sent chills down Lin Yuan's spine. His pupils constricted sharply, and his body froze in place as if struck by lightning. There was someone behind him. When had this happened? His divine sense had been continuously extending. Yet someone had silently approached him from behind. There could only be one explanation. This person's cultivation was far superior to his own. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to reach his back unnoticed. A perfection in the law manifestation realm, or perhaps a nirvana realm expert. After a moment of paralysis, he swiftly turned around. It was now night, with a sky full of stars and a bright moon hanging high. A tall figure clad in purple robes stood elegantly, feet seemingly treading upon the void, hands clasped behind their back, with white hair flowing like an ethereal being. The wind stirred his hair and robes gently. His strikingly handsome face bore a cold and stern expression, with a pair of starry eyes glimmering with a faint golden hue, emanating an air of aloof superiority. Despite the absence of any overt display of power, an invisible pressure enveloped Lin Yuan, leaving him in a state of panic. His breath caught in his throat. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This was no mere perfection in the law manifestation realm. This was a nirvana realm presence. He had only felt such overwhelming oppression emanating from the most formidable figures within the Blood Shadow Hall, and even then, some of that pressure paled in comparison to this individual before him. Who on earth is this? I am Lin Yuan of the Blood Shadow Hall, he stammered. His response swift. The other party claimed to be from the Blood Shadow Hall, suggesting they were aware of his identity. Yet he had no notion of who this person was, completely unrecognizable to him. Could it be that the elder was a powerful figure from one of the other 8 sects? In his mind, knowing him and exhibiting such strength must indicate they were one of the hidden old monsters from the other 8 sects. The reason he excluded the 9th sect was simple. The Ice Spirit Valley did not accept males. Thus this individual could not possibly belong to them. Not so, came the indifferent reply from Chu Yuan. Oh, Lin Yuan acknowledged, though internally he thought it was quite peculiar. This person must be one of the hidden old monsters from the other 8 sects, merely reluctant to reveal their identity. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Since this individual belonged to the other 8 sects, they likely would not resort to violence against him. After all, any high-ranking member from these sects should be aware that he was not to be trifled with, being a direct descendant of a prominent figure within the Blood Shadow Hall, and held in high regard. At such elevated levels, one would not easily entangle themselves in matters of cause and effect. Are you here for Lin Huayuan? Chu Yuan inquired. Yet he could not guarantee that the primordial spirit he had slain was indeed Lin Huayuan, for that spirit had been extraordinarily impoverished, hardly resembling anything that might emerge from the Bloodine Palace. Furthermore, if the individual possessed such a formidable background, why had they not revealed it at the moment of their demise? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan felt a sudden lurch in his heart. Initially, he had thought it mere coincidence to encounter such a powerful being, but the mention of Lin Huayuan's name rendered the situation rather peculiar. Could it be that Lin Huayuan had perished at this man's hands? Yet, Lin Huayuan had merely reached the perfection of the Soul Palace realm. What merit could there be for this individual to act against him? A dilemma now arose within him. Should he admit the truth? To confess might invite trouble, while denial could provoke the man, who might suspect him of insincerity, especially since he was aware of Lin Huayuan's fate. After weighing his options, he resolved, indeed, upon learning that his soul lamp had extinguished, I came to see if I might retrieve his remains for burial. He acknowledged the truth, but refrained from disclosing that his intent was revenge. Should this man truly be the killer, proclaiming vengeance would only ensnare him further. As Chu Yuan concluded his words, he waved his hand, summoning a fiery grasp that ensnared Lin Juyin. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Juyin, paralyzed by terror, found himself utterly incapable of resistance. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. Unless he were a prodigy capable of unleashing powers rivaling the Nirvana realm, perhaps he could have struggled, but alas, he was not. Having stealthily approached earlier, Chu Yuan had discerned Lin Juyin's identity through the eye of true vision, which prompted his earlier inquiries. Knowing that the man hailed from the Blood Palace and had come for Lin Huayuan, there was little left to deliberate. He would seize him without hesitation. Lin Juyin was no benign figure. Even before he had revealed himself, Chu Yuan had sensed a palpable intent to kill upon the man's arrival. It was evident that his purpose extended beyond merely retrieving remains. He was here for vengeance. Predecessor, please show mercy. Lin Juyin, astonished by the sudden aggression, found himself in disarray. Although he had lived for centuries, the specter of death rendered his composure utterly futile. Predecessor, it was you who killed Lin Huayuan, was it not? Have you perhaps misunderstood, thinking I sought revenge for him? You have misjudged my intentions. Lin Juyin implored, tears welling in his eyes. Though that wretched creature was my son, we were hardly close. I hold no affection for him and harbor no desire for vengeance. I have come solely on the orders of my ancestor to retrieve his remains. I beseech you, for the sake of my ancestor, let me depart, and I shall be eternally grateful. Yet, upon finishing his plea, he found the man still inscrutable. Hastily, he continued, Predecessor, if you spare me, I am willing to relinquish all my savings accumulated over the years. I only seek an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan scoffed. Killing you would yield the same result for me. He had no intention of sparing Lin Juyin. The malice he perceived in the man's eyes was evident. Despite Lin Juyin's attempts at concealment, should he allow him to return, Lin Juyin would undoubtedly rally a host of allies to seek retribution. Though he harbored no fear of the Blood Palace, he understood the risks at hand. However, he certainly would not allow anyone to return and cause him trouble. Such a notion would be utterly repugnant to him. He would rather eliminate them outright. If trouble were to come, then let it come. No. Senior. You must be jesting, right? Stop. You cannot. The voice abruptly ceased as Lin Juyin's physical form was completely crushed. His primordial spirit remained, yet it was exceedingly feeble. At this moment, Chu Yuan's formidable primordial power surged into Lin Juyin's spirit. Remarkably, this was his first experience of soul-searching. Previously, when he had mentioned soul-searching to Xiao Xuanzhong, it had merely been a means to intimidate. Soul-searching was not a trivial matter. In the case of an ordinary person, a gentle probing could render them foolish, while a more severe approach could lead to their very soul being shattered. When it came to cultivators, undergoing soul-searching would obliterate their cultivation, leaving them either foolish or utterly devoid of their essence. As Chu Yuan's primordial power flooded in, Lin Juyin's spirit emitted a wretched cry, simultaneously fracturing and disintegrating in an irreversible manner. In but a fleeting moment, his spirit was annihilated, leaving his soul scattered to the winds. Yet, the information Chu Yuan gleaned was woefully meager. Indeed, if soul-searching could unveil all knowledge, the techniques and skills of the various factions would no longer be secrets. Capturing individuals and extracting their souls would reveal everything. It was precisely the scant information obtained through soul-searching that safeguarded the secrecy of these legacies. Chu Yuan mused silently. However, according to ancient texts, there exist certain esoteric techniques for soul-searching that can yield substantial memories with minimal damage to the spirit. Thus, once a legacy reaches a certain threshold, it is often equipped with prohibitions against soul-searching. Chu Yuan examined the contents of his opponent's storage ring and smiled. It was quite affluent. A small windfall, indeed. The adage holds true. Killing and arson yield gold. The ancients do not deceive me. Chapter 53, Maternal and Paternal Techniques. Breaking through to the late Nirvana realm before his soul was scattered, Lin Juyin was filled with regret. He should not have waded into these murky waters. Lin Huayuan was utterly insignificant to him. After all, he was merely a son, replaceable at that. Moreover, Lin Huayuan had always served as his sustenance. He possessed a peculiar maternal technique, allowing him to absorb the cultivation of those practicing the paternal technique, necessitating a bloodline connection. Therefore, he had previously sired many sons, most of whom he had ultimately absorbed, draining them entirely. His recent seclusion was aimed at absorbing the cultivation of a son who had broken through to the early phase of the Dharma aspect realm, which enabled him to advance to the late phase of the Dharma aspect realm. Initially, He had intended to wait until Lin Huayuan reached the Dharma aspect realm before absorbing him, only to emerge from seclusion and discover Lin Huayuan's demise. The desire for vengeance arose purely from a need to vent his wrath, compounded by his newfound strength, leading him to seek out a display of arrogance. Little did he know, this would be his death knell. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Huayuan had learned of the maternal technique from another source, prompting him to leave the Blood-Ean Palace in search of a body with commendable talent to seize and start anew. He had no intention of becoming mere sustenance. However, things did not proceed smoothly. Encounters with individuals from other sects led to a fierce battle, resulting in the obliteration of his physical form and the flight of his primordial spirit. Ultimately, he usurped the body of the Bloodblade sect's leader. In his final moments, he refrained from uttering the name of the Blood-Ean Palace, perhaps out of a desire to avoid recalling that place, even in death. Chu Yuan collected the spoils and quietly returned to his sect, leaving no one aware that a formidable entity of the late Dharma aspect stage had perished in such a short span of time. Not long after, within the Blood-Ean Palace, Lin Jiuyin's soul lamp unexpectedly extinguished. What could be done? The elder Inya felt his countenance shift dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. It was common knowledge how much the sect valued Lin Jiuyin. He had the genuine potential to step into the realm of nirvana. Who could possess the audacity to kill him? This matter must be reported to the palace master at once. Enveloped in his dark robe, Elder Inya transformed into a shadow and vanished, each wisp of dissipating dark energy taking the shape of a crow. Soon, Elder Inya entered a blood-red palace, where torches flickered with green flames, casting an eerie chill. Ominous statues with grotesque visages stood on either side of the hall. From the moment he entered, Inya felt an unbearable pressure, one that even his perfected Dharma aspect could scarcely withstand. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to such sensations. At the center of the hall floated a throne of verdant hue, upon which a graceful figure sat in meditation. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her blood-red hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her. Clad in scant attire, her presence was strikingly ethereal, with eerie green patterns etched across her skin that, rather than appearing grotesque, only enhanced her allure, igniting primal instincts within onlookers. Yet, Inya dared not entertain any improper thoughts, nor did he even risk a lingering glance. As if sensing his arrival, the figure, though her eyes remained closed, inquired, "What brings you here?" Reporting to the palace master, recently Lin Huayuan's soul lamp extinguished. A few days ago, Lin Jiuyin emerged from seclusion to avenge Lin Huayuan, and just now, Lin Jiuyin's soul lamp has also gone dark, Inya reported truthfully. "Oh, Lin Jiuyin is dead. How intriguing," the palace master mused, her voice magnetic yet laced with curiosity. "You may leave now." "Yes," Inya replied, not daring to speak further or ask questions, gradually withdrawing. Lin Jiuyin's demise would surely incite fury in that old fellow, the palace master murmured to herself, her tone captivating. Yet, who could have slain him? This is indeed a blow to our Blood-Ean Palace. That old fellow is still absorbing his descendants. If he emerges now, he might very well reach the late nirvana stage. Alas, let him resolve his own troubles upon his return. There existed a secret known among the higher-ups of the Blood-Ean Palace, wherein one ancestor wielded a formidable maternal lineage technique. Mother nourishes child, child nourishes ancestor, an exceedingly fearsome practice. This ancestor, though not particularly aged, possessed terrifying prowess and strength. It was understood that this technique could not be indiscriminately applied, otherwise, the senior members of the Blood-Ean Palace would not remain tranquil. It could only draw from one's own descendants, and only those who practiced the maternal technique would benefit. The upper limit would also be confined to the nirvana stage. Otherwise, this technique would be utterly unrestrained. The reason this cultivation technique is not exceedingly extraordinary lies in another aspect. Nurturing offspring is no simple task. Even if one were to produce a multitude of descendants, it does not guarantee that each would possess exceptional talent. Those who practice the sub-technique must attain the law manifestation realm to qualify for absorption, while practitioners of the primary technique must reach the nirvana realm for the same privilege. The primary technique counters the sub-technique, and the ancestral technique restrains both the primary and sub-techniques. After the esteemed ancestor broke through to the nirvana realm, he absorbed 2 descendants who subsequently reached the same realm, resulting in remarkably swift progress. The formidable figures also agreed not to disclose this matter. Thus, Lin Jiuyin, who practices the primary technique, remains oblivious to the existence of the ancestral technique. He believes the ancestor values him, hoping he will inherit the legacy in the future. In reality, he is merely a resource cultivated by the ancestor. The reason the prominent figures of the Blood-Ean Hall permit that ancestor to absorb those descendants who advance to the nirvana realm is that once one achieves the Nirvana realm through the primary technique, further progression becomes impossible, and their combat prowess is considerably weaker than that of others at the same level. Given this, it is preferable to allow the ancestor to absorb them, significantly enhancing his combat power. High-tier combat strength is paramount. Quality can outweigh quantity. Many in the Blood Een Hall covet that technique, yet the ancestor guards it fiercely, unwilling to share. If pressed, he might choose to shatter into pieces rather than compromise, leaving them with no opportunities. Initially, it was thought that it would take 2.5 days to grasp the fundamentals, but to his surprise, he achieved it sooner than expected. It seems I have underestimated my own talent. At Daoyuan Peak, Chu Yuan has already mastered the entry level of the royal grade Xianyang fire technique. Even at the mere introductory stage, its power surpasses that of a perfected celestial grade technique. Such is the disparity. Next, he began to cultivate 2 martial skills, the movement technique, Fiery Meteor Step, and the combat technique, Fiery Devouring Fist. After several days, he reached the entry level. Meanwhile, the 3 disciples were still refining their first essence cleansing pill. Chu Yuan smiled. It was time to break through. The 3 royal grade essence cleansing pills he had previously consumed significantly enhanced his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he exuded a majestic aura, surrounded by a pile of low-grade spirit crystals that seemed to be of no cost. As his technique operated, he transformed into a black hole, continuously absorbing the energy from the spirit crystals, converting it into pure cultivation power, his cultivation growing increasingly profound, his aura becoming ever more terrifying. Boom. Shortly thereafter, upon reaching a certain threshold, his cultivation effortlessly broke through to the late Nirvana realm, presenting no significant difficulty. He had even been suppressing his aura fluctuations while striving for the breakthrough, preventing his energy from causing harm to the surroundings. If his aura were to rampantly surge, it would indisputably flatten nearby mountains. Continuing in this manner is not sustainable. It seems I must dedicate time to researching formations. If I can establish powerful formations, I could cultivate with greater peace of mind. Chapter 54, Astonishment. Has the ancestor truly reached such an extraordinary level? Among the recent harvest, there were not only scriptures related to formations, but also alchemical and puppet forging techniques. After returning these to the disciples, they emerged even stronger. Although he contemplated studying formations, he refrained from haste, as there remained ample opportunity to further enhance his martial arts and techniques. The cultivation of one's own formidable strength is of paramount importance. Casting a discerning glance, he observed that the 3 disciples were still in the process of refining the essence cleansing pill, with Xiao Yin displaying the swiftest pace due to his superior cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuan rose and stepped outside. Soon, within the grand hall of the sect leader, the deputy leader, and the esteemed elders who were able to attend had gathered, including another deputy leader who had recently emerged from seclusion, having successfully advanced from the perfected Xiandan realm to the early stage of the 5 organs realm, a commendable achievement indeed. Salutations to the ancestor. As Chu Yuan took his seat at the head, everyone bowed in respect. Chu Yuan nodded. I have summoned you here to bestow upon you certain items to aid in the development of our sect. With that, he produced a collection of storage rings, containing treasures that were primarily returns from disciples, but of little current use. The items designated for the 3 disciples were already sufficient for them to cultivate to an advanced realm, so these surplus items were intended for the sect. After all, the sect had treated him well in the past, and he did not mind empowering it further within his capabilities. Naturally, the spoils obtained from slaying Lin Jiuyin were not among these. He had not yet returned those, and revealing them would be a loss. It would be far more profitable to wait for an opportunity to trigger returns for the disciples. Thank you, ancestor. The crowd expressed their gratitude, eagerly receiving the storage rings to inspect their contents. Upon examination, no one could maintain their composure. A clattering sound echoed as one storage ring slipped from the grasp of an elder, who hastily trembled to retrieve it. It was not that he had been careless. Rather, he was astonished by the treasures contained within, which had caused his hands to falter. Heavenly tier cultivation techniques. The elder stammered in disbelief. 6th tier elixirs. A plethora. Earth tier martial arts and techniques. An abundance. Heavenly tier martial arts. 5th tier precious herbs galore. And an array of other invaluable treasures. At that moment, they stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of treasures. No amount of selling the Tianyun Sect could ever yield such wealth, not even 100 times over. Especially the heavenly tier cultivation techniques, which were exceedingly precious. The previous foundational techniques of their sect were merely of the earth tier's finest quality, and the 6th tier elixirs had been unattainable until now. Ancestor, this is far too valuable. What merit do we possess to accept such gifts? Perhaps you should reconsider and take them back. Sect leader Wang Mu felt that these items were far too burdensome. Indeed, Ancestor, please take them back. Or we would be content with just a fraction. To accept all of this would be too much for us. Deputy leader Yang Daojian concurred. Other elders nodded in agreement, genuinely feeling unworthy of the gifts bestowed by Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan shook his head, stating, "What I have given you is yours to keep. It is not within my reasoning to retract my gifts." The crowd exchanged smiles, each reflecting gratitude in their eyes. After sharing glances, they knelt in reverence, with Wang Medeo expressing, "On behalf of the entire sect, I extend our heartfelt thanks for the ancestral grace." "Indeed, we are profoundly grateful," echoed the others. Truly, these gifts were nothing short of divine endowments for the Tianyun Sect. Enough, enough, Chu Yuan gestured, as a member of the Tianyun Sect myself. Let us dispense with such formalities. There were limitations in the past, but now that conditions have improved, focus on your cultivation. Do not rely solely on me. There will come a day when I must depart. At that time, you must stand on your own. Rest assured, Ancestor, the crowd responded hastily, feeling the weight of responsibility. They knew it was time to strive harder. After all, those celestial tier techniques were not meant for the unworthy. To be innocent is one thing, but to possess treasures is another. They understood they must be deserving. Wait, the golden profound Yuan technique, the crimson sword art, the soaring dragon technique. Aren't these our sect's techniques? How have they ascended to celestial tier? At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng's voice broke through, having just perused the techniques and recognizing the familiar forms. Upon hearing this, the others gasped in astonishment, turning to Chu Yuan in search of an explanation. With a composed demeanor, Chu Yuan declared, "These techniques were derived from our own sect's teachings, evolved into something greater. You will find it easier to cultivate them henceforth." "What? Derived? Celestial tier techniques?" In that instant, the crowd's pupils dilated, their astonishment palpable. To derive celestial tier techniques required an extraordinary level of power. Had the ancestor truly reached such heights? It was terrifying. Their eyes shimmered with boundless admiration. They believed Chu Yuan's words implicitly. If not derived, where could they have come from? Surely not stumbled upon by chance. At this moment, they could no longer comprehend Chu Yuan. Mere months prior, they had viewed him as a junior, yet now he loomed as a deity beyond their understanding. Even though he remained amiable, the unspoken aura of his being commanded instinctive reverence. "Well then, I have bestowed these upon you. How you utilize them is for you to determine." Chu Yuan then turned to Xiao Qingfeng. "Old Xiao, accompany me for a stroll." Before long, Xiao Qingfeng followed Chu Yuan away from the main hall to the rear mountain. Although not much time had elapsed, it felt to the elder as if he had traversed the vastness of time itself. "The changes have been remarkably swift, especially in you," Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. "I can hardly grasp your transformation." Chu Yuan nodded, acknowledging the rapid progression he had experienced, ascending from mid-stage Xiandan to late-stage Nirvana, spanning 4 significant realms. Such advancement was indeed astonishing. "Here, take this elixir." Chu Yuan offered a king-tier marrow-cleansing pill. Upon consumption, it may purify your essence and extend your lifespan. He consumed 3 pills, leaving 7 behind, with 6 set aside to bestow 2 upon each of his 3 disciples. The remaining 1 was reserved for Xiao Qingfeng. Unlike others in the Tianyun Sect, Xiao Qingfeng had been his mentor during the absence of Chu Yuan's parents, providing significant assistance. After the tragic demise of his parents, Xiao Qingfeng nearly exhausted his resources to aid Chu Yuan's cultivation, a kindness he would forever cherish. Although his awakening of wisdom was delayed, the bond of human kindness remained steadfast. What sort of elixir is this? Could it be a celestial potion? Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened. Even a mere inhalation made him feel as though the bottleneck within him had loosened. He had been stuck in the mid-stage of the 5 organs realm for quite some time, with little hope of breaking through, likely destined to remain trapped there for life. Yet now, he glimpsed the possibility of advancement. "I do hope it is a celestial elixir. I must refine it swiftly. I shall take my leave." With that, Chu Yuan's figure swiftly vanished. Alas, he offered no opportunity for refusal. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head, yet a radiant smile adorned his face. Regardless of the circumstances, this young man ultimately belonged to him. His character is indisputable. "Very well, I shall accept your favor." He carefully stored the elixir, understanding that Chu Yuan had summoned him privately to keep this matter away from prying eyes. This realization filled him with pride. Indeed, in Chu Yuan's heart, he held a place of greater significance than others. With a chuckle, he proceeded to arrange a few matters before entering seclusion. Boom. Upon returning to Daoyuan Peak, Chu Yuan sensed a surge of breakthrough energy. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was Jiang Yi who had achieved a breakthrough. Now reaching the late stage of the condensed essence realm, Zhang Yao and Xiao Yan also exhibited signs of impending breakthroughs. Once they fully absorbed the essence cleansing pill, each of them would surely elevate their cultivation levels. Chu Yuan paid them no heed, instead delving deeper into the comprehension of his martial arts and techniques. A month later, Chu Yuan examined his attribute panel. Master, Chu Yuan, age, 50, talent, unparalleled in the contemporary era, remarkable throughout history. Master of Fire, enhanced by 3 disciples' talents. Potential, beginning with the qualifications of an immortal king. Cultivation, late stage of nirvana. Cultivation technique, Xianyang's fiery art, royal grade. Minor achievement, martial skills, meteoric fire step, royal grade. Minor achievement, fiery sky devouring fist, royal grade. Minor achievement, disciples, 35. Eldest disciple, Jiang Yi, age, 13. Talent, unparalleled in the contemporary era, innate dual pupils. Potential, qualifications of an immortal. Cultivation, perfection at the condensation realm. Cultivation technique, scarlet gold Xian Yuan art, heavenly grade. Not yet initiated. Martial skills, scarlet serpent sword technique. Fortune, favored by heaven and earth. A person of great destiny. Second disciple, Jiang Yao, age, 5. Talent, remarkable throughout history, innate supreme bone. Potential, qualifications of an immortal. Cultivation, perfection at the body refinement realm. Cultivation technique, scarlet gold Xian Yuan art, heavenly grade. Not yet initiated. Martial skills, scarlet serpent sword technique. Fortune, favored by heaven and earth. A person of great destiny. Third disciple, Xiao Yin, age, 16. Talent, master of fire, heavenly fire body. Potential, qualifications of an immortal. Cultivation, early stage of the pool origin realm. Cultivation technique. Martial skills, fortune, favored by heaven and earth. Enhanced by great destiny. After a month of diligent practice, Chu Yuan has elevated all his cultivation techniques and martial skills to a minor achievement. This pace is extraordinarily remarkable, attributed to his exceptional talent. In contrast, for others, even when practicing techniques and skills of the same realm, achieving a minor accomplishment typically takes years. For instance, a typical Nirvana realm cultivator might require several years, or even decades, to refine a heavenly grade technique to minor achievement. During this month, all 3 disciples have successfully refined their first 8th grade washing sutra and marrow elixir, resulting in significant cultivation advancement. Xiao Yan, who refined his first, is now consuming his second. Chu Yuan refrained from interrupting them. Subsequently, while enhancing his techniques and skills, Chu Yuan also delved into array formations. Under his formidable comprehension, they proved to be relatively straightforward. Another half-month passed. Xiao Yin was the first to refine 3 elixirs and exited his seclusion. As he stepped outside, he beheld a figure standing at the edge of the cliff on Daoyuan Peak, hands behind their back, facing away from him. This figure, with hair as white as snow billowing in the wind and clad in a flowing purple robe, appeared majestic against the backdrop of the setting sun, casting a long shadow. He hurriedly flew over, smiling as he cupped his hands in greeting, Master. Chu Yuan turned, assessing him with approval. Indeed, he had broken through to the mid-stage of the pool origin realm. The washing sutra and marrow elixir, after all, are not directly intended for enhancing cultivation. Otherwise, the results would be even more pronounced. It is all due to your guidance, Master, Xiao Yin earnestly declared. Without you, there would be no current version of Xiao Yin. Chu Yuan patted his shoulder and handed him a storage ring, saying, inside, you will find a vial of high-grade Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid and 6 8th-grade Washing Sutra and Marrow Elixirs. Take 1/3 of the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid and 2 of the Royal Grade Elixirs for yourself. Xiao Yin swallowed hard, feeling that each encounter with his master resulted in receiving generous gifts. Master is truly affluent. Thank you, Master. He has come to understand that what his master provided him was a gesture of kindness, and to refuse it would only bring displeasure. However, the high-grade Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid and the Royal Grade Washing Sutras and Refining Marrow Pill are such invaluable treasures that his master offered them without a flicker of hesitation. Words cannot adequately express his profound gratitude towards his master. He opened his storage ring, and among numerous items, he found those 2 treasures along with a plethora of other precious items, yet he dared not harbor even a trace of greed. What his master has already bestowed upon him is more than sufficient. To desire more would be akin to bestiality. He can only accept what is given. To covet what is not offered is to show disrespect. Nonetheless, a question lingered in his mind. Why did his master not directly retrieve the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid and the Washing Sutras and Refining Marrow Pill for him? Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Yuan felt a surge of delight. The storage ring contained all the treasures obtained from Lin Jiuyin, as well as the 2 puppets acquired earlier, which he had already sealed. Now, they were to be returned together. Although Lin Jiuyin's treasures did not include martial arts techniques, There were plenty of cultivation pills and other items, and Chu Yuan had made a substantial profit. The puppet in the early stage of the Soul Palace realm was exchanged for one in the early stage of the Law Avatar realm, while the original puppet from the early stage of the Law Avatar realm was traded for one in the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Chu Yuan silently mused. He now possessed 4 puppets, one in the early stage of the Soul Palace realm, 2 in the early stage of the Law Avatar realm, and 1 in the early stage of the Nirvana realm. He would need to study how to control these puppets. After retrieving the 2 items, Xiao Yan respectfully returned the storage ring to Chu Yuan. Master, I shall continue my cultivation. Having obtained the 2 treasures, he was filled with an eagerness to proceed. Not so fast. Allow me to impart the essentials of the cultivation techniques first. He aspired to be a competent master. The technique was, of course, the supreme heavenly grade Xianyang fire technique. Having mastered his royal grade techniques, the heavenly grade ones felt effortless in his grasp. Although Xiao Yan's talent was commendable, his realm was ultimately too low, necessitating guidance in many aspects. 2 days later, Xiao Yan exited his retreat, brimming with enthusiasm to continue his seclusion. Chu Yuan's gaze drifted towards the horizon. It was quite peculiar. Nearly 2 months had passed, yet not a single person from the Blood Shadow Hall had appeared. Logically, with an elder of the late stage of the Law Avatar realm having perished here, the Blood Shadow Hall should have taken notice. Yet, during this time, he had been vigilant outside and had detected no suspicious individuals. This was rather strange. He was counting on the Blood Shadow Hall to deliver equipment and resources. If they were to arrive now, he might still exchange a few moves with them. However, as time progresses and his cultivation advances significantly, they would have no chance to spar with him at all. If they do not come by then, he would go to them. The karmic ties had been forged. They must be resolved. A few days later, Jiang Yi emerged from his retreat. In the early stage of the Pool Origin realm, Chu Yuan provided him with a portion of Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid and 2 royal grade washing sutras and refining marrow pills. After guiding him on the cultivation techniques, he allowed him to enter seclusion once more. 10 days later, Jiang Yao emerged. The young girl had already reached the mid-stage of the Condensation Origin realm, prompting Chu Yuan to involuntarily exclaim in admiration. At the tender age of 5, Jiang Yao had already reached the mid-stage of the Ningyuan realm, leaving others in awe of her prowess. Stepping outside, she inhaled deeply, as though the air outside held a sweetness that was lacking within. Upon spotting Chu Yuan standing a short distance away, her eyes curved into crescent moons as she gleefully dashed over to him. Chu Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, praising her progress. Well done. Indeed, you have made significant strides. Hee, I've been working hard, she replied, her enthusiasm palpable. But it feels like an eternity. I was nearly suffocated in there. Here, a reward for you. Chu Yuan produced a vial of foundational spirit liquid and a king-grade marrow cleansing pill. Wow, I've used both of these before, but they seem even more potent than the ones I had previously. Jiang Yao's large eyes sparkled with excitement. She then sweetly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Chapter 56. What constitutes a true peerless prodigy? Do you enjoy cultivating? Chu Yuan inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yao replied, I do. What makes you fond of it? He asked, intrigued. Because through cultivation, I can become powerful, Jiang Yao declared, raising her tiny fist. When I am strong, I won't fear being bullied, and I can eat whatever I desire. When I was with my brother, we were often picked on because we weren't strong enough. He has fought tooth and nail over food several times. If I were powerful, I could help him. She added earnestly. Chu Yuan nodded slightly before responding. But here, there is no one who can bully you, and food is plentiful. Do you still wish to become strong? Jiang Yao nodded seriously. Yes, I love the feeling of becoming powerful. Master, look. She scampered to the side and effortlessly lifted a boulder several times her size, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, tossing it playfully from hand to hand. Hee, this is so much fun. Chu Yuan smiled gently. As long as you enjoy cultivating, that is what matters most. At least you won't feel forced to practice. Now come here. I will prepare roasted meat for you and teach you a formidable technique. He beckoned. Really? Yay. With a joyful shout, she dropped the stone and hurried over. Chu Yuan retrieved some 6th-tier dragon meat and began to roast it using his cultivation power. Indeed, fire-based techniques are quite suitable for cooking. 3 days later, Jiang Yao, thoroughly satisfied, patted her small belly and retreated indoors to continue her cultivation. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. One by one, they emerged from their seclusion. In his leisure, Chu Yuan guided them in martial techniques and combat practice. Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi engaged in endless sparring, occasionally suppressing their cultivation levels to train alongside Jiang Yao. Whenever hunger struck, they took turns showcasing their culinary skills, leading to days filled with joy and laughter. As the weather turned cooler with winter approaching, it hardly affected their spirits. The annual disciple competition of the Tianyun Sect commenced, and the three participated, undoubtedly leaving their fellow disciples questioning their very existence. In fact, it was not only the disciples who were bewildered. Even the higher-ups of the sect were left in a state of shock, for they discovered that many disciples could not even stand against the 5-year-old Jiang Yao. In just over half a year, the little girl who had yet to embark on her cultivation journey upon entering the sect has now achieved the consummate state of the condensation realm. After consuming the royal-grade cleansing and marrow-refining elixir, her prowess has further ascended, though she has not yet reached the pool source realm. Nor has she utilized any advanced foundation-building spiritual liquids. At the tender age of 5, she has attained such an extraordinary level of cultivation. This seems almost like a dream. Not only is her cultivation remarkable, but her combat strength is also immensely formidable. Below the pool source realm, none can contend with her. The outer and inner disciples of the Tianyun Sect find themselves unable to best even a 5-year-old girl. A core disciple in the early pool source realm fought with Jiang Yao, resulting in an even exchange, leaving them utterly astounded. That day, they came to a clear understanding of what constitutes a true prodigy beyond compare. Although Jiang Yao ultimately fell to a disciple in the mid-pool source realm, that disciple felt no joy, only a deep sense of shame, considering he had trained for over 40 years. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan, one in the late pool source realm and the other at the pinnacle of the same realm, left the core disciples of the pool source realm utterly defeated. In the final confrontation between the two, it was astonishing to witness Xiao Yan, at the zenith of the pool source realm, narrowly lose to Jiang Yi, who was in the late stage. This outcome was undoubtedly influenced by the power of the dual pupils. Although the heavenly fire body is indeed strong, it pales in comparison to the almost game-breaking ability of the dual pupils. The debut of the trio sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire sect. In comparison to them, others felt as if they had aged into obscurity. Simultaneously, they harbored fervent admiration and reverence for the long-absent ancestor Chu, for these three prodigies were his disciples. Not only the disciples, but even the higher echelons of the sect yearned to be taught by ancestor Chu, though alas, such opportunities eluded them. In truth, while the elixirs contributed to their rapid advancement, the real impetus lay within themselves. Their innate talents and fortuitous destinies were of paramount importance. To phrase it differently, if the cleansing and marrow-refining elixirs they consumed were given to other disciples of the Tianyun Sect, although those disciples would certainly experience swift progress, they would never achieve the same heights. Especially Jiang Yao, whose accomplishments at the astonishing age of 5 are simply unparalleled. The Supreme Bone has played an immense role in their success. Their emergence has shattered the resolve of many disciples while igniting the fighting spirit in others. Xiao Qingfeng has also completed the cleansing and marrow-refining process, advancing to the late stage of the 5 organs realm, with the elixir's potency transforming into significant potential, giving him hope to break into the Soul Palace realm in the future, as it is indeed a royal-grade elixir. Chu Yuan, however, is perplexed by the delay of the Blood Shadow Temple's arrival. During this period, his martial arts and techniques have neared completion, and he has made commendable progress in understanding formations. He can now proficiently arrange formations below the 8th tier, though the materials available for his use are woefully scarce. He has also dedicated a month to studying puppetry, which is notably unique. It is not merely the forging of artifacts, but rather a harmonious integration with formations. An exceptional puppeteer must embody both the art of crafting and the mastery of formations. The materials required for the creation of puppets are even more stringent than those needed for arranging formations. Although Chu Yuan has yet to embark on the crafting of puppets, he has acquired the knowledge to manipulate the 4 puppets. Among them, the one from the Soul Palace realm is powered by superior spirit stones, while the other 3 are driven by top-tier spirit stones. In the absence of combat, a single spirit stone can last for an extended period. However, during battles, the consumption of spirit stones is significant. Fortunately, Chu Yuan is not lacking in resources. Though puppets lack sentience, under the influence of intricate formations, they can resemble pseudo-living beings, capable of executing commands. Nevertheless, the instructions must remain simple. For instance, to guard a specific location. After refining the 4 puppets, Chu Yuan instructed them to remain at Tianyun Sect, ready to spring into action should danger arise. This decision stemmed from his intention to descend the mountain with his 3 disciples. The puppets serve as a safeguard for Tianyun Sect, ensuring the safety of the living and the tranquility of his parents' graves. The Bloodine Hall has yet to make an appearance, and they might arrive during his absence. Aside from the puppets, he has devised other means to cope with potential threats. He would upgrade the mountain protecting formation if only he had the necessary materials. As winter arrived, thick snowflakes fell from the sky, blanketing the surroundings in pristine white. The 3 disciples engaged joyfully in a snowball fight. Upon emerging from the attic, Chu Yuan was greeted by a flurry of snowballs from the trio. After months of companionship, they had come to understand their affable and approachable master, who, much like a benevolent elder, indulged in their playful antics. As snowballs flew toward him, Chu Yuan chuckled lightly and vanished in an instant. "Where did the master go?" Jiang Yao exclaimed, glancing around. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and they turned to see their master standing outside Daoyuan Peak. One hand resting behind his back, while the other delicately waved his index finger. With each motion, the snow accumulating on the surrounding peaks transformed into serpentine snow dragons. Converging behind him, with a pointed gesture, the multitude of snow dragons surged toward Daoyuan Peak, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Oh no, is the master intent on burying Daoyuan Peak? With a thunderous crash, Daoyuan Peak was engulfed in snow, and the three disciples emerged in a flurry of snowflakes. Ugh! Jiang Yao spat out a mouthful of snow, exclaiming, "Master, you are so unfair." A moment later, after notifying the sect's higher-ups of his departure, Chu Yuan set off with the three disciples. This journey might extend for quite some time. He had three objectives in descending the mountain. First, his disciples needed to gain practical experience and could not remain secluded indefinitely. Second, to procure materials for arranging formations. And third, and most importantly, to explore the world in search of suitable candidates for discipleship. With 2 slots remaining for disciples, should he find 1 or 2 promising individuals, it is possible that his cultivation could ascend directly to the realm of kings. He naturally wishes to take shortcuts. Just then, a notification from the system appeared, indicating that the disciples of the master had just embarked on their journey, and a new lottery feature had been activated. This feature allows for an unpredictable array of prizes. From this moment on, each disciple who breaks through a significant realm will earn a lottery opportunity. A reminder, the items won from the lottery cannot be returned after being bestowed upon a disciple. Upon departing from the Tianyun Sect, the system's notification emerged unexpectedly. The new feature seemed rather promising, and Chu Yuan nodded to himself. This would certainly provide greater motivation for cultivating his disciples. He swiftly flew with the 3 of them until they reached the imperial city of the great martial dynasty. Feel free to explore on your own, by whatever you desire. Xiaoyan, you may also visit your father later. I will head to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to procure some items. Chu Yuan left 3 strands of divine sense with them, which would erupt should they encounter an insurmountable crisis, allowing him to traverse to their side in an instant. Moreover, his consciousness would occasionally monitor their well-being. Understood, Master, the 3 replied, nodding. Chu Yuan vanished in a flash. Big brother, second sister, let me show you around. I know this imperial city like the back of my hand. Even if you wish to visit the palace, it's no problem. Xiaoyan assured them confidently. Jiang Yao exclaimed with delight, Yay? I want to buy delicious food and new clothes. Choose whatever you like. I will buy it all for you, Jiang Yi said, affectionately ruffling her hair, embodying a protective demeanor. Hee, Senior Chu, who would have thought we would meet again so soon? Inside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Mei Fanghua smiled while pouring tea. I have come to purchase some items. If they are not available here, I would like to inquire where I might find them. Chu Yuan stated directly. Mei Fanghua's interest was piqued. Oh, are you perhaps seeking treasures of the 7th or 8th rank? Everything is listed here, Chu Yuan replied, handing over a list containing various materials for formations, ranging from 1st to 8th rank. Although he had comprehended numerous formation techniques, he had yet to practice them. He intended to experiment with materials of all levels. The 1st to 5th ranks are manageable, but unfortunately, we do not have materials for the 6th to 8th ranks. Mei Fanghua observed curiously. Could it be that you are a formation master? Just a little understanding, Chu Yuan replied, lowering his gaze and sipping his tea with a faint smile. Senior, you are being modest, Mei Fanghua remarked earnestly. She was genuinely intrigued by him, especially considering that just a few months prior, he had astonishingly slain the Qinyao Daoist. Moreover, it was later revealed that even a perfected Soul Palace realm cultivator had easily fallen to him. It was evident that Chu Yuan was extraordinary. He was either possessed by an ancient being or had a formidable mentor. Apart from these possibilities, she could not fathom how a mere disciple from the Tianyun Sect could possess such power. However, the specifics were of little concern to her. She was merely a businesswoman. Then please provide me with materials from the 1st to 5th ranks, 10 of each. How many spirit stones will that amount to? Chu Yuan requested. The materials are no problem, she confirmed. However, if you are a formation master, I would like to request your assistance, if you are willing. Oh, what is the task? Please, do not hesitate to speak. It is as follows. One of the formations at my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has become obsolete due to the passage of time. I was preparing to contact the higher-ups for repairs, but if you are capable, your help would spare me the trouble of involving them. In return, I can provide you with the materials you require free of charge. Very well, lead me to it. I cannot guarantee I will be able to restore it. Chu Yuan replied, considering he might inquire about some matters afterward, so he was pleased to lend a hand. The prolonged use of formations can indeed result in their degradation, as the lifespan of materials is finite. I thank you in advance, Senior. Mei Fenghua smiled, saying, please, follow me. Under Mei Fenghua's guidance, Chu Yuan quickly arrived at the site of the defunct formation, a sixth-tier defensive array, one among many within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The issue was not severe. Among the 12 array discs, one was damaged and simply required a new one to be reforged. Have the materials for refining the array disc been prepared? Chu Yuan's spiritual sense swept over the area, and he instantly discerned the problem. This revelation astonished Mei Fenghua. Indeed, Chu Yuan seemed to possess considerable insight. Without uttering a word, he identified the issue at a glance. Truly professional. I have prepared everything. I am grateful for your assistance, Mei Fenghua said. Producing the materials for refining the array disc, Chu Yuan nodded slightly, dissecting the defensive formation with his spiritual sense, and based on the destroyed array disc, he deduced the necessary restrictions and commenced the refining process. Meanwhile, not far away, Xiao Yin and his companions soon encountered trouble. A group of youths obstructed their path. Well, is this not our so-called useless young master? Long time no see. How have you fared since my sister called off the engagement? A youth clad in fine garments opened a folding fan, mocking Xiao Yin. Shanggu, I heard he has reached the completion of the Qi condensation realm and is no longer a useless one, another youth remarked. Oh, look at that. I had almost forgotten. I truly did not expect this useless one to have a day of resurgence, the boy known as Shanggu replied, his demeanor still dripping with sarcasm and arrogance. Witnessing this scene, those around them began to withdraw. It's them, the 3 disciples of old ancestor Chu. Someone recognized Xiao Yin's group. Gasp. Those individuals are from the Lu family. Lu Shan is Lu Yunyu's elder brother. How dare he mock Xiao Yin like this? After all, Xiao Yin is a disciple of old ancestor Chu, the one who can even slay those at the peak of the Soul Palace realm. Some gasped in shock. Was Lu Shan courting death? What you may not know is that the sect Lu Yunyu joined is incredibly formidable. The Lu family is under the protection of that sect, and Lu Shan may not fear old ancestor Chu. One knowledgeable person explained. How formidable is it? The crowd gasped, astonished that even old ancestor Chu would not fear the Lu family's backing. I am uncertain how strong it is, but it is said that even the legendary Dharma realm can only be considered mid-tier within that sect. What? Gasp. So terrifying. No wonder Lu Shan is so arrogant. Chapter 58. Even the defenses are breached. They are but swine. As he overheard the whispers of those around him, Lu Shan's expression swelled with pride. What of Chu Laozu's disciple? So arrogant, so impressive? In comparison to Chu Laozu and the Ice Soul Valley, he amounted to nothing. In the great martial dynasty, nearly everyone trembled before that illustrious figure, yet the Lu family held no fear. Lu Shan, in particular, felt no trepidation. Who did I expect? It is merely you. A sycophant who once groveled at my feet like a dog. Now, emboldened by newfound prowess, you dare to bark at me. Xiao Yin cast a fleeting glance at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. You. Lu Shan was instantly incensed, his forehead throbbing with fury. In the past, when Lu Yunyu had not yet joined the Ice Soul Valley, and Xiao Yin was still the most talented individual in the royal city, the Lu family had endeavored to curry favor with him, relegating Lu Shan to the position of his obedient lackey, which he had embraced wholeheartedly. However, as fate would have it, Xiao Yin's fortunes waned while Lu Yunyu ascended to the Ice Soul Valley, causing the Lu family to flourish while Xiao Yin sank into obscurity. The stark contrast left him filled with regret for his previous actions, and he yearned to reclaim his dignity. Yet, Xiao Yin had concealed himself within the Wangfu of the leisurely king, denying Lu Shan the chance to confront him. Now, learning that Xiao Yin had regained his strength only fueled his ire. Thus, encountering Xiao Yin on the street was an opportunity he could not afford to squander. He was determined to reclaim his lost pride. However, Xiao Yin seemed to know precisely which wounds to inflict, uttering a single phrase that struck Lu Shan's raw nerve, igniting his fury further. What is this? Struck dumb? Can you no longer speak? Xiao Yin observed the flush of embarrassment on Lu Shan's face, his eyes glimmering with disdain. Such a simpleton, easily provoked, had clearly made no progress. Humph. Do not presume that because you have acquired the Foundation Establishment Elixir and fortuitously restored your cultivation to perfection in the condensation realm, you can act with impunity. The Foundation Establishment Elixir is not solely your privilege. I too have partaken, and I did so 2 years prior. You may have achieved perfection in the condensation realm, yet I am not inferior to you. Boom. Lu Shan's aura, resonating with the essence of the perfected condensation realm, erupted forth. In that moment, he radiated an unwavering confidence. Is this your reliance? Xiao Yin found the notion laughable. Enough of your prattle. Witness how I shall deal with you. With that declaration, Lu Shan charged toward Xiaoyan. Though both were at the pinnacle of the condensation realm, Lu Shan believed his earlier breakthrough gave him an undeniable advantage. Today, he would topple Xiaoyan and restore his honor. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao took a step back, wary of the potential for bloodshed to splatter upon them. To their eyes, Lu Shan was pathetically weak. Even Jiang Yao herself could easily subdue him with a single hand. Brother Shan, go for it. His underlings shouted as he surged forward. Witnessing the retreat of Xiaoyan's companions only deepened Lu Shan's disdain. What of Chu Laozu's disciple? Merely cowardly individuals. Broken steel palm. Lu Shan bellowed, unleashing a technique of inferior mystic rank that he had mastered to perfection. This was the foundation of his confidence. With this martial skill, he felt himself to be on par with anyone. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Xiaoyan, who stood motionless, leaving him utterly perplexed. What was wrong with this fellow? Had he been rendered speechless by fear, not dodging, not retaliating? Regardless, he would first shatter a few bones. With a thunderous crash, a solid palm struck Xiaoyan's chest. A crack echoed through the air, the sound of bones fracturing. Before Lu Shan could revel in his apparent victory, an excruciating pain surged through him, and he realized that striking Xiaoyan's chest felt akin to hitting an anvil. Almost instantly, a force rebounded upon him. It was his arm that had shattered. Several of its bones were broken. A horrendous scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. He had struck another. Yet what was this outcry? Oh, your arm is broken? How could that be? Countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the scene, incredulity etched on their faces. Lu Shan's followers were equally bewildered. You. No, this is impossible. How could this happen? Lu Shan looked up at Xiaoyan, disbelief flooding his gaze. Truly useless, standing there for you to strike. And you still couldn't break through my defenses. Xiaoyan's words struck deep. His physical form had been enhanced by the essence-cleansing pill, and moreover, his cultivation was a full realm above Lu Shan's, rendering the latter utterly incapable of inflicting harm. A mere tickle, perhaps. With a resounding slap, Xiaoyan struck Lu Shan's face, instantly swelling half of it into a grotesque visage. Another blow followed, and the other side met the same fate. Did you think that with Lu Yunyu's backing, you were formidable? Once, I treated you with kindness, and this is how you repay me? Are all members of the Lu family treacherous vipers? With a flurry of slaps, Lu Shan was left unable to utter a sound, while the bystanders watched in astonishment. Let go of Shan Go. Lu Shan's subordinates, regaining their senses, dared only to shout a couple of times. If you shout again, I shall end you. Xiaoyan remarked nonchalantly. The minions quickly fell silent, genuinely frightened. Xiaoyan was simply too powerful. Your Highness, please cease. The young master has erred. Allow me to offer my apologies. As the young master of the Lu family, Lu Shan had protectors discreetly following him during his outing. No sooner had the words left his lips than an elder, at the peak of the pool origin realm, swiftly appeared, seeking to rescue Lu Shan from Xiaoyan's grasp. Xiaoyan unleashed a punch, flames erupting from his fist. With a resounding boom, the elder was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell to the ground. Incapacitated, another figure, also at the pinnacle of the pool origin realm, appeared, seemingly intending to intervene, but abruptly halted. This individual was yet another of Lu Shan's protectors. At the peak of the pool origin realm, you have actually reached the pinnacle of the pool origin realm. How is this possible? The elder in gray trembled as he spoke. Previously, Xiaoyan had concealed his aura so effectively that they had failed to discern his cultivation level. Yet now, with his power revealed, they were struck with terror. How old could Xiaoyan be? And after such a prolonged period of stagnation, he had achieved such an extraordinary breakthrough in a remarkably short time. It was utterly unfathomable. The spectators around them were equally dumbfounded, each one filled with shock. Initially, one could hardly believe the extraordinary prowess of Xiaoyan, but upon discovering his true capabilities, one could only gasp in astonishment. Most notably, despite both being at the pinnacle of the pool origin realm, he effortlessly incapacitated his opponent with a single punch. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. The face of Lu Shan, already swollen like a pig's head, reflected sheer disbelief, his pupils trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. He had believed he was on the verge of salvation, only to find himself facing such a dire outcome. He could scarcely endure it. With a sudden burst of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoyan unceremoniously tossed him to the ground with a thud, then coolly remarked, I shall not take your life. You thought your sister's affiliation with the I-Soul Valley was impressive, did you not? Allow me to demonstrate how I defeated her. Chapter 59. Is this what you call a modicum of understanding? In the floating city beyond the world. Senior brothers and sisters, let us depart. Xiaoyan addressed the two companions. They nodded in agreement. If their junior brother could handle the situation, they would refrain from intervening. Should he falter, they would certainly lend their assistance. The crowd parted to create a path, their gazes towards Xiao Yin imbued with reverence. The guards of the Lu family dared not impede their passage, merely watching as they left. This was the imperial city, and invoking the might of the Lu family would not be without consequence, especially considering the formidable presence of the Prince of Leisure. Furthermore, they were wary of whether the esteemed Elder Chu was also within the imperial city. What had initially been assumed, that Xiao Yin would hesitate to confront Lu Shan, had taken an unexpected turn. It appeared that Xiao Yin truly had the audacity to eliminate Lu Shan. At this moment, Lu Shan had succumbed to his fury and fainted. In a bid to reclaim his dignity, he had only succeeded in further humiliating himself, nearly losing his life in the process. The onlookers were filled with incredulity. My distant cousin is currently training at the Tianyun Sect. Recently, he returned home and spoke of how formidable the 3 disciples of Elder Chu were. At the time, I thought it was merely a jest, but it seems to be true. A voice whispered from the crowd. What? Is this truly the case? Could you elaborate? Upon hearing this, many in the vicinity leaned in closer. Certainly, let me share what I know, the individual responded, as more and more people gathered around. Before long, gasps of astonishment erupted. What? Xiao Yin, so powerful, was defeated by that younger senior brother? Indeed. Xiao Yin is incredibly strong to have fallen to someone in the later stages of the pool origin realm. How formidable must his opponent be? I had thought Xiao Yan's talent was unmatched, yet it appears there exists someone even more valiant. How on earth did Elder Chu discover such disciples? Or how did he cultivate them to be so extraordinary? Nonsense. I can believe the other two, but a 5-year-old at the pinnacle of the condensation origin realm? Surely that is a fabrication. Alas, I too find it implausible, but it seems they possess something that conceals their true cultivation, rendering them unrecognizable. The Lu family members hastily escorted Lu Shan away. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan had already commenced crafting array discs, his awareness subtly attuned to the happenings surrounding Xiao Yin. It was beneficial for the disciples to encounter various challenges. This was one of the purposes of bringing them down the mountain. He need not intervene in matters they could resolve on their own. It would be impractical for him to oversee every trivial issue, otherwise they would become dependent. He remained indifferent to the disputes among the younger generation, for none could rival his disciples. However, if the elders resorted to bullying the younger ones, he felt compelled to intervene. Mei Fanghua, standing nearby as he forged weapons, suddenly took out a communication jade slip. Her expression shifted to one of shock and peculiarity. That Xiao Yin had indeed become remarkably formidable. Such prowess could not merely be attributed to a trivial foundational spirit liquid, she mused. Someone had conveyed to her that Xiao Yin had reached the pinnacle of the pool origin realm. She was acutely aware of Xiao Yin's circumstances, having once ventured out of curiosity to investigate his situation when he was deemed useless. Yet, she had found no clarity. In the mere span of half a year, her gaze turned toward the enigmatic Chu Yuan, who seemed enveloped in an aura of mystery, making him appear anything but ordinary. Chu Yuan, noticing her reaction, surmised that she had received news regarding Xiao Yin. It was evident that the president of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber was well informed. At that moment, Chu Yuan finished his task with ease. Forging an array plate with his cultivation level and inscribing 6th grade array patterns posed no challenge for him. So soon, Mei Fanghua snapped back to reality, astonished. You may take a look, Chu Yuan offered, presenting the array plate. As Mei Fanghua accepted the smooth, basin-sized plate, ripples of admiration danced in her beautiful eyes. It was simply exquisite. How could the senior have claimed to possess merely a rudimentary understanding? This was an extraordinary level of expertise. Chu Yuan merely smiled in silence. I would appreciate your assistance in setting it up, Mei Fanghua said politely, extending her hands. Chu Yuan swiftly completed the array setup. Thank you immensely, esteemed senior. Please follow me. I have prepared what you requested. Mei Fanghua gracefully led the way. President Mei, do you possess a larger map, one that includes the 100 nations, the 10 sects beyond the world, or even farther regions? The Great Wu dynasty struggled to find suitable disciples. Having a map would greatly facilitate their search. I have one, if you require it. I can make a copy for you, Mei Fanghua replied with a smile. That would be much appreciated. The royal ancestors and the wandering king also learned of Xiao Yin's news and promptly contacted him. Xiao Yin instructed them to wait at the wandering king's mansion. The two awaited in astonished joy, pacing anxiously within the estate. Meanwhile, at the Lu family, Lu Shan was brought back, prompting the family leaders to gather. You, what on earth possessed you to provoke him? The clan leader exclaimed, pointing at Lu Shan, filled with exasperation. We may have the Ice Spirit Valley as our backing, but it lies far away. If we truly anger them, what if they decide to annihilate us? Father, who knew he would dare to act against me? Knowing full well about the Ice Spirit Valley, I merely sought to vent my frustration. Lu Shan protested, feeling utterly wronged. Clan leader, Setting aside the rights and wrongs of Xiao Shan, Xiao Yan has grown exceedingly powerful, which poses a threat to our young lady. They have a 3-year pact, remarked the elders of the Lu family. Indeed, Xiao Yan's current strength surpasses that of our young lady. They lamented. We cannot fathom how he has achieved such advancement. However, you are correct. This does indeed jeopardize Yuer. The clan leader Lu remarked, I shall promptly send a message to Yuer to ascertain her intentions. Although the Isol Valley lies immeasurably far from here, Lu Yunyu had left behind a means of communication capable of reaching that distant place. However, each transmission incurs a considerable cost, requiring a substantial amount of premium spirit stones. Should such transmissions be repeated more than twice, the Lu family would face financial ruin. In truth, this land harbors more than just the 100 nations and the 10 sects beyond the world. There exists a floating city. This floating city, situated beyond the 100 nations, thrives in unparalleled splendor. The 10 sects beyond the world conduct their transactions here. The influence of the floating city rivals that of the 10 sects. The Wanbao Merchant Association boasts a more formidable branch within the floating city, where one can procure a variety of necessary materials. With a stroke of fortune, one might even unearth items beneficial for cultivation. Having departed from the Wanbao Merchant Association, Chu Yuan gazed at the map in his hand, already formulating his next plan. He aimed to enhance himself while simultaneously seeking suitable disciples. With the map secured, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 60, Xiao Yan's childhood companion, the golden spirit body whoosh. On the bustling street, Chu Yuan materialized before Xiao Yan and the others. At this moment, Xiao Yan had donned a robe of deep red hues, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding vigor and ambition. Zhang Yi wore a light golden robe, standing tall and poised, his tranquil gaze reflecting maturity beyond his youthful appearance. The contrast between him and Xiao Yan was striking, one exuberant, the other composed. The 3-year age gap appeared scarcely noticeable. Zhang Yao, adorned in a pink dress with her hair styled in 2 playful buns, resembled a delicate princess, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with vivacity. Cradled in her left hand was a small basket filled with an array of colorful spirit fruits, while her right hand clutched several skewers of spirit beast meat. Upon seeing Chu Yuan's arrival, Zhang Yao's eyes lit up as she twirled in place. Master, do I look pretty? Master. Xiao Yan and Zhang Yi greeted him with respectful bows. Indeed, Chu Yuan smiled, nodding appreciatively as he affectionately tousled Zhang Yao's hair. You look lovely. Yay. The little girl beamed with joy at her master's praise, offering her basket. Master, please try this. It's truly delicious. Chu Yuan plucked a fruit from the basket and popped it into his mouth, whereupon a burst of sweetness exploded on his palate. This was the kind of flavor that could only be cultivated in areas rich in spiritual energy. Quite delightful indeed. After savoring the taste, he turned his attention to Xiao Yan and the others, asking, Have you finished your stroll? Xiao Yan replied, Yes. We are now preparing to return and see my father. By the way, Master, earlier, Chu Yuan waved his hand. You mean regarding your encounter with that fellow named Lu Shan? So you already know, Master. Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Chu Yuan nodded. You did well. When others seek to trample upon you, you must retaliate fiercely. However, your display of strength has drawn the attention of the Lu family. If they inform your former fiancée, she may find it difficult to sleep. The 3-year agreement has only seen half a year pass. Yet Xiao Yan has already achieved the pinnacle of the pool origin realm. With 2.5 years remaining, it is unfathomable to predict what heights he may reach. After all, as a wielder of great fortune, it is entirely normal for various opportunities to present themselves, allowing for swift breakthroughs. In 2.5 years, it is not impossible for Xiao Yan to reach the realm of Dharma or Nirvana. When that time comes, venturing into the Ice Soul Valley, he might not only confront his former fiancée, but could even challenge her master. She would likely find it hard to believe, for her arrogance blinds her to those beneath her. Speaking of which, I have begun to eagerly anticipate the 3-year agreement. As he spoke, a glimmer of confidence shone in his eyes, accompanied by gratitude towards his master. Before encountering his master, the 3-year pact was merely a matter of pride. After their meeting, everything became straightforward. Chu Yuan nodded. Anticipation was only natural. For Xiao Yan, this represented his first goal in cultivation, a quest for vindication. Well then, let us visit your home. We must depart soon. Chu Yuan's consciousness swept over the Leisure King's residence, only to pause slightly in surprise. Besides the Leisure King and Xiao Xuanzhou, there was another person waiting. A young girl clad in a flowing, goose-yellow gown. Her beauty rivaled that of the most exquisite, and her presence exuded an air of nobility, almost ethereal. To date, she was the most remarkable woman Chu Yuan had ever encountered, even surpassing Ling Shuiyan, the leader of the Tianyun Sect. This girl was conversing with the Leisure King, repeatedly addressing Xiao Yan as Brother Xiao Yan. Chu Yuan's expression turned peculiar. "Ah, Xiao Yan, do you have a childhood sweetheart?" he inquired with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then curiously asked, "How did you know, master?" Indeed, Chu Yuan silently marveled. Truly, he was a product of that lineage, with only minimal alterations aside from the grand fortune. It appeared that the childhood sweetheart was indeed a reality. I wonder if this lad will become a hero akin to the legendary dragon in the grass. Quite intriguing. Oh, third junior brother has a childhood sweetheart? Why have you never mentioned this before? Jiang Yi asked, his face filled with curiosity. Over the past 6 months, they had shared nearly everything. Yet Xiao Yan had never spoken of this childhood affection. Chu Yuan observed with great interest. Xiao Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, and replied innocently, "Master, senior brother, I truly did not intend to conceal it. The truth is, Xu Ran has been gone for 2 years without a word. Perhaps I shall never see her again. That is why I have kept silent. Master, you still haven't told me how you knew about my childhood sweetheart. Take a guess." Chu Yuan responded with a light chuckle. "Could it be that you know Xu Ran?" Xiao Yan questioned, only to realize that if his master were acquainted with her, he would have inquired long ago. Now why was he asking all of a sudden? His eyes widened, and his breath quickened. "Master, she isn't here, is she?" Chu Yuan nodded. "Yes, she is waiting for you at the palace." Xiao Yan's face flushed with excitement. He was overwhelmed. "Master, please take me there. I want to return immediately." He expressed his impatience with his own speed. "You young rascal, but you must explain everything once we arrive," Chu Yuan remarked, gently lifting the 3 of them before they swiftly vanished from sight. "Indeed, I want to hear all about it too." In the same place. The tender voice of Jiang Yao still resonated, though she had long since vanished. Despite her youth, she relished gossip. Meanwhile, within the tranquil confines of the Xiaoyao Wangfu, Yun Shurian paced back and forth, wondering why Brother Xiaoyan had not yet arrived. "Shurian, you have just arrived. Why not sit down and rest? Yenner should be here soon." "He sent me a message saying he would come," the gentle Xiaoyao Wang remarked, having already taken a seat with Xiao Xuanzhou. "I cannot wait any longer, uncle. I shall go out to find Brother Xiaoyan now," Yun Shurian declared, striding towards the exit. Yet, after only a few steps, she halted. A streak of light suddenly descended outside the hall of the Wangfu. A figure leaped forth, akin to a monkey, swiftly landing before Yun Shurian, exclaiming, "Shurian, it is truly you, Brother Xiaoyan." Yun Shurian's face lit up with joy. "It is wonderful to see you again." Xiao Xuanzhong and Xiaoyao Wang hurriedly rose and approached them. At that moment, Chu Yuan had already activated his true sight on the young girl. In the next instant, Yun Shurian's attribute panel appeared. Name, Yun Shurian. Age, 15. Talent, Supreme Prodigy, Golden Spirit Sacred Body. Awakened. Potential, Emperor's Qualification, Cultivation, Perfected 5 Organs Realm. Fate, Abundant Fortune, TSK. Chu Yuan couldn't help but be astounded. It was no surprise that she was the childhood companion of Xiaoyan, the child of fortune. Her talent and potential, though not on par with his 3 disciples, were undeniably remarkable. A supreme prodigy possessing a golden spirit sacred body, an emperor's qualification, and at merely 15, she had already reached the perfected 5 organs realm. In this land of 100 nations, such a feat was nothing short of astonishing. For others, it would be a truly terrifying sight. Chapter 61, Jiang Yao. "Wow, sister. You smell delightful." This young lady, with her extraordinary talent and distinguished background, must have access to ample cultivation resources, and the golden spirit sacred body had already awakened. It was only natural for her to possess such cultivation, Chu Yuan mused. A person of her caliber would undoubtedly be a recognized prodigy even in larger realms. Although he had not taken her as a disciple and could not ascertain the technique she practiced, Chu Yuan surmised that the level of her martial arts was undoubtedly high. Yet, he pondered the true extent of the power behind her. "Greetings, Senior Chu. It is an honor to meet the esteemed disciples of both predecessors." Xiaoyao Wang and Xiao Xuanzhong approached Chu Yuan, bowing respectfully. Chu Yuan withdrew his gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. "Shurian, in the past 2 years, I sent you messages, but you did not respond. I thought I would never see you again," Xiaoyan said. "That is because the places I traveled to were too distant for messages to reach. Besides, I promised I would return, and I always keep my promises." "Humph, Brother Xiaoyan, how could you doubt me?" Yun Shurian feigned anger. "My apologies, I sincerely regret it." Xiaoyan replied earnestly. In the past, wherever he went, friends surrounded him, but after he faltered, one by one, they departed, leaving only Yun Shurian to console and encourage him. However, a year later, when she mentioned going home for a visit, she left alone, and he lost contact with her, causing him to feel a twinge of uncertainty. Believing that Yun Shuran might disdain him for being inept and unwilling to return, he occasionally wavered despite knowing her true nature. Now that she had returned, he felt a pang of guilt for his past thoughts. I have forgiven you, Yun Shuran said with a radiant smile. She had never truly been angry. Seeing him able to train normally and significantly advance in his cultivation brought her joy. 2 years prior, upon returning home, she had sought ancient texts to uncover the reasons behind Xiao Yan's transformation. Ultimately, she identified 2 possibilities. Either Xiao Yan possessed a unique physique that absorbed cultivation, or an external force had siphoned his power. Thus, she returned with 2 treasures, one to awaken a special physique, and the other to sever external influences. If Xiao Yan's cultivation had indeed been affected by an untraceable external force, this would help restore him to normalcy. However, upon her arrival at the carefree Wang Fu, she learned from Uncle Wang that Xiao Yan had found a revered master who had resolved his cultivation issues and awakened a certain physique. The fact that the carefree Wang trusted Yun Shuran enough to share this matter with her surprised her. She was astonished that someone here could know how to awaken a special physique. Nevertheless, she felt happiness for Xiao Yan and curiosity about this so-called esteemed master. After reminiscing with Xiao Yan, she turned her gaze towards Chu Yuan. Was that white-haired youth the esteemed master? His striking features and ethereal demeanor were unmatched by those she had encountered before. As for his cultivation level, she could not discern it. Although she possessed secret methods to gauge strength, she could only perceive individuals 2 major realms above her. Clearly, this person surpassed her by more than 2 major realms. Rumor had it that he was merely 50 years old, hailing from the Tianyun Sect of the great martial dynasty. Yet, she sensed that matters were not so simple. Regardless, as long as he posed no threat to her brother Xiao Yan, she would remain at ease, she thought to herself. After adjusting her attire, she respectfully bowed to Chu Yuan. I am Yun Shuran, honored to meet you, esteemed senior. I am grateful for your assistance to my brother Xiao Yan. Chu Yuan couldn't help but reflect on her politeness, recognizing her as the childhood friend of this fated child, Xiao Yan. Unlike many young ladies from powerful families who might look down upon others, she exhibited grace and etiquette. Chu Yuan felt a sense of admiration. He even pondered the possibility of taking her as a disciple, though she paled in comparison to Jiang Yi and the others. In terms of talent, potential, and fortune, they were on different tiers. However, he mused, there is always someone better and someone worse. As a top prodigy endowed with a golden spirit sacred body, she was certainly not lacking. After all, she possessed the makings of an emperor. Moreover, with her substantial fortune and association with Xiao Yan, her future achievements could be even greater. Thus, should the opportunity arise, he might indeed consider taking her as a disciple. After all, he had several slots available for disciples, 2 of which were currently unfilled, and upon his breakthrough to the sovereign realm, another would become available. Henceforth, he could accept 1 disciple for each major realm he ascended. Thus, there exists no issue of wasted opportunities. After all, Yun Shuran is not lacking in merit. Of course, this is merely a fleeting thought. There is no certainty that he will have the chance, as those who clearly hail from formidable factions may not willingly take him on as a disciple. Following the usual protocol, it is possible that the servants of the opposing family possess cultivation levels surpassing his at this moment. Goodness! The mere thought of this spurs him to wish for a disciple immediately, for his progress in cultivation is far too slow. Until he achieves invincibility, he shall find no peace. Advancement, he must pursue advancement. No sooner said than done. Everything hinges solely on his intent. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Miss Yun, you are too kind. Xiao Yan is my disciple, and it is only right that I assist him. Oh, look at me. I almost forgot to introduce you. Xiao Yan suddenly realized, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for neglecting this matter. This is my master, Master Chu Yuan. This is my eldest senior brother, Jiang. And this is my second senior sister, Jiang Yao. They are siblings. Eldest senior brother, second senior sister. This is my childhood friend, Yun Shuran. You are not as quick-witted as this young lady. She has already greeted us before you introduced her, Chu Yuan teased with a smile. Hee. Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head, appearing rather endearing. It is a pleasure to meet both of you, Yun Shuran said with a smile. Feeling a hint of surprise as she sensed that the cultivation levels of these 2 individuals were quite impressive, especially the little girl, who had reached the pinnacle of the pool origin realm at just 5 years old. This seemed even more astonishing than her own earlier achievements. She recalled that after consuming various heavenly treasures and bathing in precious medicinal concoctions, she had only reached the pinnacle of the pool origin realm at 6 years of age. The reason, of course, was that her innate talent was not on par with Jiang Yao's. Ha ha ha, Jiang Yi laughed heartily. Junior brother is indeed fortunate to have such a childhood companion. His words caused both Xiao Yan and Yun Shuran to flush with a rosy hue. Wow, sister, you are so beautiful. You are the prettiest girl I have ever seen, Jiang Yao exclaimed with wide eyes and a cheerful grin. Instantly, Yun Shuran's smile grew even brighter. Who wouldn't relish the praise of another, especially from such an innocent child, whose eyes radiated purity? Thank you, Yin Shuran replied. Little sister, may I give you a hug? Of course. Jiang Yao extended her arms. Yin Shuran lifted Jiang Yao into her embrace. Wow, sister, you smell so nice. Jiang Yao inhaled deeply, her expression utterly charming. I never expected you to truly reach the pinnacle of the pool origin realm. Your father must be quite impressed. At that moment, the carefree king patted Xiao Yin on the shoulder. Chapter 62, Love Struck, making things incredibly easy at 16 years of age, having attained the pinnacle of the pool origin realm. One could hardly fathom what heights he might reach in the future, especially having achieved such a breakthrough in such a short span of time. It is all thanks to Master. Xiao Yin felt a surge of gratitude. The carefree king nodded in agreement. Indeed, without Elder Chu, there would be no Xiao Yin as we know him today. Elder, the banquet is prepared. Please follow me. The carefree king gestured invitingly. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, not in a rush to depart, as he found enjoyment in the moment. He also noticed that the Prince of Freedom was different from before. Although he had not yet attained the perfection of the five organs realm, he no longer appeared utterly devoid of potential. Instead, he now exuded vitality and promise. The familiar aura emanated from the eighth order essence cleansing and marrow refining pill. He cast a glance at Xiao Xuanzhong, who responded with a nod and a wry smile. This old fellow is rather astute. Xiao Xuanzhong's heart fluttered with joy, as Senior Chu had indeed recognized his efforts, which was splendid. The senior truly was remarkable. Such a young Jiang Yao had already achieved the pinnacle of the essence consolidation realm. Yun Shuran, cradling Jiang Yao, expressed her genuine astonishment. Xiao Xuanzhong and the Prince of Freedom nodded solemnly. They too had noted Jiang Yao's cultivation level, and their own prowess allowed them to discern it. When they first noticed, they were momentarily taken aback. It was simply terrifying. Chu Yuan did not conceal their cultivation levels. However, he masked Jiang Yao's supreme bone with his spiritual sense, rendering Xiao Xuanzhong's awareness ineffective. Miss Yin, you must have been no less impressive in your youth than Jiang Yao, Chu Yuan remarked with a smile. At this, Yun Shuren's pupils constricted. Although her own cultivation was at the peak of the five organs realm, she possessed treasures that concealed her true abilities. Logically, even someone several realms above her should be unable to perceive her cultivation. The Prince of Freedom and the others were unaware of her real strength. Yet now, she felt as if her cultivation had been seen through. If her abilities had not been discerned, such a statement would not have been made. After all, her apparent cultivation was merely in the early stages of the pool origin realm. To claim that she was not inferior to Jiang Yao in her youth seemed inappropriate. Only by recognizing her true level of cultivation and deducing from her age could such a conclusion be reached. Thus, could it be that this esteemed senior Chu possessed a cultivation beyond the realm of kings? Or perhaps he possessed some formidable means of detection. Regardless, it indicated that this individual was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond initial expectations. Regrettably, she had not brought any strong companions with her. Otherwise, she could have had someone investigate. Was Shuran so remarkable in her youth? Xiao Yin queried, somewhat bewildered. Yun Shuran chuckled lightly, but did not respond. The group soon arrived at a grand hall, their feet barely touching the ground. Indeed, a lavish feast had been prepared. Jiang Yao, like a little glutton, wriggled free from Yun Shuren's embrace and dashed toward the delectable spread. As the banquet commenced, music and dance flourished. After a while, Xiao Yin and Yun Shuran excused themselves, having decided it had been too long since they had enjoyed a leisurely outing together. Chu Yuan inquired of the Prince of Freedom why he had not mentioned Yun Shuren previously. The prince expressed his apologies and recounted the circumstances. It turned out that when Xiao Yin was 2 years old, a mysterious individual had entrusted Yun Shuren to his care. Initially, he had intended to refuse, but his wife had consented. Thus, Yun Shuren came to reside in their household. His wife had advised him not to probe into Yun Shuren's secrets and to keep her existence as discreet as possible. After his wife departed, he raised the 2 children alone, but Yun Shuren would occasionally be taken away by the mysterious figure for a time. During the last conversation with Chu Yuan, there was no mention of it. After all, he believed that Yun Shuren had left 2 years ago and would not return. It seems that was not the case. Chu Yuan understood. Brother Xiao Yin, have you missed me? In the back garden of the Wang residence, Yun Shuren appeared as a lively young girl, bouncing with joy. Of course, I have missed you. I've thought about you constantly. Xiao Yin cradled his hands behind his head, a blade of grass held between his lips. Hee. This time when I return, I won't be leaving. At least for the foreseeable future, I can stay by your side. Yun Shuren smiled. Are you happy? While I am indeed happy, I fear I may need to follow my master in my cultivation, which might leave me with little time to accompany you. Xiao Yin replied with a hint of sorrow. This was indeed a dilemma. Yun Shuren suggested, how about you stop following him, and we cultivate together instead? No. Xiaoyan shook his head. My master has shown me immense kindness. I must follow him in my training so that I may repay him in the future. Is that so? Yun Shuren pondered. Then I shall accompany you both. Do you intend to take him as your master too? Xiaoyan asked, surprised. Not necessarily. I have my own ways, Yun Shuren thought. To be honest, she was reluctant to formally take Chu Yuan as her master, as she knew little about him. She contemplated offering some treasures in exchange for the opportunity to follow him. If that did not work, then becoming his disciple would not be out of the question, as long as she could remain with brother Xiaoyan. Moreover, Chu Yuan was too enigmatic, not resembling a local. Although he had aided Xiaoyan, one could never be certain of his intentions. Thus, she felt secure only by staying close to Xiaoyan. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuan, his desire to take on disciples would become astonishingly effortless due to the affections of the heart. Meanwhile, at the Liu family, a colossal jade stele was being raised. The entire stele was as white as snow, standing a towering 3 meters high. Intricate formations were engraved upon it, with 36 gaps designated for the placement of superior spirit stones. The clan leader, Liu, took a deep breath and began embedding the superior spirit stones into the stele. The spiritual energy within the stones was swiftly depleted, and he hurriedly replaced them. This scene caused the senior members of the Liu family to feel as though their hearts were bleeding. Such immense wealth was being consumed before their eyes. Finally, after multiple rounds of filling, the brilliance of the formation intensified. When it reached a certain luminosity, the clan leader promptly spoke into the communication jade stele. Where? Xiaoyan has taken the venerable elder Chu of Tianyun Sect as his master. He is no longer the waste he once was. In just half a year, his cultivation has soared to the perfection of the pool origin realm. Your elder brother intended to teach him a lesson, but he ended up getting beaten to a pulp. You have a 3-year agreement with him. Be prepared. As the words fell, the communication jade stele trembled, radiating light before swiftly dimming. Clan leader, has the message been transmitted? An elder inquired. It should have been, clan leader Liu replied. This communication jade stele operates differently from the usual communication jade slips. The latter only requires a medium-grade spirit stone to activate. Then, that is good. The senior members of the clan sighed in relief. Uncertainty looms over the intentions of the Ice Soul Valley. Will they dispatch formidable warriors to preemptively deal with Xiaoyan, or will their approach differ? Chapter 63. Liu Yunyu. Xiaoyan is so powerful? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Within the secluded chamber of Ice Soul Valley, Liu Yunyu sat cross-legged upon a mat. Her aura steadily rising, stirring the air around her into a gusty wind, as a chilling energy emanated from her being. She was practicing a technique of the ice attribute, reaching the pinnacle of the earth rank. At her current level, this was the most potent technique she could cultivate. After a surge of energy erupted, tranquility returned. Liu Yunyu opened her eyes, filled with elation. After half a year of arduous training, she had finally advanced from the early stage of the pool origin realm to the mid-stage. At the tender age of 15, her attainment placed her among the elite of the 10 sects. Her resolve was unwavering. She aimed to reach the Xiandan realm as swiftly as possible. Once she achieved that, she would be able to study the true esoteric arts of Ice Soul Valley. As for the 3-year agreement, it hardly occupied her thoughts. She believed the individual in question would never stand before her, let alone challenge her. They were, after all, inhabitants of entirely different worlds. Buzzing reverberations interrupted her concentration as she sensed a disturbance within her storage ring. It was a communication jade slip. Upon retrieving it and discerning the sender, her brows furrowed in concern. It was from the Liu family. She had entrusted them with a communication jade tablet for emergencies, instructing them to contact her only in dire situations, so as not to disturb her cultivation. Yet now, they had reached out. It had been merely over half a year since her last visit to the Liu family. What calamity could have befallen them? Even if trouble arose, would they not invoke the formidable name of Ice Soul Valley? Or perhaps, they sought her aid in acquiring cultivation resources? A frown marred her expression as she delved into the message, only to be taken aback. Xiaoyan had achieved the completion of the pool origin realm. She whispered in disbelief, before a cold smile crept across her lips. No, this was utterly impossible. She had yet to reach that level herself. How could Xiaoyan possibly have done so? Even if he had not wasted 3 years and had diligently cultivated, he could at most be at the early stage of the pool origin realm. The notion of him attaining completion was laughable, preposterous. The mention of the Tianyun Sect's ancestor. Chu, what was that about? Oh, it dawned on her. It must refer to the individual she had heard about during her return, who supposedly advanced from the early stage of the Xiandan realm to the Soul Palace realm within a decade. Yet her master had declared that this breakthrough was a fabrication. Her master would not be mistaken. That person was shrewd and had concealed their true strength for many years before revealing it. But what of it? The Soul Palace realm was merely that, nothing earth-shattering. Even if Xiao Yin had managed to enter the tutelage of such an individual, it would not alter his fate. That person could not possibly surpass her master, let alone elevate Xiao Yin to the completion of the pool origin realm. Such claims were utterly absurd. This was nothing but folly. It seemed her foolish older brother had provoked someone, and thus, the master of that individual had covertly intervened, leading others to mistakenly believe that Xiao Yin had reached the completion of the pool origin realm. Was it that Xiao Yin, dissatisfied with my broken engagement, sought to attract my attention? Or was it that foolish elder brother who wished for my return merely to siphon off my cultivation resources? Lu Yunyu snorted in disdain. No matter the case, I shall not allow them to succeed. She discarded the communication jade slip into her storage ring, too apathetic to inquire further. In truth, she held no belief that Xiao Yin could have achieved a perfect breakthrough to the pool origin realm. For her to reach such a level would require, at the very least, another 2 to 3 years. The reason she advanced from the early to the mid stages of the pool origin realm in the past 6 months was due to her extensive accumulation during the earlier phase. A 3-year agreement, huh? If you possess the capability to surpass me, then so be it. Yet this shall remain an impossibility. An overwhelming confidence glimmered in Lu Yunyu's eyes. An engagement annulled? A 3-year agreement? In the garden of the carefree king's residence. Yun Shu Ran's gaze glinted with coldness. Xiao Yin had just informed her of this affair. She had long been aware of that woman named Lu Yunyu, whom she deemed unworthy of Xiao Yin. To her astonishment, the other party had indeed broken off the engagement. In the great martial dynasty, it was an immense disgrace for the woman to initiate an annulment. Perhaps it was for the best, yet this humiliation would inevitably be repaid. Ultimately, she concluded that the woman was unworthy of her brother Xiao Yin. The annulment was a blessing. She felt a surge of happiness. Yet the thought of her uncle and brother being dishonored cast a shadow over her joy. When they next met, she would realize just how gravely mistaken she had been. Her brother Xiao Yin was never a fool, Yun Shu Ran affirmed. Xiao Yin felt a warmth in his heart. With Yun Shu Ran, he found no flaws. Changing the subject, he inquired, by the way, Shu Ran, do tell me honestly, what is your current realm? He had always perceived her as extraordinary. And considering what his master had previously mentioned, Yun Shu Ran in her youth was not far behind second senior sister Jiang Yao. Thus, it was inconceivable that she was merely at the early stage of the pool origin realm. He possessed enough sense to deduce that. Oh, I'm only a tad more formidable than you, Yun Shu Ran replied with a playful smile. A tad more formidable? To what extent? Xiao Yin asked, curiosity piqued. To the perfection of the 5 organs realm, she chuckled. Xiao Yin nearly fell silent. Was this merely a tad more? He trusted Yun Shu Ran. She would not deceive him. The disparity was indeed considerable. It appeared he must persevere further. Then let us work hard, Yun Shu Ran encouraged. I believe in you. Xiao Yin nodded resolutely. All right. After such a prolonged outing, let us return. However, I find myself somewhat anxious about whether Master will permit you to accompany us. Although Yun Shu Ran had mentioned the possibility of apprenticing, there was no guarantee that Master would accept her. As for offering treasures in exchange, Master often discarded the items received, so it was uncertain if such offerings would sway him. We must at least try, Yun Shu Ran responded. If we cannot gain his approval openly, I shall follow discreetly. After all, I have come for my brother Xiao Yin and must remain by his side. Allow me to speak on this matter first. I shall seek Master S' opinion, Xiao Yin said. The 2 individuals swiftly returned to the grand hall. Jiang Yao was still indulging in her meal, relishing every bite, while the supreme bone emanated a faint glow, converting her food into energy that continuously nourished her. Even Chu Yuan, accustomed to such sights, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, she was a prodigy, gaining strength simply through eating. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, dedicated a fraction of his energy to feasting, while the remaining 9/10 were devoted to clandestine cultivation. As his internal techniques operated autonomously, his mind was equally engaged, persistently devising martial skills. He could be aptly described as a diligent scholar, truly remarkable. Chu Yuan allocated a small portion of his attention to dining and observing his surroundings. Upon noticing Jiang Yi's state, he too reflected inwardly. As for the remaining 99% of his energy, it was naturally not idle. He was engrossed in cultivating his techniques, devising martial skills, and contemplating formations. Upon returning, Xiao Yin approached Chu Yuan with a hint of trepidation and respectfully bowed, expressing a request of an unusual nature. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. Chu Yuan regarded him with keen interest, eager to discern Xiao Yin's intentions. Earlier, when Xiao Yin and the others had departed, he had refrained from using his divine sense to follow them out of respect for his disciples, hence he was unaware of the events that had transpired. What unusual request could Xiao Yin possibly have? His gaze briefly flickered towards Yun Shu Ran. Could it be related to her? Chu Yuan spoke slowly, inviting him to elaborate. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and earnestly stated, Master, for my future cultivation, I wish to keep Shuran by my side. At this moment, Yin Shuran also stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, I humbly request your support, esteemed senior. The atmosphere fell silent, all gazes converging upon Chu Yuan. He calmly lifted his teacup, casting his eyes downward to sip. Yet, internally, he mused that, as Xiao Yan's childhood companion, it was unlikely they would part easily. In light of this, he pondered whether to test the waters and see if there might be an opportunity for apprenticeship. However, he felt little confidence in successfully recruiting Yin Shuran. After all, she hailed from a significant background and likely would not easily submit to being a disciple. With this thought in mind, he spoke, I too wish to facilitate your desires. However, I have always only taken disciples to cultivate at my side. This statement bore two meanings. The first implied that he would only train disciples and not others. Since she was not his disciple, she would not accompany him, effectively a polite refusal. The second suggested that if she were to become his disciple, she could indeed follow him. Although it seemed he was rejecting her, he was, in fact, providing Yin Shuran with a choice. Should she decline to become his disciple, she would not be permitted to accompany him. The decision lay with her. Chu Yuan was not insistent on accepting her. If she wished to part ways, they could each go their separate ways. Even if she was Xiao Yan's childhood friend, he saw no necessity in keeping her close. Moreover, he had offered her an opportunity. Ultimately, Xiao Yan would not harbor resentment towards him, as he had not outrightly denied her. Xiao Yan was the kind of person who valued gratitude. Having guided him back to cultivation, he held a deep appreciation. He regarded Chu Yuan as a second father and would never turn against him for this. Even if he did not take Yin Shuran along, he would merely ask her to wait until he achieved his own success before returning to be with her. However, to Chu Yuan's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Yin Shuran hurriedly replied, I wish to take you as my master. I implore you to grant me this honor. She had contemplated whether to send a secret message of bribery earlier, but after some reflection, she decided against it. She was uncertain of this elder's temperament, and even more so of their discerning eye. Thus, offering treasures as bribes left her at a loss regarding their value. Too extravagant. And she would suffer a loss. Too meager, and she risked disdain. Moreover, inciting their wrath would yield even worse consequences. However, from the elder's tone, it seemed there was a faint opportunity to become their disciple, so she boldly pursued it. After all, it was merely a matter of taking on a mentor, a nominal title that could afford her the chance to be alongside her brother Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan wore an anxious expression. Although Yin Shuran possessed remarkable talent and had a higher cultivation level than he remained uncertain whether their master would be willing to accept a disciple. If their master had the intention of taking on a student, they might have expressed it upon first meeting. The three of them had been accepted by their master at their first encounter. Yet the absence of such an invitation for Yin Shuran implied a lack of willingness. Coupled with the elder's words, which bore an implicit refusal, he found himself at a loss. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yuan's fingers lightly tapped the table, feigning contemplation, though inwardly he was elated. However, he could not let it show. He had discerned that Yin Shuran was merely infatuated. After a moment of reflection, he spoke, You possess the golden spiritual body. Your talent is decent, though I find it merely passable. Were you anyone else, I would not accept you. However, considering your bond with Xiao Yan, I shall grant this exception. Since the individual had expressed willingness, he refrained from making excessive demands. Should Yin Shuran change her mind, it would be akin to losing a cooked duck. Yet, Chu Yuan's words startled Yin Shuran. The golden spiritual body. The elder had actually discerned her unique constitution. It was crucial to note that she had concealed it with treasures, and only a being of extraordinary power could unveil her true nature. Yet, such a being could not possibly exist in this world. How had he seen through her? In that moment, Yin Shuran was taken aback. It appeared this individual was far more formidable than she had anticipated. She felt an even stronger urge to become his disciple. Otherwise, even if she intended to secretly follow Xiao Yan, she might not manage to find him. Taking a deep breath to quell her astonishment, she forced a smile and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master, for your gracious acceptance. Without hesitation, Yin Shuran performed the bow of apprenticeship. Thank you, master, for your benevolence. Xiao Yan beamed with joy, appearing almost foolishly ecstatic. Congratulations, master, on acquiring another disciple. Though this disciple may not match the previous three, she is still quite commendable. May you continue your efforts. Synchronizing disciples' cultivation talent. Synchronization successful. Rewards for this apprenticeship. 1 Imperial Grade Technique Derivation Card. This card allows you to designate any technique below the Imperial Grade for derivation, ultimately transforming it into a true Imperial Grade technique. Note, following the King Grade is the Respect Grade, then the Divine Grade, the Sacred Grade, and finally the Imperial Grade. The system's prompt appeared. The return of disciples has already taken effect on this disciple. This time, it was not merely the impartation of cultivation. However, this reward seemed extraordinarily significant. Chu Yuan was taken aback. The ability to extrapolate any technique below the imperial level to the imperial tier was indeed preposterous. It was immensely powerful. The imperial tier, just by its very nature, exudes an aura of superiority. The king tier technique he was currently cultivating was already formidable, but the comparison between the king and imperial tiers was simply incomparable. Even when juxtaposed with the revered tier, the difference was like that between heaven and earth. At this moment, Chu Yuan felt a surge of fervor and excitement within. Indeed, this was splendid. With such a profound inheritance, the potential was truly immense. Moreover, a crucial detail remained. The system did not state that once an imperial-level technique was extrapolated, it could not be returned to disciples. This implied that it should indeed be possible to return it. The imperial tier was already impressive. If it could be returned as well, it would be a tremendous gain. At this instant, gazing at the card materializing in the system space, Chu Yuan could hardly contain his eagerness. No, he could not carelessly select a technique for extrapolation. It was imperative to be discerning in choosing a technique. The level of the technique to be extrapolated was not of paramount importance. What mattered was that it must be exceptionally potent within its own tier, regardless of whether it was celestial, earthly, or king tier. It could ultimately be extrapolated to the imperial tier. As his thoughts flowed, Chu Yuan resolved to seek a technique renowned for its invincibility within its tier. Once extrapolated to the imperial level, it would undoubtedly stand out among imperial techniques. The supreme technique he was currently cultivating, the Xianyang fire technique, while indeed a king-tier masterpiece, lacked the invincibility of its peers. Chapter 65. Talent grows stronger, the consequence expands. The techniques in his possession, including all those from the Tianyun Sect, did not seem to include any particularly invincible ones of the same tier. Perhaps a trip to the floating city was in order. A grand trading metropolis where he could invest a substantial sum to acquire a technique of unparalleled power within its tier. Chu Yuan mused internally. He had initially planned to visit the floating city, and now there was an additional task to undertake. Everything was swiftly resolved in his mind. Merely a fleeting moment had passed. He nodded gently to Xiao Yin and Yun Shu Ran, his demeanor warm and amiable. You may lack cultivation resources, but since you have become my disciple, it is only fitting that I do not come empty-handed. Upon finishing his words, Chu Yuan produced a storage ring, a reward from the return, which possessed a notably spacious and exquisite interior. The storage ring gracefully floated before Yun Shu Ran, who received it with both hands, promptly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, master. Although her intention to become a disciple was primarily to be with Xiao Yin, the necessary decorum must still be observed. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and addressed Xiao Yin. If you have anything to convey to your father, it would be prudent to do so soon. We shall depart in half an hour. Xiao Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Congratulations, senior, on acquiring another beloved disciple, remarked the carefree king and Xiao Xinzhong as they raised their glasses in salute. Indeed, Chu Yuan replied with a smile, draining his cup in one gulp. Subsequently, Xiao Yin and the Prince of Freedom ventured forth. Xiao Yin entrusted a plethora of cultivation resources to the prince, who, after repeated refusals, ultimately accepted them. Patting Xiao Yin on the shoulder with a sense of pride, remarking that the child had grown, Yun Shuan also examined the storage ring given by Chu Yuan, discovering it overflowing with spirit crystals, enough to fill the entire Prince of Freedom's estate should they be released. Though she was accustomed to such treasures and felt no shock, other thoughts inevitably crossed her mind. Indeed, her master was far from merely a cultivator of the Tianyun Sect, having lived in the great martial dynasty for many years. She possessed profound knowledge of the Tianyun Sect. How could such an existence possibly emerge within their ranks? The sheer mountain of spirit crystals suggested that not only the Tianyun Sect, but even those self-proclaimed 10 sects of the outside world would struggle to casually discard such wealth. Her curiosity about her master's true identity piqued. Perhaps the truth would reveal itself in due time. Just moments ago, after accepting a disciple, Chu Yuan revisited Yun Shuruan's attribute panel. Fourth disciple, Yun Shuruan, age, 15, talent, supreme prodigy, golden spirit, sacred body. Awakened, potential, emperor's endowment, cultivation, perfected 5 organs realm, technique, cloud extreme sacred scripture, sacred grade supreme, entry level, divine ability, cloud extreme great hand seal, sacred grade supreme, entry level, fate, abundant fortune, remarkable, a sacred grade technique, and of the highest caliber. Her martial skill had transformed into a divine ability, equally of sacred grade supreme status. Truly, her background was profound. To be her master carried significant karmic weight. Yet, the absence of any warnings thus far indicated that all was well. According to precedent, there should have been a mysterious voice cautioning him, "Young man, you are unworthy to be her master." Since no such warning had materialized, it implied a state of freedom for now, with future considerations left for another time. Given his rapid growth, he would not fear the forces behind her in due course. The present moment held paramount importance. With the boon of a supreme prodigy's talent, his cultivation aptitude soared, and his pace quickened. As for Yun Shiruan's techniques and divine abilities, he held no intention of encroaching upon them. These were her ancestral secrets, untouchable, with consequences far greater than merely accepting her as a disciple. Half an hour later, a sleek black flying vessel hovered above the Prince of Freedom's estate. Adorned with several black palaces, it was an 8th-tier mid-grade flying vessel procured by Chu Yuan. The means of acquisition was straightforward. Previously, Lin Juin's storage ring contained a 7th-tier mid-grade vessel, which, upon return, had yielded this 8th-tier vessel. An 8th-tier mid-grade flying vessel, propelled by top-grade spirit stones, could not be outrun even by late-stage Nirvana realm cultivators at full throttle. Given the considerable distance to the floating city, it served as an ideal mode of transportation. As the group boarded the vessel, they departed from the Prince of Freedom's estate under the watchful eyes of the prince and Xiao Xuanzhou. Upon leaving the royal city, snowflakes danced in the air, blanketing the landscape in white. Jiang Yao stood at the bow of the ship, the vessel unshielded by defensive arrays, allowing the cold wind to caress her. Jiang Yao extended her hand to catch a snowflake, which she then licked, declaring it not sweet. Turning her head with curiosity, she inquired, "Master, where are we headed? This direction does not seem to lead to our sect." "To the floating city," Chu Yuan replied with a smile. "The floating city? What kind of place is that?" Jiang Yao asked, intrigued. Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan also expressed their curiosity, as they were unfamiliar with the outside world and had never heard of the floating city. On the day Lu Yunyu called off her engagement, although Xiao Yan learned of the 100 nations and the 10 sects beyond the world, he had not heard of the floating city. Yun Shu Ran chuckled softly. "Second senior sister, I know about it. Let me tell you." She proceeded to explain the concept of the floating city. "Wow, a city that floats in the sky. I really want to see it." Jiang Yao exclaimed upon hearing this revelation. Who would have thought such a place existed? Xiao Yan marveled, reflecting that the more he learned, the more insignificant he felt. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing their current limitations, as they were still unable to navigate the great martial dynasty. "I want to become stronger," Xiao Yan declared. Then turned to Jiang Yi, "Senior brother, let us spar." "Sure, let's go." Jiang Yi responded enthusiastically. Observing this, Chu Yuan lifted Jiang Yao and retreated to sit atop a palace, while Yun Shu Ran gracefully settled beside them. The flying vessel was quite spacious, with the front half being open and larger than several football fields. The rear contained 2 grand palaces at the front and 3 smaller ones behind. Operating the vessel was relatively simple. Once one reached the Soul Palace realm, it could be effortlessly controlled with one's spiritual essence. If one had not yet reached that realm, manual control to a fixed location was necessary. He could even, with a mere thought, activate the defensive formations of the vessel, although it was deemed unnecessary, as even if they were to engage in combat, they would be floating in the sky and would not face mortal peril. This was a perfect opportunity for Yun Shu Ran to observe just how formidable her senior brother was. When her master had accepted her as a disciple, he remarked that her Golden Spirit sacred body was merely average. She was acutely aware of the power of the Golden Spirit sacred body, yet it was labeled as only acceptable. This stirred a sense of discontent within her. According to her master, all 3 of them possessed talents superior to hers. She accepted that the second senior sister was indeed more remarkable than she was at 5 years of age. As for Xiao Yan, she felt they were on similar ground. However, she sensed that master brother Jiang Yi was exceptional, yet she could not pinpoint the source of his prowess. Thus, she wished to witness just how terrifying his talent truly was to warrant her master's claim that her Golden Spirit sacred body was merely acceptable. At that moment, Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi vanished from their original positions in an instant. Chapter 66. The Double-Pupiled, an ancient myth of invincibility. They moved like phantoms, leaving behind trails of afterimages, each one representing a clash. The residual energy radiated from them, dispersing the surrounding spiritual essence of heaven and earth, manifesting as streams of light and air. The high level of the flying vessel ensured it remained intact. Otherwise, they would have shattered it with their residual force. The techniques they executed were of the highest quality among heavenly stages, employing the profound Yang blazing fire technique. With feet gliding like shooting stars and fists striking like the fiery heaven-devouring fist, martial arts and techniques are fundamentally similar. The essence of the competition between 2 individuals lies in their comprehension and combat skills. Having been longtime rivals, they engage without any preliminary probing. unleashing their full power from the very outset. Their might has ascended to the level of the profound pill realm. Notably, Xiao Yin is enveloped in crimson flames, his hair standing on end, his aura soaring to a significant new realm. The might of the heavenly fire Dao body gradually reveals itself. Xiao Yan's physique is astonishingly formidable, Yun Shuran remarked with surprise. While she was aware of Xiao Yan's awakening of a special physique, she was unaware of its specific nature. Witnessing a fraction of its power now left her astounded. This was not merely on par with her Golden Spirit sacred body, it even surpassed it. In terms of pure combat enhancement, the Golden Spirit sacred body was not nearly as potent, as she could distinctly sense that Xiao Yan was only beginning to harness his physique's capabilities. The disparity between the pool origin realm and the profound pill realm is more than 100-fold. However, this gap has been bridged by the strength of his physique. Master, what kind of physique does Brother Xiao Yan possess? Yun Shuran inquired, turning to her mentor. The heavenly fire Dao body, Chu Yuan replied. Indeed, a Dao body. No wonder it is so powerful. Brother Xiao Yan possessing such a physique is truly wonderful. Yun Shuran exclaimed joyfully. There are numerous types of special physiques: spirit bodies, divine bodies, sacred bodies, and Dao bodies. Spirit bodies are relatively common and rather ordinary. Divine bodies are generally weaker than sacred bodies, though some exceptional ones can contend with sacred bodies. Dao bodies, however, are often subtly more formidable than sacred bodies. Many fully realized sacred bodies can challenge great emperors, yet those with Dao bodies are more likely to ascend to the status of the most powerful emperors. The chaotic body is also a type of Dao body. Moreover, physiques are not immutable. They can undergo transformation given the right opportunities. For instance, her Golden Spirit sacred body could evolve into the 5 elements sacred Dao body if it were to integrate the attributes of wood, water, fire, and earth, an endeavor that is exceedingly challenging. It would require either the essence of the other 4 attribute sacred bodies or the primal sources of unparalleled treasures corresponding to those attributes. Of course, aside from transforming into the 5 elements, a singular transformation is also possible, advancing into the Golden Spirit Dao body. Yet, this too is fraught with difficulty, necessitating several potent sources of gold attribute essence, something exceedingly rare to acquire. The heavenly fire Dao body is undoubtedly a singular attribute Dao body. As long as one does not fall, attaining the status of emperor is merely a matter of time. Such knowledge is well within her grasp, given her background from a powerful lineage. Thus, upon learning of Xiao Yan's extraordinary physique, she felt immense joy. And what about the senior brother? She curiously asked. You shall see for yourself, replied Chu Yuan. Since Yun Shuran is now under his tutelage, and due to her connection with Xiao Yan, it is unlikely that she would betray Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, even if she were aware of their talents. Such an act would undoubtedly hurt Xiao Yan's feelings. And for someone as infatuated as Yun Shuran, she would never consider such a course of action. Therefore, even if she learns about the dual pupils and the supreme bone, it would not pose an issue. Even if we take a step back and consider, should she choose to disclose this information, neither Jiang Yi nor Jiang Yao would face ruin. At most, they would find themselves ensnared in a multitude of troubles. Their fortune would not permit their downfall. In such a scenario, he would have to cleanse his ranks. As for the strength required for such a purge, his innate talent would allow him to bide his time and eventually grow stronger. Unfortunately, he had only synchronized their cultivation talents and not the extraordinary abilities they possessed. Chu Yuan felt a twinge of regret. If only he had the supreme bone, the dual pupils, the heavenly fire body, and the golden spirit sacred body all within him. How formidable his combat prowess would be. As it stood, his capabilities were merely an amalgamation of their cultivation speed and combat talent, devoid of any other unique attributes. Alas, one must not be overly greedy, he mused, shaking his head slightly in self-reassurance. The advantage of one's physique is only potent in the early stages. As time progresses, such advantages tend to wane. Senior brother, if you do not get serious soon, you may find yourself defeated. At that moment, Xiao Yan's domineering voice echoed. Under his full offensive, Jiang Yi was already being overwhelmed. After all, Jiang Yi's cultivation was inherently inferior, compounded by Xiao Yan's heavenly fire body augmenting his combat strength, making him akin to an invincible fire god. Then let it be as you wish. With his eyes closed, Jiang Yi opened them once more, revealing transformed orbs that glimmered with a resplendent golden light, embodying the dual pupils. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon Xiao Yan, who felt as though he were being crushed beneath a colossal mountain, nearly gasping for breath. His aura plummeted under the weight. Overwhelmed by immense pressure, he activated the powers of his heavenly fire body, a skill he had naturally acquired upon awakening his physique. Through relentless exertion, he staved off the oppressive force of Jiang Yi's dual pupils. Finally, The decline in his aura ceased, and the weight upon him lightened. Though it still hampered his combat effectiveness, what was once full strength had dwindled to only 50 or 60%. Yet, far from being disheartened, he was filled with exhilaration. During the last sect competition, they had refrained from utilizing their unique talents, leading to his narrow defeat. However, this time, both were employing their abilities. And for the first time, he witnessed the extraordinary aspects of his senior brother. I told you, there is something peculiar about your eyes. This time, I shall not be defeated. He bellowed with laughter, charging forward. Unfamiliar with the concept of dual pupils, he sensed only their formidable strength, igniting his fighting spirit. Jiang Yi stepped forward, exuding an air that could swallow mountains and rivers, confronting Xiao Yan head-on. The clashes intensified beyond previous encounters. The flying vessel surged forward as they battled, first outside, and then back inside. Is this the dual pupils? At this moment, Yun Shuran stood up abruptly. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and awe. The dual pupils, not classified as a special physique, were nonetheless far more terrifying. Ancient texts recorded that during the primordial era, those with dual pupils vanquished countless prodigies of their generation, cementing the reputation of the dual pupils as invincible. They forged the legend of the dual pupils' undefeated prowess. A time when neither sacred bodies nor path bodies could stand against them. They have all become mere background figures to the dual-eyed ones. She had perused ancient texts that described the dual-eyed phenomenon, and upon correlating it with Jiang Yi's gaze, she recognized the truth. A sense of trepidation coursed through her as her golden spirit blood boiled within her veins. Undoubtedly, he possessed dual eyes. The power of dual eyes is formidable, yet their occurrences are exceedingly rare. In nearly every era, numerous unique physiques emerge, but dual eyes have only been recorded in ancient texts a mere 2 or 3 times. Each instance showcased unparalleled might and invincibility. At this moment, she understood. No wonder her master remarked that her golden spirit body was merely adequate. Indeed, when compared to dual eyes, it is decidedly insufficient. It may even pale in comparison to the heavenly fire physique. As for Zhang Yao, she likely harbors a power that is not inferior to her own. Chapter 67. Breaking through to the perfection of nirvana, comprehending the realm of fire. Chu Yuan gazed at Jiang Yi. At this moment, with the emergence of dual eyes, Jiang Yi, whose cultivation was a minor realm weaker, began to gradually turn the tide of the situation. Truly, he proved worthy of his dual-eyed status. Among his disciples, if one were to discuss uniqueness, Jiang Yi's dual eyes are undoubtedly the most formidable. Even the supreme bone pales in comparison to the might of dual eyes. Unless one were to consider the second-generation supreme bone that regrows after being excavated, which might contend with dual eyes. The reason Zhang Yao's talent is heralded throughout the ages may only be a fragment of her true potential represented by the supreme bone. Of course, whether it be dual eyes, supreme bone, or other unique physiques, strength is relative and depends on the wielder. Power represents the baseline of innate talent, while the pinnacle is determined by the user. The more formidable the wielder, the higher the limits. Master, may I dare inquire about the special talent of second senior sister? Yin Shuren asked. Her curiosity was genuine. Since she was aware of the dual eyes, there was no need to conceal the matter of the supreme bone. Thus, he replied, Supreme bone. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Yin Shuren was still struck with astonishment. Similarly, she had heard of the supreme bone. While it is not as rare as dual eyes, it has appeared slightly more frequently throughout history. However, it is still less common than other unique physiques. The possessor of the supreme bone is often regarded as a natural sovereign. They can cultivate to the level of an emperor without encountering bottlenecks, displaying unmatched combat prowess. Ancient texts also document the supreme bone's holders triumphing over numerous unique physiques. Many ancients drew comparisons between dual eyes and the supreme bone, with some asserting that dual eyes are superior, while others claimed the supreme bone to be more formidable. Alas, the ancient texts do not record any instances of dual eyes and supreme bone coexisting in the same era. The long-awaited clash between dual eyes and supreme bone, anticipated by countless ancients, ultimately never materialized. This can be said to be a profound regret for many eras of ancient scholars. Yet now, dual eyes and supreme bone have appeared in the same era, and astonishingly, both are disciples of the same master. Indeed, my own talent feels exceedingly inadequate, Yin Shuren thought to herself. At this moment, she no longer felt discontented. The three of them possessed talents that surpassed her own. The only reason their cultivation was not as advanced as hers was merely due to differences in age or cultivation resources. Given time, surpassing her would not pose any challenge for them. I must diligently cultivate, for even if they catch up to me, I cannot allow the distance to widen too greatly. She mused inwardly, her heart filled with profound astonishment. Whether it be the dual pupils, the supreme bone, or the celestial fire body. Each is an unparalleled marvel. Even the forces behind her yearn to possess such individuals, yet they remain elusive. However, it is astonishing that these three have chosen to submit to the same master. And even she herself has entered this individual's fold. She turned her head slightly, stealing a glance at that handsome, composed visage, feeling an aura of mystery enveloping him. The elders have proclaimed that we are in an unprecedented era, where prodigies sprout like bamboo shoots after rain, and myriad opportunities manifest. Indeed, it seems this is the case. In the tide of this grand epoch, even the most gifted may find themselves capsized, their existence extinguished. Perhaps I can board this grand vessel, set sail, and reach heights beyond my imagination. Her thoughts meandered. Although she harbored a slight infatuation and wished to be with Chu Yuan at all times, it did not imply foolishness. Chu Yuan and Jiang Yi battled for a full hour before concluding, resulting in Chu Yuan's narrow defeat. With the emergence of the dual pupils, the disparity in their cultivations was nearly erased. Furthermore, the dual pupils possessed an unparalleled ability to discern weaknesses and seize opportunities, surpassing Chu Yuan's capabilities, thus rendering his defeat entirely reasonable. Should I refrain from employing the clan's ultimate techniques, I too would falter against my senior brother, Yuan, who observed the entire match and later analyzed it, arriving at the conclusion that none here should be underestimated. Chu Yuan arrived at a palace to cultivate, leaving the disciples to manage their own affairs, either meditating to enhance their cultivation or engaging in sparring. After receiving the boon of Yun Shuren's cultivation talent, Chu Yuan's progress accelerated further, nearing the threshold of achieving complete nirvana, while others may require decades to break through a minor realm within nirvana. For talents like Jiang Yi and the others, their innate gifts could truncate that time significantly. Should they reach nirvana, reaching a minor realm might take merely about a year. With luck and fortuitous encounters, that could be accomplished in less than a year. With the enhancement of their extraordinary talents, for in total, Chu Yuan's potential was formidable. Thus, even without serendipitous opportunities, through regular cultivation, he might break through a minor realm within 2 to 3 months. Naturally, this assumes his complete focus is dedicated to cultivation. Distractions would slow his progress. For instance, during this period, as he contemplated martial techniques and formations, his cultivation rate did not reach its full potential. Otherwise, he could have already attempted to attain complete nirvana. However, it is not too late to strive for it now. Chu Yuan retrieved several 8th-tier elixirs to consume. Grateful to Lin Jiuyin, these 8th-tier elixirs were a return of Lin Jiuyin's legacy after being confiscated. Consuming the 8th-tier elixirs proved insufficient, so he took out some 8th-tier precious herbs to ingest directly. Once again, his gratitude went to Lin Jiuyin. The consumption of precious herbs did not conclude there. A multitude of low-grade spirit crystals materialized around him, ready to furnish him with energy. Once everything was prepared, he commenced his attempt to break through to the next realm. Inside the chamber of the Flying Boat Palace, an 8-tiered formation enveloped the space, effectively shielding it from the turbulent residual energies generated by his cultivation. Consequently, he was able to focus entirely on maneuvering the vessel with merely a modicum of spiritual awareness and primordial spirit power. As his techniques activated, the elixirs and precious herbs within him erupted with a thunderous force, transforming into a myriad of medicinal energies that coursed through his entire being along the pathways of his cultivation. With a crack, several low-grade spirit crystals fractured, releasing pure essence of spiritual energy, which he voraciously absorbed and refined within himself. At that moment, his aura of cultivation began to ascend. Approximately half an hour later, a resonant boom emanated from within him, heralding a profound transformation of both his physical body and primordial spirit, initiating a minor rebirth. Each inch of his flesh was suffused with formidable energy, exuding a distinct and fragrant aroma. In truth, his corporeal form could now be regarded as a humanoid elixir, offering tremendous nourishment to lower-tier demonic beasts. However, it was not solely the beasts who would benefit. He had achieved full mastery of the nirvana stage. At the instant of his breakthrough, a clarity washed over him, and a multitude of insights interconnected. His royal-level techniques reached complete fruition. He experienced a newfound comprehension, an enigmatic power materializing around him. This force seemed omnipresent, yet invisible and intangible in everyday life. Only through profound understanding could one harness it. In a moment of revelation, Chu Yuan recognized this essence, the realm of intent. What he grasped was the intent of fire. Intent falls under the domain of the Tao, hence its pervasive nature. There are myriad forms of intent. While there are 3,000 paths, the manifestations of intent surpass this number, as it is one of the external expressions of the Tao. Some forms of intent pertain solely to specific paths, such as sword intent, which is intrinsically linked to the sword's Tao. However, water sword intent, for instance, intertwines both the Dao of the sword and that of water, thus showcasing the diversity of intent. At this moment, Chu Yuan's understanding of the fire intent was relatively straightforward. Being solely associated with the Dao of fire, intent serves as a medium for communication through the power of the soul. He discovered that he could invoke the fire intent with a mere thought. Furthermore, after comprehending this intent, he sensed that a grand door had slightly opened for him, a gateway leading to the realm of kings. Thus, it became evident that mastering intent was essential for transcending to the royal domain. Intent is the key to the king's realm. Without grasping it, one is unworthy to claim kingship. If intent were to be quantified into 10 parts, he surmised he had only achieved the first part. Chu Yuan meticulously attuned himself to this intent, clearly perceiving that the fire intent resembled a fixed vessel, of which he currently possessed merely 1/10 of its entirety. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. As he journeyed to the floating city, he resolved to seek texts pertaining to this subject for a deeper understanding. Such a city should possess the necessary resources. With determination, he proceeded to experiment further. The augmentation of fire intent upon his techniques and martial skills could enhance his combat prowess by 50%. Do not underestimate the power of a 50% increase. If his strength is 100 million, a 50% enhancement would elevate it to 150 million. Chu Yuan gasped. Truly deserving of its reputation as the key to the realm of kings, this artifact is indeed extraordinary. He had only just begun to comprehend it, yet his power had surged so significantly. If he were to fully grasp it, his strength would likely multiply several times over. With this in mind, Chu Yuan commenced a serious contemplation of the profound insights. Before long, Xiao Yan arrived at the palace entrance, seeking an audience with his master. Chu Yuan waved his sleeve to open the grand doors, and Xiao Yan entered briskly, slightly embarrassed. Master, I hope I am not disturbing your tranquil meditation? Chu Yuan shook his head. Not at all. Speak freely, what brings you here? With a chuckle, Xiao Yan produced a crimson jade slip that shimmered in his grasp. Stepping forward, he said, Master, this was given to me by my father before I departed. He mentioned it was a legacy from my mother. Upon examination, I discovered it contains an immensely powerful technique. No, perhaps it should not merely be referred to as a technique, but rather as a divine ability. His excitement grew as he spoke, for the level of this divine ability was beyond anything he had ever heard of. His father, recognizing his potential, entrusted him with such a treasure. I have already acquired the inheritance of this divine ability, Xiao Yan declared, taking a deep breath. Master, you have bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth. This divine ability is not restricted to my cultivation alone. By placing this jade slip upon one's forehead, others may also receive its inheritance. Therefore, I intend to present it to you, Master. This is a token of my heartfelt gratitude, and I hope you will graciously accept it. His words were sincere and heartfelt. Chu Yuan's interest was piqued. A divine ability. He, too, had received an imperial-grade technique simulation card, which had unveiled the higher tiers of martial arts and techniques. To be classified as a divine ability certainly suggested it belonged to the divine tier. It was no wonder he was a favored child of fortune, perpetually acquiring exceptional treasures. Moreover, the fact that he thought to share it with him was touching. At that moment, Chu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Realizing that Xiao Yan truly regarded him with deep respect as an elder, this sentiment filled him with great satisfaction. Since it is a token of your sincerity, I shall take a look, Chu Yuan thought, not wishing to decline. It was something he genuinely desired. An excessive refusal would feel insincere. Seeing that Chu Yuan did not refuse, Xiao Yan smiled with delight and presented the jade slip with both hands. Chu Yuan reached out, drawing it into his grasp. Not out of fear of treachery from his disciple, but simply to examine it closely. He then pressed the crimson jade slip, which resembled a maple leaf, slightly askew against his forehead. Boom. Instantly, waves of information surged into his soul palace, coalescing into an ancient tome. He soon comprehended the specifics of this divine ability, the vermilion bird azure sky palm. Not only was it of divine tier, but it was also a supreme artifact of that tier. It seemed that Xiao Yan's mother hailed from an illustrious lineage. In comparison to the pinnacle martial techniques of the royal tier, this divine supreme ability was on an entirely different level. Moments later, the inheritance was complete. He raised his hand, presenting the crimson jade slip to Xiao Yan. The divine power is requested by my master. As for this original, you may keep it. This divine heritage seemed to have no limit on the number of transmissions and could be further passed on to others. He would not claim it for himself, as it was a legacy left by Xiao Yan's mother, a cherished reminder to keep close. Moreover, it served another purpose. Ding. The master has granted the third disciple Xiao Yan the divine grade supreme skill vermilion bird azure sky palm, reverting to obtain the sacred grade supreme skill. Would you like to rename it? The system's prompt chimed. The system was truly exceptional, allowing for the exploitation of such bugs. Indeed, he had encountered numerous bugs in the system. He chose not to rename it, retaining the title Vermilion Bird Azure Skypalm. The new Heritage Jade Slip had already entered his system storage space, and he could hardly wait to accept the inheritance. A sacred grade supreme skill. It was on par with Yun Shurang's level. However, he had no intention of passing this inheritance to Xiao Yin just yet. For now, mastering a divine grade supreme skill was sufficient for Xiao Yin. In truth, martial skills and divine powers were akin to special physiques. Their potency depended not only on their inherent rank, but also on the wielder's capabilities. Some individuals could cultivate low-tier martial arts to an extraordinary level, defeating those who had merely scratched the surface of high-tier skills. No matter how formidable a skill might be, in the hands of a mediocre practitioner, its effectiveness would diminish. Conversely, a seemingly weak skill could flourish in the hands of a strong individual, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Thus, the adage often arises, it is not the external tools that are strong, but rather the individual themselves. Of course, if one possesses strength and wields powerful external tools, the result is terrifyingly formidable, an invincible disposition, indeed. In summary, given Xiao Yan's current cultivation, comprehending a divine grade supreme skill was already quite challenging. The sacred grade supreme skill would be for him, as the master, to comprehend first. If needed in the future, he would pass it on to Xiao Yan. Master, I take my leave, Xiao Yan said. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek guidance from your master. Chu Yuan replied with a smile. His spirits high. His joy stemmed not only from acquiring a sacred grade supreme skill, but also from witnessing Xiao Yan's filial piety. While he had taken on disciples primarily based on talent, he had no desire to nurture a thankless wolf. It was evident that Xiao Yan would not become such a creature. After Xiao Yan departed, Chu Yuan retrieved the inheritance jade slip and pressed it to his forehead, instantly absorbing the legacy. Chapter 69. Cultivating Sacred Grade Divine Powers. Arriving at the floating city to speak candidly, after the reversion, the crimson jade slip felt even more exquisite. Buzzing. As before, the moment it touched his forehead, the inheritance surged into his mind, forming an ancient scripture. However, this time, the scripture was even more profound. Chu Yuan began to comprehend it. Logically speaking, given his current cultivation level, grasping the subtleties of such a high-tier divine power should have been nearly impossible. However, his comprehension had reached a remarkably terrifying level, bolstered by the presence of his 4 disciples. Therefore, understanding the sacred grade supreme skill posed no issue. Even the most exalted of imperial ranks may glean insights here. Outside, the disciples have not squandered their time. Jiang Yao is seated in meditation, while Jiang Yi and Xiao Yin engage in a joint combat with Yun Shuran. With her superior cultivation, Yun Shuran maneuvers effortlessly against them, opting not to swiftly defeat the duo but rather to apply significant pressure, thereby awakening their latent potential. The flying vessel traverses one dynasty after another. The Great Wu dynasty lies in the southern expanse of the land of 100 nations. To the east, west, and south, this realm is enveloped by the vast ocean known as the Boundless Sea, wherein the further one ventures into its depths, the more formidable the sea beasts become. To the north, the land expands significantly. Numerous dynasties of the land of 100 nations converge in this peninsula-like area, which is vast in scale. Indeed, each dynasty spans at least hundreds of thousands of miles. Beyond the land of 100 nations lies a unique region where the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is several times denser than that of the previous realm. The 10 sects of the outside world and the floating city are situated within this territory, with the former distributed across various locations and the latter positioned more centrally. A month later, the flying vessel arrives at the outskirts of the floating city, not advancing at full speed to prolong their arrival. Along the journey, they encounter no troubles. Although some beings or sea creatures attempt to approach the vessel, they are deterred by a mere hint of the overwhelming pressure released by Chu Yuan. With his current cultivation, even a slight display of his might is exceptionally intimidating in this realm. Indeed, this is a city suspended in the air. Xiao Yan stands upon the vessel, gazing in astonishment at the distant sight, marveling at the extraordinary power that can elevate such a colossal city to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Jiang Yi nods in agreement, acknowledging its enormity. Even from afar, this magnificent structure is clearly visible. The royal city of the Great Wu dynasty pales in comparison. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkle with anticipation, her wide gaze reflecting the shimmering golden walls of the city, stretching infinitely. At this moment, Chu Yuan appears beside them, surveying the floating city. The city rests upon the clouds, its walls resplendent in gold, adorned with intricate patterns and totems. The city gates extend outward and above them. A grand plaque inscribes the words floating city in a flourish of dragon and phoenix motifs. Flanking the gates are numerous armored guards, standing solemnly, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. From a distance, the entire city resembles a celestial palace. Beneath the floating city lies a vast magnetic field, extending for miles, forming a natural array foundation. It is said that someone utilized this as a basis to establish the royal-level array known as the floating array, which led to the creation of the floating city. This remarkable city boasts a history of several millennia. While the external view is impressive, the scene within is entirely different. As Yun Shuran smiles and remarks, I have visited the floating city on several occasions. What is it like inside? Jiang Yao inquires, her curiosity piqued. Yun Shuran teases. Second senior sister, you shall find out once you enter. Very well, Jiang Yao nods in agreement. Chu Yuan piloted the flying vessel, approaching the floating city. The insights shared by Yun Shuran were also annotated in the map he had acquired. Chu Yuan extended his consciousness, but the royal grade formation obstructed his awareness. He discovered that his perception was barred from entry. Nonetheless, he spread his consciousness outward, enveloping the entire floating city, which spanned a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Featuring 4 gates, they stood before the southern gate, where cultivators occasionally entered and exited. Some rode upon mystical beasts, others navigated flying vessels, while some soared through the air. Suddenly, a flying vessel halted before the southern gate. Though lacking cultivation, it emanated an imposing aura when in motion. The vessel's presence was undeniably formidable, drawing immediate attention. Even the armored guards glanced over in curiosity. What a magnificent vessel. Surely, it must be of the 6th tier? Nonsense. This is no mere 6th tier. Who possesses such a terrifying 6th tier craft? This is at least of the 7th tier. Such a vessel must have significant backing, either belonging to one of the 10 sects or a prominent family within the city. Numerous cultivators paused to observe, engaging in animated discussions. Chu Yuan secured the flying vessel and, accompanied by 4 others, descended at the southern gate. The floating city was shrouded in formation, unless the formation were breached. Entry could only be gained through the gates. Chu Yuan contemplated whether he could shatter the formation with the vermilion bird's sky-piercing palm, but deemed it unnecessary, as the floating city had not provoked him. What a striking young man with white hair. The other 2 youths were impressive as well, and such a beautiful woman, accompanied by an adorable little girl. These individuals exuded an air of distinction. However, they were all unfamiliar faces, their backgrounds unknown to him. While other cultivators continued their discussions, Chu Yuan and his companions reached the city gate. A guard stepped forward respectfully, stating the entry fee, 10 middle-grade spirit stones per person. 10 middle-grade spirit stones equated to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was evident that entry was not easily granted, especially for weaker cultivators. After all, this was merely the entrance fee. Further expenditures awaited within. Xiaoyan tossed a high-grade spirit stone, casually remarking, no need for change. Please, enter. The guard replied with a smile. These gatekeepers had all attained the 5 organs realm, a level of expertise that would be considered formidable in any dynasty, yet here, they merely served as sentinels. Upon entering the city, an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy enveloped them, far denser than that of the outside world. What an excellent place for cultivation, Jiang Yi remarked. It is said that beneath the floating city lies a vein of top-grade spirit stones, hence the abundance of spiritual energy. Yun Shuran explained. You are quite knowledgeable, 4th junior sister, Jiang Yi chuckled. Yun Shuran giggled in response. Is this what you meant by the unique atmosphere within the city? Jiang Yao's sparkling eyes widened in wonder. What greeted her was not a network of interconnected streets, but rather a series of colossal floating islands. Each island resembled an inverted cone, connected by corridors paved with crystal. Vibrant lights radiated from the islands, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The outer islands are relatively small. While the islands grow larger towards the center, these outer territories are dominated by various familial powers. Yun Shuran remarked that places like the Lord's Mansion and the Wanbao Commerce Association are situated in the heart of the area. Shuran, you seem quite familiar with this place. Could it be that your family resides here? Xiaoyan inquired. Chu Yuan discreetly shook his head, feeling that such a place was unworthy of Yun Shuran's lineage. Indeed, Yun Shuran mysteriously replied, not at all, brother Xiaoyan. My family is quite far away. The reason I am familiar with this area is that I have practiced here before. As a child, I would occasionally venture out, and on several occasions, I came here. Oh, Xiaoyan understood, I see. Could you tell me exactly where your family is located? It's a distant place, you'll know soon enough. Yun Shuran replied with a playful smile, not giving a direct answer. Very well, Xiaoyan conceded, not pressing further for the answer he sought. Indeed, the realm was teeming with those at the 5th realm and the Soul Palace realm. The 5 of them soared along the crystalline corridor towards the core area, encountering a multitude of practitioners along the way. Chu Yuan noted that even those at the Five Organs realm and the Soul Palace realm were not uncommon. Chapter 70. The Destruction of Heaven and Earth. The prodigy of fortune Chu Yuan extended his spiritual consciousness, gaining insight into the layout of the city. There were over 100 small islands, with 2 major islands among them. One was likely the Lord's mansion, shrouded in a king-level formation that rendered his consciousness unable to penetrate its secrets, exuding an air of mystery. The other island was extravagantly opulent, epitomizing commercial prosperity. The branch of the Wanbao Commerce Association was situated upon this island, similarly veiled by a king-level formation at its core. Chu Yuan refrained from delving too deeply. Despite his confidence in navigating the city unhindered, the fantastical world was rife with uncertainties, and it was prudent to remain discreet. Before long, they arrived at the island housing the Wanbao Commerce Association. Freshly steamed dragon blood meat buns for sale. Delicious and savory, they will bolster your strength. Longevity noodles, made from 300-year-old ginseng broth, brimming with the essence of life. One bite can extend your life by a day. 5th grade treasured swords, if they don't kill, they're free. The destruction of heaven and earth martial art. Master it to the pinnacle, and you can swallow mountains and rivers, obliterating heaven and earth. New courtesans are now available for purchase. The street was abuzz with excitement. The market was vibrant and grounded, with numerous small vendors calling out their wares. Xiaoyan walked directly to a stall, picking up a tattered manual. Is this the destruction of heaven and earth martial art? The vendor, a shifty little old man with glinting eyes, chuckled. Indeed. You have a keen eye, young man. Would you like to buy it? I can offer you a 20% discount. Xiaoyan perused the manual, his eyes widening. Isn't this merely a low-grade mystic tier technique? Precisely. The old man nodded. Then why does it have such an overblown name? I thought it was a supreme art. Xiaoyan's lips twitched. The old man replied earnestly. There's no rule that says this technique can't be called that. Wouldn't you agree? Xiaoyan tossed the technique aside and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I can sell it to you at a discount. How about a 60% discount? Or perhaps a 50% discount? Would a 25% discount suffice? The old man exclaimed anxiously, lamenting the loss of a potential customer slipping away. If he did not make a sale soon, he would not even recoup his entry fee into the city. Unlike the city dwellers who could enter and exit freely with a token, he could not afford the exorbitant housing prices. Even if he could, it would not be permanent. It seemed this place was no different from the Grand Wu Imperial City. Merchants were hardly honest. Xiaoyan returned, expressing his frustration. Brother Xiaoyan, if such extraordinary abilities truly existed, would they still be waiting for you? They would have been purchased by others long ago. Yunshurian chuckled, covering her mouth. Xiaoyan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and conceded. I too find it unlikely, yet I was merely curious to see. Laughter ensued among the group. They continued their stroll, purchasing a bucket of popcorn-like spirit fruit snacks for Jiang Yao. Noticing Jiang Yi and Xiaoyan engrossed in their shopping, Chu Yuan took his time. Unhurried to reach the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, he had ample time to spare. Suddenly, Jiang Yi approached a stall that appeared to sell discarded items, broken shields, cracked blades, shattered swords, and peculiar stones. His gaze briefly caught on a black stone before he quickly redirected it, picking up a broken sword to inspect it. How much for this? He inquired. The stall owner, a middle-aged man with an honest demeanor, greeted him warmly. You have a discerning eye. Although this sword is broken, it was once a low-grade 5th-tier treasure. Its power remains formidable, even in its current state. Therefore, it is priced at 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yi frowned, incredulous. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. With just a little more, I could purchase a new one. Why would I buy this broken sword? Please do not be hasty. Good sir, the stall owner replied. If you find the price unsatisfactory, you may negotiate. How about 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? The stall owner's tea was nearly spat out in shock as he widened his eyes. Sir, that is not how bargaining is done. You are cutting into my lifeblood. 1,000 stones, add another 1,000, and I shall sell it. 2,000, not worth it. He glanced at a pile of fist-sized stones nearby. Though not treasures, these stones are incredibly hard. Even my early-stage cultivation cannot crush them. They would serve well as weapons. I obtained them by chance. If you desire them, I can sell you 1 stone for 1 high-grade spirit stone. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yi negotiated with the stall owner, Jiang Yao expressed her confusion. Brother, why are you buying that broken sword? It seems rather ordinary. Xiaoyan and Yunshurian were similarly puzzled. The broken sword seemed inconsequential. Could it be that the boy was interested in those stones? However, those stones appeared unremarkable as well. Even Chu Yuan found himself perplexed, as his divine sense detected no anomalies. Could it be that Jiang Yi had discovered something? He suddenly realized that it was indeed possible. After all, Jiang Yi was favored by great fortune and possessed the rare dual pupils, which might allow him to perceive things that others could not. Intrigued, he watched closely. 2,000 for the broken sword, along with these several stones. Deal or no deal, Jiang Yi declared. All right, then I shall reluctantly sell it to you at a loss. The stall owner acquiesced. The vendor displayed an expression of anguish, yet within, he was overjoyed. He had been peddling his wares here for 2 years, and this pile of tatters had scarcely sold. Despite the substantial stall fees he had paid, he had anticipated that with these remaining items unsold, he would simply pack up and leave. To his astonishment, someone made a purchase. Naturally, he was eager to sell. As for any losses, they were non-existent. These items were serendipitously discovered in a dilapidated cave, collected with empty hands. A transaction was made. Jiang Yi waved his hand, and 20 exquisite spirit stones materialized. Splendid. The vendor joyfully accepted the spirit stones, saying, Please take your items, esteemed guest. Just as Jiang Yi was preparing to gather his belongings, an unmistakable voice rang out. Wait. I shall take these items. A group had approached Jiang Yi. At the forefront stood a richly dressed young man, flanked by 4 beautiful women and a one-armed elder. The young man, around 16 years of age, much like Xiao Yin, pointed at the goods, declaring, Whatever spirit stones he offered, I shall offer double. The vendor was in a quandary. The prospect of double was tempting, yet a businessman values integrity. Ultimately, he replied, Young master, these items have already been sold to this young friend. If you wish to buy them, you must negotiate with him. At this moment, Jiang Yi had already stored the items within his spatial ring. Dear friend, would you consider parting with them? The young man shot a glare at the vendor before turning his gaze to Jiang Yi. Not for sale, Jiang Yi replied coolly, preparing to walk towards his master and companions, only to be intercepted by the young man's outstretched hand. They've come here to stir trouble. We must assist our senior brother, Xiao Yin exclaimed in anger. The others nodded in agreement and approached. Chu Yuan was not surprised by Jiang Yi attracting trouble. The child of destiny, if not confronted by some antagonists, would indeed be peculiar. Chapter 71. No matter the background, death awaits. Chu Yuan assessed the group. The leading youth was named Shi Jiao, aged 16, with mid-stage pool origin cultivation. The 4 young women were of similar age but possessed lesser cultivation. The strongest among them was the one-armed elder, whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the law manifestation realm. It seemed this individual had considerable influence. Anything I desire shall be within my grasp, Shi Jiao declared with a smile that masked a threat. Madman. Jiang Yi swiftly evaded the blockade and rejoined Chu Yuan and the others. Oh, quick on your feet, and you have allies. Shi Jiao remarked coldly, but I reiterate. Anything I desire shall be mine. I advise you to surrender it willingly, otherwise, you will regret it later. The city of suspended void forbade conflict. Hence, upon sensing the tension in the air, the surrounding crowd hastily made way, fearing to be splattered with blood should a fight erupt. Wait, is that young Master Shi Jiao? A voice in the crowd recognized Shi Jiao's identity. Young Master Shi Jiao, son of the Sea-Blade Sect's master. I had the fortune of meeting him once. It is undoubtedly him. Hiss, the Sea-Blade Sect, one of the top 10 sections. The son of the sect master. Such a noble status. They had initially intended to describe him as domineering, but quickly changed their tune, fearful of offending him. Feeling the reverent gazes of those around him, Shi Jiao said proudly, Indeed, it is this young master. Now that you know who I am, hand over everything, will you? I initially intended to purchase from you. But alas, your lack of discernment has led to this. Now, not only shall I refrain from buying, but you shall surrender all your possessions. No, I mean all of yours. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Yi and the others. When his eyes landed on Chu Yuan, jealousy flickered within them. Upon seeing Yuan, greed surfaced. This woman shall also be mine. He cackled. Suddenly, as he laughed towards the heavens, a terrifying pressure descended from nowhere, pinning Shi Jiao to the ground. Accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones, Shi Jiao let out a wretched scream, blood gushing forth. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that the others were left in stunned silence. Chu Yuan's indifferent voice broke through. You dare covet my possessions? You aspire to claim my disciple? Do you believe yourself worthy? The overwhelming pressure emanated from him. With his disciple being bullied, he, as the master, could not feign ignorance. You, how dare you? Do you know who he is? The one-armed elder, finally reacting, roared in fury. Earlier, he had dismissed these young individuals due to their youth, neglecting to probe their abilities, only to discover such a formidable expert among them. Merely through the exertion of pressure, Shi Jiao was reduced to such a state. As the pressure was directed solely at Shi Jiao, the elder had not fully grasped the extent of Chu Yuan's strength. However, upon probing with his spiritual sense, he realized he could not fathom the depth of Chu Yuan's cultivation. He may have indeed kicked a formidable opponent. Yet, backed by the Han High Blade Sect, he felt unafraid. Release me. How dare you harm me? I will see you all dead. Shurjio exclaimed, his forehead slick with cold sweat, eyes ablaze with resentment. I shall have you all skinned alive. He thrived on seizing what others cherished. Time and again, he had succeeded. Yet this time, he had failed and sustained such injuries. A profound humiliation. At this juncture, he still dared to threaten, oblivious to his dire predicament. Chu Yuan found himself momentarily taken aback. Wouldn't he, a rational person, yield in such circumstances? After all, knowing Shurjio's identity, one should think twice before acting so brazenly. The audacity to threaten him was an evident display of ignorance. He firmly believed that he was indeed affected by Jiang Yi's fortune. The surrounding crowd had long since dispersed. Sensing that a significant event was about to unfold, they dared not remain at the scene, fearing they might be branded as bystanders in a deadly affair, drawing the ire of the Han High Blade sect, which would spell true trouble for them. Yet, they were profoundly shocked. What kind of ruthless individual could dare to act so brazenly upon hearing the name of the Han High Blade sect? Bang! The one-armed elder exploded, meeting his demise. Bang! For women perished as well. They had all sold their bodies to align themselves with Shurjio, a mere band of despicable creatures. If one must be killed, let them all perish together. Master, leave this to me, Yun Shuren declared. Just moments ago, the gaze directed at her was filled with a revolting lust, and she was determined to slay him with her own hands. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. As the explosions occurred, blood splattered onto Shurjio, who was initially consumed by resentment, but now began to feel a creeping sense of fear. He realized that these individuals were unafraid of his status and truly had the audacity to kill him. The terror of death descended upon him at that moment. It was not that Chu Yuan was merciless. Rather, it was a matter of necessity. In other words, had they not possessed strength, not only would everything have been taken from them, but even Yun Shuren would have been lost. One cannot simply overlook an affront due to their own power. If an insult is given, a price must be paid. As for the Han High Blade sect, he felt no trepidation. Within the realm of nirvana, he was invincible. And even beyond that, he could hold his own in battle. I shall join as well. Xiaoyan stepped forward, equally displeased. You cannot kill me. You cannot. Bang. Xiaoyan's fist shattered Shurjio's jaw, rendering him speechless. Heaven, they truly dared to kill. That was the son of the sect leader of the Han High Blade sect. Were they not afraid at all? Even the other 10 sects should show Shurjio some respect. This was utterly insane. It was terrifying. They must not provoke these individuals. In the distance, those who had been hiding and watching were left dumbfounded. Given Shurjio's status, even a visit to the city lord's mansion would warrant him the highest honors. Yet now, he was being recklessly targeted for extermination. Such a monumental event had not occurred in Shinkong City for a long time. At that moment, whoosh, a slender, aquamarine sword appeared in Yun Shuren's hand. She lunged forward, aiming for Shurjio's head. The sword penetrated half an inch. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from Shurjio. Chapter 72, Clamor. I demand to see your leader. Who dares to kill my son? As this horrific aura erupted, a cold, furious voice rang out. The forms of Yun Shuren and Xiao Yan were instantly immobilized. Simultaneously, a purple light burst forth from Shurjio, coalescing above him into a shadowy figure. This figure was towering, with a commanding visage and eyes filled with cold fury, surveying everything around him. Upon witnessing this figure's arrival, Shurjio was moved to tears, his eyes igniting with a glimmer of hope for survival, intermingled with rage and a thirst for revenge. Had his jaw not been shattered, he would have surely cried out, "Father, avenge me." Upon catching a glimpse of the dire straits of the stone dove, the man's gaze fixated unwaveringly on Yun Shuren and Xiao Yan. I shall make you. Yet, he did not complete his sentence before a more indifferent voice resonated. Noisy. As Chu Yuan spoke, he raised his right hand, instantly drawing that shadow before him. With effortless ease, he grasped the opponent's neck, constraining all of their powers. Mid-stage Nirvana realm, the master of a sect. Is it merely this level? Undoubtedly, this individual was the father of the stone dove, the master of the vast Sea Blade sect. However, this could not possibly be his true form. It was merely a projection of his primordial spirit. Such a force could easily handle anyone below the Nirvana realm, but alas, he had encountered Chu Yuan. Who are you? At that moment, Shursenshun's complexion drastically changed, his eyes filled with horror. He had merely cast a cursory glance at this individual earlier, failing to discern his cultivation level, believing him to be an ordinary mortal. Yet now, the fact that his primordial spirit powers had been instantaneously confined revealed that this person's cultivation was at the very start of the Nirvana realm. Fellow Taoist, let us speak. Bang! Before Shursentian could finish his words, Chu Yuan crushed a strand of his primordial spirit power, swiftly refining it. With matters having reached this point, there was nothing more to say. In any case, the stone dove was as good as dead. At the moment Chu Yuan absorbed Shursentian, Xiao Yin and Yun Shuran regained their faculties. Witnessing their master unhesitatingly eliminate the opponent, Yun Shuran decisively thrust her sword through the stone dove's skull, causing his pupils to dilate, his eyes remaining wide open in death. This sword was no ordinary blade. It possessed an enchanting effect, not only extinguishing the stone dove's life force, but also obliterating his feeble soul. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yin conjured flames that incinerated the blood and corpses present, leaving no trace behind. Chu Yuan drew forth the storage rings they had left behind, distributing the contents among his 4 disciples. "Thank you, Master," Yun Shuran said. Though she did not particularly need these items, she accepted the elder's gift with gratitude. "Master, by doing this, we have certainly offended the vast Sea-Blade sect," Jiang Yi remarked. "What, are you afraid?" Chu Yuan chuckled. Jiang Yi shook his head. Fear was a word that did not exist in his vocabulary. "All right, let us depart from this place." Chu Yuan lifted them, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Moments later, those who had fled gradually returned. "Oh dear, my stall remains intact. How splendid. Terrifying, this is utterly dreadful. Who on earth are these ruthless individuals to have truly slain the son of the vast Sea-Blade sect's master? Not only did they kill his son, but the shadow that appeared earlier, if my assumptions are correct, must have been the master of the vast Sea-Blade sect's primordial spirit avatar. How could it have been so easily extinguished? Hiss, too formidable. Could this person possibly be the legendary King Realm? Remember their faces, if encountered. We must steer clear. Did you capture the scene with the recording stone? No. Who would dare to use a shadow stone? If noticed, the consequences would be dire. The Han Hai Knife sect stands amidst a realm of towering peaks, each mountain seemingly cleaved in half, as if a giant blade had severed their summits. On the flat plains below, magnificent palaces and pavilions have been erected, exuding an unparalleled grandeur. Suddenly, a palace erupts in an explosion, a figure soaring into the sky. A terrifying aura radiating in all directions, leaving countless onlookers in a state of dread. It is the Master Peak. Has the Master been angered? Disciples, stewards, and elders alike are taken aback, sensing an overwhelming intent to kill emanating from that fearsome presence. What has incited such wrath in the Master? The Deputy Master, Shirbanu, hastens to confront Shirsentian. It has been long since he witnessed Shirsentian in such a furious state. "My son, Jiu'er, has been killed." Shirsentian's voice is grave. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it is to bear offspring. After much difficulty, he had finally sired a son, only to have him snatched away. "What?" Shirbanu is taken aback. "Did you not leave a fragment of your primordial spirit with Jiu'er? How could he be slain?" Shirbanu and Shirsentian are cousins. "My fragment of the primordial spirit has also been obliterated." Shirsentian replies, filled with rage. As soon as the fragment was destroyed, Jiu'er's soul lamp extinguished. Only then did Shirbanu notice a trace of blood at the corner of the master's mouth, evidently a consequence of the backlash from his shattered primordial spirit. "Do you have any idea who did this?" Shirbanu inquires. "I do not know." Shirsentian shakes his head. The memories of the primordial spirit fragment cannot be transferred. The backlash revealed to him the loss of the fragment and the extinguishing of the soul lamp, and only then did he comprehend Jiu'er's demise. Moreover, those useless beings accompanying him have perished as well. Only those in the Nirvana realm could annihilate your primordial spirit fragment. It must be someone from the other 9 sects, or perhaps from the city lord's mansion. Shirbanu speculates. Could it be that Jiu'er offended them? Jiu'er went to the floating city for a respite. The incident must have occurred there. Humph. A chill glimmers in Shirsentian's eyes. Even if it were the city lord's mansion, I shall make them pay dearly. Assemble the personnel. I demand an explanation. He cannot swallow the indignation of having his primordial spirit fragment destroyed and his son killed. Outside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in the floating city, Chu Yuan has arrived with his entourage. "Wow, Master, this place is far grander than the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in the Great Wu Dynasty." Zhang Yao exclaims in youthful awe at the colossal structure before her. Within the grand entrance of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, strikingly beautiful women clad in split cheongsams, revealing their fair thighs, stand poised and graceful, each wearing a warm smile, exuding a high level of professionalism. This is the core area of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, which is divided into 2 segments, the outer street enterprises and the internal chamber, where high-end goods are exclusively sold. Every visitor is met with specialized reception. As Chu Yuan and his company step inside, a captivating woman approaches them, her professional smile radiating warmth. "Welcome to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. What may I assist you in purchasing?" "I wish to meet your president." Chapter 73. It seems that the fellow cultivator is not a local. Chu Yuan believed that transacting with the head of the Merchant Association would be considerably easier. This was primarily because many matters were likely only known to the head. Therefore, he straightforwardly broached the subject. He had inquired and discovered that the president of the association was a late-stage Nirvana realm cultivator. Although the floating city possessed royal-level formations, it did not imply the presence of a royal realm cultivator. According to his investigations, there should be no royal realm cultivators in this place. Much like how the land of 100 nations lacked those of the law manifestation realm. Once one attained a certain level of cultivation, they could opt for a more favorable place for development, though there might be exceptions. Upon hearing his words, the woman was momentarily taken aback. The president was not someone one could meet at will. However, she did not respond with mockery or disdain, as she was uncertain of the identities of these individuals, especially since they appeared quite extraordinary. Maintaining her smile, she replied, "I cannot make that decision, but I can take you to our steward, who will then lead you to the president." "Thank you for your assistance," Chu Yuan replied courteously. Soon, they met the so-called steward, a tall and slender middle-aged man at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. After sizing them up, his eyes narrowed slightly. He could not discern the cultivation of the white-haired youth, but the cultivation of the remaining 4 children was impressive, particularly that of the little girl, which caused his pupils to constrict. At the tender age of 5 or 6, she had reached the pinnacle of the condensation realm. Remarkable. He hastily said, "Please wait a moment. I will contact our president immediately." The white-haired youth might very well be above the Nirvana realm, and with the extraordinary capabilities of these children, they indeed qualified to meet the president. He certainly could not afford to offend them. As a steward, he possessed the discernment necessary for his role. "Please make yourselves comfortable. The president will be here shortly," he added. After receiving the president's response, the steward invited them to sit and personally serve them tea. Before long, a figure entered the room. It was a portly man adorned in gold and silver, his entire being sparkling with jewels. Even his beard was golden. He was playfully twisting a prominent mustache and appeared jovial. "I am Qian Duiyu, the president of this branch. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator." Qian Duiyu's gaze immediately fell upon Chu Yuan, sensing that this individual was even more formidable than himself. He also discerned that Chu Yuan's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. "The honor is mine, President Qian. I am Chu Yuan." Chu Yuan slightly cupped his hands in greeting, surprised to find that President Qian was even more powerful than the rumors suggested. The man was also at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. "Ha. I have just recently broken through from seclusion. It was a stroke of good fortune." Qian Duiyu laughed heartily. "Yet I can feel that you are far superior to me. Your presence alone exudes an overwhelming aura, truly deserving of the title that comes with having slain the mind avatar of the Shursen Tianyun, the leader of the Sea of Clouds Blade sect." "What? This person is even more powerful than the president? Moreover, he has slain the mind avatar of the sect leader of the Sea of Clouds Blade sect." The steward's eyes widened in astonishment. This individual was even more formidable than he had imagined. President Qian's information network was indeed impressive. Chu Yuan remarked that in just a short while, others were already aware of the events that had transpired. It seemed that every whisper in the floating city was known to them. As for the slaying of that primordial spirit avatar, if Qian Duiyu wished, he could easily extinguish it. Qian Duiyu chuckled lightly, for these words struck a chord within him. No matter how formidable the 10 sects of the outside world were, they paled in comparison to his Wanbao Merchants Association, as this was merely a branch after all. Thus, he held the sect master in little regard. "My friend, you do not seem to be a local," Qian Duiyu observed, inquiring about his origins. Chu Yuan smiled faintly, lowering his gaze to sip his tea. Choosing not to respond to the question, Qian Duiyu quickly understood that the other party was reluctant to disclose his background and shifted the topic, asking, "What brings you to me?" "I require the purchase of several items." "Surely you have them here," Chu Yuan replied, handing over a list. In addition to array materials, there were numerous refining materials, precious herbs, and elixirs. Of course, there were also some special items, such as foundational liquid and potential grass. The foundational liquid was of a lower grade, still usable by Jiang Yao. The higher grade ones could also be utilized by Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan. Previously, they had merely divided a single portion into 3. Moreover, acquiring a higher grade would allow for further benefits when imparting to disciples. At that point, both the 5 organs realm and the Soul Palace realm could benefit from it. As for the potential grass, it could stimulate the potential of those in the 5 organs realm. The one he had given Jiang Yi previously would necessitate similar preparations for Xiao Yan and Jiang Yao. Given that Yun Shuran had reached the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm, Chu Yuan speculated that she had likely consumed the potential grass. It was also possible she had used even more advanced herbs. However, the 6th grade potential grass was non-existent in this world. Thus, returning from it could enable his disciples to leap forward after reaching the Soul Palace realm. He himself had once consumed the returned potential grass, resulting in an immediate breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm. These items are no problem. However, Some high-tier ones will require time to prepare. Qian Duyu responded after reviewing the list. How long will it take? Chu Yuan inquired. About a month, Qian Duyu indicated with a finger. Chu Yuan nodded. This time frame was acceptable. By the way, the more foundational liquid and potential grass, the better. Not an issue. Besides this, do you require anything else? Qian Duyu asked. I also seek some techniques, regardless of their grade, with one stipulation. They must possess the utmost power among their tier. Chu Yuan explained, indicating that these would be used for deducing imperial-grade techniques. Oh, your request is rather intriguing. I can issue a bounty for you. And we should have results in a month, Qian Duyu replied. Chu Yuan nodded, adding, additionally, could you provide a comprehensive list of all the items available for sale here? There may be other things I require. Of course, Qian Duyu grinned widely. This individual was presenting him with a lucrative opportunity. The items on the list alone would require a substantial amount of spirit stones. Here are 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals as a deposit. After the transaction is complete, the payment will be settled in full. Chu Yuan presented a finely crafted storage ring. Your generosity is commendable, exclaimed Qian Duo, his eyes sparkling with excitement. 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals equate to 10 million top-grade spirit stones. To offer spirit crystals so freely, you must not be a local, he mused inwardly. Such a sum was nearly sufficient to cover the entire payment, not merely a deposit. Top-grade spirit stones, typically of the 7th or 8th tier, would be required for exchange. However, items like foundational spirit liquids and latent essence grass were not overly expensive. In Chapter 74, granting the spirit avatar, reaping greater strength. 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals did not cause Chu Yuan to flinch. To him, it was simply 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, what he lacked least was spirit crystals. My friend, the items available at the Merchant Association are nearly all catalogued within this, Qian Duo said, producing a white jade slip. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and accepted it. Might I inquire if you have accommodations within the city? If not, I can arrange for the finest cultivation residence for you at no cost. Indeed, we do not have such arrangements. Your kindness is appreciated, replied Qian Duo to the steward. Please escort our friends to the Tianzi No. 1 residence. Certainly, President. Chu Dao friend, once you are prepared, I will have someone inform you. Farewell, Chu Yuan said, nodding as he rose. Watching Chu Yuan and his companions depart, Qian Duo pondered thoughtfully. Their lavish expenditure and youthful appearance, coupled with such formidable cultivation, hinted that they may belong to a venerable sect. However, he decided to let it be. As long as business could be conducted, that was paramount. The most crucial aspect for the Wanbao Merchant Association was commerce. All else was secondary. If they chose not to disclose their origins, there was no need to inquire further. Esteemed guests, we have arrived, the steward announced respectfully. Chu Yuan and his companions found themselves at an exceedingly opulent residence, where the rich spiritual energy coalesced into mist. An 8th-tier spirit-gathering array suffused the atmosphere with an abundance of spiritual energy, rivaling that found in top-grade spirit stones. I shall have someone stationed outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, the steward said before departing. Upon entering the residence, the group surveyed their surroundings. This is even larger than my own estate, and the opulence is astonishing, exclaimed Xiaoyan. The rock formations were crafted from spirit stones, and the landscaping featured various precious herbs. Jiang Yao's curiosity led her to gaze around in wonder, while Jiang Yi maintained a more composed demeanor. Yun Shuran appeared indifferent to the surroundings. Come here for a moment, Chu Yuan instructed. I will need to cultivate for a while. You are free to either practice here or explore, but do not leave the floating city. I will leave some items for you. Chu Yuan intended to grant each of them a spirit avatar, ensuring their safety in critical moments. Although they were children of fortune, dancing on the edge of danger, he felt it was essential to provide them with a sense of security. He did not expect them to cultivate alongside him. It seemed not to align with the nature of those destined for greatness. They should venture forth and perhaps even stir up some excitement. What gifts does our esteemed master have for us this time? Jiang Yao asked as she approached Chu Yuan, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. Chu Yuan lightly tapped her forehead, and in an instant, a surge of primordial energy entered her soul palace. Although her soul palace had yet to be awakened, it had always existed. Once the primordial energy entered, it initiated a self-sealing process, ensuring that Jiang Yao would remain unaffected. At a critical moment, should her life be in peril, the seal would be lifted. In truth, such techniques could be employed once one reached the realm of the soul palace. However, the primordial avatar was merely a fragment of his own primordial essence. Dividing it would inevitably render his essence slightly weaker. Moreover, if the avatar were to suffer damage, he would experience a backlash. Chu Yuan intended to utilize 1/10 of his primordial energy to forge the avatar for them, a fraction that would impose minimal impact on him. Even if he were to lose it all, he could restore himself after a period of cultivation. What he provided Jiang Yao amounted to merely a quarter of that 1/10. Nevertheless, given his cultivation and the potency of his primordial essence, he could contend with early-stage Nirvana realm practitioners. The combat prowess of the primordial essence should not be underestimated, especially after reaching the realm of Dharma manifestation, where it could directly materialize the avatar and wield supernatural abilities. The reason Shi Sun Tian's primordial avatar exhibited no resistance was solely due to Chu Yuan's overwhelming strength. However, the avatar, being ephemeral, could not recover swiftly. Thus, once combat commenced, it would gradually dissipate and lack endurance. Yet, it offered sufficient protection, and as long as they remained within the floating city, he could swiftly arrive at their side with a mere thought. The sealing of this primordial avatar posed no threat to Jiang Yao. Just as Chu Yuan prepared to bestow a similar boon upon others, suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding! The master grants the second disciple Jiang Yao a complete Nirvana realm primordial power, returning a complete King realm primordial power. Chu Yuan. What? This is possible. At that moment, he was genuinely taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. As he focused, he discovered that a formidable primordial power had indeed materialized in the system's storage space. He sensed he could directly fuse with this primordial energy, as it shared the same origin as his own. My dear brother, you have truly defied the heavens. Chu Yuan was overwhelmed with astonishment, which soon transformed into boundless joy. If that were the case, why not bestow all his primordial energy upon his disciples? By doing so, would he not possess the complete primordial cultivation of the King realm? Furthermore, if primordial energy could be transferred in this manner, could cultivation power be bestowed similarly? It appeared to be a shortcut in the pursuit of cultivation. However, transferring cultivation to a disciple was far more complex. While one could easily divide primordial energy, how could one impart cultivation? However, one's cultivation is a different matter entirely. As for imparting enlightenment to disciples, such a technique does not exist in this world. It is impossible to bestow enlightenment. Thus far, only rewards obtained from the system can facilitate such a process. If one could bestow enlightenment, then those great powers would find it exceedingly simple to nurture prodigies. If a whole clan were to concentrate their efforts to elevate a single individual, would that not allow them to soar to unimaginable heights? Moreover, those venerable ancestors on the brink of transcendence could directly impart their enlightenment to the youth, enabling them to advance further. Hence, this notion is unrealistic. Directly transferring one's cultivation would only serve to undermine another's potential and foundation. Therefore, unless one could achieve a level of perfection akin to the system in imparting enlightenment, such an endeavor remains impractical. However, it is not strictly necessary to impart enlightenment. One could also preserve their cultivation and then bestow it upon their disciple. Whether the disciple utilizes it or not is inconsequential. The mere act of bestowal would ensure its return. The dilemma lies in the fact that, as of now, he has yet to conceive any method to preserve his cultivation. The preservation or division of cultivation remains unattainable, leaving only the option of self-diminishment. Present limitations do not preclude future possibilities. Perhaps there exists some arcane art in this world capable of transforming cultivation into a form of essence for preservation. Thus, there remains hope for future endeavors. Chu Yuan mused quietly. For the moment, he resolved to return the power of his primordial spirit first. Chapter 75. Ascending the Realm of Kings. Limitations of possession. Originally, he intended to condense only a quarter of the primordial spirit power to grant to Jiang Yao. But now that he could return it, he was determined to amplify the offering. Consequently, he divided an even greater portion of his primordial spirit power, which surged into Jiang Yao's concealed soul palace, half of his primordial spirit power. In that instant, Chu Yuan felt his own primordial spirit weaken considerably. Ding! Only after receiving the system's return did he focus his thoughts and reclaim the primordial spirit power he had just sent into Jiang Yao's soul palace, restoring him to his full vigor, banishing the feeling of weakness. Subsequently, he sent the remaining half of his primordial spirit power, which had not undergone the return process, en masse into Jiang Yao's soul palace. After receiving it back once again, he reclaimed it. At that moment, all of his primordial spirit power had been fully returned. Within the system's storage space, there now resided a perfectly complete essence of primordial spirit power at the pinnacle of the King's realm. With a mere thought, that essence flowed gently into his soul palace, merging seamlessly with his primordial spirit. At this moment, his primordial spirit broke free from its constraints. Ascending to the level of the King's realm, he exerted great effort to control his aura, ensuring that not a trace of power was emitted. Soon after, even more primordial spirit power surged into him. In an instant, it fused together. In mere moments, his primordial spirit reached the consummate level of the King's realm. The disparity between a fully realized primordial spirit in the King's realm and one at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm is vast. Thus, his current primordial spirit power equates to that of a complete King's realm essence combined with a perfected Nirvana realm essence. However, it remains within the confines of the King's realm, albeit considerably stronger, yet still insufficient to breach into higher realms. As the realm of the primordial spirit ascends, an overwhelming sense of power arises. Now, before him, any existence below the sovereign realm can be effortlessly obliterated with a mere thought. Even when confronting a fully realized sovereign, he can engage in battle. Of course, such encounters are not enduring. The reason he can contend with a perfected sovereign is that his primordial spirit has transcended, manifesting the form of the primordial spirit, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from a true sovereign. However, the energy consumed by the primordial spirit necessitates replenishment through the corporeal body. If the body weakens, recovery cannot occur swiftly. This is the reason for its transient nature. Beyond the realm of manifestation, the primordial spirit experiences significant enhancement. Relying solely on the form of the primordial spirit can yield formidable combat prowess. Yet, without reaching the manifestation stage, such as in the Soul Palace realm, the combat capability of the primordial spirit remains relatively feeble. For instance, a mid-level primordial spirit from the Soul Palace realm could never hope to overcome a corporeal mid-level practitioner of the same realm. However, the situation differs for those at the manifestation stage. A mid-level primordial spirit can engage in battle with corporeal mid-level practitioners of the manifestation realm, albeit with a disadvantage due to slower recovery of power over time. Additionally, the issue of possession arises. As one's primordial spirit ascends in rank, the difficulty of possession increases. For example, 10 practitioners of the Soul Palace realm attempting to possess a lower realm practitioner may enjoy a success rate of 7 or 8 out of 10. Conversely, a practitioner of the manifestation realm attempting to possess a lower realm practitioner may only achieve a success rate of 4 or 5 out of 10. As one ascends in rank, despite the strengthening of the primordial spirit, the act of possession becomes increasingly arduous. This is because, at higher levels, the uniqueness of the primordial spirit becomes more pronounced, while its plasticity diminishes. In the Soul Palace realm, where the primordial spirit is newly formed, it is less discerning. Upon possessing another, it can swiftly adapt or transform to the attributes of the host, achieving a harmonious fusion with the corporeal body. However, at subsequent levels, the singularity of the primordial spirit makes it exceedingly challenging to alter its inherent nature. Even if it merges with another spirit, it often only converts the foreign spirit into its own attributes, failing to assimilate the distinct qualities of the other. When this occurs, the compatibility with the corporeal body falters, resulting in a significant decline in cultivation efficiency. For example, if a primordial spirit from the manifestation realm possesses a prodigy from below the Soul Palace realm, the inherent incompatibility would render the once great prodigy utterly useless. Thus, the act of possession becomes devoid of meaning. Moreover, if the success rate of a powerful entity attempting to possess a significantly weaker individual is low, then the rate is even lower when targeting someone slightly weaker. For instance, if a sovereign attempts to possess a Nirvana realm practitioner, even if successful, the chances of further advancement are virtually non-existent. This is due to both individuals possessing uniquely strong primordial spirits, making the conversion of shared attributes exceedingly difficult. However, it is not to say that the higher one ascends, the less likely possession becomes. In fact, one can find that a practitioner like Chu Yuan can effortlessly possess any practitioner from the Soul Palace or manifestation realms, or others, with absolute certainty. Yet, the potential for further advancement remains elusive. Thus, what difference is there from a failed possession? The essence of possession is to acquire a corporeal vessel to reclaim one's peak or progress even further. Seizing control of a weaker entity is utterly devoid of significance. In such instances, it is more accurate to describe the act as the creation of a mere puppet rather than a true possession. The essence of successful possession lies in achieving a complete resonance with the other being, transforming into a living entity rather than a marionette. Consequently, individuals of higher realms often disdain the notion of possession, as the likelihood of success is exceedingly low, even if one were to succeed. Regaining their former stature becomes an arduous endeavor. Thus, many formidable beings, upon losing their corporeal forms, do not seek possession but rather pursue alternative methods to reconstruct their physical bodies. After all, utilizing one's own flesh is the epitome of perfection. Of course, it is not entirely accurate to assert that the most powerful beings possess no chance of successful possession. There exists a slender possibility when one encounters a being whose essence closely mirrors their own. In such cases, the probability of success increases significantly, regardless of the disparity in realms. However, locating a being with a nearly identical essence, perfectly aligned, is a daunting challenge, infinitely more difficult than reconstructing one's body. Among countless sentient beings, finding a suitable match is an exceedingly rare occurrence. The most typical examples arise from those with unique constitutions, as their essences are distinctly apparent. The degree of resonance in such cases surpasses any mere bloodline connection. For instance, if a former possessor of a fire spirit were to seize the essence of a current fire spirit possessor with sufficient power to suppress, the success rate would exceed 95%. This probability is extraordinarily high due to the profound similarity of essences. It is far easier than a father attempting to possess his son, for although the blood relation is significant, the essence may not align. However, unique constitutions may not reoccur across eras, let alone coexist within the same time frame. This is indeed how it should be. If possession were trivial, the world would descend into chaos. Talented individuals from humble origins would be entirely reduced to vessels for others. In Chapter 76, Preparation for Sect Development. If Chu Yuan were to attempt to possess Jiang Yao, given his current spiritual strength, he is significantly more powerful than her. Nevertheless, their essences differ. Setting aside Jiang Yao's status as the child of fortune, even without her luck shielding her, it would be nearly impossible for Chu Yuan to succeed in possession. His spiritual essence cannot transmute into the attributes akin to Jiang Yao's. The only feasible approach would be to refine Jiang Yao's soul, reducing her to a puppet devoid of self-awareness, rendering any form of cultivation an absurdity. This is merely an illustrative example. The notion of possessing one's own disciple is utterly abominable. As his spiritual essence elevated, both his cultivation speed and analytical prowess surged, yielding remarkable efficiency in enhancing his skills and martial techniques. Chu Yuan felt a distinct shift in his capabilities. It was time to attend to serious matters. This time, he sealed 1/4 of his essence within Jiang Yao's soul palace. Once this spiritual avatar manifests, it would suffice to effortlessly contend with early-stage sovereigns. Naturally, one must provide formidable protection for their apprentice. This was also the reason he had previously reclaimed his Nirvana realm spiritual avatar. Given that his spiritual power was returned to him, he could no longer trigger that return again. To trigger a return, it is essential to cultivate a new primordial spirit power. The only way to achieve this is for the primordial spirit to ascend to the realm of a revered master. At that juncture, one might consider whether to continue taking on disciples for returns. Subsequently, he left a similar primordial spirit avatar within the soul palaces of Jiang Yi and Shaoyan. Master, I don't need it, Yin Shuren chuckled, confident in her numerous means of self-preservation. Indeed, Chu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. With her background, she certainly possessed ample methods for safeguarding her life. Since she had no need for it, that was one less portion of primordial spirit power to expend. He addressed Jiang Yi and the others. This is a safeguard I have bestowed upon you, but it will only activate in times of life-threatening danger, similar to the earlier instance with the stone dove. Furthermore, it can only repel adversaries below the king's realm. He spoke cautiously, to prevent his disciples from becoming reckless. Wow, so that is what it is. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan echoed, recalling the pivotal moment when the figure had appeared just as the stone dove was on the brink of death. They were elated to possess such a means of protection, capable of warding off threats below the king's realm. It seems we can truly let loose in this place, they mused. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and then selected a room, vanishing into it in a flash. By the way, let's test my current spiritual awareness. Immediately, his consciousness surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. The formations that would typically obstruct his perception were rendered ineffective at that moment. Whether within the 10,000 Treasures Guild, the City Lord's mansion, or extending beyond the floating city, he could traverse freely. Although the floating city was protected by a king-level formation, it was merely of inferior quality, capable of resisting the spiritual probing of early-stage king realm practitioners, yet it could not withstand him. Within the floating city, he detected no presence of a king realm individual. The City Lord was merely a consummate Nirvana stage practitioner. After a brief moment, he withdrew his consciousness and retrieved the jade slip obtained from Qian Duiyu, examining the treasures available for sale at the 10,000 Treasures Guild. Outside, Jiang Yi inquired, "Are you planning to cultivate here, or would you prefer to explore a bit?" Jiang Yao eagerly raised her hand. "I want to go out and explore. I haven't tasted enough delicious food." Since the second senior sister wishes to go out, we shall certainly accompany her, Xiao Yin remarked, resting his hands behind his head and glancing at Yin Shuren. "Naturally, I will go with you, brother Xiao Yin." Yun Shuren beamed. Then let us take a stroll first and return to cultivate afterward. Master has said that relaxation is essential within the practice. Jiang Yi relaxed a bit more, focusing 8/10 of his attention on maintaining his cultivation, while the internal workings of his techniques never ceased. For Master had also stated, every act of walking, sitting, or lying down is a form of cultivation. On the bustling streets of the floating city, Jiang Yi declared, "Brother, I want that." With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, Bye. I want that too, Brother Xiaoyan." Jiang Yao chimed in. Xiaoyan mimicked his elder brother's enthusiasm. Bye. Their extravagant demeanor left passers-by in awe, some even feeling envious. The individuals present exhibited a level of cultivation that was not particularly formidable, prompting thoughts of eliminating them and absconding with the treasures. Simultaneously, the realization of their youth juxtaposed with such prowess instilled a sense of apprehension regarding their potential backing. Some recognized them, recalling that they were the ruthless individuals responsible for slaying the son of the Hanhai Knife Sect's leader. A prudent distance was imperative. Those who initially harbored greedy intentions found themselves frozen in place upon overhearing this murmured discussion. The avarice that once gleamed in their eyes now transformed into clarity. Treasure hunting? Absolutely not. To dare lay hands on them would surely invite death. Perhaps formidable protectors were discreetly shielding them. It was time to retreat. Although there were no elixirs or celestial treasures capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation, there remained a plethora of valuable items. After examining the spoils, Chu Yuan compiled a list and sent it telepathically to those waiting outside the estate, instructing them to deliver it to Qian Duiyu. These potions were of no use to him, yet they could benefit his disciples. Furthermore, they could be allocated to the sect members. The Tianyun Sect was undeniably weak. After all, it was his home in this world, and its frailty was becoming intolerable. A significant enhancement was imperative. The sect had treated him exceptionally well, even contemplating dedicating its entire resources to his cultivation. If he were to remain ungrateful, he would be no different from a wolf that turns on its benefactor. Particularly since he was destined to leave the sect in the future, it was essential to ensure the sect possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. He did not wish to return home in glory only to discover that the sect had been annihilated and his ancestral graves desecrated. That would be disastrous. Regardless, assisting the sect in its elevation would not require a significant sacrifice on his part. It was merely a matter of convenience. Thus, he would proceed with it. Yet another windfall. Upon receiving the list, Qian Duiyu beamed with delight. This transaction equated to the sales of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce over several years, particularly in high-end products that were not easily sold on ordinary days. Qianwei Tower, the finest restaurant in the floating city, specialized in high-end offerings, with a single meal costing no less than 1 premium spirit stone. This was beyond the reach of lesser cultivators, as 1 premium spirit stone equated to 1 million inferior spirit stones, rendering it exorbitantly expensive. At that moment, several figures emerged from Qianwei Tower, greeted warmly by the proprietor. Jiang Yao patted her round belly, thoroughly satisfied, proclaiming, "It was absolutely delicious. I shall return next time." Having spent a considerable time outside, Jiang Yi suggested, "It is time for us to return." The group headed towards the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 77. What sort of explanation do you desire from me? They went to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Lead the way. I shall ensure their demise. On one of the streets in Floating City, dozens of figures emanated a terrifying aura, instilling fear in those nearby. At the forefront stood Shursen Tian, the leader of the Hanhai Knife Sect. Before him knelt an individual recounting the details of Shi Jiu's demise and the whereabouts of the culprits. As one of the 10 sects beyond the world, the Hanhai Knife Sect naturally possessed some industries and establishments within Floating City. Upon learning of the fall of Shi Jiu, the local authorities were struck with profound terror. They hastily sought to ascertain the details of the situation. However, they dared not confront the perpetrator. It was not until the arrival of the sect leader that the responsible party reported the circumstances. Upon hearing the directive to lead the way, the official promptly rose to guide them. A group from the Hanhai Blade sect advanced with fierce determination. Once they departed, the surrounding cultivators sighed in relief. In the floating city, there was not a single ordinary person. Yet, in the face of true power, these cultivators felt no different from mortals. Even the mere aura emanating from their adversary rendered them breathless. It was utterly terrifying. Indeed, sect leader Shi had come for vengeance. I had surmised he could not let his son's death go unpunished. His arrival was swift, taking less than half a day. Remarkable, considering the distance he must have traversed at full speed, indicating his profound fury. The murderous intent he exuded felt akin to a blade poised at my throat, as if my life could be severed at any moment. How dreadful. Do you think he will succeed in his quest for revenge? It is difficult to predict. The individual who dared to slay sect leader Shur's son must possess considerable confidence. Yet, with so many powerful allies accompanying sect leader Shur, it feels as though they could crush anything in their path. Thus, it remains uncertain. Perhaps only through battle will we discern the outcome. Let us follow and witness this spectacle. Such a dramatic event is a rarity in 100 years. Let us maintain a safe distance to avoid being caught in the aftermath. At the Lord's residence, within a garden, a figure clad in red was delicately crushing fish feed with her slender hands, leisurely scattering it into the pond, where an array of colorful fish eagerly vied for the morsels. Once the fish had feasted, she scattered more, unhurried and at ease. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind her, a valiant woman dressed in black scales, a long sword hanging at her waist. The woman clasped her hands and spoke, "Miss, the people from the Han High Blade sect have arrived in the city. A confrontation is imminent." The figure in red turned, revealing an exceedingly beautiful face. Her ruby lips parted as she replied, "How many times must I remind you to address me by my title here?" "Of course, young city lord." The valiant woman responded sheepishly, though it was not entirely her fault. She had grown accustomed to calling her miss for many years. "That is more like it. Xiaohei, let us go and see the commotion," the city lord expressed with keen interest. "I am quite curious about the origins of these individuals." In an instant, the two figures vanished. Before the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Yao skipped ahead with a small windmill in hand, while Jiang Yi walked with his hands clasped behind him, his youthful visage bearing a calm composure. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Yin Shuran, their laughter somewhat endearing. "It's almost here." Jiang Yao's melodious voice rang out. Just then, a wave of terrifying auras surged behind them, rapidly approaching. "The sect leader. It's them," came an urgent voice, belonging to the representative of the Han High Blade sect. He had inquired about their appearances. Though no one had captured their likeness on a recording stone, some individuals, under his generous reward, had sketched their portraits. Thus, he recognized a few of them at a glance. The sovereign remarked, "There is still one person missing, a white-haired youth, the strongest among them. Your primordial spirit clone was indeed vanquished by him." The individual in charge continued. With a cold snort, Shursin Tian unleashed a terrifying pressure that cascaded towards Jiang Yi and his companions. They turned and recognized the figure before them. He bore a striking resemblance to the primordial spirit clone their master had destroyed. It appeared that these individuals belonged to the Han High Blade sect. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, yet their expressions remained unperturbed. Jiang Yi shielded Jiang Yao behind him, bracing for the impending onslaught. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, absorbing the oppressive force. They recognized him instantly. It was the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. "President Qian, what is the meaning of this?" Shursin Tian was taken aback by Qian Duiyu's intervention, his expression darkening significantly. "Nothing of consequence, merely that you cannot harm these children," Qian Duiyu stated with unyielding authority. Chu Yuan was one of his major clients, and these children were his disciples. Should they be mistreated at the entrance of the chamber, it would jeopardize his business, resulting in significant losses for him. "Are they members of your Wanbao chamber? Did you slay my son and annihilate my primordial spirit clone?" Shursin Tian's eyes blazed with fury. "They are certainly not from my Wanbao chamber, nor did we orchestrate their demise. However, they are my clients now, which means you must not lay a finger on them. Since they are not affiliated with your chamber, that is a different matter. However, let it be known that while they may have business with you, they harbor enmity towards me. Therefore, I shall not let them go unpunished." Shursin Tian continued, "Isn't there still a white-haired one? Summon him forth. Should I slay them, I shall assume their dealings with you. It would be the same. You simply seek to profit from spirit stones. Do not forget that my ancestor once aided you." Qian Duiyu shook his head, saying, "It is precisely because of that small favor from your ancestor that I advise you to abandon your hatred. Distance yourself as far as possible. Perhaps you may yet preserve your life. There are some individuals you cannot afford to offend." "Cannot afford to offend? Humph. Even if he hails from the outside, I demand an explanation. If I retreat today, what face will I have left? Abandoning my grudge is utterly out of the question. I am not wholly ignorant of the outside world. Those who can come here are certainly no formidable figures. My Han High Blade sect is grand in scale. What is there to fear? Oh, you seek an explanation? What sort of explanation do you wish to demand from me?" At that moment, a detached voice resonated, followed by the eruption of a terrifying aura. A formidable presence enveloped the entirety of the floating city, radiating divine might akin to the wrath of the heavens. Under this overwhelming aura, all cultivators within the floating city felt minuscule. Whether they were in the condensing Yuan realm, Pool Yuan realm, Dharma aspect realm, or Nirvana realm, they found themselves immobilized beneath this colossal presence, as if ensnared by a binding spell. An infinite sense of shock and dread coursed through their beings. At this moment, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was fracturing. heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. Even with an abundance of wealth, the pupils quivered violently, revealing endless horror. Chapter 78. A monarch cannot be insulted. To kneel is to invite death. How could this be? This presence emanated from the realm of a monarch, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. That voice belonged to the esteemed companion, who was supposed to be in the completed nirvana stage. Alas, it appears he had merely chosen to remain inconspicuous until now. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, Qian comprehended the truth. He had indeed been a monarch all along, simply choosing not to reveal his true cultivation. No wonder his actions had been so lavish. As a monarch, it was only natural for that senior to possess considerable wealth. It was time to amend his address. A monarch cannot be insulted. To continue calling him a companion would be impolite. He then glanced at Shi Tian and the others, who stood frozen in place, a cold smile forming in his heart. You refused to leave when told to, demanding explanations. Now it seems that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these individuals would meet their end here. Well, this could be considered a form of explanation as well. Not only was Qian Duoyu astonished, but from a distance atop a pavilion, two figures stood, the city lord and the woman in black. The monarch's array of the floating city trembled. This individual's cultivation was undoubtedly above the mid-level of the monarch realm. The presence of such a being in this remote location was utterly inconceivable. Miss, do you recognize which monarch this is? The woman in black's eyes reflected profound reverence. In the broader world, even within the realm of monarchs, their status was significant. The unfamiliar visage and aura rendered her unable to identify him. Naturally, it was possible that the individual concealed their true identity. She had indeed seen the portrait of this youth with white hair, strikingly handsome, yet he remained unrecognizable to her. What had started as mere curiosity had now evolved into something far more intriguing. A faint smile graced the lips of the city lord. She felt no fear towards this monarch, only curiosity. The other cultivators in the city trembled, filled with trepidation. They had never encountered such a terrifying display of power. Those who had previously regarded the Han Hai Dao sect with dread now altered their perspective. Compared to this overwhelming force, the might of the Han Hai Dao sect was utterly insignificant, akin to a gentle breeze. At this moment, true terror reigned supreme. If the other cultivators were merely apprehensive, the members of the Han Hai Dao sect were engulfed in an abyss of fear and despair. Shi Tian's pupils trembled, nearly shattering under the weight of the overwhelming presence, an aura surpassing the nirvana stage. The being they sought vengeance against turned out to be such an existence. In the face of this terrifying might, he felt utterly powerless to resist. All that remained was an infinite sense of despair. Why? Why would such a being appear here? This was illogical. His mind was in turmoil. This bore no resemblance to the revenge journey he had envisioned. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of kneeling echoed, as members of the Han Hai Dao sect, including the deputy sect master Shi Banyu and a late-stage nirvana elder summoned for assistance, succumbed to the ground. Especially the person in charge of directing just now was utterly terrified. Master, kneel down, you must kneel. At such a critical moment, witnessing their own leaders standing there in a daze, the anxious grand elder fell to his knees in fear, desperate for survival. The situation had drastically changed. Failing to bow would lead to death. Indeed, Master, quickly kneel. The others, disregarding everything else, urged him hastily. How could the master be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Eventually, Shi Tian gritted his teeth and knelt as well. For he too wished to preserve his life. Esteemed elder, it is all a misunderstanding. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with humiliation. Yes, esteemed elder. It is all a misunderstanding. Please, show us mercy and allow us to leave the Void City. The Grand Elder of the Hanhai Blade sect pleaded. If given another chance, he would never have come here. However, the response was the cold, indifferent voice of Chu Yuan. A misunderstanding? How laughable. And you still wish to leave? Do you not find that naive? Did you not desire an explanation? Very well. I shall grant your wish. Prepare to meet your end. As the words fell, a massive hand formed from flames appeared in the sky, its palm creating a vortex that generated an overwhelming pull. In an instant, the members of the Hanhai Blade sect were drawn towards it, and as the hand clenched, flames consumed them. Horrific screams echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. The members of the Hanhai Blade sect were instantly refined to ashes, leaving only their storage rings behind. This scene left countless cultivators in a state of shock. It would be etched in their memories forever. They had just witnessed the demise of the sect master and several powerful figures from one of the 10 sects beyond the world. The Hanhai Blade sect, individuals who were usually revered from afar. Yet now, they were extinguished so effortlessly. The impact of this spectacle was monumental. It was as if, on this day, they finally comprehended the existence of beings beyond mere mortals, the true embodiment of invincible strength. Before such entities, even kneeling in supplication could not ensure survival. This was the terrifying nature of the sovereign realm. Qian Duiyu sighed inwardly, realizing that the disparity between the Nirvana realm and the sovereign realm was far more significant than that between the Dharma manifestation realm and the Nirvana realm. Moreover, that elder was no ordinary sovereign. Crushing a few in the Nirvana realm and a group in the Dharma manifestation realm was no different than a Nirvana realm expert dispatching those in the Soul Palace realm and the Five Organs realm. These individuals deserved their demise. He was aware of the circumstances. Foolish Sergio had sought to seize the belongings of Elder Chu's disciple, thus inviting this catastrophe. Truly a case of just deserts. The Hanhai Blade sect sought revenge without legitimacy or sufficient strength. If they were not to perish, who would? Not only had they died, but they would also be met with disdain and contempt. As the fiery hand vanished, the storage rings were swept away by a force and delivered to Jiang Yi and the others. They understood the implication. Their master had once again bestowed upon them the spoils of victory. They were quite accustomed to this. Jiang Yi took the rings and distributed them among the three, striving for fairness. "Thank you, senior brother," Yun Shuran said with a cheerful smile. Although she did not lack these items, she felt compelled to accept the gesture. Even if she had no use for them herself, they could contribute to accumulating wealth for her brother, Xiao Yan. This scene evoked envy in countless onlookers. The storage rings belonging to the upper echelons of the Hanhai Blade sect undoubtedly contained a plethora of treasures. Yet, to directly present such a gift to the younger generation was simply extravagant beyond measure. Who could refrain from feeling envy? However, while they observed the storage rings being passed to several children, none dared to entertain greedy thoughts. Such ideas were inconceivable. At that moment, the overwhelming aura dissipated. The sky cleared, unmarred by clouds. It was as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and declared, "Let us depart." The others nodded in agreement. Xiao Yan was filled with immense excitement, marveling at his master's formidable prowess and dominance. He pondered when he might attain such strength himself. "I want to become as powerful as my master, to vanquish wrongdoers." Jiang Yao raised her tiny fist, her delicate face brimming with determination. "You will," Jiang Yi assured, affectionately tousling her hair. He too felt a surge of aspiration. His master, it turned out, was at the king's realm, Yun Shuran mused inwardly. Previously, she had been uncertain of her master's cultivation level, but now she understood. If her master truly was only 50 years old, possessing such formidable abilities was indeed astonishing. Moreover, her master emanated an air of inscrutable mystery. Following such a master, along with three prodigies even more extraordinary than herself, seemed genuinely captivating. Chapter 79. The power of this strike would even overwhelm a king. Since you are in seclusion, I shall not disturb you. Please, proceed inside. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Qian Duiyu and Jiang Yi arrived outside the #1 training residence. He had intended to pay a visit to Chu Yuan, but upon learning of Chu Yuan's meditation, he refrained from intruding. Meanwhile, on the other side, the cloaked woman inquired, "Miss, shall we pay our respects to that senior?" The elegantly attired lady glanced toward the direction of the Wanbao Merchants Association and thoughtfully replied, "Let us go and pay a visit. Since they have come here, it would be impolite for me, as the city lord, not to extend my hospitality." The cloaked woman nodded, and soon they arrived at the Wanbao Merchants Association. After learning from Qian Duiyu that the other party was in closed-door cultivation, they decided to take their leave. "Since we did not meet, let us depart," the elegantly attired lady stated. "Miss, should we inform the higher-ups? The presence of a king here seems rather unusual, especially since it is an unfamiliar king. This land has an owner. Just notify them. There is no need to concern ourselves with anything else." Understood. Swiftly, the happenings in the floating city spread like wildfire, reaching far and wide. The 10 sects beyond the world received the news in succession. The other 9 sects were stunned, realizing that a terrifying presence at the king's realm had emerged in the floating city. At the same time, they felt a sense of relief that it was not one of their own who had offended this formidable figure. In this moment, they found a perverse pleasure in the plight of the Hanhai Blade sect. They hastily ordered their subordinates to remain calm. One must be exceedingly cautious not to offend those who ought not to be offended. To ensure their safety, they even procured portraits of these individuals, compelling their respective factions to memorize their likenesses with utmost diligence. Failure to do so could result in dire consequences. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the populace, and many tumultuous regions gradually found a semblance of peace. However, for the Hanhai Blade sect, this situation was akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap. Panic ensued as it was discovered that the soul lamps of all who had ventured to the floating city, including the sect leader, had extinguished simultaneously. This ominous sign indicated their collective demise, an unfathomable horror. The Hanhai Blade sect suffered an immediate and significant loss of elite combatants, plunging them into disarray. Even the ancient elders, half buried in their earthen graves, emerged in alarm. Before long, news from the floating city reached them, plunging their hopes into despair. The Han Highblade sect had unwittingly offended a formidable king. Upon hearing this news, their revered ancestor, who had emerged from the coffin in a state of nirvana, could not withstand the shock and passed away on the spot. A climate of trepidation pervaded the Han Highblade sect, with many lower-tier disciples fleeing in panic. The higher echelons were similarly preoccupied, and numerous individuals also chose to escape. Only those truly unwilling to abandon their sect sought means of salvation. Eventually, they resolved to offer the accumulated wealth of their long-standing sect in a bid to beseech forgiveness. For only through the king's pardon could the Han Highblade sect hope to weather this catastrophe. Simply fleeing would not guarantee survival, should the king wish to exact retribution. Who amongst them could evade such a fate? Thus, several elderly figures, nearing the end of their lives, stepped forth, carrying the sect's treasures. Their lifespans were already fleeting, and they deemed their potential demise inconsequential. They resolved to expend their very essence to render a final contribution to their sect. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the floating city, kneeling before the gates of the Wanbao Merchant Association, presenting the treasures. In a moment of determination, they chose to end their own lives on the spot, hoping to quell the king's wrath. There were, however, some individuals of integrity among them. Regrettably, the younger generation proved inept. The merchant, having received the treasures, collected them and incinerated the remains of the elders, honoring a debt of gratitude owed to a former ancestor of the Han Highblade sect who had once aided him. The remains were gathered, and subsequently, the treasures were delivered to the illustrious Tianzi No. 1 residence, where they were entrusted in full to Jiang Yi and his companions. Master, these treasures are sent by the Han Highblade sect, Jiang Yi reported as he approached Chu Yuan's door. You may divide them amongst yourselves, came Chu Yuan's voice in response. He was acutely aware of all that transpired outside. Initially, he had contemplated annihilating the Han Highblade sect, yet, given their display of understanding, he decided to allow their existence to continue for the time being. However, he cautioned that any further transgressions would lead to dire consequences. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed, indicating the return of the disciples' rewards. It was not necessary to deliver the treasures personally. Merely declaring them to his disciples sufficed to trigger the return. This proved to be a most convenient arrangement, as there were indeed considerable quantities involved. The techniques, martial skills, elixirs, spiritual stones, celestial materials, and rare treasures are all abundantly available. Thus, it is evident that the Han Highblade sect has indeed invested heavily. They even provided a top-tier celestial technique, demonstrating commendable sincerity. However, such a level of technique, even if it has been reverted to a royal-grade pinnacle, would fail to capture Chu Yuan's interest. Instead, he might consider whether there exists a particularly formidable technique of the same rank. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has issued numerous bounties, including some precious herbs and celestial materials. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that regardless of grade, they seek the most powerful techniques of the same tier. The bounty offered is 100-fold of the technique's value. For instance, a technique worth 10 inferior spiritual stones would yield 1,000 inferior spiritual stones if selected. Who could resist such excitement? As a result, many factions, including numerous major sects and independent cultivators, eagerly anticipated the challenge. Especially those who believed in the superiority of their techniques flocked to compete. The floating city erupted in a frenzy of martial technique competitions. It is indeed intriguing that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has issued such peculiar bounties. If their manpower is insufficient, perhaps they could send some individuals to assist. It seems that the esteemed elder might have a need for it, thus fostering a benevolent connection. The city lord was once again feeding the fish, casually remarking as he did so. Very well, the woman in the black-scaled attire nodded in response. A month later, within the secluded chambers of the heavenly No. 1 mansion, Chu Yuan was in a state of closed-door meditation. Master, Chu Yuan, age, 50, talent, unrivaled in this era. Astonishing through the ages, master of fire path. Top-tier prodigy, with enhancement from 4 disciples. Potential, beginning at the status of a quasi-immortal emperor. Cultivation, perfection in nirvana realm, complete in the divine soul monarch realm. Technique, Xianyang fiery art, royal grade pinnacle. Perfected, martial skill, vermilion bird azure sky palm. Holy grade pinnacle, entry-level. Comprehension, realm of fire, 20. Disciples, 45. Available for review. With the enhancement from his 4 disciples' talents, his potential has reached the threshold of a quasi-immortal emperor. This indicates that even without significant fortuity, as long as he does not fall and continues his cultivation normally, he can become a quasi-immortal emperor. Should great fortune come his way, he may ascend even beyond that. However, possessing a system of his own. How could he be considered lacking in immense fortune? After comprehending the realm of fire, his cultivation of fire attribute techniques accelerated significantly, allowing him to perfect the royal-grade pinnacle technique. Just days ago, he also entered the initial stage of the vermilion bird azure sky palm. This divine ability, being of the fire attribute, further deepened his understanding of the realm of fire, advancing it directly to 20. During this time, he also learned that the comprehension of realms is categorized into 10 levels. The first level is entry, the third level is minor success, the seventh level is major success, and the 10th level is perfection. With my current power, even the perfected monarch realm cannot withstand a single strike from me. Chapter 80. Jiang Yi's Fortune. The Kirin shakes the heavens. Chu Yuan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The speed at which his strength was enhancing was truly astonishing. With each passage of time, his power underwent a qualitative transformation. The once unattainable realms and strength were rapidly being grasped by him. When the essence of fire reaches a minor completion, one's cultivation can ascend to the realm of a monarch. During this period, although Chu Yuan has been sequestered in his residence for intensive training, his spiritual awareness has traversed numerous texts of the Wanbao Merchant Association, unveiling many profound secrets of cultivation. To elevate one's cultivation to the monarch realm, mastery of intent is imperative. However, mere mastery is insufficient. One must achieve a state of 30% mastery, which corresponds to minor completion, to ensure a stable ascension. This elevation can be accomplished without reliance on external aids. Yet, should one not reach minor completion in their intent, opportunities for advancement do still exist, albeit necessitating the use of external substances. Certain elixirs, precious herbs, esoteric techniques, or unique celestial and terrestrial treasures can enhance the likelihood of ascension. Naturally, the prerequisite remains the mastery of intent. While minor completion is not obligatory, mastery is essential. In simpler terms, one may be inexperienced, but cannot be utterly inept. The former Xuanhua true monarch sought to break into the monarch realm through the refinement of elixirs, indicating a lack of mastery in minor completion. He likely only grasped 1 or 2 levels of intent. Although lacking in minor completion, there exists a distinction between 1 and 2 levels, with the success rate of utilizing external aids naturally favoring the latter. Furthermore, the realm of the primordial spirit is not easily elevated. It is typically observed that an individual's primordial spirit will only advance in tandem with their cultivation breakthrough. Alternatively, there exist specialized techniques or secret methods aimed specifically at refining the primordial spirit, though their efficacy is not exaggerated. Remarkably, Chu Yuan's primordial spirit transcended his own cultivation by an entire realm, a feat achieved through extraordinary power. As Chu Yuan closed his attribute panel and gathered his thoughts, he reflected on the passage of a month. It was time to check on Qian Hui's preparations. Rising, he intended to push open the door when he noticed a figure had already arrived at his threshold, his eldest disciple, Jiang Yi. With a wave of his hand, the door opened, and he swiftly appeared before Jiang Yi. Master, Jiang Yi greeted with a bow. Observing the courtyard, Chu Yuan noted that Jiang Yi was the sole occupant, with the other 3 disciples engaged in their own training in separate chambers. What is it? Chu Yuan inquired. Master, do you recall the collection of stones I purchased previously? Jiang Yi asked earnestly. Chu Yuan nodded, acknowledging not only his memory of the stones, but also recognizing that Jiang Yi had been contemplating one particular stone during this time. I felt that stone was special, Jiang Yi continued with excitement. For while I could see through all the other stones with my heavy pupil, this one remained inscrutable, which is why I acquired it. I have been pondering it for nearly a month, but have yet to fully comprehend its essence. I had intended to present it to you upon your emergence from seclusion, but unexpectedly, last night a restriction manifested upon the stone, which I was able to easily refine using the power of my heavy pupil. Consequently, I obtained a legacy of a divine ability named Qilin Zhentian Bu. Although it does not specify the rank of this legacy, I sense its formidable nature. Alas, the legacy is incomplete, providing only the training methods for the initial 3 steps. The number of steps beyond that remains unknown. The path of cultivation lies within this very essence. I have committed it to memory, and thus wish to present this stone to you, my esteemed master. Your kindness towards me is immeasurable, and feeling utterly indebted. I find myself seizing this opportunity without hesitation. Whatever treasures you acquire, you selflessly share with us. You do not hoard them. At this moment, all that remains in Chu Yuan's heart is awe. Truly, he is the child of destiny. When Jiang Yi procured that pile of stones, he sensed that there was more to it than met the eye. Surely, the fortune of the chosen one was at play. Yet, he never anticipated that Jiang Yi would indeed reap the benefits. The Qilin Tremor Step, a divine inheritance. To be associated with the legendary auspicious beast, the Qilin. This technique must be extraordinary. What moves him even more is that Jiang Yi has not forgotten him, akin to Xiao Yan. He generously shares the powerful divine ability he has obtained. Let me take a look, Chu Yuan said as he accepted the stone, placing it upon his forehead to inspect the inheritance. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. With his current insight, he discerned that this divine ability was of the holy tier, comparable to the supreme Zhuke Qingtian Palm. Thus, although it was incomplete, it remained a supreme holy tier technique. What remarkable fortune! Well then, I have comprehended the method. This stone belongs to you after all. It is your prerogative to decide how it shall be cultivated. Chu Yuan returned the obsidian diamond stone to Jiang Yi. Thank you, Master, Jiang Yi beamed. Although the stone was returned to him, his master had acquired the method. Acknowledging his heartfelt gesture, which filled him with joy. Ding! The master bestows the incomplete supreme holy tier divine ability Qilin Tremor Step Inheritance Stone to the disciple Jiang Yi. Returning with the incomplete Emperor Tier Supreme Divine Ability Qilin Tremor Step Inheritance Stone. Shall this divine ability be renamed? A brand new and more advanced inheritance stone materialized within the system's storage space. An Emperor Tier, even if incomplete, remains an Emperor Tier. Chu Yuan's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, taking on a disciple who is a child of fortune is truly remarkable. Master, I shall begin my cultivation now, Jiang Yi declared. Eager to swiftly master this divine ability, sensing that once he could wield it, his combat prowess would soar. Very well, go forth, Chu Yuan nodded in approval. After Jiang Yi departed, he closed the door and retrieved the inheritance stone to accept its legacy. As Jiang Yi's stone bore no restrictions, he was able to directly embrace the inheritance. Boom. Within his consciousness, a grand and ancient aura of inheritance emerged. After a considerable time, the transmission concluded. Is this the Emperor Tier? Even in its incomplete state, it surpasses the complete Zhuke Qingtian Palm in terror. With the Emperor Tier divine ability now in his possession, it is time to acquire the Emperor Tier techniques. Chu Yuan discovered that his own inheritance was also elevating in caliber. The gap between him and those formidable forces was gradually diminishing. Moreover, his innate talents surpassed those of mere prodigies from powerful factions. The future is indeed promising. In the grand hall of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, a large table was laden with a multitude of storage rings, meticulously categorized. One pile contained elixirs. Another housed foundational liquid, while the diligent president, Qian Duoyu, was thoroughly inspecting the various items. Are all preparations in place? A congenial voice resonated, followed by a figure materializing before him. Chapter 81. The techniques are acquired, ready for elaboration. Senior, you have arrived. Qian Duoyu promptly advanced with a respectful gesture. All the items on your list are here. Chu Yuan inclined his head slightly, beginning his examination. The assortment of elixirs, precious medicines, and crafting materials were all present. The foundational liquid was particularly abundant, with over 1,000 portions. Indeed, while such items were rare in the 100 nations, they were not exceedingly scarce here. Naturally, they were not overly common either. Otherwise, there would be far more than a mere 1,000. The conditions for their refinement must be stringent. There were also several hundred Qinyuan herbs. To say the least, these items alone would suffice for Tianyun Sect to swiftly enhance its strength. Additionally, there was a considerable amount of marrow-cleansing pills, though the 8th grade ones were few, while there was an ample supply of 6th and 7th grade variants. The prospect of a subsequent return was also quite promising. Chu Yuan gestured to collect all the storage rings. How many spirit stones in total? He inquired. Senior, the total is this amount. I've given you a 30% discount and deducted the deposit you previously provided. Thus, you only need to pay this much. Qian Duoyu presented a list detailing the prices and the total sum. Chu Yuan handed him a storage ring. Thank you, Senior, Qian Duoyu remarked as he examined it. Momentarily stunned. Senior, this is far too much. It's double the amount. Not to worry. Consider it a tip. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. After all, spirit crystals were of little concern to him. The treasures returned from the Hanhai Blade sect alone constituted an immense sum. Thus, he had no interest in spirit stones or crystals, having not even touched them with his hands. Thank you, Senior, Qian Duoyu bowed respectfully. You truly are generous beyond compare. You have indeed struck it rich. What are the techniques? Chu Yuan inquired, as that was his primary concern. All is well, Senior, Qian Duoyu explained. This time, the techniques available for bounty range from yellow grade to heavenly grade, totaling no less than 100,000. Naturally, the majority are of lower grades. After numerous competitions and screenings, the strongest 10 techniques were retained for each grade from yellow to earth. As for the heavenly grade, being the foundation of various major forces, only a few were made available. However, when it comes to the strongest of the same grade, the heavenly grade ones can almost all be excluded. Chu Yuan nodded. Very well, Lead me to them. Senior, please follow me, Qian Duiyu said as he took the lead. The competition for techniques did not involve purchasing every single technique for comparison. If that were the case, the expenditure would be astronomical. Thus, every practitioner of the martial arts would briefly expound upon the efficacy of their techniques, subsequently demonstrating their prowess through the exercise of their skills, ultimately allowing the strongest among them to assess the might of these practices. Those whose techniques proved formidable would remain. At this moment, within a grand hall, over 100 individuals had gathered, their excitement palpable at the prospect of an esteemed elder from the King realm gracing them with his presence. Should such a venerable figure take a liking to their techniques, it would be a tremendous boon for them. The assembly comprised practitioners ranging from the condensation realm to the law manifestation realm. Soon, Qian Duiyu and Chu Yuan entered the hall, and the gaze of every person present was instantly drawn to the figure with flowing white hair. Although some had seen portraits of the elder, witnessing the living embodiment of such extraordinary grace was an entirely different experience. They truly understood the meaning of transcendent elegance, unparalleled in the world. After all, while a portrait may capture a semblance of spirit, it cannot wholly encapsulate one's aura. Furthermore, a figure of the King realm appeared almost divine in their eyes. We pay our respects to the elder. We pay our respects to President Qian. The crowd quickly bowed in reverence, filled with admiration. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, while Qian Duiyu also acknowledged them with a nod. He then addressed the assembly. The elder has arrived. You shall now take turns to present your techniques and demonstrate their might for the elder to see. Yes, the individuals began to showcase their abilities. Due to nerves, some stumbled over their words. Yet once they activated their techniques, Chu Yuan's keen perception allowed him to discern their strengths in an instant. After a period of demonstrations, the atmosphere was thick with tension and anticipation. Chu Yuan's gaze eventually settled upon a burly middle-aged man, whose cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the profound pill realm. You shall remain. The others may withdraw, Chu Yuan stated coolly. Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals cast envious glances at the man, surprised that he had been chosen in the end. They dared not voice their thoughts, as incurring the elder's displeasure could lead to dire consequences. As the crowd exited the grand hall, the burly man stood in disbelief, clearly taken aback that he had been the one selected. Though confident in his technique, he feared it was merely a top-tier method of the profound grade, inadequate when compared to those of the earth or heaven grades. Yet, against all odds, he had triumphed. The disbelief mixed with elation made him tremble with excitement. Are you willing to sell your technique to me? Chu Yuan inquired. The man's technique, known as the 9 refinements of the diamond method, was a balanced practice that honed both body and energy, rendering it invincible among techniques of the same rank. Even if others cultivated 3 or 4 techniques of the same level, they could not contend with it. The only methods that could surpass it were those of a higher grade, employing rank suppression. This was precisely the technique Chu Yuan sought, at the very least. It was the strongest he had encountered within the same tier. I am willing, esteemed elder. In fact, I do not wish to sell it, but to gift it to you, the burly man declared. Oh, that is 100-fold value you are foregoing. Are you certain? Chu Yuan asked with keen interest. The prospect of 100-fold compensation was indeed enticing, yet the man felt honored that his clan's technique had garnered the elder's attention. It is indeed the honor and glory of my clan. Such glory cannot be compared to mere spirit stones, the robust man declared earnestly. Henceforth, his family shall take pride in this and pass it down through generations. This is the supreme affirmation of their martial arts. Chu Yuan chuckled softly, finding the robust man rather intriguing. However, he was not one to easily accrue karmic debts. Very well, hand me the martial arts manual, he instructed. The robust man respectfully presented it with both hands. After a brief examination, Chu Yuan stowed it away. What was due must be given. Here, take this. He tossed a storage ring. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. The robust man caught it, sighing inwardly. It seemed this senior held strong principles. Upon inspecting the contents, he was left in a daze. This was not merely 100-fold price, it was 1,000-fold. Thank you, senior, he bowed from afar, filled with gratitude. You should leave now. There may be peril to your life. Stay here and serve as a handyman instead, he remarked after a glance at the other. Chapter 82, Imperial Grade Martial Art, The 9 Revolutions of Eternal Life. Upon returning to his dwelling, Chu Yuan promptly placed the 9 refinements of the diamond art into the system space. No one knew what anomalies might arise from deducing an imperial-grade martial art. Thus, conducting the deduction within the system space was the safest course. Details determine success or failure. One must not be careless. Chu Yuan prioritized stability. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he activated the imperial-grade martial arts deduction card. Instantly, within the system space, the card transformed into radiant brilliance, enveloping the martial arts manual. Moments later, The manual had metamorphosed into an ancient scripture exuding dazzling light. Beep. Deduction successful. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the Supreme Imperial Grade Martial Art 9 Revolutions of Eternal Life. Master can accept the inheritance with a mere thought. The Supreme Imperial Grade Martial Art, 9 Revolutions of Eternal Life. In its complete form. Chu Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. What was he waiting for? Naturally, he was to accept the inheritance. With a swift mental command, he began the process. The ancient scripture transformed into a surge of light, vanishing from the system storage space and appearing within his soul palace, suspended above it. Esoteric and obscure texts continuously emerged. Profound, exceedingly profound. It felt almost insurmountable. Simultaneously, the ancient scripture emanated unmatched power. This was not merely an inheritance. The pages of the scripture themselves became treasures. Now residing within my soul palace, even a divine soul of the respected realm attempting to invade would be instantly suppressed. Chu Yuan sensed that the ancient scripture possessed other functionalities as well. Its intricacies were beyond comprehension, and the pages were also magical artifacts. Contemplating this, he took out the inheritance stone of the Qilin Thunderous Steps. This item should also be a treasure, yet it lacked the potency of the scripture's pages. Why was that? Never mind. At my current level, it seems difficult to fathom. With that thought, he cast it aside. The contents of the ancient scripture could be transmitted to others. Perhaps he could consider passing it on to his disciples. However, even for himself, practicing this ancient scripture felt exceedingly cumbersome, let alone for them. With this in mind, Chu Yuan resolved to refrain from sharing it for the time being. Although bestowing disciples with higher-level teachings may yield greater returns, he has reached a level of understanding that suffices for now. Pursuing advanced levels would prove futile given his current limitations. Therefore, it is prudent to wait a while longer before imparting knowledge to his disciples. The ancient scriptures are far too advanced, and the adage "a common man bears no guilt, yet possesses treasure brings peril" resonates with him. He understands that it is wise to wait until their cultivation reaches a higher standard before sharing such knowledge. For him, delving into the ancient scriptures has nearly reached its limit. Talent is one thing, potential another, but the realm of understanding remains paramount. It is a fallacy to believe that strong talent and potential can completely transcend the necessity of foundational mastery. The imperial tier involves deeper mysteries of the Tao, and his comprehension of the Tao is still in its nascent stages. Thus, even with formidable talent, time is essential for gradual cultivation. Having acquired the necessary resources, he can now devote himself to serious practice. Consequently, Chu Yuan departed from the floating city with his 4 disciples, sending a message to Qianduyu, bidding him farewell. Qianduyu was taken aback by the swiftness of their departure and was left in uncertainty regarding their destination. This time, Chu Yuan directly guided them on their journey, channeling his spiritual power to travel at the speed of a sovereign. Before long, they returned to the Great Wu dynasty. Winter still enveloped the land, and the snow had yet to melt. "We're back," Zhang Yao exclaimed upon seeing the Tianyun Sect, her joy palpable. It had only been a little over a month since their last departure, yet Chu Yuan's strength had undergone a transformative change. Is this really the Tianyun Sect? This was Yun Shuren's first visit to the sect, and she found it hard to believe such a humble sect could be the origin of her master. Sensing that deeper secrets lay beneath the surface, "You may return to the Dao Yuan Peak first." Chu Yuan instructed his disciples before proceeding to the main hall of the sect to summon the higher-ups. Soon, the leaders of the sect arrived in haste. "We pay our respects to the ancestor," they exclaimed excitedly. Under the resources provided by the ancestor, the sect had flourished impressively during this time. "Please, take a seat." Chu Yuan nodded. "This time, I have brought back some items for your use in developing the sect." He retrieved the prepared materials, which he had purchased from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Along the way, he had also selected some items beneficial for his disciples, returning the majority of what he had acquired. Upon his return, he began the distribution. With a wave of his hand, the storage rings overflowed with treasures. Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Over 1,000 bottles. Sovereign tier techniques. Good heavens, ancestor, did you go robbing? The astonishment was palpable as several hundred spirit-enhancing herbs and high-tier, cleansing scripture elixirs were revealed. The entire hall erupted in awestruck exclamations, leaving the sect's leaders nearly faint with disbelief. They resembled destitute beggars who had unexpectedly stumbled upon a national treasury, their joy teetering on the brink of madness. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" they called out, only to realize, to their astonishment, that the figure of the ancestor had vanished without a trace. "Thank you, ancestor, for your generous bestowal." The assembly eventually knelt down, brimming with gratitude. To possess such an ancestor is indeed a stroke of unparalleled fortune, utterly blissful. Recall all external disciples of the Tianyun Sect. Let us retreat and cultivate in seclusion for a time. At this moment, the voice of Chu Yuan resonated. Yes, ancestor. The crowd echoed in unison. In the Blood Shadow Palace, a cavern erupted in an explosion of sanguine light, coalescing into the imposing figure of an elder donned in a crimson robe. His armor, adorned with grotesque skulls on both shoulders, complemented his flowing blood-red hair and a chest thick with crimson fur. His emaciated hands bore nails as sharp as blades. As he traversed the air, each step sent ripples of crimson light cascading beneath him, emanating an aura of terror that stirred the countless inhabitants of the Blood Shadow Palace. Congratulations to Elder Lin on ascending to the late stage of the Nirvana realm, an eerie voice proclaimed. Congratulations to Elder Lin on ascending to the late stage of the Nirvana realm. Instantly, a multitude of voices followed suit. Hee. Lin Huang laughed maniacally, reveling in the accolades of the throngs. Where's Lin Jiuyin? Lin Huang scanned the surroundings, failing to locate Lin Jiuyin's presence. Lin Jiuyin was the next blood offering he had meticulously nurtured. Ancestor, Lin Jiuyin has perished. Elder Enya responded. What? Perished? Repeat that. He demanded. What happened to him? Chapter 83. Enya, ancestor, you may die, but do not provoke him. Lin Huang's face twisted into a ghastly expression, as if he were about to devour someone. Elder Enya swallowed hard before reiterating. Lin Jiuyin has been deceased for half a year. As his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. In that instant, Lin Huang's eyes turned crimson, his murderous intent palpable, chilling the very air around him. This breakthrough to the late stage of Nirvana was meant to be a moment of jubilation, a time to cultivate Lin Jiuyin diligently. Anticipating that once Lin Jiuyin reached the Nirvana realm, he could ascend further. Yet, he was confronted with such dreadful news. His most cherished hope had been shattered. All those decades of cultivation, meant to bear fruit, had come to naught. He was furious. He was livid. Who was responsible? Lin Huang bellowed. I do not know. Elder Enya shook his head. You do not know? He has been dead for half a year. You claim ignorance of who did this? Did no one investigate the matter? What are you all doing? Lin Huang's rage intensified. Are you all utterly useless? The palace master instructed that once you emerged from seclusion, you would handle it yourself, so no one pursued the investigation. Elder Enya replied, his voice trembling. After all, Elder Lin left in haste, and no one knew where he went. In truth, had they chosen to investigate, they could have discerned Lin Jiuyin's whereabouts. But they had not taken any action. In Lin Huang's eyes, a flicker of trepidation emerged. Very well, I shall seek the murderer myself. Infuriated, I am determined to reduce the culprit to ashes. With that, he prepared to depart. Elder, please wait. Elder Enya interjected hastily. Beneath a blood-red moon, Lin Huang turned his head back, his tone icy. What is it now? Indeed, ancestor, during your seclusion, a significant event has transpired. This matter must be disclosed before you can leave, Elder Enya asserted resolutely. It is imperative to mention this, otherwise, grave consequences may ensue. What monumental event could possibly warrant my attention before I depart? If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall not spare you, Lin Huang replied. His mood deteriorating, his irritation escalating. Allow me to explain, Elder Enya began, recounting the incident concerning the sovereign realm in the floating city. What? The sovereign realm? The Han High Blade sect has suffered a setback? Lin Huang's pupils widened in shock, filled with skepticism. Why would there be a sovereign realm here? Are you jesting with me? To ascertain the truth, simply ask the others, Elder Enya suggested, casting his gaze over the assembly. You all must confirm whether what I say is true or false. One by one, the gathered individuals nodded vigorously. At this revelation, Lin Huang was taken aback. With so many individuals in the Blood Shadow Hall, including numerous elders and deacons, it was implausible for them all to deceive him. Thus, it must be true. The sovereign realm has indeed emerged. Although he had recently ascended to the late Nirvana realm, he was acutely aware that he was no match for the sovereign realm. A mere finger from such a being could easily end his life. This meant that the floating city was perilous. However, I am not venturing into the floating city. The opponent is of the sovereign realm. Surely, Lin Jiuyin is not worthy of their intervention. First, I shall employ the soul summoning secret technique to ascertain where he fell. If it truly is the floating city, then so be it. As Lin Huang's thoughts whirled, a plan began to take shape. Is there a portrait or likeness of that sovereign realm individual? For safety's sake, it would be prudent to memorize their appearance. Yes, ancestor. There is, Elder Enya replied, retrieving a scroll and tossing it forth. It depicted not only the sovereign realm individual, but also 4 of their disciples. The tragedy that befell the Han High Blade sect was due to their provocation of these disciples. Ancestor, do not antagonize them. Must you remind me? Lin Huang scoffed, taking the scroll and examining it. The sovereign realm appears so remarkably youthful. He was astonished and envious. Although cultivation can mitigate the signs of aging, It requires a substantial lifespan to achieve such a youthful appearance. Unless there exists some miraculous beauty-preserving technique, one's visage and lifespan are generally proportional. If a person appears to be in their 20s, it signifies that, within their realm, they have only experienced about a quarter of their lifespan. For instance, if an individual possesses an 800-year lifespan, yet has lived for merely 200 years, they are in their prime youth. Of course, this does not imply that being a century old equates to youth. Typically, individuals develop into their youthful state directly, and those who break through swiftly can maintain their appearance. Nevertheless, appearances are not infallible. Some may be mere facades. This sovereign realm individual must have originated from elsewhere. As long as I do not provoke him, I shall be content, Lin Huang thought to himself. He then inquired, by the way, what was the reason for Lin Jiuyin's departure, which ultimately led to his demise? Prior to this, Lin Huayuan had fallen. He had ventured forth seeking vengeance for Lin Huayuan before meeting his own end. The elder of the Shadow Crow answered without hesitation. Lin Huang's expression grew even colder. Lin Huayuan was a source of sustenance for him. Contemplating this, he realized he had effectively lost two sources of sustenance, a most grievous misfortune. I shall go forth and annihilate the murderer, he declared. Otherwise, my heart's wrath shall remain unquenched. With that, Lin Huang vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow of blood that gradually dissipated. Let us hope there is nothing amiss. If there is, so be it. Even if he perishes, as long as it does not involve offending that esteemed figure of the king's realm. The elder of the Shadow Crow thought, shuddering at the mere thought of the consequences of crossing someone of such stature. The king had only recently arrived in the floating city, while Lin Jiuyin had been deceased for some time. Thus, there was unlikely to be any connection. This was indeed a relief. With this thought, the elder's spirits lifted considerably. At Tianyun Sect, atop Daoyuan Peak, a blanket of snow concealed all. Zhang Yi and his companions recollected how, upon their departure, they had engaged in a snowball fight with their master, burying Daoyuan Peak beneath the snow. Even now, it remained unchanged. What is there to worry about? Let us take action, Xiaoyan declared, hands on his hips as he stretched his neck. In the next moment, he transformed into a blazing figure, charging into Daoyuan Peak, where the snow melted into water and was then evaporated. Zipping through the landscape, a brilliant red light darted about, illuminating the snow, which began to diminish at a visible pace. This looks like great fun, I shall join in, Zhang Yao exclaimed, twirling her legs like two wheels of fire. With the operation of the Xianyang fire technique, flames enveloped her as she crashed into Daoyuan Peak, creating a large crater. Behold my prowess. Yun Shuran soared above the snow, using her cultivation to vaporize the top layer. Although she lacked fire-based techniques, evaporating the snow was well within her capabilities. She deliberately moderated her power, ensuring a gradual evaporation, lest the fun end too swiftly. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, rather than assisting them with the snow. He emulated his master's earlier actions, summoning the surrounding snow to form serpentine dragons. However, these were significantly smaller than those his master had conjured, lacking the same imposing presence. With a pointed gesture, 10 snow dragons surged towards Daoyuan Peak. Xiaoyan, having just emerged, beheld this spectacle and grinned. Well done, senior brother, you've managed to complicate matters. In the next instant, he raised his hands to the heavens, conjuring a storm of force that swept the snow into a massive snowball, nearly 100 meters in diameter, hurling it towards Jiang Yi. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Yao and Yun Shuran joined the fray, launching indiscriminate attacks as they engaged in a snowball fight. Yun Shuran even lowered her cultivation to allow Zhang Yao and the others to strike her. Laughter and joyous shouts echoed across the mountain as snowballs flew in every direction. As Chu Yuan approached and witnessed this scene, he chuckled softly. No matter how talented they were ultimately just a bunch of children at heart. Their innocence still intact. He chose not to interfere, merely observing quietly. Chapter 84. Zhang Yi proposes revenge and the crafting of the guardian array. Enough. I can no longer continue. I am utterly exhausted. Half an hour later, Zhang Yao lay sprawled in the snow, raising her small hand to wave. She had been skillfully evading the onslaught of snowballs, truly a spirited battle. The other three, upon witnessing this, chuckled and ceased their playful skirmish. At that moment, Chu Yuan appeared with a flash. While the disciples had engaged in their snowball fight, he had been observing and contemplating the formation techniques. Now, equipped with an abundance of materials for array construction, and having received several king-level formation blueprints returned from the tomes left by the true monarch of mysterious fire, he was ready to attempt the setup of a king-level guardian array. With a king-level guardian array in place, the Tianyun Sect would enjoy enhanced security, rendering the forces of the 10 sects of the outside powerless against them. However, merely having the guardian array was insufficient. The spiritual veins beneath the Tianyun Sect were of a low tier. He intended to utilize a considerable quantity of spirit crystals and top-grade spirit stones to forge an acquired spiritual vein and employ a gathering array to concentrate spiritual energy, enhancing its richness exponentially, thus transforming it into a true sanctuary for cultivation. In due time, he envisioned the mountains adorned with a variety of spiritual flora and precious herbs. All of this was achievable and not overly challenging. Master. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Yao rose from the snow mound. Master, you have finally arrived. We are utterly spent from our snowball fight. Chu Yuan smiled warmly, gently lifting her with a wave of his hand. With a flick of his long sleeves, he swept away all the accumulated snow atop Daoyuan Peak. Xiaoyan, take Xu Ran to choose a place to stay. Certainly, Master, Xiaoyan replied with a grin. Xu Ran, come along with me. The two departed to select their accommodations. There were many vacant pavilions, each a standalone structure. I shall roast some meat. Let us enjoy a meal together, Jiang Yi announced at that moment. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that cultivation alone would not suffice. A touch of life's essence was essential. Hooray! Jiang Yao exclaimed, her joy palpable, for she was the most eager among them. If she grew even stronger, she would likely need to carry a pot on her back when venturing out, eagerly calling out to devour every beast she encountered. Jiang Yi produced some dragon meat. Previously, Chu Yuan had granted him the remaining half of the 6th-tier dragon meat that had been returned. Brother, allow me to assist you. Jiang Yao, seemingly rejuvenated, cheerfully rushed over to lend a hand. Chu Yuan swiftly returned to his pavilion to practice his array techniques. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier array discs could be crafted in mere breaths, effortlessly forming arrays with a flick of his wrist. Simple. The 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers required slightly more time. Yet still only a fraction of effort to achieve instantaneous formation. Not bad. However, the 7th and 8th tier arrays demanded considerably more time and could not be instantaneously manifested. As the complexity increased, so did the challenges. Time for a meal. After dining with his disciples, he returned to refine the king-level guardian array. Upon reaching the king level, the difficulty escalated sharply. For the entire day that followed, he immersed himself in the crafting of the king-level guardian array's discs. This supreme class of formation would require several days to complete, even for him. This is still due to the formidable strength of his primordial spirit, which grants him greater power. Otherwise, the time required would multiply several times over. In the early morning, a disciple seeks an audience with the master. In front of the attic, Jiang Yi stands tall and resolute, his gaze unwavering. Chu Yuan pauses his alchemical work and steps outside, his eyes falling upon him. What is it? Master, I wish to leave the sect for a while, Jiang Yi replies earnestly. Chu Yuan inquires. Are you intending to eradicate the remnants of the Bloodblade sect? In Jiang Yi's eyes, he perceives hatred and murderous intent. The only thing that could drive Jiang Yi to such fervor is the annihilation of the Bloodblade sect that had devastated the Jiang family. Although the sect has been largely dismantled, some remnants still linger. Nothing escapes the master's scrutiny. Jiang Yi nods. The principal culprit behind the destruction of my Jiang family is dead, yet those who have stained their hands with our blood still remain. I have made considerable progress in my cultivation. It is time to settle the score. Avenge my kin, it is only right. Chu Yuan places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. However, you must take Jiang Yao with you. Master, she is still young. A hint of reluctance appears in Jiang Yi's eyes. He has always sought to protect his sister, wishing to shield her from this enmity. He believes it is his responsibility to resolve it alone. Youth is no excuse. This grudge also belongs to her. She is beginning to grasp the situation. Therefore, you must take her along. If you go alone to seek vengeance, she may one day regret not having the chance to confront some enemies herself. Chu Yuan continues. Cultivation is inherently brutal. You cannot always prioritize her protection. Allow her to experience certain trials. It is the best means of fortifying her, rendering her devoid of weaknesses. With your dual pupils and her supreme bone, both of you are destined to tread upon the myriad realms and to ascend to greatness. One must traverse mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest. Listening to his master's words, Jiang Yi stands frozen in place. He gradually comprehends that she might harbor regrets, and that flowers cultivated in a sheltered environment cannot endure adversity, thoughts he had never entertained before. He had always aimed to protect his sister while overlooking her own emotions and life. If regrets do arise, they may give birth to inner demons. Contemplating this, he feels a twinge of fear. After a long pause, he takes a deep breath, expressing his gratitude. Master, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. He realizes his master is right. His sister must undergo her own experiences to truly grow strong. It would be selfish to allow her to evade challenges. As they must face them together, he will simply shield her from danger when necessary. Chu Yuan nods slightly, and then conveys a message to the other 3 disciples. Come forth. Soon, Jiang Yao, Xiao Yan, and Yun Shuren appear. Master, they all say in unison. Your elder brother intends to seek vengeance for the annihilation of our clan. You shall accompany him, Chu Yuan instructs. Jiang Yao, who had been smiling brightly, now withdraws her smile. For she has come to realize that she and her brother once had a family, including a mother and father, who were all slain by the Bloodblade sect. Each time she observes others being loved by their parents, a pang of envy strikes her heart, something that could have been hers. Thus, within her, a burgeoning hatred for the Bloodblade sect begins to take root. Though it is known that the master annihilated the leader of the Bloodblade sect along with a multitude of others, the remnants of that sect still exist. Now, the opportunity for vengeance presents itself, a most fortuitous circumstance. Yes, master. Xiao Yan solemnly clasped his hands. The enemies of his senior brother and second sister were indeed his own. Yun Shuren nodded in agreement, her heart swelling with sympathy as she learned of Jiang Yi and the others' hidden past. Chu Yuan declared, I have another task to assign to you. After eradicating the remnants of the Bloodblade sect, proceed to eliminate the vestiges of the Qingmu sect as well. Presently, numerous remnants of the Qingmu sect remain, not yet extinguished. It is an excellent opportunity for the disciples to hone their skills. With Yun Shuren, who has reached the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm, there should be little danger. Should any peril arise, my spiritual projection shall intervene promptly. Besides, they will likely only traverse the surrounding kingdoms. With my current cultivation, I can swiftly respond to any anomalies. Furthermore, as children of destiny, it is time they ventured forth on their own. Perhaps many fortuitous encounters await them. As their master, I must gradually allow them to grow independent, ensuring they do not become mere flowers in a greenhouse. I shall only intervene when they truly require my assistance. Yes, master. They chorused eagerly. Soon, the 4 departed. Chu Yuan resumed his work on the formation plates for the Royal Level Protective Array. Chapter 85. Lin Huang. The sky is falling. Outside the Tianyun Sect, figures would occasionally return, disciples who had been training in the outside world or deacons managing external affairs. They had received urgent messages from the sect, summoning them back with great haste. Confusion clouded their minds. What could be of such urgency? Yet, upon their return, they were left in states of shock and foolish grins. Their cultivation resources had been enhanced a staggering 100-fold. Moreover, numerous additional benefits awaited them, including the legendary Foundation Establishment Elixir. The name of the Foundation Establishment Elixir was well known to them. A single vial had fetched an astronomical price at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in the Great Wu Dynasty. Now, they were informed of their opportunity to partake in such a treasure. What extraordinary joy this was! Upon learning that all of this had been bestowed upon them by Ancestor Chu, many disciples could not help but kneel in gratitude towards Daoyuan Peak, each more fervent than the last. What was a humble act of gratitude when faced with such immense grace from Ancestor Chu? They were overwhelmed with appreciation. Of course, the sect's higher-ups were not naive. While it was acceptable for everyone to receive the standard 100-fold cultivation resources, rare treasures could not be distributed so liberally. They continued to pursue an elite path. To obtain such rare items, one must demonstrate diligence and achieve results. Only the outstanding would be granted more rewards. This approach served 2 purposes. First, it prevented the waste of precious resources. Second, it inspired the disciples' fighting spirit. Naturally, it also tested their loyalty to the sect. Only those who proved themselves worthy would receive greater rewards. For a sect to thrive, such measures were imperative. After Lin Huang departed from the Blood Shadow Palace, he invoked the secret technique of soul summoning and followed the trail, only to find himself in the land of the 100 nations. Such a remote place surely had no connection to the ruler of the Void City. He breathed a sigh of relief, yet confusion soon enveloped him. However, how could Lin Juyin, that useless wastrel, who was nonetheless at the Dharma Manifestation realm, have perished in such a place? He furrowed his brow. The land of the 100 nations was widely known for its desolation. It was a miracle if one could achieve the Soul Palace realm here. The prospect of breaking through to the Dharma Manifestation realm was utterly impossible. If that were the case, how could Lin Juyin have fallen here? It felt awry. No, he need not have necessarily perished in the land of the 100 nations. Could it be that he had met his end in the boundless sea? In the depths of the boundless sea, not only the Dharma Manifestation realm, but even those in the Nirvana realm could face demise. If it truly was the boundless sea, he would not dare to venture recklessly. After a considerable time, he arrived at the Great Wu Dynasty, near the Tianyun Sect, where he halted. To his astonishment, it was not the boundless sea, but this place. How could he possibly have perished here? In such a secluded location, could there be some hidden powerhouse? He immediately extended his consciousness to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. He hastily retrieved the portrait given to him by Elder Inya and gazed at the 4 children depicted within, 2 youths, a young girl, and a little girl. Looking into the distance, he pierced through layers of obstruction and spotted 4 figures flying away 1,000 miles off. Was this not an exact match? This was alarming. Why were they here? Were they not supposed to be in the Void City? Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He wiped them away, only for more to emerge. In that moment, his mind was in disarray. Damn it! He had encountered the very individuals he wished to avoid. Lin Jiuyin had also met his demise here. Who in this place could have slain Lin Jiuyin of the Dharma Manifestation Realm? The answer seemed to be on the verge of revealing itself. Even if it was not that ruler, perhaps there was still a connection to them. What rotten luck, indeed. This was no place to linger. The winds howled ominously. Thoughts of avenging his nemesis had been cast aside. The presence of those children here likely indicated that the ruler was also nearby, and it was conceivable that Lin Jiuyin had fallen by their hand. He dared not gamble. His escape was paramount. Regret for having come here gnawed at him. He decided to flee. However, just as he cautiously turned to make his escape, a calm voice suddenly echoed in his ear. From the Blood Shadow Palace? He trembled all over, a chill coursing through him. He had not even discerned who spoke. It was utterly terrifying. Without hesitation, Lin Huang ignited his vital essence and utilized blood escape to dash away into the distance. Since he had arrived, why the urgency to depart? The voice that resonated carried an air of profound indifference. Lin Huang felt as though the world was spinning around him, the surrounding scenery shifting rapidly. His head grew heavy, and he nearly fainted. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Once he regained his senses, he realized that everything around him had transformed. He found himself on a modest mountain peak, where 9 pavilions stood tall. Before one of these pavilions stood a strikingly handsome young man with white hair, adorned in robes of purple and gold. He stood in the void, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Lin Huang with an expression of indifference in his eyes. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Huang's mind went blank, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. The Realm of Kings. It was indeed the Realm of Kings. He had been captured by this individual. This was the end. In that moment, Lin Huang felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Driven by an instinct for survival, he hastily rose and knelt, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the esteemed senior. I was merely passing through and am not affiliated with the Blood Shadow Hall. Your bloodline aura, do you presume you can deceive me?" Chu Yuan observed him coolly. Moments prior, he had sensed an aura approaching the Tianyun Sect. Upon investigation, he discovered it was linked to Lin Jiuyin, thus revealing the connection to the Blood Shadow Hall. Furthermore, it was evident that there was a blood relation. There was no need for further speculation. The individual had come seeking vengeance, prompting him to decisively capture Lin Huang. Lin Huang was drenched in sweat, cursing under his breath for having overlooked the bloodline aura in his haste. It appeared that Lin Jiuyin had indeed perished at this man's hands. "Esteemed senior, I assure you, I am not a member of the Blood Shadow Hall. I was once, but I have since withdrawn. Now, I am merely a wandering cultivator." He could not admit to his previous affiliation, for that would be tantamount to deceit. "I came in search of a junior, but it seems I have inadvertently offended you. Esteemed senior, should he have fallen by your hand, then he truly deserved it." Lin Huang ingratiatingly continued, "Rest assured, I harbor no resentment towards you. If you prefer that I leave, I am willing to serve at your side, to toil for you as a humble servant." Serving a being of the Realm of Kings was hardly a disgrace. "Ancestor, are you there?" At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng's voice echoed from outside. Chu Yuan had previously set up an illusionary formation around Daoyuan Peak, obscuring the interior from external view. With a mere gesture, he summoned Xiao Qingfeng into the space. Xiao Qingfeng paused for a moment, but upon seeing Chu Yuan, he broke into a grin. "Greetings, ancestor." "There's no need for such formality, Xiao Lao." Chu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. "Wait, why is there someone kneeling here?" As Xiao Qingfeng turned his head, intending to check on Jiang Yi and the others, he was startled to find Lin Huang on the ground. At this moment, Lin Huang glanced at Xiao Qingfeng, assessing his late-stage phase of the 5 organs realm, pathetically weak. His divine sense detected that he was within an exceedingly feeble sect. It appeared to be the very sect he had previously disregarded during his brief encounter outside. To his astonishment, this was the hidden sanctuary of the Realm of Kings. Moreover, the individual he faced was the ancestor of this minuscule sect. Such a weak sect housing such a formidable ancestor was simply unfathomable. In that instant, he was engulfed by shock and disbelief, despite the seemingly frail appearance of Xiao Qingfeng. At this moment, Lin Huang managed to muster a strained smile toward him. His desire to survive was overwhelming. The cultivation of this individual appears to be rather formidable. Xiao Qingfeng felt utterly unable to discern the true strength of the kneeling man before him. The late stage of the Nirvana realm, it's merely that. Chu Yuan remarked indifferently. "Oh, what is that about the late stage of the Nirvana realm?" Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. This kneeling figure was actually in the late stage of the Nirvana realm. The Nirvana realm, as documented by the Tianyun Sect, was the pinnacle of cultivation. Yet now, there existed someone of such prowess kneeling before the ancestor. Furthermore, the ancestor claimed that the late stage of the Nirvana realm was nothing remarkable. Is this even a sensible statement? However, what Lin Huang said next left Xiao Qingfeng even more astonished. I implore you, esteemed elder, grant me the opportunity to serve as your humble slave. Lin Huang bowed his head in supplication. Chapter 86, Astonishment. He is merely 50 years old. A legendary figure in the Nirvana realm kneeling was one thing, but to actually bow and plead for servitude was another. If it were a matter of following, it would be a different story. At least there would be some semblance of dignity. However, to be a slave, one must completely disregard their own humanity. The status of a servant is the most menial, to put it bluntly, even beneath that of a dog. Xiao Qingfeng was utterly flabbergasted. Initially, he believed the ancestor was merely in the Nirvana realm, yet it now appeared that the ancestor had transcended his understanding of cultivation. Recovering from his shock, Xiao Qingfeng sighed deeply. He was no fool. The fact that a late-stage Nirvana realm cultivator would humbly beg in such a manner indicated that the ancestor's power far surpassed that of this individual. Even a fully realized Nirvana realm cultivator could not achieve such humility, as they would exist within the same tier. Thus, the ancestor's strength must indeed transcend the Nirvana realm. The ancestor is merely 50 years old. Truly, this is increasingly astonishing. Xiao Qingfeng could not help but express his pride, chuckling, for the ancestor had grown up under his watchful eye. The once little child had, in the blink of an eye, become capable of wielding immense power. Especially in recent times, the ancestor seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. As if there were no limits to his ascension. It felt almost surreal, a feat too grand for even the wildest dreams. Yet it had become reality. This sentiment could only be comprehended by the old-timers of the Tianyun Sect, like them. However, upon hearing his words, Lin Huang stood there in stunned silence. A King's realm cultivator at merely 50 years old. How could this be possible? Even if one were to begin cultivating from the womb, it would be inconceivable. Surely, I must be mishearing or hallucinating. A 50-year-old in the King's realm is simply unbelievable. Those who believe it are fools, he muttered unconsciously. Xiao Qingfeng frowned, somewhat displeased. What are you mumbling about? Do you doubt that the ancestor is only 50 years old? How dare you question the elder's age? You truly are a fool. Lin Huang. He heard it again. 50 years old. It turned out he had not misheard. The elder truly claimed that the King's realm cultivator was 50 years old. How is this even conceivable? From the moment of his birth, he was hailed as a prodigy. After centuries of struggle and perseverance, he finally acquired the ancestral technique, relying on the blood essence of his descendants to arduously break through to his current realm. He is indeed a genius. It is said that reaching the Nirvana realm by the age of 500 is implausible, yet he has already attained the kingly state at 50. When did this breakthrough occur? Was it in his 40s? If this were true, the hearts of cultivators across the realm would surely shatter. Senior, are you truly only 50? As he posed this question, his entire being trembled, a desperate yearning for the answer consuming him. Initially, Chu Yuan had no intention of engaging, but the fervor in the man's demeanor piqued his interest for amusement. He directly emanated the aura of his bone age, for in this world, age is most accurately gauged by bone age. When major sects recruit disciples, they assess bone age through palpation. For the powerful, this aura can be unleashed. This aura of bone age is also referred to as the rings of life. Lin Huang, upon sensing Chu Yuan's bone age aura, felt his pupils constrict to pinpricks, overwhelmed by even greater fear and astonishment than when he first encountered Chu Yuan. He understood the existence of the kingly realm and thus did not find it unreasonable. However, he now experienced a new terror, one that shattered his previous understanding. A 50-year-old in the kingly realm, was this still human? What then of those who have cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years? Lin Huang's aura surged chaotically, a clear indication of his shaken resolve. TSK. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Why compare with anyone else when one could compare with an ancestor? Wasn't he that akin to courting death? Who wouldn't he have their heart shaken? At that moment, Chu Yuan extended his hand, and Lin Huang was instantly drawn before him. Senior, what do you intend to do? Although his heart wavered, he was not entirely foolish. Being suddenly summoned caused Lin Huang great unease. Did you not wish to serve as a slave and a servant? I shall grant your wish, Chu Yuan declared. Really? Thank you, senior. Lin Huang exclaimed with joy. To follow such an existence, even as a servant, promised boundless potential. However, before he could finish his gratitude, a blood-curdling scream escaped him as Chu Yuan pressed a hand upon his head. An overwhelming force of primordial spirits surging into Lin Huang's soul palace, refining his soul palace and consciousness, as well as his primordial spirit. The excruciating agony felt like his very soul was being torn apart, plunging Lin Huang into an unprecedented despair. He realized that his fate was sealed. There was no escape from his torment. His screams were ghastly enough to send shivers down Xiao Qingfeng's spine. Moments later, Lin Huang fell silent, his pupils dilating. The essence of life nearly extinguished. Chu Yuan released him, and he stood motionless like a marionette. Ancestor, has he truly perished, or is he still alive? Xiao Qingfeng inquired. Perplexed, Chu Yuan replied, he is dead. His conscience has been obliterated by me. Both his primordial spirit and physical form have been refined. After all, he was at the late stage of nirvana. Crushing him would be a waste. I am considering refining him into a puppet, which could serve to protect the sect. Within the puppet manual left by the true monarch of mysterious fire, there are two methods of puppet creation. The first involves crafting with materials, such as the two puppets obtained from the true monarch's cave, which were formed from special materials. Another method involves the crafting of puppets from living beings, which undeniably carries a certain cruelty and demands meticulous attention. If one merely refines the opponent's essence and physical form, the lifeless spirit and body will inevitably decay and disintegrate after a time. It is only through the application of extraordinary secret techniques, alongside numerous precious materials, that one can forge a puppet capable of enduring for an extended duration. Such puppets, akin to weapons, possess the remarkable ability to transcend the limitations of natural lifespan. However, the creation of such extraordinary puppets is profoundly challenging. The methods of refinement, the materials utilized, and a stroke of fortune are all indispensable. As the esteemed Xian Huizhenjun remarked, the resources required to craft a living puppet would suffice to nurture several formidable beings of the same realm, or even to create multiple puppets purely from materials. Moreover, one of the primary components for crafting living puppets is exceedingly rare and elusive, remaining scarce even in the vastness of the outer world. Consequently, the predominant puppets in existence are typically fashioned from materials rather than living beings. There are instances of treasures being created from corpses, yet these are not truly puppets. They are merely refined corpses. The items produced through corpse refinement lack the durability of genuine puppets. Fortuitously, Xian Huizhenjun once acquired a small fragment of that most crucial material, albeit a mere scrap, which has remained unused until now. Presently, in the hands of Chu Yuan, having been returned through the act of apprenticeship, it has become even more refined. Nonetheless, that scrap is sufficient for the crafting of Lin Huang. Additionally, there exists a common method of controlling others by sealing or dominating their souls, thereby employing one's own spiritual essence to manipulate another's body. However, this does not constitute a true puppet, for authentic puppets can perform tasks autonomously based on directives, even in the absence of spiritual control. Chapter 87. The ancestor is a sincere person, Bloody and Hall is in a frenzy. Thus, Xiao Qingfeng comprehended the situation. No wonder the ancestor spoke of fulfilling the plea to make that individual a servant. It turns out the intention was to transform the other into a puppet, allowing for unrestrained command, thereby indeed satisfying the conditions of servitude. The ancestor is truly a sincere individual, not deceiving the other. He had heard some whispers regarding the legendary puppets. On behalf of the sect, I express my gratitude to the ancestor. Xiao Qingfeng bent his knees, prepared to kneel in reverence. After all, this was a being at the late stage of nirvana, and as a puppet, it would certainly not be weak. And the ancestor's intention to bequeath it to the sect filled him with immense gratitude. Just as he was about to kneel, he was gently lifted by Chu Yuan, who smiled and said, Elder Xiao, there is no need for such formality. I, Chu Yuan, am not one to forget my roots. I am aware. Yet your deeds truly merit my gratitude, and that of the entire sect, Xiao Qingfeng stated earnestly. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us not dwell on this. Elder Xiao, your unexpected visit, do you have something to discuss? Indeed, Xiao Qingfeng felt somewhat embarrassed as he replied. I have encountered some issues in my cultivation and wish to seek your counsel. I hope I am not interrupting your practice. Chu Yuan shook his head. Not at all. It is a trivial matter. Hee. Xiao Qingfeng chuckled lightly and then inquired curiously. Then I shall trouble the ancestor. Indeed, esteemed ancestor. I just overheard someone mention that above the Nirvana realm lies the Monarch realm. Xiao Qingfeng is truly a remarkable individual. Previously, he would call Chu Xiaozai. But after Chu Yuan became the ancestor, he was the quickest to change his address, showing neither embarrassment nor pride. Yes, beyond the Nirvana realm is the Monarch realm, followed by the Venerable realm. Chu Yuan also spoke of the 10 sects beyond the 100 nations and the suspended city. This Lin Huang must be the grand elder or ancestor of the Bloody and Hall. With a sharp intake of breath, Xiao Qingfeng realized that even beyond the 100 nations, the ancestor could effortlessly dominate the so-called 10 sects beyond the world, which is truly formidable. Just from listening to the ancestors' descriptions, he understood the immense strength of those external forces. Yet, the ancestor claimed he could sweep aside those powers. Merely hearing this filled him with awe at the ancestor's terrifying prowess. Enough praise for me. If you have any uncertainties regarding your cultivation, do share. After a fragrant incense stick had burned, Chu Yuan addressed all of Xiao Qingfeng's inquiries. However, Xiao Qingfeng still felt somewhat perplexed and would require additional time to thoroughly comprehend and digest the information. How about this? I shall allocate half a day each month to clarify any doubts regarding your cultivation. Merely providing resources for cultivation is not entirely sufficient. For example, when it comes to techniques, Xiao Qingfeng and the others often find them elusive. If I can offer some guidance, it might save them several years of misguided efforts. After all, half a day's time is not too burdensome. Consider it a balance of work and rest. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed with a grin. If those old fellows of yours were to learn of this, they would likely leap with joy. He continued, I shall not disturb you further, ancestor. I shall take my leave. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile. Xiao Qingfeng cupped his hands in respect, and then soared away from Daoyuan Peak. Chu Yuan glanced at Lin Huang and waved his hand, placing him into the system's storage space for preservation. Once he completed the refining of the monarch-level protective array, he could then proceed to craft puppets. However, he pondered whether the Bloodying Hall would send more individuals. He hoped for a few more. Chu Yuan had just scanned with his consciousness and noted that Lin Huang possessed considerable wealth. Once the disciples returned, he would teach them and reward them in kind. Any resources gained through teaching would not be wasted. Even if they did not come, once he finished his tasks, he would make a personal visit to the Bloodying Hall. Chu Yuan had formulated his plans. Since they had already become adversaries, he certainly would not let the Bloodying Hall off easily. He retrieved a cultivation technique and secret arts from the storage ring of his opponent, intrigued by them. The ancestor is willing to enlighten us. This is truly splendid. Upon receiving this news, the higher-ups of the Tianyun Sect were filled with excitement. They indeed had many perplexities regarding their cultivation, some of which had troubled them for years. Additionally, they had learned from Xiao Qingfeng that the ancestor had surpassed the Nirvana realm, which brought them even greater joy. The ancestor had become a legendary figure they had witnessed rise to prominence. They regarded the ancestor as a deity. At the Bloodying Hall, moments prior, in a grim and desolate hall of skeletal remains, lamps casting a greenish glow flickered ominously, some flames towering to about 30 feet, exuding an intense aura of power. The flames danced faintly, revealing shadowy figures. These were the soul lamps. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, one of the brightly burning soul lamps extinguished without warning. This shocking event sent the elder on duty into a state of cardiac arrest. Oh no, one of the ancestral soul lamps has gone out. Soon, the Grand Elder of the Shadow Crow learned of this dire news, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. How could an ancestor have fallen? Could it be the venerable Lin? After all, Lin Huang had not departed long ago, and he had gone seeking revenge, making him the first suspect in the elder's mind. Upon confirming the dreadful news, he was left stunned, his pupils shaking in disbelief. It indeed was he. The Grand Elder of the Shadow Crow grew increasingly anxious. Within such a brief span, Lin Huang, at the peak of the Nirvana realm, had perished, even in a confrontation with a fully realized Nirvana master. It was implausible for one to fall so swiftly. At the very least, one could have managed to escape for several days. No, this cannot be true. At that moment, beads of cold sweat cascaded down the Grand Elder's face. It must not be that they had provoked that formidable figure. He nearly collapsed as he hurried to the palace of the Hall Master. Hall Master, we face grave trouble. What is it? The Hall Master opened her eyes. A green luminescence radiating from them, fixating intensely on him. Lin Huang has fallen. What? The Hall Master was taken aback. He had only just left. And now he was dead. He was at the peak of Nirvana. Who could have killed him? As this thought crossed her mind, the Hall Master's expression darkened. This is troublesome. Originally, it was believed that Lin Jiuyin and his companions had been slain by members of the other 9 sects, but now it seemed unlikely. Unless several ancestors from the other sects collaborated, it was impossible to kill Lin Huang. The Hall Master frowned. Indeed, I fear he may have offended the ruler of the Void City. The Grand Elder of the Shadow Crow dared not imagine how dire the consequences could be. Quickly investigate Lin Huang's route of departure, trace the clues, and ascertain whether he has offended that individual. The Hall Master commanded urgently, adding, furthermore, all members of Lin Huang's lineage must be placed under house arrest. Understood, replied the Grand Elder of the Shadow Crow, hastening to fulfill the orders. Left alone, the Hall Master spoke solemnly. If it is true that he has offended that person, and they are unyielding, then I will have no choice but to flee. Chapter 88. A Monstrous Abomination. Truly, it is too monstrous. Wicked and inhumane, this technique is utterly devoid of humanity. At the Daoyuan peak of the Tianyun Sect, Chu Yuan conjured flames in his hands, incinerating the scriptures of the ancestral technique completely. Such a method, which consumed the lives of descendants as nourishment, held no merit for preservation. However, the soul-summoning secret technique is quite remarkable. This technique, devoid of rank, belongs to a special category of secret arts. As long as one retains a trace of another's soul essence, the technique can be employed to trace back to the source of that essence, pursuing the whereabouts of the individual, even if the individual is deceased, provided the time since their death is not too long and their soul essence has not entirely dissipated or been deliberately erased. One can track down the location of their demise. Erasing soul essence completely is no simple feat, even at the level of a ruler. The mysteries of the soul remain largely elusive. It turns out that they discovered this location through a secret technique. However, he had not encountered this technique among Lin Huayuan's relics before. He only acquired it now. This technique can indeed be preserved for the time when he imparts it to his disciples, returning it with greater strength. Additionally, leaving a trace of his disciples' spiritual essence will facilitate their search for them should they venture far for training in the future. Zhang Yi and his companions have already arrived at the desolate ridge, commencing their pursuit of the remnants of the Blood Knife Sect. Although the Blood Knife Sect has been deserted for quite some time, even the deepest concealments inevitably leave behind some clues. Once they discover a few remnants, Zhang Yi and his companions can follow the trail to uncover more. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of time. Notably, the remnants of the Blood Knife Sect are not particularly formidable, with hardly any at the Five Organs realm. Many factions within the Desolate Ridge have some knowledge of the whereabouts of these individuals. As soon as Zhang Yi and his entourage appear, there will be those eager to curry favor with them, directly providing information. After all, while the people of the Desolate Ridge may not be aware of how powerful Chu Yuan has become, having only heard tales of how he effortlessly vanquished the fully realized ancestor of the Qingmu sect, the mere mention of his name is sufficient to instill fear across the region. As disciples of Chu Yuan, who would not wish to ingratiate themselves with them, "Young Master Jiang, I knew you would eventually arrive," exclaimed the head of the Yang family, bowing and flattering Zhang Yi and his companions. "I indeed have knowledge of the whereabouts of some individuals from the Blood Knife Sect. I had originally planned to eliminate them. Considering our families, the Yangs and the Jiangs, have been friends for generations. However, upon realizing that you might seek vengeance yourselves, I refrained from taking action, merely keeping a close watch on their movements. Among them are two elders from the Blood Knife Sect. Now, my information can finally prove useful. Please lead us." "You shall not be without reward," Zhang Yi nodded. "Leading you, young Master Jiang, is my honor. How could I possibly ask for a reward?" The head of the Yang family declared earnestly. "I, Yang, am not that kind of person. Less talk, more action. Lead the way," Zhang Yi replied, tossing a storage ring towards him. "Oh." The head of the Yang family took it and examined it, instantly beaming with delight. "Young Master Jiang, you are truly generous. Allow me to guide you. Please follow me, esteemed guests." Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a lake. The head of the Yang family said, "Young Master Jiang, this place is known as Little Egret Lake. Though it spans only a few dozen miles, seemingly unremarkable, it actually connects to a vast underground river beneath. The two elders from the Blood Knife Sect are within it. Their water-based cultivation allows them to move through the water with ease, fighting like fish in their element. To be honest, most of the Blood Knife Sect has already departed from the Desolate Ridge. These two are among the few who remain." Xiaoyan asked, "How do you know they are inside?" "One of our family's esteemed elders, skilled in stealth and at the Five Organs realm, personally tracked them down. One of the two is at the late stage of the profound core realm, while the other has reached perfection and neither detected our elder. In this lake, there exists a remarkably concealed cavern, which serves as the dwelling for the two of them. Not long ago, our esteemed elder visited to inspect the place, and they remain there. Although the Blood Knife Sect has fallen from grace, rendering it seemingly unworthy of attention. The possibility of Zhang Yi returning for vengeance prompted a cautious vigilance. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. This sentiment was not exclusive to the Yang family. Many other factions in the Wild Ridge shared the same approach. Consequently, the Blood Knife Sect found itself unable to stay here any longer, with the exception of a few. The majority had already departed. "You are aware of the exact location of the cavern, are you not?" Zhang Yi inquired. "Naturally, I am. Please follow me." The group, enveloped in a protective aura of true essence, trailed behind the clan leader Yang into the depths of the lake. Below, the water was pitch black and profoundly deep, and they continued their descent. Although the distance of several dozen miles could be considered neither large nor small, for those who had yet to cultivate their soul palaces and develop spiritual awareness, locating someone was indeed not a simple task. As they descended, the water pressure increased. Yet for beings of their caliber, such pressure was virtually negligible. With their cultivation, they could hold their breath for extended periods. They are within. Clan leader Yang indicated a seemingly inconspicuous stone wall. This is the location mentioned by our esteemed elder, concealed by a formation. It was only through stealth that I discovered it. Shall I take action to breach this place? He inquired. In his estimation, Jiang Yi was at the late stage of the pool origin realm. Xiao Yan had achieved perfection in the pool origin realm. Yun Shiran was at the early stage of the pool origin realm, and Zhang Yao had reached perfection in the condensed origin realm. Though they were prodigies, they were still insufficient to unsettle the formation here, which he conservatively estimated to be at least a 4th-tier formation, if not 5th tier. However, since Ancestor Chu had entrusted them with the task of vengeance, he must have provided them with some form of support. He understood this, hence his inquiry. Being in the early stage of the 5 organs realm, he was confident in his ability to disrupt the formation. I shall take the first attempt. Xiaoyan stepped forward. With a thunderous roar, his cultivation erupted, and the essence of the heavenly fire surged forth, engulfing him in crimson flames, creating a vacuum in the water surrounding him. The water nearby was instantly vaporized. He swiftly approached the stone wall and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the surrounding water surged backward, and the stone wall trembled violently. Yet, it did not shatter. A layer of crimson formation restraints materialized upon the stone wall. Indeed, there is a formation. Again, Xiaoyan shouted, gathering his strength once more. Behind him, clan leader Yang swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching. That last strike had already reached the pinnacle of the profound pill realm. Exaggeration. A combat prowess surpassing an entire realm. A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. He had initially thought Ancestor Chu had bestowed some formidable weapon upon the disciples, but it now appeared that these disciples intended to overpower it with their own strength. Chapter 89. The 2 major disciples, terrifyingly powerful. Within the stone wall lay an extraordinary vista, a cavern connecting to the depths below, where, several miles down, there existed a space approximately 100 feet in diameter. Above this space, an array of multicolored stalactites, several meters long, hung down. The surrounding walls were also of various hues, emanating a gentle glow. Below lies a serene pond, where, at its center, a blue lotus sways gently. 2 figures are seated cross-legged around the lotus, continuously channeling their energy to refine it. Suddenly, a tremor shakes the air, prompting both to look up in alarm. Brother, someone is attacking our formation. Wei Yunfan croaked. Damn it, how could anyone know we are here? Wei Jueming's expression darkened. They are brothers, elders of the Blood Knife Sect. Both clad in black and resembling each other strikingly, a pair of twins. Could it be that old Ancestor Chu has brought disciples to seek vengeance? Wei Yunfan's hands trembled involuntarily. It shouldn't be, Wei Jueming replied. If it were old Ancestor Chu, our 5th-tier low-grade formation would be powerless against a mere finger. Judging by the commotion, it must be someone at the Xiandan realm. I never imagined someone would find us here. How infuriating. We were merely days or weeks away from completion. Brother, I will investigate who it is. If they are merely at the Xiandan realm, we shall eliminate them. Wei Yunfan was about to rise when boom. Another loud explosion resonated. This time, the stone walls cracked, the cave began to collapse, and stalactites fell all around them. The formation is broken. This is bad. Both brothers' faces turned ashen. The lake's water surged violently, enveloping the space around them in an instant. They raised a protective barrier, their eyes fixed warily on the cave's entrance. The formation had indeed been breached. To shatter a 5th-tier low-grade array required at least mid-stage strength of the 5 organs realm. Moments earlier, outside, Xiao Yan, realizing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, decisively unleashed the recently learned divine technique, the Vermilion Bird Azure Sky Palm. Although he had only grasped the basics, it was a divine-grade technique of the highest caliber. With a single strike, the 5th-tier low-grade formation crumbled effortlessly. This spectacle rendered clan leader Yang utterly speechless. All this time, it turned out that Xiao Yan was far stronger than he had imagined. Absurd. How could someone at the pool origin realm leap over the Xiandan realm and manifest the might of the 5 organs realm? Such an anomaly was unprecedented. If young Master Xiao was this formidable, what of young Master Jiang and his companions? Yang pondered, but quickly shook his head. A person of such extraordinary talent was already a miracle. How could they all be so exceptional? I understand now. Young Master Xiao came to assist young Master Jiang in exacting revenge. Coming back to his senses, he noticed that Xiao Yan had vanished and hurriedly followed. Jiang Yi and the others had already entered the cavern. The moment Jiang Yi saw Wei Yunfan and Wei Jueming, his gaze turned crimson. Among those who slaughtered the Jiang family members were these 2. Many clan uncles and elders had perished at their hands. The memories were vivid. In that instant, Jiang Yi's killing intent surged. It's you, the Jiang family scion. Wei Jueming and the others recognized Jiang Yi, their hearts sinking. They shouted in alarm, scanning the surroundings. Not spotting the white-haired youth, they breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that old ancestor Chu had not come. They still had a chance. At the very least, they could escape. It has been quite some time since we last met. The leader of the Yang clan coldly remarked, arriving last. So it was you, the Yang family, who tracked our movements and brought them here. Wei Yunfan retorted through gritted teeth. They were not foolish. They quickly deduced this possibility. Precisely. The Yang leader proclaimed with a proud chest. You truly deserve death. Wei Jueming's eyes glimmered with boundless murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to see the Yang leader torn to shreds. Wei Jueming, have you truly broken through to the early stage of the Five Organs realm? The Yang leader exclaimed in surprise. Boom. At that moment, Jiang Yi unleashed his cultivation, unwilling to waste words with these individuals. His dual pupils manifested directly, and a terrifying pressure descended upon them, causing both Wei Wuming and Wei Yunfan to drastically change in expression, as they found themselves losing 50% of their power under this overwhelming force. They could clearly see that Jiang Yi was merely at the late stage of the pool origin realm. How could he possess such strength? They simply could not comprehend it. Feeling that it was impossible. That lotus flower seems peculiar. Xiaoyan suddenly noticed that as he approached, the blood within him began to boil, almost in a state of excitement, with the source being that strange lotus flower. No, it felt less like a lotus and more like a flame. That was his genuine sensation. Junior brother Xiao, aid me. Jiang Yi's voice rang out, while Wei Yunfan was considerably weakened, still at the late stage of the mysterious pill realm. However, Wei Jueming had indeed reached the early stage of the Five Organs realm, exuding a robust aura. Jiang Yi was unafraid to face them both. Yet he longed to swiftly eliminate his foes. Very well, senior brother. Xiaoyan cracked his knuckles, momentarily ignoring the lotus flower. Yun Shuran protected Jiang Yao, who was ultimately too weak to participate in this battle. The Yang leader retreated behind the crowd, astonished by Jiang Yi's formidable strength. At that moment, the Yang leader's heart trembled. Initially, he believed Xiaoyan's prowess to be miraculous, yet now another marvel had emerged. From Jiang Yi, he sensed a tremendous threat. It could only be said that the two disciples of old ancestor Chu were exceedingly terrifying. Truly, they were fearsome. He knew he could not match them alone. In their combined might, even if Wei Jueming had reached the early stage of the Five Organs realm, he estimated that within half an hour they would likely be defeated. He pondered silently. If your master were to come, we might kneel and plead for mercy. But with just the two of you brats, do you think you can subdue us? Such dreams are delusional. Wei Jueming shouted, unleashing his early-stage Five Organs realm cultivation and charging towards Jiang Yi and Xiaoyan. At this point, there was no choice but to fight. Jiang Yi scoffed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, a peculiar wave emanated from him, rising into the air. An ancient figure, reminiscent of a Qilin, manifested behind him. Its ancient majesty was not to be gazed upon directly. Wei Jueming felt his blood freeze for a moment. His heart filled with dread. What is this thing? How can it be so terrifying? As Jiang Yi took a step forward, the Qilin's phantom mirrored his movement, unleashing a shocking momentum that struck Wei Jueming with force. Qilin's trembling step, even a mere trace of divine power, albeit of the highest sacred tier, can work miracles, regardless of the vast chasm in cultivation levels. With a sudden impact, Wei Jueming was knocked back, spitting blood. Chapter 90. Azure Water Spirit Fire. Yun Shuren's intervention was overwhelming. Brother. This scene caused Wei Yunfan's pupils to constrict, engulfed by immense terror. To his astonishment, his elder brother was seemingly so fragile. Wei Jueming felt the surge of blood within him, just as he steadied himself in midair. He realized that Xiaoyan had already unleashed a palm strike from a distance. The Vermilion Bird's Azure Sky Palm. The azure flames emanating from the colossal hand filled him with a sense of impending doom. He was bewildered. How could two beings at the Pu Yuan realm be so terrifying? No wonder they could breach the formation. He had originally assumed it was the combined effort of clan leader Yang and others that had dismantled the array. But it was now evident that this single palm strike was sufficient to shatter it. Just moments ago, Jiang Yi's attack had been so bizarre that it caught him off guard. However, he now had a chance to retaliate. A battered fifth-tier treasure sword materialized in his grasp, and he executed his most formidable martial technique, swinging it forth. Break for me. The blade's radiance aimed to cleave through the azure fire palm. But the beauty of imagination contrasted sharply with the harshness of reality. The blade met the colossal hand and was instantly obliterated. Unyielding, the giant palm struck him down, slamming him against the stone wall, penetrating layers of rock and leaving behind a deep, inky imprint. Grumble. Clan leader Yang was astonished. Is he dead? Initially, he had thought the battle would drag on, but to his disbelief, It had concluded so swiftly. Those two attacks were lethal even for someone in the early stages of the Five Organs realm, let alone the mid-stage. The eldest senior brother's divine power stirred ripples in Yun Shuren's beautiful eyes. She sensed it was indeed a sacred divine ability. Eldest brother possesses such a divine technique. The Qilin step. It seemed to be that legendary ability. Who would have thought that it had been acquired by her eldest brother? Yun Shuren quietly mused. It was said that this technique was incomplete, yet if completed, it could elevate the divine power to an unparalleled imperial tier, transforming into the Qilin treading the heavens. Though she had grown up in the Wanderer King's estate, she often sought knowledge beyond its confines. Her understanding surpassed that of many. Still alive, Yun Shuren gazed at the crater left by the giant palm. As her words faded, a figure emerged from within, garments tattered, skin cracked like a parched field. Blood coursing beneath the surface without dripping, eerily circulating within the body. Wei Ju Ming appeared disheveled, a fragmented piece of armor in hand, his expression hauntingly calm. Brother. Wei Yinfan quickly approached. Wei Ju Ming raised his gaze to them, his voice low and hoarse. I never expected, after cultivating for hundreds of years, that I would fall short against two mere children. Were it not for the fortunate acquisition of this fifth-tier armor, I might have met my end today. With that, he tossed the armor aside. So, you are disciples of old ancestor Chu. I must admit, you are formidable. However, slaying us will not be so simple. Wei Ju Ming declared ominously. Today, we shall either perish together or endure. Let us exchange places, you geniuses. It would not be a loss. In the next moment, the lotus in the water was uprooted by him, transforming into blue flames that enveloped his entire being. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Yet his aura surged higher. In the blink of an eye, he reached a level comparable to the late stage of the Five Organs realm. It's all your fault. Had you arrived a tad later, my elder brother could have completely refined this spirit fire, and we would have been able to depart. You are truly despicable. Wei Jueming's eyes bulged with rage. His elder brother was forcibly merging with the spirit fire, and even if victorious, he would perish. No wonder you refused to leave the wilderness ridge. It turns out you covet this treasure. Chief Yang retreated repeatedly. I sensed it was fire, but it truly is fire. Xiao Yin remarked, though just moments ago, it resembled a lotus. That is the Bai Shui spirit fire, a primordial flame of the heavens and earth. This spirit fire, born of water, exemplifies the interplay of water and fire to an extraordinary extent, though he currently exudes the aura of the late stage of the Five Organs realm. Within this water, he wields the power of water, allowing him to stand firm even against a perfected Five Organs realm opponent. However, this state will not last long. At most for the duration of half a stick of incense, he will be consumed by the spirit fire, leading to his demise. Yun Shuren stated, having already noticed the spirit fire. Yet, she remained unfazed. Even if the opponent merged with the spirit fire, she would still maintain her composure. Chief Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. He contemplated fleeing but feared that the disciples of Ancestor Chu might perish here, leaving him to bear the consequences. Surely, Ancestor Chu would provide them with protective treasures. Let's hope so. Ultimately, he did not flee, steeling himself to stand firm. Half a stick of incense is ample time for me to deal with you, and then escape. At this moment, Wei Jueming endured excruciating pain. Yet the immense power instilled within him a profound confidence. What of Ancestor Chu's disciples? Should they dare approach him for revenge, they would meet their end. Even if he could not ultimately escape, exchanging for these two prodigies would not be a loss. Oh, is that so? It seems you are quite confident. Yun Shuren extended her delicate hand, pressing down with an effortless motion. Given their current strength, Brother Xiao Yin and the senior brother would be at a disadvantage. It was her turn to exert her power. Boom. Almost instantaneously as her hand pressed down, a colossal white handprint formed above Wei Jueming and his companions, descending with overwhelming force. Break for me. Wei Jueming roared, feeling invincible for a fleeting moment, only to be engulfed by an unfathomable dread as the handprint loomed above him. He unleashed his fists in a desperate attempt to resist, but to no avail. The handprint bore down upon him, forcing him to his knees, his once mighty aura plummeting like a deflating balloon. The ethereal blue flames engulfing his body were also drawn away. Ultimately, the spirit fire reverted to its lotus form. The handprint dissipated, and with a wave of her hand, Yun Shuren captured the Bai Shui spirit fire, which struggled in vain against her firm grasp. It appeared effortless. Chief Yang's pupils trembled, a bitter smile emerging on his face. He had not anticipated that this young woman was the strongest among this group. With a mere gesture, she subdued Wei Jueming, whose power was comparable to that of the perfected Five Organs realm. Such formidable strength, even without the presence of the venerable Ancestor Chu, could easily dominate the surrounding kingdoms. How terrifying, truly terrifying. Where does Ancestor Chu find such remarkable disciples? Or has he cultivated them to such an extraordinary degree? If that is the case, it is indeed alarming. He felt an immense relief for not having fled earlier. Otherwise, his fate would have been sealed. No, it is impossible. How could I possibly be defeated? Wei Zhuming found it hard to accept. He had elevated his prowess to such heights, only to be effortlessly subdued by a young girl. Defeated, with no chance of escape. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Jiang Yi descended before them, coldly surveying their plight. Both were rendered powerless beneath the overwhelming hand of Yun Shuran. Jiang Yi uttered no words, instead delivering a decisive blow that shattered Wei Zhuming's skull. Jiang Yao also approached his side, her youthful voice brimming with a fierce determination. Brother, let me handle this. Chapter 91. You have misreported the situation. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. Despite having witnessed numerous gruesome scenes of slaughter, Jiang Yao had never taken a life. Now, she was prepared to take that first step. Observing the small figure of Jiang Yao, Jiang Yi concealed his reluctance deep within his gaze, offering her an encouraging look. His master was right. She must endure these trials. Although she was yet to turn 6, it was time for her to wield the blade. The bond between them was destined to rise amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Do not worry, brother, I can do this, Jiang Yao declared, waving her small hand to reveal a sword, significantly longer than her own height, gleaming with a sharp, cold light. This was a 6th-tier exceptional sword, obtained from one of her master's storage rings. Though her cultivation level did not allow her to fully unleash the sword's potential, its mere presence was sufficient to cleave through numerous formidable treasures below the 5th tier. This included the remarkably durable bones of practitioners in the Xiandan realm. During the body refinement stage, practitioners possess immense strength, often exceeding tens of thousands of pounds, rendering their bodies exceptionally resilient, impervious to mundane weapons. As their cultivation levels rise, their physical forms and bones grow ever stronger. Thus, even high-level practitioners, when standing still against those of lower realms, can prove impenetrable when the disparity is vast. Since Wei Zhuming's demise, Wei Yunfan remained frozen in place, his eyes devoid of life, as if profoundly affected by the event. He ceased to struggle, neither begging for mercy nor uttering threats, quietly awaiting the inevitability of death, as if resigned to his fate. With a swift motion, Jiang Yao acted decisively. The cold light flickered and vanished, and Wei Yunfan's head slowly slipped from his shoulders, rolling a few times on the ground, his eyes wide open. Pupils drained of color. The splattered blood was shielded by their protective, true essence. Jiang Yao sheathed her sword and lifted her small head to gaze at Jiang Yi. He gently ruffled her hair, noticing no trace of fear or trepidation in her eyes, only a profound calmness. A smile broke across Jiang Yi's face as he praised her. Well done. Jiang Yao nodded in affirmation. Congratulations to the esteemed Jiang and Miss Jiang for their vengeance being fulfilled. The clan leader Yang clapped in celebration. Yet, Jiang Yi shook his head, asserting that it was merely the beginning, as there remained many more to deal with. You are misreporting the situation. At that moment, Xiaoyan, arms crossed, cast a disapproving glance at clan leader Yang. Did you not claim that one was at the perfected Xiandan realm and the other at the late stage of the same? How did they become early-stage Viscera realm? Jiang Yi also turned his gaze towards clan leader Yang, who was instantly drenched in sweat, feeling immense pressure. He hastily defended himself. Gentlemen, this is a misunderstanding. He was indeed at the perfected Xiandan realm before. Otherwise, our elder would not have been able to track him so easily. I do not know why he has suddenly broken through, but I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. Clan leader Yang was genuinely afraid they might think he had acted with intent, which could lead to his own downfall, leaving him with no place to lament. What he says should be credible, remarked Yun Shurian. The crowd turned to her, and she raised the Bai Shui Ling Hua in her hand, explaining, if this Bai Shui Ling Hua were fully refined, it could enhance one's cultivation. Although he has not completely refined it, he has managed to refine about 70%, thus a breakthrough is entirely reasonable. I see. Both Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan responded in unison. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Xiao Yan politely addressed clan leader Yang. No worries, no worries, Yang waved his hand, feeling a significant relief wash over him. He had truly been frightened moments ago. From my analysis, they must have discovered the presence of Bai Shui Ling Hua here long ago, but it is only recently that it has fully formed. They likely intended to refine it completely before leaving, not expecting us to arrive first, Yun Shurian continued. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded, finding it quite plausible. In truth, those two were indeed fortunate, not only encountering Bai Shui Ling Hua, but also acquiring a 5th-grade formation and a 5th-grade soft armor. Had they not been involved in the destruction of the Jiang family, they might have enjoyed a brief period of ascendancy. In this world, many cultivators possess their own fortunes. Yet no one can guarantee who will ultimately prevail. Brother Xiao Yan, This Baishui Ling Hua is perfectly suited to your constitution. The enhancement you gain from refining it will be the greatest, so it is yours, Yin Shurian declared with a cheerful smile. However, I will seal it first. She promptly cast several seals. She vowed that it was indeed the Baishui Ling Hua that would be most beneficial for Xiao Yin, not favoritism. Is it truly for me? Thank you, Shurian, Xiao Yin joyfully replied, feeling an overwhelming desire to absorb the Baishui Ling Hua. Brother Xiao Yin, come over here. I will help you integrate it into your body. Oh, all right. Ultimately, through Yun Shurian's careful manipulation, the Baishui Ling Hua was sealed within Xiao Yan's dantian, allowing him to refine it gradually. I believe my heavenly fire Dao body will refine this Baishui Ling Hua swiftly, Xiao Yan thought to himself. No, it should not be referred to as refining. He felt as though his heavenly fire Dao body yearned to devour the Baishui Ling Hua, as if it were a delectable treat. Now, let us seek out the remnants of the Bloodblade sect. Clan leader Yang, do you have any further news of others? Jiang Yi inquired. None, Clan leader Yang replied, feeling a twinge of regret. If only there were more. This is indeed the finest opportunity to befriend the proud elite of these days. He has now come to fully comprehend that even without the illustrious aura of Ancestor Chu, these individuals shall rise to monumental fame. Very well, we shall seek out others and bid farewell. Jiang Yi collected the storage rings of Wei Jueming and Wei Yunfan, then spoke. Farewell, esteemed young masters and mistresses. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to summon me at the Yang residence. The clan leader of the Yang family promptly replied. He too desired to partake in the spectacle, yet upon witnessing Jiang Yi's resolute demeanor, he refrained from voicing his wish to accompany them. The four departed. In any case, a fortune had indeed been made. One must seek wealth amidst peril. The Yang clan leader left with a jovial spirit. The storage ring Jiang Yi had previously bestowed upon him surpassed the treasures within the Yang family vault. Who could say who the next fortunate soul to strike it rich would be? Subsequently, Jiang Yi and his companions continued their inquiries regarding the remnants of the Blood Knife sect among various major factions. Not every faction was privy to such knowledge. In fact, the Yang family was not the first they approached. They had sought information from several other factions prior, only to find them ignorant of the matter. After a brief period of inquiry, new information emerged. They located a Blood Knife sect elder who had chosen to live in obscurity, having changed his identity. This individual was quite fearful for his life and pleaded for mercy. When you slaughtered my Jiang family members, did you spare the woman who cradled an infant in her arms? Could you let them go? Humph, you shall perish. After issuing a cold rebuke, Jiang Yi ended his life. They continued their pursuit, first resolving matters in the desolate mountains, then moving on to the surrounding Great Xian dynasty and Great Yin dynasty, before finally returning to the Great Wu dynasty. Chapter 92, prepared to flee at any moment. The artificial spiritual crystal vein. Although the Tianyun Sect is situated within the Great Wu dynasty, the remnants of the Blood Knife sect are few who dare to venture there. Yet, there are always some who cling to a sense of luck, believing that the most perilous places can also be the safest. These remnants must be eradicated. Additionally, while searching for the remnants of the Blood Knife sect, they were also on the lookout for those of the Qingmu sect. These two tasks were not in conflict. 2 days later, they fortuitously stumbled upon a group of remnants from the Qingmu sect and swiftly eliminated them. When faced with adversaries at the Pool Origin realm, Zhang Yao also joined the fray. This was a quest for vengeance and a test of their skills. They were rapidly evolving in strength. Blood Shadow Hall. Within a grand hall, the hall master reclined upon the throne, lightly tapping the edge of the seat, producing a rhythmic sound. Below, the upper echelons of Blood Shadow Hall had gathered, consisting of elders, supreme elders, and ancestors. Regardless of their status, whether supreme elder or ancestor, they all bowed to the hall master. The master of Blood Shadow Hall not only possessed greater cultivation than the leaders of the other 9 sects, but also hailed from an extraordinary lineage. Thus, even the ancestors treated him with utmost respect. At this moment, apart from the sound of tapping, the atmosphere was remarkably silent. No one uttered a word. All present bore grave expressions, their faces reflecting palpable fear and discomfort. Whoosh! 2 beams of blood light darted into the hall, saluting the hall master. 2 more ancestors, their faces equally grim, had arrived. Well then, those who can still draw breath are all present. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. The Lord paused in his rhythmic knocking and spoke in a somber tone. It is now apparent that Lin Huayuan, Lin Jiuyin, and Lin Huang all perished within the territory of the great martial dynasty of the 100 Nations. To you, such places may appear insignificant and unworthy of attention. However, it is there that they met their demise. I trust you have also heard the news. In those seemingly inconsequential corners, the individuals dispatched have uncovered remarkable truths. The ruler of the floating city resides there, along with his disciples. Numerous inconsistencies abound, For instance, this ruler hails from a minor sect and appears to be no more than 50 years of age. Such details are likely mere illusions to obscure his true identity. A 50-year-old ruler is utterly implausible. Thus, many aspects may be intertwined with truth and deception, leaving us uncertain of their authenticity. Nevertheless, the adversary is undeniably present and was responsible for the deaths of Lin Huang and the others. A vendetta has been forged. The Blood Hall lacks the capacity to confront a ruler, thus we find ourselves with two potential paths to choose from. The first option is to remain passive and gamble on the hope that the adversary will not come to exact retribution. If fortune favors us, we all survive. If not, many shall perish. The second option is to surrender Lin Huang's lineage to the adversary, allowing them to vent their wrath, while also offering half of the Blood Hall's assets as an apology. This level of sincerity has a high probability of success, as evidenced by the escape of the Han Hai Blade sect from a previous calamity. The fact that the ruler, upon returning from the floating city, refrained from annihilating the Han Hai Blade sect speaks volumes. Now, will you embrace the thrill of chance or seek stability? The choice lies with you. Of course, there exists a third option, to disband the Blood Hall, divide the spoils, and part ways. Her gaze, sharp and inquisitive, swept over the gathered individuals, awaiting their response. Choose the second option. The second option. The assembly clamored in agreement, almost unanimously opting for the latter. They were unwilling to gamble, for should the adversary come, they would be waiting for their demise. The Blood Hall could not contend against a ruler. It was far wiser to offer treasures and Lin Huang's kin in exchange. After all, if the adversary arrived and they perished, the treasures would inevitably belong to them as well. As for the cruelty of surrendering Lin Huang's lineage, well, better a friend's death than a priest's is a time-honored tradition of the Blood Hall. They would surely be grateful for the contributions of Lin Huang's kin. Moreover, the trouble had been instigated by Lin Huang and his associates. Their ire directed at them was palpable, and they would not show leniency. The consequences sown by Lin Huang's actions ought to be reaped by his lineage, and thus, this approach is most fitting. The third option of fleeing with their possessions was dismissed. They had grown accustomed to this life and had no desire to become strays. With a unanimous decision reached, the course was set. Which elder is willing to undertake this mission? She inquired, scanning the crowd. I shall go, replied a stooped elder, his voice filled with decay. With less than half a year of life left, I yearn to witness the grandeur of a ruler in my remaining days. Even in death, I shall hold no regrets. Then it is settled, declared the Lord, hammering down the decision. Shortly thereafter, this individual set forth, accompanied by hidden guardians. Though termed as escorting, their intentions were not solely protective. The primary concern was the fear that this individual might abscond with their possessions. The considerable wealth of the Blood Temple, even if reduced to mere remnants of half a year's lifespan, could still incite avarice. At the very least, they needed to escort him beyond the borders of the great martial dynasty. Within the Blood Temple, the higher-ups were intently observing the ancestral soul lamp. Its extinguishment would signify the demise of the ancestor, indicating that the sovereign had likely chosen not to forgive. It would also offer them the opportunity to flee immediately. The temple master watched, her belongings already packed. Though she possessed other affiliations, none would come to the aid of the Blood Temple. Accomplished. I truly am a genius. It would take others decades, if not centuries, to achieve what I have. In the Tianyun Sect, Chu Yuan surveyed the arrayed discs and flags before him, nodding in satisfaction. Each arrayed disc and flag materialized, imbued with intricate and profound prohibitions and patterns. His figure vanished from the spot, only to reappear above the Tianyun Sect. With a sweep of his consciousness, he penetrated the sect's protective formation. Grasping with his hand, 36 array flags and a single array disc were drawn into his possession. Instantly, the protective barrier enveloping 100 miles around the Tianyun Sect dissipated, prompting many disciples and senior members to gaze upwards in bewilderment. Soon, they beheld a figure standing in the sky above. With white hair flowing like mist and adorned in a regal purple robe, he appeared divine. Ancestor. Look, it's the ancestor. Some disciples could not contain their excitement, having reveled in the exponential increase of cultivation resources over the past few days. Their hearts filled with gratitude for the ancestor. Witnessing his appearance, they were overwhelmed with joy, many disciples bowing in reverence, their eyes brimming with admiration. With a swift motion, new array discs and flags soared into the air, landing in designated locations. This was a top-tier protective formation of royal caliber. Yet the subterranean spiritual veins of the Tianyun Sect could not fully activate it. The patterns upon the discs and flags remained dull, devoid of any illumination. First, set up the Spirit Gathering Array. The royal-grade Spirit Gathering Array, crafted alongside the previous discs and flags, manifested distinctly as he embedded it into the specified locations. Next came the artificial spirit crystal veins. With a wave of his hand, trillions of low-grade spirit crystals emerged, forming a mountain range of spirit crystals in the heavens. Boom. In that fleeting moment of appearance, the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding environment surged dramatically. The low-grade spirit crystals returned from the low-grade spirit stones, inherently gathered spiritual energy. In such vast quantities, they were indistinguishable from a natural spirit crystal vein. In other words, even a genuine natural spirit crystal vein could scarcely yield such an abundance of spirit crystals. Now, what Chu Yuan aimed to do was bury all these spirit crystals deep beneath the Tianyun Sect. Hiss. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth intensified several-fold in an instant and continued to rise. What had the ancestor conjured? Could it be that all were high-grade spirit stones, or even top-tier spirit stones? No, no, no. I have encountered precious spirit stones, and have been fortunate enough to witness exquisite spirit stones, yet none can compare to this. Countless disciples were left in awe. That is a spirit crystal. Even a mere inferior-grade spirit crystal could equal 100 exquisite spirit stones. At this moment, an esteemed elder stroked his beard and spoke. Though he appeared calm, his heart was tumultuous with waves of astonishment. Spirit crystals, how many must there be? It feels impossible to count. After hearing the elder's words, countless disciples swallowed hard. One inferior-grade spirit crystal could be worth 100 exquisite spirit stones. Heaven above, how wealthy must the ancestor be? What could the ancestor possibly intend to do? Yang Daojin and others observed, astonished yet puzzled by the ancestor's forthcoming actions. Surely, it could not merely be an exhibition of wealth. The Tianyun Sect, with its scarce spiritual energy, shall today be endowed with a spirit crystal vein. Chu Yuan's voice resonated from above. As his words fell, heaps of spirit crystals, under his command, began to penetrate the ground in uninhabited areas. Resembling serpentine dragons diving into the earth, a truly breathtaking spectacle. A man-made spirit crystal vein? What tremendous power is this? The ancestor is selflessly bestowing such an abundance of spirit crystals to construct a vein for the sect. In that moment, countless individuals within Tianyun Sect felt a profound sense of admiration and gratitude towards their ancestor. Not only did he possess immense power and wealth, but he also wished to bless them. He was akin to a legendary sage. The entire sect spontaneously bowed in reverence. The ancestor had become their faith. Some even secretly vowed to follow his every command, willing to sacrifice themselves for him whenever needed. Chu Yuan paid them no mind, continuing to channel spirit crystals underground. Soon, a spirit stone vein lay beneath the surface. However, it was merely the first layer. He then retrieved a vast quantity of medium-grade spirit crystals to proceed. He felt no remorse. To him, medium-grade spirit stones were easily attainable. Upon completing this layer, he decided to stop. Although he still possessed superior and exquisite spirit crystals, they were unnecessary, as the royal grade formation would struggle to extract energy from these higher-level crystals. 2 layers would suffice. The rest could be addressed in the future. A vast spirit crystal vein lay nestled beneath Tianyun Sect, resembling a dormant dragon. Except for the inability to yield more spirit crystals, it bore little difference from a natural vein. Since the deed was done, it was time to expand the sect's territory. Chu Yuan contemplated and rearranged the positions of the array flags. The sect, originally spanning 100 miles, was now extended to 3,000 miles. Within this range, there were no inhabitants, though some beasts roamed. However, once encompassed, the disciples of Tianyun Sect could handle the cleanup, while he could easily resolve the matter himself. Not everything required his personal attention. Tasks that others could accomplish were best left to them. Array activate. As his thoughts took flight, under the influence of his primordial spirit's power, the protective array began to absorb the energy of the spirit crystal mines. The intricate patterns and seals upon the array discs and flags radiated a resplendent brilliance. In quick succession, countless lines and restrictions extended outward, interlinking with one another. At the periphery spanning 3,000 miles, a golden dome ascended rapidly, arching upward until it converged at the apex, resembling an inverted grand bowl. This formation was not only superficial, it extended deep underground, encompassing the spirit crystal mines within. Ultimately, the golden barrier transformed into a semi-transparent shield. The supreme protective array of the kingly tier was complete, an amalgamation of illusion, defense, and offense. Cloaked by the illusion array, the interior appeared shrouded in mist from the outside, obscuring visibility. Its defenses could withstand the assaults of multiple perfected monarchs, provided that no more than a dozen attacked simultaneously. Moreover, by harnessing the array's power, even the weakest cultivator could unleash strength akin to that of a monarch. However, This enhancement could only be employed by a single individual, as it required the manipulation of the array's energy. Spirit Gathering Array, activate. Moments later, the Supreme Spirit Gathering Array was also established, drawing upon the energy from the subterranean spirit crystal mines. In an instant, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged to unimaginable levels, exceeding 100-fold of its previous state. The sect's members rejoiced in exuberance. Although the spirit crystal mines were non-renewable, they would suffice for these two arrays for several centuries. Chu Yuan smiled contentedly, pondering how formidable he would be in several hundred years. At that time, perhaps with a mere thought, he could create conditions 1,000 times more favorable than these. For the present-day Tianyun Sect, this was indeed a sanctuary for cultivation. Chu Yuan produced another array, designed to safeguard the underground spirit crystal mines, ensuring that not only outsiders could not steal from them, but even the sect members lacked the authority to access them. Subsequently, he entrusted the control talisman of the array to the sect as higher-ups. With this talisman, they could manipulate the array's power and select a specific location as an entrance to the sect, as well as replicate some of the restrictions onto other tokens. In the future, those holding the sect's tokens would be free to enter and exit as they pleased. Thanks to our ancestor for all that you have done for the sect. We express our gratitude. Wang Mu, with tears of joy in his eyes, led the sect's leaders in bowing deeply in thanks. Chu Yuan nodded. I have done what I can. The rest is up to you. With that, he vanished. Following his departure, the disciples of the sect mobilized to slay the beasts and clear the interior of the sect. The higher-ups began planning the construction of new gates and buildings, while also issuing tasks for the cultivation of spiritual herbs and treasures. The entire sect sprang into action, each member radiating enthusiasm, embodying a spirit of prosperity. Crafting array discs and flags was akin to forging, and as he engaged in this process, he felt his comprehension of the essence of fire deepen significantly. He decided to spend some time furthering his understanding. Once he reached a small level of success, he would directly challenge the monarch realm. Although he had not long since achieved the perfection of the nirvana realm, it did not hinder his imminent breakthrough into the monarch realm, a level that others might spend their entire lives striving for. He needed only a slight additional effort to attain.